In the eyes of Jean Fong in the 21st century, fate always seems to play tricks on me. I was a hard worker from a poor mountain village. I was admitted to university, worked part-time, studied from undergraduate to doctoral, and finally became a senior mechanical engineer with an annual salary of 1 million. Just when I thought that my life was finally proud of me, fate suddenly played a big joke on me. I was distracted by continuous overtime work and had an accident. When I woke up, I found myself traveling to an ancient dynasty called Dakong and became a small blacksmith named Jean Fong. This blacksmith's life was even worse than mine. He followed his parents to avoid wars since he was a child. His mother died early, and his father tightened his belt to send him to school. Unfortunately, he was not a good student. After 10 years of hard study, he didn't even pass the exam to become a scholar. After his father died, he ate up all the family's savings and could only survive on a bowl of porridge every day. I, Jean Fong from the modern era, traveled through time at the moment when he hit the pillar. On the first day of my time travel, news came from the village. The county government's wedding party was coming. The Kong dynasty was plagued by wars and the male population was dwindling. The court stipulated that men over 18 must get married, otherwise they would have to pay a 30% tax increase. The Jean Fong I possessed had a bad reputation in the village, and no girl was willing to marry him. But there was no option to get married. If I refused, I would be resisting the tax, and if I resisted the tax, I would have to go to the battlefield. I had no choice but to drag my hungry body to the village entrance. I was greeted by 3 competitors who were as miserable as me, a hunchback, a lame man and a guy with a wretched face. The villagers nicknamed them the 4 heavenly kings, including me. After the wedding procession arrived, the girls were brought to the stage one by one. Although most of the girls had dark complexions and pale faces, one of them, who was wearing a worn-out blue dress, caught my attention. She had a fair and delicate face and lively eyes, like a top player who unexpectedly appeared in this interview. When I learned that this girl was Guan Xiaoro and that she was considered a disaster star because of her sun allergy, I couldn't help but feel some pity in my heart. The ancients were so ignorant that they regarded sun allergy as a bad omen. When the bride's escort began, Guan Xiaoro bravely stood up, hoping that someone would give her a way out, and she even exposed her good figure. However, whether it was Li Shitu or Zhang Munsong, they avoided her. When it was my turn, the bastard Xie Guang even spoke rudely to her, saying that if she entered the brothel, he would be willing to take care of the business. Looking at this brave girl, I pointed at her without hesitation and said, "I choose her." Everyone was stunned. No one expected that I would choose the disaster star. But I know that there is no such thing as a disaster star in this world, only people who are oppressed by prejudice. Guan Xiaoro was so excited that she was almost incoherent. I looked at her and silently made up my mind that no matter how difficult it was, I would treat her well. Taking Guan Xiaoro back to my shabby blacksmith shop, I felt the feeling of home for the first time. Although she was poor, she told me that she was willing to work hard to spin yarn to support my studies. Although I was moved by her words, the reality was cruel. We didn't even have food for today. I had to pawn some things to buy some food. I felt a little ashamed that I spent my first wedding night like this. Guan Xiaoro took out the private money her mother had secretly given her. I took the small change and copper coins and thought to myself, it seems that my mother-in-law still loves her daughter. Although this is only a temporary emergency, I believe that with my efforts and Guan Xiaoro's support, we will be able to get through this difficult time. No matter how hard life is, it will be easier to fight with like-minded people. I firmly believe that with my modern knowledge and Guan Xiaoro's hard work, we will definitely create our own miracles in the future. The difficulties are only temporary, and our story has just begun. My God, are you picking on me? Jean Fong looked up at the sky, smiled bitterly and sighed. In his previous life, Jean Fong came from a poor mountain village. He worked very hard and was admitted to university. He then worked part-time to pay for his studies and completed his bachelor's, master's and doctoral degrees. After graduation, he became a senior worker, a senior mechanical engineer with an annual salary of millions. Such an experience is very inspiring, and Jean Fong himself considers himself a winner in life. But he never expected that after only a few days at work, he would have an accident due to lack of concentration due to continuous overtime work. He gloriously joined the army of time travelers, came to this dynasty called Dakong, and possessed the body of a small blacksmith. Does everyone named Jin Feng have such a miserable life? Yes, the blacksmith he possessed was also called Jin Feng. In fact, he was even more miserable than him. As soon as he was born, he followed his parents to wander around to avoid the war. Later, they finally escaped to a small mountain village called Xiwan. Just when they settled down, his mother died of illness. The old blacksmith knew that the only way to have a future was to study well, so he tightened his belt and sent little Jinfeng to school, hoping that one day he would pass the imperial examination and become successful. Unfortunately, Jin Feng was not good at studying. After 10 years of hard study, he couldn't even pass the exam to become a scholar. Last year, the old blacksmith died of illness, and the little fortune he left behind was eaten up by Jin Feng. In the past half-month, I only had porridge every day. I was so hungry that I felt dizzy and bumped into a pillar. This collision brought the 21st century Jin Feng to the Dakong dynasty. Brother Jin, the county government's wedding procession is coming soon, and the village chief wants you to go to the village entrance quickly. A boy of about 12 or 13 shouted at the door, and without caring whether Jin Feng heard it or not, he ran away. The wedding party. Relevant information flashed through Jin Feng's mind. Years of war led to a decline in the male population in the Kang dynasty. In order to stimulate population growth, the court stipulated that men at the age of 18 and women at the age of 17 must get married, otherwise the tax would be increased by 30%. The male population was dwindling and there was a lack of labor. Coupled with various heavy taxes and exploitation by bandits, many people could only eat one meal a day, and 99% of them could not afford the additional taxes. Jin Feng's registered residence was a craftsman, so he did not have to perform military service. However, his taxes were heavier than those of farmers and hunters, so he naturally could not afford it. When one reaches marriageable age, when the county government comes to collect taxes at the beginning of the year, one can only report that one has gotten married this year. He already has a reputation in Xiwan for being idle, and it's clear that he's going to starve to death in the future. Who would be willing to marry their daughter to him? But it doesn't matter. The Kang dynasty didn't have much, but there were many girls waiting to get married. In late spring and late autumn, the county government would organize 2 bride-sending teams to send unmarried girls of marriageable age to various villages and towns to be selected by the men. No matter whether the man is lame or blind, he must get married and have children if he is chosen. Is this the legendary government-issued daughter-in-law? Could it be that Secretary Dakong has also traveled through time and space, and the benefits are so good? Jin Feng was somewhat uncomfortable with getting married as he had just crossed over and hadn't even had a bite of food, and he complained silently in his heart. I don't have any expectations for the upcoming wedding procession. The girls who came with the wedding procession were all those who couldn't get married in various villages. To put it bluntly, they were the ones left over by others. You can imagine their quality. But you can't not be picky. Men have the right to choose, but they do not have the right not to choose. In other words, whether he is satisfied or not today, he must bring a wife back home, otherwise he will be resisting taxes and will be sent to the battlefield until his death. Jin Feng could only endure the hunger and walk to the village entrance. On the platform on the north side of the road, there were 3 young men standing. One was a hunchback, one was a lame man, and the remaining one had all his limbs intact, but his face was wretched and unruly, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Like Jin Feng, they are the kind of people in the village who would rather let their daughters try their luck in selecting a husband than get married. Look, Jin Feng is here, the 4 heavenly kings are all here. Some children saw Jin Feng coming and jumped and shouted. Don't talk nonsense. The child's mother quickly covered the child's mouth. The hunchback and the lame men who were incapable of doing heavy work, the rascals who liked to tease young girls and wives, and the pedantic and incompetent Jin Feng were called the 4 heavenly kings by the children in the village. Normally, Jin Feng hated this title and got very angry every time he heard it, but today he just smiled at the child and walked onto the stage. Brother Jin is here. The hunchbacks and lame men all greeted us with a smile. The rascal snorted disdainfully and stood on tiptoe to look at the path at the entrance of the village. Brother Lu, Brother Zhang. Jin Feng returned the greeting with a smile. Here it comes. The rascal pointed at the entrance of the village and shouted loudly. On the small road at the entrance of the village, a team holding red signs slowly walked towards them. Leading the team were 5 county government runners and a matchmaker in an exaggerated red dress, followed by more than 20 girls carrying bags. The village chief brought people to meet the yamen runners, and the matchmaker directed the girls to stand opposite Jin Feng and his 3 companions. Sending the bride off has been a tradition for many years. The girls were not shy but looked around curiously. What they carry on their backs is their dowry, and if they are chosen, they will stay here later. This village in front of them might be their future home, and the people watching might be their future family members. It would be nice to have another row of lights. Jin Feng couldn't help but think of a well-known blind date show. However, the quality of these guest ladies was indeed not very high, just as he expected. Most of them have pale faces and dark skin due to years of hard work. But a girl at the end of the team caught Jin Feng's attention. Although the clothes this girl wore were more worn than those of the other girls, her face was fair and tender, her facial features were extremely pretty, and her pair of big, lively, watery eyes made people feel pity for her. In the internet age, when you open your phone, you will see all kinds of internet celebrities. However, Jin Feng can guarantee with confidence that the girl in blue without makeup can definitely outperform all the internet celebrities with elaborate makeup. Such a top-notch product should be very popular. How could it end up in the wedding procession? Jin Feng was very confused. The hunchback next to him noticed that Jin Feng had been staring at the girl in blue, so he came over and whispered, "Brother Jin, why are you always looking at Guan Xiaoro?" Jin Feng did not answer, but asked, "Do you know her?" "You do not know." Li Shitu was stunned. Then he remembered that Jin Feng had always claimed to be a scholar, and in order to show his noble character, he never came to join in the fun when the wedding party came. "She is the money loser from Guangjiawan," Li Shitu reminded in a low voice. Money-losing stuff. Relevant information emerged in Jin Feng's mind. The problem of more women than men in the Kang dynasty has lasted for many years and cannot be solved by simply sending a bride. Every year, only a small number of brides are selected in the first round. For example, this time, there were more than 20 girls coming, but Jin Feng and his group were only 4. In order to absorb these unmarried women and stimulate population growth as much as possible, the Kang dynasty government encouraged taking concubines. As long as you can support them, it doesn't matter how many concubines you have. After Jin Feng and his team have finished selecting, if any of the villagers who are watching have taken a fancy to a certain girl or several girls, they can also choose them as concubines, and the selected girls cannot refuse either. However, having one more person in the family not only means one more mouth to feed, but also one more tax to pay every year, so few families dare to choose a concubine. Therefore, every year there are many girls of marriageable age who cannot get married even if they join the wedding procession. Although this was caused by objective reasons, a 20% tax fine is still required. Such girls are called money-losing girls. Guan Xiaoro was a well-known money loser in the neighborhood. She participated in 4 wedding processions in a row and was still unmarried at the age of 18. The reason she can't get married is not because of her bad character or laziness, but because she cannot be exposed to the sun, especially in the summer. Her skin will become red and swollen, and even blisters will form if she is exposed to the scorching sun for just a few minutes. Such people were called night demons in the Kang dynasty, meaning ominous people who could not stand the light and could only live in darkness. Guan Xiaoro's family used to be relatively well off, and they could even buy a pound or 2 of meat to satisfy their cravings during the Chinese New Year. However, since she turned 16, they have had to pay an additional 20% in taxes every year, and life at home has become increasingly difficult. Now it is difficult to even afford one meal a day. Even more unfortunate was that her sister suddenly developed a strange disease last year. She often shivered and sweated, and sometimes even fainted. All these proved that she was an unlucky person. Farmers in ancient times were ignorant, who would dare to marry such a woman? What night ghost? It's obviously just an allergy to sunlight. Just put on some sunscreen, feudal superstition is killing people. Jin Feng felt a little sympathy for the girl. The village chief was holding a bowl in his hand and walking side by side with the captain of the yamen runners. The old rules, draw lots, pick the one with the first bar first. The 4 of them took turns taking out a ball of paper from it. Jin Feng opened the paper ball, which had 4 lines on it, with the last one marked with a pick. However, Jin Feng didn't care too much. After all, if he and others chose the same girl, they could still compete, and it wouldn't make much difference who chose first or later. The village chief looked at the slips of paper in the hands of several people and said to the hunchback Li Shitu with a smile, "Shitu, you are the first one, choose it." Just as Li Shitu was about to speak, Guan Xiaoro suddenly rushed out of the team. "Brother, I can weave cloth, and I have very little to eat. Please give me a way to survive. I will work hard and repay your kindness." In order to increase her bargaining chips, she gritted her teeth and wrapped up her patched clothes, showing off her curvy figure to show that she is good at giving birth. Oh my god, this figure is amazing. Because of her loose clothes blocking her view, Jin Feng hadn't realized that Guan Xiaoro had such a great figure. The parts that should be straight are straight, the parts that should be curved are curved, and the parts that should be thin are thin. Angelic face, devilish figure, melancholy temperament, a typical goddess. But the villagers did not buy it and called Guan Xiaoro shameless. "Stand back!" the bailiff shouted coldly. Guan Xiaoro obediently stood back in the line, her face so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, her body trembling slightly, but she still looked up at Li Shitu. If possible, she didn't want to be called shameless, but she had no choice. She has been spinning day and night for the past 2 years, but even so, her sister-in-law still beats and scolds her every day, and her brother and parents don't care. Before leaving, my sister-in-law said that if I couldn't get married this time, there was no need to go back, and I could just follow the yamen runners to the county government and sell myself to a brothel. In fact, this is also the final destination of many money-losing goods. If you can't get married and can't afford the tax, you can sell yourself to a government-run brothel, and then you don't have to pay the tax. Guan Xiaoro would rather die than sell herself to a brothel. But dying is not easy. If she committed suicide, her family would be held accountable and the lightest punishment would be a large sum of money. This is extremely unfilial. Guan Xiaoro returned to the team and the bride selection process continued. The village chief pushed Li Shitu. Li Shitu didn't dare to look at Guan Xiaoro, and pointed at the strongest girl in the team. Li Shitu's parents nodded with satisfaction. When country folks look for a wife, the first criterion is that she is strong, capable, and good at giving birth. They were really worried that Li Shitu would act on impulse and choose the beautiful Guan Xiaoro. After Li Shitu is Zhang Munsong. Zhang Munsong took 2 steps forward and glanced at Guan Xiaoro with a complicated look. Guan Xiaoro's expression changed and she lowered her head slightly. Just when Jin Feng thought that Zhang Munsong would choose Guan Xiaoro, Zhang Munsong stretched out his hand and pointed at someone who looked strong and fertile. Next it was the turn of the ruffian Xie Guang. Xie Guang came over and looked at the girls carefully one by one, and when he saw Guan Xiaoro, he looked especially carefully. The rascal's eyes were frivolous and rude, which made Guan Xiaoro feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart, and she subconsciously wanted to step back. But in order to get married, she finally suppressed the nausea in her heart and looked up at Xie Guang stubbornly. She had already made up her mind that she would commit suicide once Xie Guang chose her, and then she would have nothing to do with her parents anymore. As for implicating Xie Guang, she didn't care. Guanjia Bei is not far from Heshi Bei, and Guan Xiaoro knows who Xie Guang is. Not only is he a thief and lazy, he also likes to tease young wives and older girls. Several girls she knew had been molested by Xie Guang while digging wild vegetables. Such a bastard is implicated to rid the people of harm. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to seduce me? Xie Guang smiled obscenely. It's useless to seduce me. I dare not marry a disaster star like you. But if you follow the officials to the county government to sell yourself in a brothel, I can take care of your business. You must serve me well then. You. Guan Xiaoro was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Do you want to choose or not? If not, get lost. Why are you babbling so much? You're wasting everyone's time. Jin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. Jin Feng considered himself a scholar, and believed that gentlemen should use words rather than violence. He was often bullied by Xie Guang, and people would avoid him whenever they saw him in the village. But today, this coward actually scolded him in public. How could a dignified Xie Poop tolerate this? He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Hey, you poor fellow, are you itching for trouble again?" Stop. The village chief stood between the two men and shouted in a cold voice, Jin Feng, go back and stand properly. Xie Guang, hurry up and make your choice. Don't waste the officials' time. The word Guanye was emphasized. Although Xie Guang is a bastard, he is not a fool. He immediately realized that Jin Feng was trying to trick him. Zhang Monsang and Li Shida both chose very quickly, but when it was his turn, it took quite a while and the Yamen runners were already getting a little impatient. If he had beaten Jin Feng in front of the Yamen runners, that would have been disrupting the wedding procession, a serious crime. Xie Guang cursed Jin Feng secretly and pointed at a girl who looked relatively pretty. Jin Feng, it's your turn. I choose her. Jin Feng pointed at Guan Xiaoro without any hesitation. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. How dare someone marry a disaster star? Everyone, including Guan Xiaoro herself, was stunned. She knew Xie Guang, and naturally had also heard of Jin Feng. It is said that this scholar considers himself noble, so how could he choose such an unlucky person as himself? So she didn't hold out any hope for Jin Feng in the beginning, so she suspected that she had heard wrongly and asked tentatively, what did you say? I said I want to marry you, will you marry me? Jin Feng asked slowly. I do. I do, thank you, thank you. Guan Xiaoro was so excited that she was incoherent. Don't worry, I will work hard and repay you like a cow or a horse. The captain of the Yamen officers secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. On the way here, he noticed that Guan Xiaoro was not in a good mood, and he was afraid that she would become depressed during the journey. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Every year or two, there would be hard-to-marry money-losing girls who would be upset during the wedding procession. As the person in charge of the wedding escort team, he would inevitably be reprimanded and have his salary fined if something like this happened. Now, this burden has finally been gotten rid of. The captain of the Yamen runners was afraid that Jin Feng would go back on his word, so he quickly gave the matchmaker a look. The matchmaker understood, and walked over to bring Guan Xiaoro to Jin Feng, announcing, you will be husband and wife from now on. I wish you two will have a baby soon, and live happily ever after. The bailiff took out a stack of rough paper and asked Jin Feng and Guan Xiaoro to put their fingerprints on it. He left one copy for the two of them and the government took one copy. Looking at the so-called marriage certificate, Jin Feng had a feeling that it was unreal. Getting married already? In my past and present lives, it's my first time getting married. Guan Xiaoro next to her was the same. She held the marriage certificate tightly in her arms, also feeling a sense of unreality. She secretly looked up at Jin Feng beside her and found that Jin Feng was also looking at her. She quickly lowered her head, her pretty face flushed with shame. Next, Zhang Monsang and others also received their marriage certificates, and then another family chose a concubine, and the wedding ceremony was over. The Yamen runners and matchmakers took the unmarried girls of marriageable age in Huan village and rushed to the next village. Jin Feng, you are so brave that you dare to marry Yi Mei. Be careful that you will be killed. As soon as the bailiff left, Xie Puff stopped Jin Feng and provoked him. Ignorant fool. Jin Feng said coldly, what knight charm? Xiaoro can't bask in the sun, which means she is born to be rich. Tisk, you're destined to be rich and noble, but I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here. Jin Feng pushed Xie Guang away and left with Guan Xiaoro. Today we have a feud. Jin Feng, be careful next time. Not long after the bailiff left, Xie Guang did not dare to take any action and shouted harsh words in rage. Jin Feng didn't even turn his head, he just raised his right hand and extended his longest finger. Although Xie Guang didn't understand what Jin Feng meant, he could guess that Jin Feng was scolding him. So he hated Jin Feng even more and spread rumors among the crowd that Guan Xiaoro was a disaster star. The ancients were ignorant, yet some people took them seriously. It's over, the disaster star has married into our village. A prodigal son and a disaster. I'll have to stay away from their house from now on. Jin Feng married a disaster star. He will definitely not be able to pay taxes next year. He will be exiled to the army. All the exiles will be sent to the vanguard camp. Jin Feng is so small that he won't be able to come back once he enters the vanguard camp. The villagers' discussions continued to come from behind. Sorry. Guan Xiaorou's voice trembled a little. Don't take it personally. We didn't eat their food, so what they say means nothing. Jin Feng smiled and said, remember, don't take a fool too seriously, or you will become a fool too. After all, she is just an 18-year-old girl. Guan Xiaorou was amused by Jin Feng's words and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Looking at the not-so-tall figure in front of her, she gradually felt a sense of relief in her heart. This is my home. Jin Feng pointed at the dilapidated blacksmith shop and said, it's a little shabby, don't be disgusted. Guan Xiaorou quickly shook her head, don't despise me, don't despise me. I am very grateful that you are willing to take me in. I will work hard to spin yarn and support your studies. Then I would like to thank you first. Jin Feng imitated the ancient people in TV dramas and bowed to Guan Xiaorou with a smile. I should thank you. Thank you. Guan Xiaorou didn't know how to return the greeting. She was so anxious that her face turned red. She simply knelt down and kowtowed to Jin Feng. I'll go. Jin Feng never expected Guan Xiaorou to react so strongly, and quickly pulled her up. All right, I was just teasing you. Sit down first, I'll go get you some water. You are the boss. How can you do something like this? Guan Xiaorou grabbed the corner of her clothes and asked in a low voice, where is the kitchen? I'll go and cook it. The head of the family? It was the first time that Jin Feng was called that, and he found it very interesting. But seeing that Guan Xiaorou was so embarrassed that she could hardly lift her head, and afraid that she would kowtow to him again out of excitement, he stopped teasing her and pointed to the kitchen. Guan Xiaorou ran into the kitchen as if escaping. Jin Feng followed him, scratched his head and said, the water is ready, drink some first. There is no food at home, I will go pawn some things and buy some food. Guan Xiaorou, who was scooping water, paused for a moment, looked up and said, no need. We have to use this. After all, today is our wedding day. We can't let you go hungry, right? Jin Feng's tone was firm. No, what I meant was that I didn't have to pawn anything. When I got out, my mother secretly gave me some private money. Guan Xiaorou ran over, untied the bundle, carefully took out a small piece of silver and a few copper coins, and handed them to Jin Feng. It seems that the mother-in-law still loves her daughter. Jin Feng sighed in his heart and took the copper coin. Guan Xiaorou watched Jin Feng leave, then looked at the dilapidated blacksmith shop. Her beautiful brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed slightly again. This family doesn't even have any savings. How are they going to survive in the future? Forget it. No matter what, someone is willing to take me in. It won't be worse than before. I'll just live one day at a time. Guan Xiaorou could only comfort herself in this way. I heard that this scholar has no other bad habits. At worst, he can shamelessly go back to his parents' home tomorrow, borrow a spinning wheel from his sister-in-law, and do more work in the future. I just don't know if I can save enough to pay the taxes for 2 people before the tax is collected next year. Jin Feng left without making a sound, but when he walked to a place where there was no one around, he awkwardly punched the wall with his fist. It's so embarrassing to ask the woman for money to buy food on the first day of your marriage. But the problem of food shortage had to be solved immediately, otherwise people would starve to death. This is a historical issue left by the host. I'll double the money I make and return it to my mother-in-law. If you learn math, physics and chemistry well, you will not be afraid to travel around the world. Jin Feng believes that difficulties are only temporary, and he is not worried about the future. Culture, place names, and previous lives are not much different, but due to some unknown reasons, the history is completely different. For example, the current Dakong dynasty did not exist in previous history, but the Dakong dynasty has been passed down in this world for more than 300 years. The host grew up in Shihebei, and most of his knowledge of the world comes from the narration of the teacher in the school, and that's all. To buy food, one has to go to the town, which is more than 20 miles round trip, and the mountain road is difficult to travel. It was already mid-afternoon when Jin Feng came back. The diligent Guan Xiaorou had already cleaned the house and washed the bedding and hung it out in the yard. Seeing Jin Feng coming back, he trotted over and took the bag from Jin Feng's shoulder. In fact, there was nothing in the bag, only less than 10 kilograms of wheat. The money Guan Xiaoro gave him could only buy this much. Why is it so light? Guan Xiaoro was stunned for a moment, opened the bag, and found that it was filled with wheat. Her heart sank. She thought Jin Feng would buy cheap millet or sorghum, but he bought wheat instead. With such a small amount of wheat, even if we only eat it once a day, it is only enough for 2 people to eat for a few days. What will we do in the future? Although he felt a little resentful in his heart, he did not dare to question Jin Feng and sullenly sent the bag into the kitchen. When he came out, he did not forget to bring a bowl of water and held it in front of Jin Feng with both hands. After walking for a long time, Jin Feng was indeed very thirsty, so he took the water and gulped it down. Guan Xiaoro took the empty bowl and handed over the towel with her other hand. Xiaoro, you don't have to be like this. Jin Feng was a little uncomfortable with such attentive care. Before I came here, my mother told me many times that if someone wanted me, I had to be diligent. Guan Xiaoro lowered her head and said, the fact that the head of the family is willing to accept me is a blessing that Xiaoro has earned in her previous life. This is what Xiaoro should do. Jin Feng knew that these ideas were already deeply rooted in Guan Xiaoro's mind and would be difficult to change in a short period of time, so he stopped forcing her and turned into the blacksmith shop on the west side of the yard. It is called a shop, but in fact it is just a small workshop of less than 30 square meters. Jin Feng opened a wooden box, took out a fist-sized piece of pig iron from it, and looked at it carefully. In the host's memory, after the old blacksmith died, he was forced to make iron tools several times to make a living, but all ended in failure. Whether it is a kitchen knife, a hatchet, or a sickle, the edges always break. Dakong smelting technology was in a very primitive state, and the method used by most blacksmith shops to forge ironware was equally primitive. They would just put the purchased pig iron blocks on the furnace, burn them red, and then repeatedly hammer them into shape. Such a simple process, the host grew up in a blacksmith shop, and just copied others. At most, the things he made were not as exquisite and beautiful as others, and there would generally be no quality problems. However, the host's several consecutive attempts to forge goods ended in failure. Jin Feng speculated that there might be something wrong with the last batch of pig iron purchased by the old blacksmith. When I came back to check, it was indeed true. There are too many impurities in the pig iron in the box. It would be strange if the hatchet made from it didn't break after just simple forging. In order to use this batch of pig iron to make usable objects, it is necessary to improve the furnace and blower so that the temperature can barely reach a sufficient level to melt away the impurities. Guan Xiaoro sent the bowl to the kitchen and followed Jin Feng to the shop. She stood there silently for a while, then mustered up the courage to say, "Boss, I want to discuss something with you." "What's the matter?" Jin Feng looked up and asked. "I want to go back to my parents' home tomorrow and borrow a loom from my sister-in-law." Borrow a loom. Jin Feng guessed Guan Xiaoro's concerns as soon as he heard it. Throwing the iron block back into the box, he said, "How can you go back to your parents' house to borrow things the day after your wedding? Don't worry, I will definitely not let you go hungry." "Boss, that's not what I meant. Don't be angry." Guan Xiaoro was like a frightened deer, trying hard to explain. "I'm not angry." Jin Feng patted her shoulder and said confidently, "Believe me, things will get better and better." Patting someone on the shoulder is a very simple way of comforting someone in later generations, but in Guan Xiaoro's opinion, it is an extremely intimate gesture. She was so embarrassed that she did not dare to look up at Jin Feng. Being embarrassed, Guan Xiaoro's anxiety dissipated a lot, and she lowered her head and asked, "What are your plans for the future, master?" "I'm going to go hunting in the mountains." "Hunt?" Guan Xiaoro was stunned. She was not surprised when Jin Feng answered that he wanted to study or forge iron, but Jin Feng said he wanted to go hunting. There is something wrong with the batch of iron at home. The furnace needs to be modified to melt the impurities. Jin Feng pointed at the stove and said, "It will take several days to rebuild the stove. I have to go to the mountain to catch some rabbits and sell them to get more food." Guan Xiaoro looked at Jin Feng's small body and expressed deep doubt about his words, but she did not dare to refute him. She just lowered her head and said nothing. Hunting was not an excuse for Jin Feng to comfort Guan Xiaoro, but a plan he had thought of on the way back from buying food. Xiaowen is located in northern Sichuan, only 100 miles away from the famous Jianmen Pass. It is surrounded by continuous mountains and there are plenty of prey. It is not difficult to make a crossbow and shoot a few rabbits. As long as we hold on for a while and wait for him to modify the furnace and blower, wouldn't it be easy to make money? However, Jin Feng did not explain so much and pushed Guanxiaro to the door. You don't even know how to put the things here, so I'll take care of it. You can go do something else. Guanxiaro nodded obediently and went to clean up the debris in the yard with concern. Jin Feng began to make bows and crossbows. When he was a graduate student in his previous life, his supervisor was a crossbow enthusiast. During the years of graduate study, Jin Feng often accompanied his supervisor to the shooting range to practice. His archery skills were very good, and he was also very familiar with the structures of various bows and crossbows. But when he started, Jin Feng found that it was much more difficult than he had expected. The tools in the blacksmith shop were too primitive. Even if one chose to make a crossbow with the simplest structure, it would take an entire afternoon to finally grind the bow body. In the evening, Jin Feng had his first meal in this world, which was also his wedding banquet. There were no complicated rituals, no congratulations from relatives and friends, just him and Guanxiaro. The food is simple, even crude. A small bowl of oatmeal porridge and a plate of vegetables with only coarse salt. That's all. The oatmeal porridge didn't taste good. The bran layer on the outside was a bit prickly, which made Jin Feng a little uncomfortable. But Guanxiaro on the opposite side ate with great relish. She usually eats wild vegetables and bran at home. Occasionally, she would eat millet, which was considered a delicacy. Oatmeal porridge was almost a luxury for her. Ever since it became a money-losing item, she has never eaten it again. So I have to keep each bite in my mouth for a long time, trying to feel the sweetness of the wheat. After finishing one bowl, Guanxiaro put down her bowl and chopsticks. The bowl walls were scraped clean by the chopsticks, leaving not even a drop of soup, let alone wheat grains. Eat, why don't you eat? Jin Feng pointed to the rice bowl. I'm stuffed. Guanxiaro answered in a low voice. Jin Feng couldn't help but think of Guanxiaro's words when she begged everyone in the morning, I can weave cloth, and I eat very little. His heart ached, and he picked up Guanxiaro's empty bowl, scooped a full bowl of thick oatmeal porridge, and placed it in front of Guanxiaro. I'm really full. Finish it for me. Jin Feng interrupted Guanxiaro in a domineering manner, and his tone became heavier. Good. Guanxiaro was frightened by Jin Feng and picked up the bowl obediently. Jin Feng picked up another piece of greens with chopsticks and put it into Guanxiaro's bowl. Let's eat together. Guanxiaro hummed softly and picked up the chopsticks again. As I was eating, tears started to fall. Don't cry. Jin Feng panicked. I apologize to you, I shouldn't have yelled at you, please stop crying. Don't say that when you are the boss. You are the boss. It is your right to beat me and scold me. Guanxiaro sobbed and said, I'm crying because this is the first time since I can remember that someone has forced me to eat more, and it was oatmeal porridge. Silly girl, things will get better and better in the future. Jin Feng sighed, reached out and touched Guanxiaro's head, don't cry, eat more. Even in later generations, the lethality of killing by patting the head cannot be underestimated, let alone in the backward feudal era. Guanxiaro felt a tingling sensation on the top of her head, and then a warm current flowed into her heart, making her feel warm. Then, more tears flowed. Jin Feng was afraid that if he continued to comfort her, he would not be able to enjoy the meal, so he pretended he didn't see it and ate his meal in silence. Fortunately, Guanxiaro calmed down quickly, wiped away her tears and continued eating. After clearing the dishes, the two sat opposite each other. The tiny light of the lamp swayed left and right, and the atmosphere was subtle and awkward. Guanxiaro lowered her head, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, her pretty face flushed, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. When she first joined the wedding procession 2 years ago, her mother told her what was going to happen next. Jin Feng knew that Guanxiaro was nervous, and was just thinking of finding something to say to ease the atmosphere when he heard a rustling sound outside the window. Who? Jin Feng opened the door. Donkey Kong is out, run. A group of half-grown children fled in all directions. It turned out that a group of children came to eavesdrop on the conversation over the wall. This is also considered a tradition in Zaiwan. A bunch of naughty kids. They didn't run far. They will probably come back later. Jin Feng pointed at the shop and said, "You go to sleep first. I'll go to the shop to clean up." Jin Feng is not Lu Xiaohui, so naturally he was moved by the pretty girl sitting opposite him. But this shabby house is leaky on all sides. If someone really eavesdrops on what we are saying, wouldn't it be like a live broadcast? And he could see that Guan Xiaoro was not ready. I've already married her, and we still have a long time to live together. Sooner or later, she will be mine. There's no rush. Let's solve the problem of survival first. Jin Feng comforted himself and then focused his attention on making the crossbow. Sure enough, the group of naughty kids in the middle came twice again and made a lot of noise until midnight. The naughty kids calmed down and the lamp oil was burned out. Jin Feng took down the door panel and lay on it, recalling the wonderful day and thinking about the next plan. Unlike other time travelers, he does not want to be king, he just wants to make a lot of money, be an ordinary scumbag, and marry a goddess-level wife. Well, this goal seems to have been achieved, and he has to set a new goal. Since dakong encourages taking concubines, then he will make some contributions to the government and marry a few more beautiful and well-behaved concubines. Maybe I was too tired and fell asleep while thinking. In his dream, he relied on various inventions that were ahead of their time to gain both fame and fortune. He became the richest local tyrant in Dakong and lived the life of an evil landlord. His business spread all over the world and he had big houses all over the country. When it was hot, he went to the north to escape the summer heat. When it was cold, he went to the south to spend the winter. He married many beautiful concubines and worried every day about which ones he should favor at night. Guan Xiaoro got up as soon as it was light. His face looked a little haggard, obviously he didn't sleep well last night. He was always wondering whether Jin Feng would go back to sleep, and what he should do if he went back to sleep. Are you half-hearted, or just pretending to be asleep? I was so troubled that I finally fell asleep in the middle of the night. Seeing Jin Feng lying on the door panel and sleeping with his clothes on, Guan Xiaoro hurried back, picked up the only quilt, and carefully covered Jin Feng with it. Then he squatted beside the door, holding his chin and looking at the sleeping Jin Feng. I didn't have the nerve to look carefully yesterday. He is much more handsome than the blacksmith in our village. He is also tall. He is also a scholar, not as fierce as other men in the village. He would beat his wife first and set rules for her. After peeking for a while, he quietly left the shop and went back to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After making breakfast, Guan Xiaoro couldn't find anything else to do, so she had to sit on the wooden stake and wait for Jin Feng to wake up. It would be nice to have a loom, she thought boredly. Jin Feng didn't come out of the shop until the sun rose. He stretched and greeted Guan Xiaoro, "Good morning." "Boss, get up." Guan Xiaoro quickly ran over to bring the water for washing her face that had been prepared long ago. By the time Jin Feng washed his face, breakfast was already on the table. After breakfast, when we had just cleared the dishes, a young wife in her 20s came into the yard with a small bag on her arm. "What is she doing here?" Jin Feng muttered to himself. The person who came was Zhang Munsang's sister-in-law Lin Yunfang. She had been married to Zaiwan for 4 or 5 years, but Jin Feng had never spoken to her. Just as she was about to say hello, Guan Xiaoro beside her stood up excitedly and shouted crisply, "Cousin Yunfang." "Cousin?" "Yes, this is my cousin from my uncle's family. We were very close when we were little." Guan Xiaoro seemed very happy to see her relatives. "Cousin." Since she was a relative, Jin Feng stood up and greeted her. Lin Yunfang smiled at Jin Feng, walked up to Guan Xiaoro and pulled her into the inner room. "It seems that this cousin is not satisfied with me either." Jin Feng touched his nose, didn't care, and went back into the shop. It took most of the morning to finally make the first crossbow. The old blacksmith still had some arrows left that he had made for the hunters. They could be used with just a few minor modifications, which saved a lot of work. He drew the bowstring and aimed at a wooden pillar 10 steps away. The arrow hit the wooden pillar with a bang. The accuracy is okay, but the power is not enough. Jin Feng frowned slightly and readjusted himself. By the time I had adjusted it to my satisfaction, the sun was already overhead. We can go to the mountains now. Jean Feng walked out of the blacksmith shop holding a crossbow. Lin Yunfang had left at some point, and Guan Xiaoro was sitting in the yard, chin in her hand, in a daze, with dried wild vegetables hanging in a winnowing basket beside her. Where do the wild vegetables come from? Jean Feng asked casually. My cousin brought it, Guan Xiaoro said with a blushing face. She said it was a gift for our wedding. Jean Feng understood it all at once. It must be that his cousin was afraid that Guan Xiaoro would starve if she married her. Then did you thank your cousin? You're not angry? Guan Xiaoro asked tentatively. She had heard in Guangjiawan that Jean Feng claimed to be a scholar and was very concerned about his reputation. She was worried that Jean Feng would think that her cousin was humiliating him. Why should I be angry? Jean Feng smiled and said, no matter what, my cousin is doing this for your own good. She loves you. I can't thank her enough. What's more, my cousin gave me such a big gift. Lin Yunfang's husband Zhang Liang joined the army a few years ago and lost an arm on the battlefield, so he can't do many jobs. Zhang Munsang broke his leg in the mountains when he was a child, and has been lame ever since, and can only make a living by chopping wood and making charcoal. The family was already living a hard life and could only have a few full meals a year. It was indeed a great gift from Lin Yunfang to send a bag of wild vegetables. Given Jean Feng's family's current conditions, they would not eat lunch. However, when Guan Xiaoro heard that Jean Feng was going into the mountains to hunt in the afternoon, she still cooked some oatmeal porridge. This time, no matter what Jean Feng said, even if he was as fierce to her as he was yesterday, it was useless. She just refused to eat. She squatted in the yard stubbornly, looking at the crossbow. Although dakong already had crossbows, due to backward technology, the crossbows they produced were complicated to operate and not very practical, so they were rarely seen among the people. Hunters still preferred to use simpler longbows. Boss, is this a bow? Why is it different from the bow and arrow used by the hunter uncle in our village? It was the first time Guan Xiaoro saw a crossbow and asked curiously. It's called a crossbow. Jean Feng took the crossbow, pulled the string, loaded the arrow, and pulled the trigger at a big tree more than 20 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow flew out and hit the tree, the arrowhead sank into the trunk, and the tail vibrated buzzingly. Wow, so amazing. Guan Xiaoro was shocked. Boss, did you do this? Who else but me? Looking at Guan Xiaoro's sparkling eyes, Jean Feng was quite proud. After explaining to Guan Xiaoro how to use the bow and crossbow, Jean Feng put on his quiver and walked out of the courtyard. As soon as I went out, I met a group of women who were going to the back mountain to dig wild vegetables. Jean Feng, why are you not at home with your bride? A girl with 2 pigtails asked with a wink. She is the daughter of the village chief and has a lively personality. The unmarried girls and some young wives in the village all follow her lead. Go hunting in the back mountain. Jean Feng answered casually. You go hunting. Xiao Yu said with a smile, when did you learn how to hunt? Is it your business? Jean Feng was too lazy to get entangled with a group of women, so he just quickened his pace. Some women were curious about the crossbow in Jean Feng's hand, but before they had time to ask, Jean Feng left. Don't get lost in the mountains. Xiao Yu shouted from behind, come back quickly if you can't find anything, don't let the bride wait anxiously. The other women laughed even harder. There are often people active near the back mountain, and there are not many prey. If you want to hunt, you have to climb over the mountain and go to the deeper old forest. In his previous life, Jean Feng was a child from a mountain village. He followed his grandfather to hunt in the mountains since he was a child. He was not unfamiliar with the mountains. Holding a strung crossbow, he nimbly moved through the jungle, looking for clues left by animals. It is the end of spring, the mountains are lush and green, the treetops overhead block out the sun, and it is also the season when animals are most active. Not long after, Jean Feng found a gray rabbit drinking water next to a small puddle. The hare is extremely alert and keeps its eyes scanning the surroundings even when drinking water. Patience is a basic quality of a hunter. At this time, the rabbit was within the range of the crossbow, but Jean Feng did not take action. Instead, he held the crossbow and waited patiently. Wait until the rabbit finishes drinking water and turns to leave, then pull the trigger without hesitation. The arrow flew over the distance between the two in the blink of an eye, nailing the gray rabbit to the ground. When Jean Fong rushed over, it was already completely dead. Not bad, quite fat. Jean Fong stuffed the rabbit into the cloth bag around his waist, put away the arrows, and continued to look for the next prey. As the sun sets, the women who were digging wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain prepare to go back. "Hey, have you seen Jean Fong come back?" The village chief's daughter Xiaoyu asked others. "No. Neither have I." "You're not really lost, are you? Did you encounter a wolf?" "If you meet a wolf, you can still run away, but if you meet a bandit, you're done for." "I heard there are mountain ghosts in Laonia Ridge, so he married a disaster star. What should he do if he encounters evil spirits?" The village women are ignorant and speak harshly, but most of them are simple and honest. They often squeeze Jean Fong and compete with him, but no one really wants him to die. Seeing that the sun was about to set and Jean Fong had not returned yet, they began to feel a little worried. Xiaoyu looked at the concubine of the hunter's family and said, "Cuehua, your master is familiar with the mountains, why don't you let him go and take a look? The master has gone to town to repair his bows today and won't be back until the evening. You guys wait here, I'll go back and ask my dad to call people to search the mountains." Xiaoyu was a little anxious. "Look, there's someone over there, is it Jean Fong?" The hunter's concubine pointed to the mountain behind. In the sunset, a figure crossed the ridge and was going down the mountain. "If not him, then who is he?" Jade muttered, visibly relieved. "Do you think he hit anything? I heard from the boss that the rabbits and pheasants in the mountains are smarter than humans. They will run away if you are not careful." The hunter's concubine said, "Jean Fong has never been to the mountains to hunt before, it's good that he didn't get lost." Yes, if the prey was so easy to hunt, everyone would go hunting in the mountains. A woman agreed. But as Jean Fong got closer, many people saw that the cloth bag around his waist was bulging and still dripping with blood. "Jean Fong, did you get anything?" When Jean Fong approached, the women surrounded him. Of course. Jean Fong threw the two rabbits on the ground with great pride. "What big rabbits?" "Two of them. This big one must weigh 6 or 7 kilograms, right?" "I think so. These two rabbits can be exchanged for at least 40 kilograms of millet in town." No one teased Jean Fong anymore, and everyone's face was filled with envy. During the slack season, many people in the village would go to the mountains to try their luck, but most people didn't have bows and arrows. Who could catch a rabbit in the mountains with just their 2 legs? Most of the time I come back empty-handed. I didn't expect that Jean Fong would have such a big harvest on his first hunting trip into the mountains. 40 kilograms of millet, cooked together with wild vegetables, is enough for a couple to get through the winter. "Jean Fong, is this what you used to kill the rabbit?" Xiaoyu pointed at the crossbow and asked curiously, "Let me see it." Yes. They were all from the same village, so Jean Fong didn't hide anything and openly took out his bow and crossbow to show them. "Can I try it?" Xiaoyu fiddled with the crossbow, eager to try it out. "No." Jean Fong refused without hesitation, "It would be terrible if someone got hurt." "You're so stingy. If you don't want to try, then don't try." Xiaoyu curled her lips and returned the crossbow to Jean Fong. "Jean Fong, just let Xiaoyu give it a try. When you didn't come back just now, Xiaoyu was afraid that you were taken away by a wolf. She was so anxious that she almost cried. She even asked Cuehua to ask her head to look for you in the mountains." A young wife teased the two of them. "Xiaoyu, if you have such intentions, why don't you ask your brother to go to Jean Feng's house to propose marriage earlier? If you marry him now, you can only be a concubine." Immediately, someone started to make a fuss. "What are you talking about? I'm going to rip your mouths off." Xiaoyu became angry and chased the 2 young wives to beat them. This kind of joke was very common in the village. Jean Fong didn't care. He picked up the rabbit from the ground and left. In the small courtyard, Guan Xiaoro saw that it was almost dark and Jean Fong had not returned yet, and she became anxious and restless. Hearing the noise at the door, he ran out like a deer. "Boss, you're back." Then he saw the rabbit in Jin Feng's hand and almost jumped up with excitement. The boss was not lying to himself, he really knew how to hunt. Guan Xiaoro squatted beside the hare and watched for a while. Suddenly, she slapped her head and ran into the kitchen to bring out a bowl of water. "Thank you for your hard work, head of the household. Drink some water first. I'll go heat up the rice. If I sleep in or come home late in the future, you don't have to wait for me. Just cook the meal and eat it first." Jin Feng followed him to the kitchen. How can that be possible? How can a woman eat before the man even starts eating? Guan Xiaoro threw a handful of dry leaves into the fire pit, stirred them with a wooden stick, and blew on them a few times. The fire buried in the fire pit ignited the leaves. But when she blew, some ashes flew out and landed on her face. Ash. Jin Feng pointed at his nose. Guan Xiaoro quickly reached out to wipe it. As a result, she forgot that there were ashes on her hands, and the more she wiped, the more ashes there were, until they were all over both sides of her nose. Cat with a tabby nose, Jin Feng smiled and reached out to help her wipe it off. "We don't have so many rules. Just eat the food that's ready." Why can't it be wiped off? Guan Xiaoro stared with her big eyes, not daring to move. Her heart was beating wildly, as if a little deer had entered it. She didn't hear anything Jin Feng said. "What are you staring at?" Jin Feng reached out and scratched the tip of her nose, then stood up and went out to get a towel. Oh! How could a woman at this time withstand such teasing? Guan Xiaoro covered her face, feeling as if her heart was about to be crushed by the fluttering of a deer. Jin Feng came in with a towel. Guan Xiaoro was still confused. She snatched the towel in shame and anger and pushed Jin Feng out of the kitchen. The blush on Guan Xiaoro's face had not disappeared until the meal, and she did not dare to look up at Jin Feng. After dinner, Jin Feng did not go to the shop again. He could see that Guan Xiaoro had already made preparations. She had even wrapped the oil lamp in a festive red color using the only piece of red cloth in the house. After helping Jin Feng finish washing up, Guan Xiaoro sat quietly beside the bed. Perhaps after 2 days of getting along, she had a deeper understanding of Jin Feng, or perhaps the 2 wild rabbits hanging in the yard gave her hope in life. At this moment, there was no worry or fear about the future on her face, only shyness. Jin Feng walked over and took her little hand. Guan Xiaoro trembled slightly, but did not object and let Jin Feng hold her hand. Just as Jin Feng was about to take the next step, there was a sudden plop sound outside the window. "Erguzi, why are you pushing? We agreed that it's my turn to watch them holding hands." There was the sound of children quarreling outside. These naughty kids. Jin Feng was so upset that he rushed out with a bench. "Oh my! Run! King Kong is angry." 5 or 6 naughty kids ran away in a hurry. Is this the end? Jin Feng was carrying a bench, feeling very bad and confused. Generally speaking, the naughty kid only comes to eavesdrop on the wedding day. Why is he here again today? Suddenly, Jin Feng patted his head. After all, marriage is a happy event, so you should prepare some small snacks like peanuts to entertain the children. Kids these days only eat snacks a few times a year. It would be strange if they would let it go if Jin Feng didn't prepare anything. He did not go home after being driven away, but continued to peek around not far away, apparently determined to continue making trouble. I guess there will be no show tonight. Jin Feng carried the stool back to the house. "Xiao Rou, you go to sleep first. There is still a small problem with the crossbow. I will go and adjust it." Guan Xiaoro blushed and nodded. That night, Jin Feng added a simple winch to the crossbow and made it quiver. This way, the string could be wound faster and it also saved the trouble of reloading arrows after each shooting. After finishing all these, it was already midnight. When I was about to take down the door panel and go to sleep, I found Guan Xiaoro sitting on the wooden stake at the door. Although it was late spring, it was still a little cold at night. Guan Xiaoro was so cold that she hugged her knees and rubbed her hands from time to time. "Xiao Rou, what are you doing here if you're not sleeping?" "Boss, go back to your room and sleep." Guan Xiaoro whispered, "If others see the boss sleeping in the shop, they will say that Xiao Rou is not a faithful wife." If the boss dislikes Xiaoro. Xiaoro comes to the shop to sleep. What are you talking about? When have I ever disliked you? Jin Feng held Guan Xiaoro's cold little hand and warmed it in his palm. The head of the family doesn't dislike Xiaoro, so why doesn't he want to share a room with Xiaoro? Guan Xiaoro lowered her head and tears started to flow as she spoke. Xiaoro, it's like this. Jin Feng thought for a moment and said, we got married the first time we met. I wanted you to get familiar with this family and me first, and then we can talk about sleeping together. Otherwise, what if you think I'm a bad person? I know the head of the family is not a bad person. Being able to marry him is Xiaoro's greatest blessing in her life. Silly girl, you are so silly and cute. Jin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and took Guan Xiaoro into his arms. It is my blessing to marry such a beautiful and gentle wife like you. Just a few simple words made Guan Xiaoro blush. The affection between his eyebrows and eyes is so strong that it cannot be dissolved. Jin Feng couldn't help but lower his head and smack his lips. Guan Xiaoro's eyes suddenly widened and she buried her head in Jin Feng's chest in shame. When flowers are in bloom, they must be picked. The girl has been waiting for half the night, and it would be too pretentious to delay any longer. Jin Feng picked up Guan Xiaoro by the waist and went into the inner room. Soon, the sound of clothes being taken off could be heard from the inner room. Guan Xiaoro has been spinning at home for many years and has never experienced wind and rain. Her skin is delicate, white and tender, and her figure is perfect, not inferior to any of the teachers that Jin Feng has hidden in his hard drive. What a treasure girl. Jin Feng wandered among the snow-capped peaks, reluctant to leave. After a long time, the sound of the rocking bed, accompanied by the chirping of insects in the spring night, sounded harmonious and natural. Okay, take a break. Jin Feng pushed Guan Xiaoro onto the chair and glanced at her thigh. Does it still hurt? Guan Xiaoro blushed and shook her head. It's not nice to lie, kid. Jin Feng reached out and scratched Guan Xiaoro's nose. I'm not a child anymore. Yes, she was already a young wife last night. The boss. Guan Xiaoro was both embarrassed and annoyed. She buried her little head in Jin Feng's arms and almost knocked Jin Feng over. Hey, wait and see how I deal with you. Jin Feng hugged Guan Xiaoro into his arms and touched her all over. Guan Xiaoro suddenly became like mud and collapsed in Jin Feng's arms, her big eyes becoming watery. The young couple was playing around when a discordant voice came from the door. Jin Feng, come out. When Guan Xiaoro heard someone talking, she jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. She glanced outside and found that this place could not be seen from the yard, so she breathed a sigh of relief, gave Jin Feng a coquettish look, and straightened her clothes with a blushing face. The two men walked into the main room and saw the ruffian Xie Guang staggering into the yard. As soon as he came in, he stared at Guan Xiaoro. Guan Xiaoro glanced at Xie Guang with disgust, lowered her head and went into the inner room. What are you doing here? Jin Feng was very unhappy because his private time was disturbed. Your father once borrowed 10 kilograms of wheat from me. I felt sorry for you before, so I never came to ask you for it. Now my family has one more mouth to feed, and we can't afford to eat. Please return the wheat to me. Xie Guang pulled a stool and sat in the yard as if he was back home. My father borrowed 10 kilograms of wheat from you. Jin Feng was so angry that he laughed. Have you ever seen 10 kilograms of wheat? Among the poorest families in Xiwan, Xie Guang, who was addicted to gambling, was definitely the poorest. His family was literally penniless and he even sold his bed to earn money for gambling. If the villagers had not remembered the kindness his father had shown them and could not bear to see the Xie family go extinct, and had given them food to eat when they were struggling to make ends meet, he would have starved to death long ago. How could such a person have 10 kilograms of wheat to lend to the old blacksmith? It's obvious that they are here to blackmail me. Get out of here now, don't embarrass yourself here and make yourself annoying. Jin Feng was too lazy to deal with such a scoundrel. Jin Feng, it looks like you're planning on defaulting on your debt. As a veteran scoundrel, the fact that Xie Guang came here means that he is prepared. How can Jin Feng send him off with just a few words? He glanced at the door, stood up and shouted at the top of his voice, everyone, come and judge. Jin Feng borrowed the grain and didn't return it. At the door, a group of women who were digging wild vegetables in the back mountain were returning to the village to drink water. They happened to be near Jin Feng's house and heard Xie Guang's screams. They all gathered around the low wall. The audience was already in place. Xie Guang sat down on the ground and began his performance. Everyone, please judge for yourself. Mr. Jin borrowed 10 kilograms of wheat from me 2 years ago. He shouted and clapped the ground at the same time, using his cheating skills to the fullest extent. In an age of entertainment scarcity, this is definitely a big news. The village women's eyes were almost shining. Do you think Lao Jin has asked Xie Guang to borrow food? How is that possible? Xie Guang is lucky enough not to ask Lao Jin for food. Where can he lend food to Lao Jin? Then why did Xie Guang come here to ask for food? You know Jin Feng sold the rabbits to buy food, so you come here to blackmail him. Jin Feng is the same. He just showed off when he had some money to buy food. Now, Xie Guang has been targeting him. Jin Feng wasn't showing off. He came back from town and met Third Aunt at the threshing ground at the entrance of the village. She insisted on pulling his cloth bag to see what he bought. You know Third Aunt, she's a big mouth, and the whole village knew about it. Jin Feng is in trouble now. Xie Guang is just a dogskin plaster. If he is not given a few kilograms of food, Xie Guang will definitely not leave. The village women who were watching the fun were talking about it in a buzz, and were watching with great interest. It is only natural that a son should pay his father's debts. Jin Feng, you still have the nerve to call yourself a scholar. Are you worthy of your father and the sage books you read if you refuse to pay your debts just because your father is dead? Xie Guang pointed at Jin Feng and acted even harder. I have to say that Xie Guang's acting skills are pretty good. His tone and expression are very good, and his grasp of people's hearts is also very accurate. If he was still the nerd Jin Feng before, he would probably feel ashamed and choose to keep quiet. But at this time, Jin Feng had started working part-time since his freshman year and had already suffered all kinds of social abuses. In his eyes, Xie Guang's throwing tantrums was child's play. Seeing Xie Guang throwing a tantrum and refusing to leave, he sneered and nodded, "You want food, right? No problem, I can give it to you." Xie Guang's face lit up with joy, and just as he was about to reply, he heard Jin Feng continue, "But first you have to pay me back the 2 taels of silver your mother owes me." "When did my mother ask you to borrow money?" Xie Guang looked confused. 10 years ago, when your mother got sick. You were only 8 years old 10 years ago. Where did you get 2 taels of silver? You can have 10 caddies of wheat at the age of 16, why can't I have 2 taels of silver at the age of 8? I. Xie Guang couldn't find any words to refute for a moment. Outside the yard, a group of village women all burst into laughter. Okay, stop pretending. Either you show me proof that my father borrowed 10 kilograms of wheat from you, or get out of here. Jin Feng pointed to the door. Nerd, you are determined to default on your debt, right? Xie Puppy realized that he couldn't win the argument with Jin Feng, so he was too lazy to act anymore. He stood up and patted his butt. Since you are shameless, then there is no need for me to be polite to you anymore. You have to give me the food today, whether you want to or not. Why, do you still want to rob it by force? Jin Feng glanced at Xie Puppy with disdain. In order to make money in his previous life, Jin Feng worked as a sparring partner in a boxing gym for 2 years. He was beaten so many times that his skills became better. Many professional boxers were no match for him, so he didn't really care about a mere scoundrel who often went hungry. It's not robbery, it's debt collection. Xie Puppy rolled up his sleeves and looked ferocious. Don't come over here, or I'll hit you. The courtyard suddenly became quiet, and then everyone burst into laughter. It's really that Guan Xiaorou's image and language are too harmless, both cute and fierce. Xie Guang's eyes almost popped out, and he said with a wretched smile, Jin Feng, if you don't want to return the food, you can just let Guan Xiaorou sleep with me for 1 night. You know, the young lady in the county government brothel only eats 20 kilograms of wheat in 1 night. Fuck you. Jin Feng could endure his temper and argue with Xie Guang, but he could not tolerate him insulting Guan Xiaorou. Without waiting for Xie Guang to finish speaking, he kicked him and made him fall. Jin Feng, you dare to hit me? Xie Guang sat on the ground, feeling a little dazed. Over the years, it was only Xie Guang who got to beat Jin Feng. Jin Feng would at most curse at him a few times but never dared to fight back. Not to mention Xie Guang, even the village women watching were a little confused. Is this still the same nerd they knew? I must have been careless. Xie Guang was not convinced, so he got up and rushed forward again, howling. But the next second, he was kicked to the ground again. This time Jin Feng didn't let him off and chased him and kicked him hard. Xie Guang tried to get up several times but failed. He could only curl up into a ball, holding his head and getting beaten. Boss, stop fighting. Guan Xiaoro was afraid that Jin Feng might accidentally hurt Xie Guang, so she quickly came over and held him back. Xie Guang took the opportunity to run out of the yard, stood at the door and shouted, Jin Feng, you wait, I won't let you go. Boss, are you okay? Guan Xiaoro pulled Jin Feng into the inner room and looked him up and down worriedly, fearing that Jin Feng was hurt. It's okay. I can beat 10 of these guys. Jin Feng said nonchalantly. Master, why don't you take a concubine? Guan Xiaoro suddenly said. What did you say? Jin Feng suspected that he had heard it wrong. Your legal wife, who had just been married for 2 days, advised you to take a concubine. I say, you, the head of the family, should take a concubine. Guan Xiaoro said seriously, you, the head of the family, have no brothers, and Xiaoro's brother can't help you. If you marry a girl with many brothers, Xie Pipi will not dare to bully us. In this age when communication depends entirely on shouting and transportation depends entirely on walking, a trip to the county government takes a whole day. Whenever there is a dispute in the village, as long as no one is killed, generally no one reports it to the police and everyone resolves it on their own. The solution is also very simple. Whoever has more brothers and bigger fists is right. So in rural areas, whoever has more brothers can rule the village. Silly girl, what are you thinking about in your little head? Jin Feng smiled and rubbed Guan Xiaoro's little head. Don't be afraid of Xie Guang, he's just a scoundrel. If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have beaten him to death. The boss is still saying that you were too harsh just now. If you beat Xie Guang to death, you will be sued. I know what I'm doing. I won't really beat him to death. Jin Feng said, this kind of scoundrel is a dogskin plaster. If we don't beat him, it's fine. But if we do, we have to scare him so that he won't dare to bother us again. I heard from my brother that Xie has many bad friends. The ruffians in our village are afraid of him. What if he brings a few ruffians with him? Guan Xiaoro frowned slightly. I think it's better for the head of the family to marry a concubine who has many brothers. Student Guan Xiaoro, let me interview you. Jin Feng smiled and pointed to the inner room. There is only one bed in our house. If we marry a concubine, where will she sleep? Sleeping together, everyone does this. Guan Xiaoro said as a matter of course. Is it so exciting? Jin Feng couldn't help but swallow. If the head of the family thinks it's okay, I'll ask my cousin later to find out which girl in the village has more brothers. Forget it, let's eat first and then talk about taking a concubine. Jin Feng interrupted Guan Xiaoro and said, let's get some food first. I'm starving after running all morning. It was just past noon after dinner, and with nothing to do, Jin Feng went to the back mountain with his bow and crossbow. When passing by the foot of the mountain, the women who were picking wild vegetables pointed at him and talked about him. It was obvious that the news of the beating of Xie Guang had spread. If he was surrounded by this group of women, he would not be able to escape for a while, so Jin Feng took another path to go up the mountain. Originally I just wanted to wander around and try my luck, but today I caught surprisingly a lot of prey. Before I even climbed over the first hill, I had already shot 4 hares and a pheasant. If the bag was full, I would probably have caught 1 or 2 more. When did the rabbits in the back hill become so numerous? Jin Feng was not overwhelmed by his harvest, but instead noticed something was wrong. Wild rabbits and pheasants are very vigilant and will not easily approach areas where human activities are frequent. Today, there are an abnormally large number of wild rabbits in the back mountain. When this happens, it is very likely that some ferocious beast has appeared in the old forest deep in the mountains, so the hare has to take the risk and run to the back mountain where humans gather closer. The first thought that flashed through Jin Feng's mind was the tiger. In the era before the advent of guns, tigers had almost no natural enemies and their numbers were extremely large. Especially in the mountainous area of Shu, tigers became a nuisance and many people died in their mouths every year. In response to this situation, the government strongly encouraged hunters to kill tigers and set up high rewards for this purpose. However, most hunters who went into the mountains to kill tigers ended up becoming food for the tigers. In his previous life, he worked overtime desperately for a car and a house, and died in the workshop at a young age. After God finally gave him a chance to be reborn, Jin Feng became much more cautious. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately took the prey down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, women were still digging wild vegetables in groups of 3 or 5. Should we remind them? Jin Feng was very conflicted. Just a reminder, this is all just speculation, there is no evidence at all. An adult wild rabbit could be exchanged for more than 10 kilograms of rice. In those days when people often went hungry, you can imagine how tempting it was. If these women knew that there were suddenly more wild rabbits and pheasants in the back mountain, everyone in the village would go up the mountain to catch rabbits tomorrow. In this way, if there are really ferocious beasts in the mountains, they will be harmed. If I don't remind them, they will be digging wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain, which may be dangerous if a tiger comes down the mountain. Jin Feng was still struggling when Xiaoyu came up with a group of women and said with a smile, "Jin Feng, it looks like you have a good harvest. Your bags are full. Open them and let us see what you caught." "Forget it. I've notified everyone I should have. It's up to them whether they believe it or not." Jin Feng made a decision in his mind, opened the bag and poured the prey onto the ground. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly widened. She was just teasing Jin Feng just now, thinking that the bag contained other things, but she didn't expect that it was really full of prey. "Oh my God, 4 rabbits and a pheasant. Jin Feng, you haven't been in the mountain for an hour yet, how come you got so many good things? You caught 6 rabbits in 2 days, Xiaofeng, you are going to get rich." The eyes of the group of women were sparkling with envy. "Jin Feng, how did you catch so many rabbits? Do you have any tips?" Xiaoyu grabbed Jin Feng's sleeve and asked. The other women also pricked up their ears. "There is no trick. There are suddenly more rabbits in the mountains these past 2 days. I just encountered several when I entered the mountains." "Really?" Xiaoyu interrupted Jin Feng excitedly. "I will go back tonight and tell my father to go up the mountain tomorrow." "Jin Feng, thank you, you are such a good person." The other women were also very excited, and some of them almost couldn't help but go home and call their husbands over. "Good man, you uncle." Being given a good guy card for no apparent reason reminded Jin Feng of the sadness of his previous life. He slapped Xiaoyu on the head unhappily and said, "What I mean is that the back mountain may be dangerous recently. You'd better not come here to dig wild vegetables these days." "What danger?" Xiaoyu asked, blinking her big eyes. "You know, there weren't many rabbits in the back hills, but now there are suddenly so many of them. I suspect that some ferocious beasts have come to the old forest and driven the rabbits to the back hills." Jin Feng said, "If my guess is correct, it would be dangerous for you to dig wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain." "Real? Why would I lie to you? I don't believe it. You must be afraid that if we go up the mountain to catch rabbits, you won't be able to catch any. That's why you say that." Xiaoyu looked unconvinced. The other women had similar expressions on their faces. It is difficult to persuade the damned ghosts with kind words. I have already reminded them, but there is nothing I can do if they don't believe me. If you persuade them repeatedly, they will think that you are exaggerating and don't want others to go into the mountains to make money. You'll learn your lesson." Jin Feng glanced at the excited women and walked away with the prey on his back. Seeing that Jin Feng had such a big harvest, Guan Xiaoro was as excited as a child, and couldn't let go of the pheasant's colorful tail feathers. This is what an 18-year-old girl should be like. Jin Feng was very pleased with Guan Xiaoro's transformation and asked with a smile, "Does it look good?" "Nice." Guan Xiaoro nodded repeatedly. "Okay, let's stew it for dinner." Jin Feng smiled and said, "You can keep the feather." "Stewed?" Guan Xiaoro was stunned. "You're not selling it?" "There are only feathers and bones in the pheasant." Not many people are willing to buy it, and it can't be sold at a high price. Let's do it. Jean Feng said, we are both too thin. We need to eat more, otherwise I won't have the strength to hunt. In later generations, people paid attention to delicious food, but people in this era pay attention to practicality. When buying meat, everyone chooses fatty meat. No one wants lean meat, and no one wants spare ribs. Pheasants can't be sold for much money, so you might as well keep them for yourself. The host has been hungry for more than a year, and his physical condition is too weak, so he really needs to be nourished. All right. Guan Xiaoro was reluctant to eat the delicious food, but she was reluctant to let Jean Feng starve, so she obediently carried the pheasant out. That evening, Guan Xiaoro had the most sumptuous dinner of her life in the courtyard. She could eat as much fragrant chicken soup and sweet and soft rice as she wanted. This kind of life was something she had never dared to dream of before. She knew that all this was caused by Jean Feng. The look he gave Jean Feng became even more eager and dependent. Why are you always looking at me? Eat. Jean Feng picked up another piece of meat for Guan Xiaoro. Eat more. When you're full, I'll let you watch as you please. After saying that, he winked at Guan Xiaoro with ill intent. The boss is talking nonsense again. Guan Xiaoro gave Jean Feng a shy look and put the piece of meat that Jean Feng had just given her back into his bowl. You are the mainstay of the family, you should eat more meat. I am fine with just rice. It's just a piece of chicken, is it necessary to give it back and forth? Jean Feng directly picked up the pot and poured several pieces of meat into Guan Xiaoro's bowl. Aren't there rabbits outside? If you're not satisfied, let's stew them tomorrow. The rabbits need to be kept to sell for money, and the county magistrate can't eat meat every day, right? 3 years as county magistrate earns 100,000 silver coins. Not to mention the county magistrate, there are many people in the county who can eat meat every day. Jean Feng said, I will work hard and try to let you eat meat every day as soon as possible. I'm thankful to have enough to eat. I can't even think about eating meat every day. What's there to be afraid of? If there weren't any wild beasts in the mountains, we wouldn't be short of meat in the future. By then, I'll make you want to vomit when you see the fat meat. Beast. What beast? I don't know either. Jean Feng shook his head and repeated his speculation to her. Boss, can you please not go into the mountains for the next few days? Guan Xiaoro grabbed Jean Feng's hand. She had finally found someone to rely on and was afraid that something might happen to Jean Feng. Okay, I won't go into the mountains these days. I'll stay at home with you. Jean Feng agreed with a smile. Guan Xiaoro blushed and suddenly remembered something. Boss, my cousin is also digging wild vegetables in the back mountain. Does she know about this? Cousin. Jean Feng was stunned. The other women dug wild vegetables in groups of 3 or 5 without hurrying, but Zhang Munsong's family had 2 disabled people, and most of their annual food rations were wild vegetables, so Lin Yunfang and her sister-in-law dug wild vegetables very quickly, and the other women were unwilling to join them. I didn't see Lin Yunfang's family in the afternoon. I'll go to Munsong's house later and tell my cousin. After dinner, Jean Feng went to Zhang Munsong's house, but only Munsong's newly married wife was at home cooking. Lin Yunfang, her mother-in-law, and her sister-in-law were still in the back mountain and had not returned yet. Jean Feng doesn't care what other people think. Lin Yunfang has good intentions towards him, and Jean Feng can't remain indifferent to her. He went back to get a bow and crossbow, took a hatchet, and went to the back mountain. The loudmouthed third ant came out of the house holding a bowl and just saw Jean Feng going out. Before long, almost everyone in the village knew that Jean Feng had gone to the back mountain with that strange bow and arrow again. The women were already eager to make a move, but were a little unsure. Now, they were furious. I knew Jean Feng was trying to scare us, saying there were ferocious beasts. How dare he go into the mountains now if there were ferocious beasts? Scholars are dishonest and have many tricks up their sleeves. I think he is not cunning, but black-hearted. Not only did he scare us, he also told us not to dig wild vegetables these days. If we don't dig wild vegetables, what will we eat this year? Come on, everyone, get the men to go to the back hill. We can't let him hunt the rabbits alone. Yes, let's go ask Jean Feng why he lied to us. The women were filled with righteous indignation. They didn't even eat, went home to call their men, and prepared to go to the back mountain to hunt rabbits, and by the way, asked Jean Feng for an explanation. When Jean Feng arrived at the back mountain, it was already dark and several figures were swaying not far from the old forest. Jean Feng ran over and saw that it was Lin Yunfang, his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. "Cousin, it's almost dark, why don't you go back? The plantain seeds are still tender, let's dig more while we can still see them." Lin Yunfang glanced to the left. "Mansang is collecting firewood over there. He doesn't have enough to fill a cart. Let's wait for him for a while." There were several bundles of firewood outside the woods more than 100 meters away, and Zhang Mansang was loading them onto a truck. "I'll go help Mansang with it. Cousin, you guys should also pack up and get ready to go home. Wild vegetables make up most of the family's food rations, and the last few days are their rush to harvest, so Jean Feng has no idea how to persuade them. I was going to help Zhang Mansang load the firewood onto the car first, and then talk about the wild beasts when we got down the mountain. Go do your work first, we'll go help Mansang later." Lin Yunfang glanced at the crossbow on Jean Feng's waist and said. After getting married, Jean Feng seemed like a different person. He no longer had the bad habits of being lazy and gluttonous, which changed her opinion of him. "I just came to see you, nothing else. What do you want from me?" Lin Yunfang asked curiously. "Let's talk about this on the way back." Jean Feng walked towards Zhang Mansang with a crossbow in his hand. "Before I got halfway there, I saw a group of angry people coming from the village." "Jean Feng, why did you lie to us?" The third aunt put her hands on her hips and started the attack first. "What did I lie to you about?" Jean Feng was confused. "You told us there was a tiger in the back mountain. If that wasn't lying to us, what was that?" "I told you very clearly this afternoon that everything is just my speculation. Besides, I didn't say it was a tiger. It could have been some other beast." Jean Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Did you see that?" "No. You are just talking nonsense without even seeing anything. What else can you do but scare us? I think you are just a ruthless person. Not only did you not allow us to hunt rabbits, but you also did not allow us to dig wild vegetables. You are deliberately trying to starve us to death." Third aunt fired at Jean Feng like a machine gun. "I just thought there might be danger, so I warned you. If you want to believe it, then believe it. If you don't want to believe it, forget it. Why are you howling at me?" Being accused for no reason, Jean Feng also became angry and pointed at the back mountain. "You want to hunt rabbits? Go ahead. Did I stop you? Everyone, just be quiet for a while." The village chief who got the news and rushed over stood between the two of them, panting, "What's going on? Village chief, you have to give us some justice." When third aunt saw the village chief coming, she told him everything with tears and snot, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Jean Feng, to determine whether there is a ferocious beast, you must either see it with your own eyes, or find footprints, hair, etc. At the very least, you must see the beast being torn apart by the beast." The village chief said, "You haven't found anything yet, so you can't just say anything. If everyone listens to you and forms a tiger hunting team, and nothing is found in the end, wouldn't that be a waste of time?" "Okay, I understand." Jean Feng nodded helplessly. Tigers are ferocious and one or two villagers cannot handle them all. So once a tiger is spotted approaching the village, the young and strong will form a tiger hunting team, and other tasks will be delayed. This is also the reason why Jean Feng was reluctant to say it at first. "I believe Jean Feng has good intentions, he just said the wrong thing, there is no need for everyone to hold on to it, just go away." The village chief still had some prestige. He stepped forward to smooth things over. The women could no longer embarrass Jean Feng and dispersed while mumbling. Some went home, while others wandered around the foot of the mountain with the men, hoping to be lucky enough to encounter one or two wild rabbits out foraging for food. At the edge of the woods, Zhang Mansang was trying hard to put the bundled firewood onto the cart, but due to the inconvenience of one of his legs, it was very difficult. Jean Feng went over and helped lift up the other end of the firewood. After putting it on the cart, he used a hemp rope to secure it. "Thank you, brother Jean." Zhang Munsang thanked him in a simple and honest manner. It's such a small thing, why thank you? Jin Feng didn't care. This is a small matter, but the tiger is a big matter. Zhang Munsang lowered his voice and said, I heard what you said just now. I know you didn't lie to them. There are indeed more rabbits in the back mountain in the past 2 days. I saw several today. I don't understand what's going on. I was just thinking of asking my brother to come over tomorrow. Luckily you came to remind me. You don't want to shoot rabbits. Jin Feng looked at Zhang Munsang with surprise. Zhang Munsang's main job was to pick up fallen dead branches in the woods at the back of the mountain, or to cut some branches, dry them and carry them down the mountain. He was not surprised to find that there were suddenly more wild rabbits, but Jin Feng was surprised that he could resist the temptation and remain calm. Of course I want to, Zhang Munsang smiled, but my brother and I are both disabled. If we really encounter a tiger or something, we will die. If the two of us were eaten by a tiger, our family would really not be able to survive. Munsang, you are a smart man. Jin Feng helped to tie all the wood onto the wheelbarrow. Go back early, don't come to the back mountain these few days. On the other side, Lin Yunfang and the other two also packed up their things. Zhang Munsang held the handlebars, Lin Yunfang and her mother-in-law held the cart on the left and right, and her sister-in-law carried a basket of wild vegetables, and they slowly went down the mountain. Jin Feng's family is at the west end of the village, and Zhang Munsang's family is at the east end. The two families separated at the foot of the mountain. Jin Feng had not walked far and was thinking about what he should buy after selling the rabbits in town tomorrow when he suddenly heard a scream from behind. Looking back, the group of village women who were filled with righteous indignation just now were now running away at the top of their lungs. A black shadow rushed down the mountain and rushed towards Zhang Munsang and his companions who were closest to him. This is a tiger. Jin Feng's pupils shrank and his heart beat faster. Although I had guessed that there might be a tiger in the back mountain, I still felt my scalp tingling when I saw it with my own eyes. This tiger is so big that it is 3 meters long without its tail. Its head is bigger than a wash basin and it weighs at least 500 kilograms. There was a wound on the tiger's back, still bleeding. It had obviously been attacked before. It seemed very irritable at this moment, and was running faster and faster. His limbs are strong and nimble, and he can leap 4 or 5 meters with one leap. The visual impact is much stronger than the tigers I saw in the zoo in my previous life. Such a ferocious tiger can definitely kill me with one slap. Ah! Zhang Munsang's sister was so frightened that she covered her head and screamed. Sister-in-law, run! Zhang Munsang was still relatively calm. He dropped the wheelbarrow, yelled at Lin Yunfang, and ran away with his frightened sister and mother. How could a human outrun a tiger? Besides, Zhang Munsang's legs were not very handy. Noticing that the tiger was getting closer, Zhang Munsang roared with red eyes and pulled out the hatchet from his waist. Sister-in-law, take mother and Xiaohua and go first. Zhang Munsang waved a hatchet, cried out in a strange voice, and limped to the other side. The tiger was attracted by Zhang Munsang and turned around to chase him. It was almost dark, and Zhang Munsang tripped after running a short distance. Before he could even get up, the tiger appeared before his eyes. Elder brother. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned pale with fright. Zhang Munsang also resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes. However, at this moment, an arrow broke through the air and accurately hit the tiger's left front leg. Straight through. Plop. The tiger's front legs went limp and it fell headfirst to the ground, slid forward 5 or 6 meters, and stopped at Zhang Munsang's feet. My son. Zhang's mother ran over and dragged Zhang Munsang aside. After confirming that her son was okay, she knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Jin Feng. Since I was kneeling down, Lin Yunfang and my sister-in-law didn't dare to stand and quickly knelt down as well. Jin Feng was not used to the ancients' kneeling etiquette, especially when the other party was an old lady, so he quickly reached out to pull Zhang's mother. Auntie, please don't do this. If you kowtow to me at such an old age, won't it shorten my life? Young man from the Jin family, this is a great favor to save your life, you deserve it. Zhang's mother cried and said, when I get back, I will erect a longevity monument for you and place it together with the ancestral tablets, and worship it for the rest of your life. No. No. Jin Feng and the village chief who arrived had to persuade the Zhang family members to get up. When the women saw that the tiger had been shot dead, they also gathered around courageously. In troubled times, everyone admires the strong. No matter how Jin Feng was in the village before, everyone looks at him differently now. Jin Feng fought the tiger in front of them and rescued Zhang Munsang, making these women feel like they were dreaming. But the tiger was lying nearby, reminding them that this was not a dream. Jin Feng, you are so amazing. You killed such a big tiger by yourself. Xiao Yu stared at Jin Feng with sparkling eyes. Which girl doesn't have spring in her heart? Jin Feng has been studying since he was young, and has never been through the wind and rain. Naturally, his appearance is not comparable to other farm boys. Not only Xiao Yu's eyes were sparkling, but other girls of marriageable age or women with daughters at home also looked at Jin Feng in the same way. Before, no girl was willing to marry him because they were afraid that they would starve to death after getting married. But now they have seen another side of Jin Feng. If you can kill a tiger, can't you feed your family? If you marry a tiger-fighting hero, who in the village will dare to bully you in the future? The third aunt who had just taken the lead in attacking Jin Feng felt a burning sensation on her face. Xiao Feng, I was wrong just now. The third aunt took the initiative to apologize. Jin Feng was too lazy to argue with an old country woman, so he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, aunt, it's all over. Yes, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore." The village chief patted Jin Feng on the shoulder and laughed heartily, "Good job. Haha, we in Xiaowen have also produced a tiger-fighting hero. I wonder who will dare to look down on us in the future." The surrounding Guanjiawan and Tianjiawan are clan villages with the same surname, while Xiaowen is a group of poor people gathered together due to war and famine. They come from all over the world and are naturally not as united as those clan villages. Therefore, Xiaowen is often bullied by other villages. Even when the bandits collected the regular money, every household in Xiaowen had to collect 2 more kilograms of millet. Now, Xiaowen has produced a tiger-fighting hero. Other villages will have to think twice before bullying them. After all, every tiger-fighting hero is no simple person. He is either a brave man with superb skills or an old hunter who is good at setting traps. Neither of them is easy to mess with. At the foot of the mountain, Guan Xiaoro was worried all the time. After washing the dishes, she went out to find Jin Feng. As soon as I left the village, I heard the tiger roaring. When he came to his senses, he no longer cared about being afraid and ran towards the back mountain like crazy. It was already dark, and Jin Feng was surrounded again. Guan Xiaoro looked around but couldn't find Jin Feng. She suddenly felt that all her strength had been drained away. She sat on the ground and shouted heartbreakingly, "Boss! Here, here!" When Jin Feng heard Guan Xiaoro's shout, he quickly pushed through the crowd and asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Why are you here on the mountain? Boss, are you okay?" Guan Xiaoro, who has always been shy, seemed not to notice the people around her. She got up, rushed to Jin Feng, and hugged Jin Feng's arm. "As if I was afraid that he would fly away if I let go." "Fine." Jin Feng felt warm in his heart, "It's just a tiger. I shot it to death with 2 arrows. After saying that, he pulled Guan Xiaoro through the crowd and pointed proudly at the tiger on the ground. Guan Xiaoro recognized it at a glance. The arrow with only half of it stuck in the tiger's head was indeed Jin Feng's. It was not until this time that Guan Xiaoro realized that all the women around her were looking at her with ambiguous expressions. She let go of Jin Feng's arm and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. "Jin Feng's family, your man is really awesome, you will be blessed in the future." The third aunt joked, "It's different when you're married. You can kill tigers when you become a man." "Aunt, please stop talking. Xiaoro is shy and will cry if you say that. I will have to comfort her." Jin Feng noticed that Guan Xiaoro was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in her clothes, so he smiled and protected her behind him. "Oh my, you're ready to protect me now. Jin Feng's family, why are you so ashamed? Your boss has killed a tiger, and we are all happy for you. I think you are jealous." "I'm just jealous, so what? Tigers are worth a lot of money. If you send them to the county government, you'll get a reward. Aren't you jealous? The Jin Feng family is so lucky. Many women looked at Guan Xiaoro with envy in their eyes. In this era, women have a low status and men can beat or scold them whenever they want. There are very few men like Jin Feng who protect their wives. The most important thing is that Jin Feng killed the tiger alone, so both the money from selling the tiger and the reward from the government belong to him alone. This is a huge sum of money. If you spend it frugally, you won't have to worry about it for the next few years or even decades. There is no mother-in-law to pressure her. The head of the family is a scholar who knows how to care for others, and she gets such a large sum of money all of a sudden. It would be strange if other women in the village didn't envy Guan Xiaoro. I've said before that Xiaoro can't bask in the sun, which means she is born to be rich. How about it, do you believe it now? Jin Feng pointed at the women around him and said, I don't want anyone to gossip about her and say that she is a disaster star in the future. I believe it, I believe it. When you get the reward, bring me a white flower bun. From now on, when I see your wife, I can call her the goddess of wealth. A tough village woman started to tease. Even if I don't bring you white flower buns, you have to call her the goddess of wealth from now on. Why? Only because you can make money from her in the future and live a good life. Then I'll wait. Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long. Jin Feng said confidently. As a time traveler, Jin Feng would definitely not stay in this small ravine. This is just the starting point, not the end point. No matter what he does, he cannot do it alone. By then, many people in Xiwan will find jobs with him and get paid by Guan Xiaoro. If Guan Xiaoro isn't their goddess of wealth, then what is she? But now the women all thought that Jin Feng was bragging, and no one really took it seriously. They all turned their heads to look at Zhang Liang, who had just come up the mountain, kowtowing to him. The Zhang family lived a hard life. As the breadwinner of the family, he had to work in the fields every day until dark before going home. As soon as I arrived at the door of my house, I heard a tiger roaring in the back mountain. Zhang Liang felt very depressed as his mother, wife, younger brothers and sisters were still digging wild vegetables in the back mountain. He ran to the back mountain and found out that Jin Feng had saved his entire family. After comforting his mother, Zhang Munsong, whose pants were still wet, pushed through the crowd and came to Jin Feng. He pounded his chest hard with his only remaining right arm. Brother Jin, I am grateful for your kindness. From now on, Zhang Liang's life is yours. Just tell me what you need. This is the highest etiquette in the military. Brother Liang, my sister-in-law is Xiaoro's cousin. We are a family. Isn't it too formal to say this? These words were just the simplest courtesy in later generations, but they really touched Zhang Liang's heart. The two disabled people in the Zhang family also had a hard life in the village. The women who dug wild vegetables were reluctant to join the Zhang family's sisters-in-law because they dug too fast. Over the years, Zhang Liang has seen too much of the warmth and coldness of human nature, and he cherishes the kindness of others even more. Jin Feng risked his life to save his family, and said these words, which moved Zhang Liang to the point of being completely devoted to him. The village chief watched this scene and laughed so hard that his eyes became invisible. Over the years, has there ever been a time when a tiger came down the mountain without taking away a few people? Only this time, the village didn't even form a tiger hunting team, but the tiger was killed without hurting anyone. Without Jin Feng saying anything, the villagers spontaneously found hemp ropes and poles and carried the tiger to Jin Feng's home. Guan Xiaoro took out the peanut wedding candy that she brought back in the morning and entertained everyone in a lively manner. Although her face was still red with shame, she acted like the hostess and was teased by the women again. Jin Feng, who do you think we should take with us to the county government? The village chief pulled Jin Feng aside and asked in a low voice. The sale of the tiger and the bounty amounted to a large sum of money. According to the rules, Jin Feng would provide meals for those who followed him to the county government, and if they were sensible, he would also give them some red envelopes. These days, there are not many opportunities to have a full meal, so going to the county government is a good job, and the village chief cannot act on his own. Can you please ask the village chief, Brother Tizi, Brother Lu and Brother Liang to go together? Jin Feng decided on the candidate with a smile. Needless to say, the village chief would definitely go, and he would also bring his son Lu Tai along as a favor, since he would have to work in the village in the future after all. Chen Laolio is a hunter. He goes to the county government several times a year to sell animal skins. He is familiar with the business, so it is only right to bring him along. The village chief was a little surprised that Jin Feng was willing to take the one-armed Zhang Liang with him, but since Jin Feng, the person involved, had made the decision, it was difficult for the village chief to refute it. It was already midnight when we saw the villagers off. Xiaorou, do you want to bring anything? Jin Feng helped Guan Xiaorou pack her things and asked casually. It's not easy to go to the county government these days, and many people only go there a few times in their lifetime. There is food at home, nothing to bring. Before she finished, Guan Xiaorou seemed to remember something. Can the boss bring a candied hawes? Okay, Jin Feng remembered it in his heart and asked with a smile, why, are you greedy? My younger sister got sick 2 years ago, and my father took her to the county government for medical treatment. She ate candied hawes once, and after she came back, she kept saying that it would be great if she could eat candied hawes again in her life. Guan Xiaorou lowered her voice. When I left, her health was getting worse and worse. The old people in the village said that she would not live beyond this year. Boss, now that you are back from the county government, can I go back to see my younger sister? Sure. Jin Feng hugged Guan Xiaorou into his arms. I'll go with you. The first meal I had here was bought with my mother-in-law's private money. I had to go and visit her no matter what. Before dawn the next day, the village chief rushed to Jin Feng's house with his son Lu Tai, hunter Chen Laolio and Zhang Liang. Chen Laolio was also pushing a large cart. Guan Xiaorou arrived earlier than them and had already cooked the oatmeal porridge and put it on the table. Xiaorou, I don't think I'll be back at night. If you're scared, go stay with your cousin for a night. The straight line distance from Xiwan to the county government is only about 20 miles, but there is a canyon in the middle, so you have to take a detour. As a result, the journey became more than 40 miles, and most of it was narrow mountain roads, so it would definitely be impossible to get back in one day. Guan Xiaorou nodded obediently. The mountain road was rugged and narrow, and in many places it was not much wider than a cart. It was difficult to walk with a tiger weighing several hundred kilograms. Fortunately, we did not encounter bandits along the way. It took us more than 6 hours, until mid-afternoon, to walk more than 30 miles of mountain road. Turning the foot of the mountain, the outline of a city appeared in the distance. This is Jinchuan County, the county seat that governs Xiwan. The county government was not big, only 3 or 4 miles long and wide, even smaller than many towns and villages in later generations. However, the city wall built with large blue bricks is 5 or 6 meters high, with potholes on the surface and traces of knife cuts, axes, burning, and smoke everywhere, as if narrating the battle that had taken place in the past. This is obviously a military city. Once we got on the official road, there were more people on the road, and Jin Feng and his cart occupied a small half of the road. Sichuan is a mountainous area, and tigers are rampant, causing great suffering to the people. The people have suffered from tigers for a long time. Seeing the cart pulling such a huge tiger, passers-by all moved out of the way to show their respect for the hero who killed the tiger. This greatly satisfied the vanity of the hunter and Lu Tai, and they held their heads high and chests puffed out, as if they were heroes who killed the tiger. Several people entered the county town from the east gate and pulled the cart straight to the county government office in the center of the city. The county government office was filled with people who came to watch the fun. Killing the tiger was a way to get rid of harm to the people, so the bailiffs did not dare to make things difficult for Jin Feng and his men. After examining the tiger's body, they cut off the tiger's tongue and gave the 3-stringed reward to the village chief. Chen Laolio, you are really good. You actually killed a tiger. Tell me how much it costs. The hunter came to the county government every year to sell animal skins, and soon someone recognized him and asked for the price. Killing a tiger is big news in Xiwan, but Jinchuan County has 16 townships and hundreds of villages, all of which are mountainous. There are too many tigers, and on average, 2 or 3 are killed every year. Hunters have seen tiger auctions several times and already know the approximate price. A tiger can usually be sold for around 25 strings of cash. But the hunter held up 4 fingers and said, 40 strings of cash. Chen Laolio, you are really blinded by lard, don't you know the price of a tiger? A fur merchant cursed. Old Joe, are our tigers the same as the ones sent by other villages? The hunters also refused to give in. All the tigers they sent us were stabbed to death by a group of people. They were chopped to death with big holes and small eyes. Look at our tiger. It only has a few small holes on its body. It is big and has good fur color. How can they compare to it? That's not worth 40 strings of cash. Such a good tiger, you only see it once every few decades, how can it not be worth it? I won't sell it for less than 40 strings of cash. After half an hour of bargaining, the tiger was finally sold to Lao Zhou for 32 strings of cash. Including the 3-string reward from the government, the tiger earned a total of 35 strings of cash. 1 string of money was equal to 1,000 copper coins, and 35 strings of copper coins filled half a cloth bag. Dakong's copper coins were still very valuable, and 1 copper coin could buy a meat bun. With this money, Jin Feng won't have to worry about taxes and food for several years. Let's go eat. With money in hand, he felt at ease. Seeing that it was getting dark, Jin Feng waved his hand generously and took a few people to find a restaurant. They had run dozens of miles on the mountain road since morning and had not eaten anything. Zhang Liang and his companions were also very hungry, but they kept following with a smile on their faces. Dakong did not cook any dishes, and his diet was mainly based on steaming and boiling. He found an inn on the side of the road that looked relatively clean. Each person ordered a bowl of meat soup and a bowl of white flour steamed buns. These things are already the best food in the inn. The total cost of food and accommodation was 70 copper coins. Zhang Liang felt sorry for Jin Feng for half the night and thought that Jin Feng was too wasteful. If they bought coarse grains for 70 copper coins and added some wild vegetables, it would be enough for their family to eat for a month. But it was not until the next morning that Zhang Liang realized what a real spendthrift was. As soon as he got up in the morning, Jin Feng gave each of the village chief and several others a red envelope. When Zhang Liang opened it, he saw that there were a full 200 copper coins. Jin Feng, there are too many. I can't take them. The red envelope was so big that even the village chief felt it was a little hot. Not much, not much. You guys put down your work and followed me for such a long distance. I can't let you run away for nothing, right? Jin Feng said, a scholar is useless. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to get into the county government office, let alone sell the tiger for such a high price. Jin Feng was not being modest. If the hunter and the village chief had not bargained with the merchants, this tiger would have been sold for at least several coins less. That's several thousand copper coins. We are all from the same village. This is as it should be. The village chief said, you treated us to a feast yesterday, and we spent a lot of money. Just give us 2 copper coins today as a token of your appreciation. The ancients were still simple and honest. Jin Feng sighed in his heart and deliberately put on a stern face and said, I, Jin Feng, am a scholar. Once I say something, it's like water spilled. If you don't want to keep it, just throw it away. You. Seeing that Jin Feng had the stubborn temper of a scholar, the village chief had no choice but to stuff the red envelope into his arms. That's right. Jin Feng nodded with satisfaction and started purchasing in bulk. In just one morning, Jin Feng spent a total of 8 strings of copper coins. He not only bought daily necessities such as grain and salt, but also bought a lot of things that Zhang Liang didn't recognize or thought were useless, filling up half of the cart. I originally wanted to buy some clothes for Guan Xiaoro, but I couldn't find any ready-made clothes in the entire county, so I could only buy 2 pieces of cloth and go back to find someone to make a set of clothes for her. After completing the purchase, there were more than 20 strings of copper coins left, which filled half a bag. Jin Feng found it troublesome, so he exchanged 20 strings of them for silver ingots that were easier to carry at the money shop. We treated everyone to a meal at a restaurant and then started our journey back. As soon as Jin Feng and his companions left the city gate, the bailiff brought a young man in armor into the inn where Jin Feng had stayed last night. Gentlemen, do you want to stop by or stay in a hotel? The waiter hurried over to meet him. I'm not staying overnight or staying in a hotel. I just want to ask you about someone. The yamen runner asked, are the people who sold the tiger yesterday staying here? A tiger seller. The waiter was stunned. He was very busy yesterday and didn't have time to go and see the fun. He only heard that someone was selling tigers but didn't see them. There are 5 of them in total. The leader is an old man. There is also a well-mannered scholar and a one-armed man. When the yamen runner said this, the waiter immediately remembered, yes, they stayed here yesterday, but checked out early in the morning. Do you know where they went? I don't know about this little one. The waiter couldn't help but ask, sir, why are you looking for them? Did they commit some crime? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The bailiff shouted in a deep voice, and the waiter shrank his neck in fear, not daring to ask any more questions. They didn't commit any crime. I watched the tiger last night and found that the man who killed the tiger was an excellent archer, so I wanted to get to know him. I have no ill intentions. The young man in armor smiled and said, if you see them again, come to Qingfeng Villa in the south of the city to inform us, and you will get a reward. Yes. When the waiter heard the words, Qingfeng Villa, his attitude immediately became more respectful. He had heard that it was the residence of a great general. After leaving the inn, the yamen runner noticed that the young man looked disappointed and consoled him, Master, our county kills several tigers every year. If you like tiger-killing heroes, I'll find some for you tomorrow. It's different. The young man in armor said, both legs of the tiger were pierced by arrows, and the arrow on its forehead was half a foot deep. This shows that the person who killed the tiger was an expert archer with great strength. The war in the north is intense, and such talents are urgently needed. Captain Zhang, please keep an eye out for me. If you find any news about this person, please let me know. Mr. Qing, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. The bailiff bowed and agreed. Here, candied haws. After sending away the villagers who came to watch the fun, Jin Feng took out an oil paper package from his cloth bag. Why did you buy so much? Guan Xiaoro opened the oil paper and found more than a dozen candied haws inside. It's not easy to go to the county government, so of course I have to buy more. Jin Feng smiled and took out one. I heard from the waiter at the inn that this is the best candied haws in the county. You should try it too. If Xiao Yi saw these candied haws, she would be so happy. Guan Xiaoro wished she could fly back right now. In just a few days, she went from being a disaster that everyone hated to a blessed person that everyone envied. She couldn't wait to tell her mother and sister the good news. Of course, you can't go to visit relatives early in the morning. Even though Guan Xiaoro was eager to go home, she still waited until the sun rose before setting off the next day. Oh, the disaster star of the third family is back again. I told you earlier that no one would want such a disaster star, but look, it's only been 3 days and he's been driven back, right? I don't think they rushed back. They were smiling a little bit just now. If you don't hurry back, why is that man carrying a cloth bag? It must contain things that will make you lose money. How do you know? What if it's a gift from the son-in-law to his father-in-law? You have lived for half your life, and you have seen a few sons-in-law giving gifts to their fathers-in-law, not to mention that Guan Xiaoro is a disaster star. There was a tiger attack in the back mountain yesterday. Maybe it was the calamity star that brought it. Go and call the third brother back. We can't let the calamity star come back to the village again. As soon as she entered the village, rumors completely ruined Guan Xiaoro's good mood. Instead, I felt filled with panic. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Jin Feng held Guan Xiaoro's hand and exerted a little force. Do you remember what I said? We don't eat their rice, so just treat their words as fart. Guan Xiaoro felt the warmth of her palms, and her heart slowly settled down. She stopped in front of the gate of a dilapidated courtyard. In the yard, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old was lying on the wall, digging at something with her hands. When she heard footsteps, she slowly raised her head. Seeing that it was Guan Xiaoro, the little girl shouted in surprise, "Hey, sister, you are back." "Xiao Yi, what are you doing?" Guan Xiaoro walked over quickly and pulled the little girl up from the ground. "Sister, I heard a cricket chirping here. Its nest must be here." The little girl pointed to the wall and said, "Sister, put me down. I will catch some crickets and roast them for us to eat together." "Xiao Yi, didn't your sister-in-law let you eat yesterday?" Guan Xiaoro hugged the little girl and her eyes turned red. My sister-in-law said that I couldn't survive anyway, and it would be a waste of food to eat me. She also told my eldest brother to throw me in the back mountain. The little girl also started crying. Sister, they said you got married, please take me with you, please don't let my brother throw me to the back mountain, there are wolves in the back mountain, I'm afraid. I can spin thread for you, I can also dig wild vegetables, sister, please take me away. Guan Xiaoro hugged the little girl tightly in her arms, raised her head and looked at Jin Feng with pleading eyes. Master. Jin Feng nodded and also felt a blockage in his throat. Crunch. A middle-aged woman with messy hair pushed open the door. Mother. Guan Xiaoro wiped her tears. This is my boss. The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter's tearful face, her expression changed drastically, and without waiting for Jin Feng and Guan Xiaoro to speak, she rushed over and knelt down before Jin Feng. Son-in-law, since you have chosen Xiaoro as your wife from the wedding procession, you can't send her back. Son-in-law, please be kind and take Xiaoro back, otherwise her brother will beat her to death when he comes back. Aunt, that's not the case. Jin Feng quickly supported Guan Lu. Are you kidding? What's wrong with my mother-in-law kowtows to me when we meet for the first time? Although, it is still a bit hard to call her mother-in-law. Mom, the boss is not trying to drive me back. We are here to see you. Guan Xiaoro also hurried to explain. Real. Guan Lu was a little bit unbelieving. Of course it's true. The head of the family even brought a gift for Mom. Guan Xiaoro took the cloth bag from Jin Feng's shoulder and took out things one by one. These 2 rabbits were hunted the day before yesterday. The boss has pickled them with salt. You can keep them and eat them slowly. This piece of cloth was bought from the county government yesterday. It's for me to make clothes. Uncle, are these for me? Guan Lu's eyes widened. This was the first time in her entire life that someone gave her a gift. And delivered so many things at once. Aunt, the gift is a little shabby, please don't despise it. Jin Feng felt a little embarrassed. Even though he had lived 2 lives, this was the first time he met his mother-in-law. The most valuable things he brought were 2 wild rabbits, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Don't mind, don't mind. There are too many, and they are all good things. Guan Lu quickly waved her hand, then turned to look at Guan Xiaoro. What does the son-in-law do? With more girls than boys, the status of sons-in-law has also risen accordingly. When visiting a woman's parents' home, few people bring gifts. There are almost no people like Jin Feng who carry so many things. Mother, the head of the family is a scholar, but he knows how to hunt. He was the one who shot the rabbit. Speaking of Jin Feng, Guan Xiaoro's face was full of pride. He is also a tiger hunting hero. The night before last, he shot and killed a tiger weighing more than 500 kilograms with only 3 arrows. Tiger fighting hero. Guan Lu glared and asked, a few days ago, a tiger came to our back mountain. It was very ferocious. 5 or 6 men from the tiger hunting team were injured before they chased it away. Yesterday, I heard from the village chief that it was killed in Xiwan. Could it be that my son-in-law killed it? Yes, that's the boss. Guan Xiaoro said proudly. Oh my God. Guan Lu sat down on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying loudly. Mom, why are you crying? Guan Xiaoro was so frightened that she was at a loss. Did I say something wrong? I am happy. Guan Lu wiped her tears and said, God has finally opened his eyes. Xiaoro, you have found a good son-in-law. Well, the head of the family is very nice to me. He never hits me when I come home. He lets me sit at the table when I eat and lets me eat as much rice as I want. Yesterday, he even asked me to make new clothes when I went to the county government office. Good, good. You finally made it. Guan Lu stroked Guan Xiaoro's hair, her eyes full of love, and she looked at Jin Feng with increasing fondness. Son-in-law, don't stand in the yard, come in. The house was even more shabby than Jin Feng's. In the middle was a table with a missing leg and 2 benches that had been used for who knows how many years. Under the window were 2 broken spinning wheels. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Sit down, sir. I'll get you a glass of water. Guan Lu picked up the broken teapot on the table and trotted to the kitchen to fetch water. Sister, did you really eat the rice? The little girl finally found an opportunity to speak. He grabbed Guan Xiaoro's arm and his saliva was almost flowing. Not only rice, but also meat. Guan Xiaoro rubbed the little girl's hair. Sister, I want to eat rice too. The little girl wiped her saliva and said, no need to eat a lot, just give me a bite, sister. Sister brought some rice. I'll steam some rice for you at noon and soak it in broth. You can eat whatever you want. Guan Xiaoro took the bag from Jin Feng and said, let's go to the inner room. I'll get you something delicious. For fear of forgetting, I put the candied haws into the bag last night and pressed it to the bottom. What's delicious? The more the little girl wiped her saliva, the more it drooled. You'll know when you come. The two sisters went into the inner room muttering to each other. Jin Feng had often seen illustrations of spinning wheels in textbooks, but this was the first time he had seen the real thing. Just as he was about to study it, several people came into the yard cursing. The two leaders were Guan Xiaoro's elder brother Guan Juzi and sister-in-law Tian Sanya. Guan Xiaoro in the inner room had just opened the cloth bag when she heard the voices of her elder brother and sister-in-law, and hurried out. Money loser, why are you back? When Tian Sanya saw Guan Xiaoro, her face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sister-in-law, I came back to see mother. What's so good about an old immortal? Tian Sanya said, I think you want to come and have a free meal. The Guan family now only eats one meal a day, usually around 11 o'clock, and then they have to wait until 11 o'clock the next day to have another meal. She was working in the fields just now. When she heard that Guan Xiaoro had returned, her first thought was that this money-losing person had come back to eat for free. How can this be? Without saying a word, he grabbed the men and ran back as fast as he could. Sanya, Xiaoro, and her husband really came to see us, not to eat for free. Guan Liushi also entered the hall carrying a teapot. They also brought gifts. Everyone in our village knows that this money loser married the most useless nerd in Xiwan. What kind of gift can she bring? At most, she can bring a handful of wild vegetables. Tian Sanya became more and more sarcastic as she spoke. Scholars have the most evil intentions. They must be thinking of bringing some wild vegetables so that we can return the gift with food. Sister-in-law, you can hit me and scold me, but you can't say this about me being the head of the family. Guan Xiaoro had been bullied by her sister-in-law for 2 years and had already suffered psychological trauma, but when she heard her say bad things about Jin Feng, she still mustered up the courage to refute her. I said, what's wrong with him? If you can't stand it, get out. Tian Sanya also saw Jin Feng, you are the nerd, right? Since you have chosen this money loser, don't regret it, and don't even think about taking advantage of our family. Take her back to Xiwan quickly and don't wait for my brothers to come and chase her away. That will be embarrassing for everyone. Sana, shut up. Guan Lu saw Jin Feng frowning and quickly winked at her son, Juzi, take care of your wife. Unfortunately, his son had the same idea as Tian Sanya and completely ignored his mother's reminder. You are so confused, you old fool. This money loser is no longer a member of the Guan family, and you are still protecting her. Tian Sanya was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and cursed, I am so unlucky to marry into your Guan family. There is not a single good person in your family. They are either disaster stars or short-lived ghosts. Short-lived ghost, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you. The shrew scolded people without any reason. Guan Xiaoyi was so scared that she shrank into the corner, but she still couldn't escape. She was scolded by Tian Sanya so hard that she didn't dare to raise her head and was shaking with fear. At first it was just a slight tremor, but then it became more and more severe, and my hands and feet also started to twitch. Xiaoyi. Guan Xiaoro quickly hugged her sister. She was so anxious and flustered, but she didn't know what to do. I told you that you are a calamity star and you don't believe me. You made the short-lived ghost sick as soon as you walked in the door. However, the more Tian Sanya scolded, the more excited she became. The neighbors who came to watch the fun also pointed and talked at Guan Xiaoro. Boss. Guan Xiaoro ignored other people's advice and looked at Jin Feng for help. Jin Feng took a few steps forward and looked down at the little girl. His eyes were tightly closed, his face was pale, his whole body was twitching, his teeth were not clenched, and he was not foaming at the mouth. This was not epilepsy. Considering that Guan Xiaoyi had been hungry for a long time, Jin Feng immediately guessed that she had hypoglycemia. He rushed into the inner room, took out a handful of icing sugar from the cloth bag, dissolved it with water, and carefully fed it into the little girl's mouth. No one knew what Jin Feng was doing, even Tian Sanya stopped making a scene and watched with curiosity. Not long after drinking the sugar water, the little girl slowly woke up. "Oh, wake up, wake up. Didn't they say Guan Xiaoro married a nerd? How did she become a doctor? How should I know?" The neighbors began to talk quietly. "My uncle is not only a doctor, but also a tiger fighting hero." Seeing that her little daughter was fine, Guan Lu raised her head and said proudly, "The tiger in the back mountain that scared you to pee your pants was killed by my brother-in-law." "Third sister-in-law, that's not the way to brag. That tiger is over 10 feet long, and more than 30 strong guys in our village couldn't stop it. Your brother-in-law is so big that he can't even be hit by a slap from the tiger." Immediately, a neighbor who had seen a tiger refuted Guan Lu's statement. "My third sister-in-law is not exaggerating." The village chief of Guanjiawan pushed through the crowd and walked in. "I went to the fields by the Shiha River to check the crops this morning, and I ran into Lu Qingyuan from Zaiwan. He told me what happened. The tiger was killed by Xiaoro's brother-in-law alone." Village chief, with his physique, how could one person kill a tiger? The neighbors still couldn't believe it. Lu Qingyuan said that Xiaoro's brother-in-law is a great archer. He shot the tiger to death with only 3 arrows. Most of the people in Zaiwan saw it. The village chief said, "You should all thank him. If he hadn't killed the tiger, who would have dared to go to the back mountain to dig wild vegetables? I don't know how many people would have starved to death this year." After saying that, he bowed to Jin Feng and said, "Thank you, warrior. Thank you, strongman." The village chief took the lead, and the villagers could only follow suit. This is a respect for the tiger fighting hero. Forget it. Just don't chase Xiaoro and me away. Jin Feng was very angry about what had just happened. He was rummaging through his cloth bag to find candied haws for Guan Xiaoyi without even raising his head. "Yeah, I just paid for it. What Xiaoro carried was really a gift. The third brother's family is really lucky to have found a tiger-fighting hero as his son-in-law. Sanya, what a shame. Such a good son-in-law was just being chased out. The people of the old Tian family only know how to look down on others. Now they are stupid." The neighbors looked at the gifts being taken out of the bag and their attitudes suddenly changed 180 degrees. Tian Sanya, who had just been standing with her hands on her hips and throwing a tantrum, also had a dazed look on her face. Jin Feng found some candied haws and stuffed a whole bag of them into the little girl's mouth. "Xiaoyi, your illness will be cured if you eat more candies. Your sister said that you like candied haws the most. Here, have a try." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Guan Xiaoyi took the candied haws and held it tightly in her arms. "Juzi, quickly ask your wife to admit her mistake to her husband." Guan Lu still felt sorry for her son and quietly tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Just now I was blind and didn't recognize that you were a tiger-killing hero. Please don't take it personally." After saying that, he slapped himself in the face. "This slap is my apology to you." This slap was without any mercy, and 5 finger marks appeared on his face. But none of the villagers around laughed at Tian Sanya. They were all scared of hunger. If their family also had a son-in-law who was a tiger-killing hero, they would kowtow to him. "You don't have to apologize to me. You were scolding Xiaoro just now." Jin Feng said coldly. "Xiaoro, I was wrong." Tian Sanya turned to Guan Xiaoro and slapped herself in the face again. "Xiaoro, it was my sister-in-law who was wrong before. I am not a human being and should not bully you, but you also know what our family is like." Guan Xiaoro was a soft-hearted person and knew the family's previous situation, so Tian Sanya coaxed her with a few soft words. After all, they are Guan Xiaoro's family. If she wants to forgive them, then just forgive them. It's not a big deal. At most, she can just have less contact with them in the future. Jin Feng was too lazy to listen to Tian Sanya's complaints, nor was he too lazy to pay attention to his brother-in-law who came over to talk to him. He squatted aside and studied the spinning wheel. The neighbors found that there was nothing exciting to see, and went back to work one by one. "Master, I have already told my sister-in-law that we can take this spinning wheel with us when we leave." Guan Xiaoro finally got rid of Tian Sanya and squatted next to Jin Feng. "Are you really going to spin yarn to support my studies?" Jin Feng joked with a smile. Guan Xiaoro's skin is tender all over, except for her hands, which are covered with calluses from spinning. "I know you are capable, the head of the family, and I am not needed to earn money at home, but I don't know what else I can do besides spinning. I can't just sit there doing nothing, can I?" Guan Xiaoro said with her head down. "You can spin the yarn if you have nothing to do, but the spinning wheel is about to fall apart, so don't bring it home. I'll make you a better one later." The PhD in engineering was not studied in vain. The mechanical structure of the spinning wheel in ancient times was very simple. Jin Feng understood it at a glance. If he went back and made some simple changes, the efficiency would definitely increase several times. "Master, you can also make a spinning wheel," Guan Xiaoro said in surprise. "I know a lot of things," Jin Feng said arrogantly. "Boss, let's go out for a walk. I'll take you to see someone." Guan Xiaoro pulled Jin Feng up. "Who are you meeting?" "My best friend," Guan Xiaoro said. "Everyone used to say I was a disaster star, and everyone avoided me. Only Dong Dong didn't despise me and always helped me with work. Then I have to meet you." The two men walked out of the yard, turned around a bamboo forest, and saw a girl of about 17 or 18 years old hoeing the ground. The girl was a little taller than Guan Xiaoro and was pretty, but a little too thin. Jin Feng always felt that there was something wrong with this girl and couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. "Boss, Dong Dong is pretty, isn't he?" Guan Xiaoro asked with a smile. "She is indeed very pretty, just a little bit less beautiful than my Xiaoro." "Then how about you marry Dong Dong as your concubine? Why are you here again?" Although he is a science student, he still has the desire to survive. There are so many beautiful women in the world. "Do I have to marry every one I see? Can my house accommodate them all? Marrying you is enough for me. My husband, Dong Dong, is not only beautiful, but also good at reading and math. Can you read and do math?" Jin Feng was stunned. Nowadays, there are very few men who can read, let alone women, less than 1 in 1,000. Dong Dong used to be a young lady in the city. Later, her family suffered a tragedy and she came to Guangjiawan to live with 5th grandma. Guan Xiaoro said, "My 5th grandmother didn't let her work before. At most, she learned to spin yarn from me. Why is she working now? No wonder." Jin Feng finally understood why he felt something was wrong just now. The girl's working posture was awkward, and it was obvious that she had never worked in the fields before. Tang Dong Dong is an outsider and doesn't have many friends in Guangjiawan, so he was very happy to see Guan Xiaoro. The two of them ran aside with their heads close together and whispered. Jin Feng was too embarrassed to get involved, so he could only run aside to think about how to improve the spinning wheel. "Dong Dong, why did 5th grandma ask you to work in the fields?" "I've sold all the jewelry I brought from home, and I don't have enough to pay the tax next time. So I want to reclaim some wasteland to see if I can make more money so I don't get caught in the wedding procession," Tang Dong Dong said helplessly. "Dong Dong, you don't have to join the wedding procession. There are many young men in Guangjiawan who want to marry you. The men in Guangjiawan are as stupid as pigs and like to beat their wives. I would never marry them even if I die. Why don't you marry me, the head of the family? He never hits anyone and is very nice to me." Guan Xiaoro praised Jin Feng again. "Xiaoro, you are too stupid. No matter how good he is to you, you can't just find him a concubine, otherwise you will suffer." Taking a concubine was a very common phenomenon in dakong. Tang Dong Dong did not feel offended, but instead tapped Guan Xiaoro on the forehead with an expression of disappointment. "I wouldn't be happy with anyone else, but it would be great if you could marry me. We can be sisters again. If you're willing, I'll go and ask the head of the family." "Xiaoro, I know you're doing this for my own good. You're afraid that I'll become arrogant and lose my temper. Don't worry, I won't." Tang Dong Dong held Guan Xiaoro's hand and said, "I want to try it myself. If I really can't survive, I will come to you." It's settled then. After lunch, although Tian Sonia repeatedly assured her that she would never bully Guan Xiao in the future, Guan Xiao was still a little worried. After discussing with Jin Feng, she decided to take Guan Xiao home to take care of her for a while. When she came, everyone avoided Guan Xiao, but when she left, everyone came over to greet her with a smile. This is the happiest day for Guan Xiao after living for almost 20 years. Brother-in-law, is this Shihabei? Guan Xiaoyi lay on Jin Feng's back. Does it look the same as our Guan Jiawan? Poor little girl, she has only been out of the village once in her life and is curious about everything she sees. Our two villages are only a few miles apart, so of course it's the same. Brother-in-law, can I still eat rice at your house? The rice at noon is so delicious. Of course, we not only have rice, we can also make cakes and steamed buns. Just let your sister make whatever you want to eat. Wow, that's great. I want to go to my brother-in-law's house as soon as possible. In Guan Xiaoyi's opinion, this is already the best day. Don't worry, my house is just around the corner. Jin Feng smiled and said, Hey, why are there so many people? There were 20 or 30 people standing in the small yard, chattering away, and no one knew what they were talking about. Jin Feng, Xiao Rou, you are finally back. Lin Yunfang came up to him and said, Your house has been robbed. Go in and see what's missing. Were you robbed? Guan Xiao panicked when she heard this and rushed into the yard. Jin Feng spent 8 of the more than 30 strings of money he got from selling the tiger, and exchanged the remaining 20 strings for silver ingots and carried them with him. All that was left at home were a few strings of copper coins for pocket money and some worthless things, which he didn't feel bad about losing. But Jin Feng changed his mind and pretended to be anxious. He handed Guan Xiaoyi to Lin Yunfang and followed Guan Xiao. The door lock of the main room had been smashed and was hanging on the bolt. The small room was in a mess. When I entered the inner room, I saw Guan Xiao holding an empty box and crying sadly. Boss, all the money under the bed is gone. Damn it. Jin Feng pretended to be angry and punched the door hard. Money is a powerful thing, especially in this era when everyone is hungry. There are too many people willing to take risks. If someone comes to steal today, someone might come to rob with a knife tomorrow. Therefore, it makes sense that the ancients said that wealth should not be shown off. But the whole village knew that Jin Feng had received the reward for killing the tiger, and it was impossible to hide it. Why not take this opportunity to solve the problem? Sister-in-law, did you see who the thief is? Jin Feng asked. Not many people knew that he and Guan Xiao were going out today, so the person who broke into the house was most likely an acquaintance. Who else could it be? That damned bastard Xie Guang. Lin Yunfang quickly told the story again. Now is the best time to dig wild vegetables, but the women are afraid that there are tigers in the back mountain, so Xiaoyu and third aunt brought them to Jin Feng for courage. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Xie Guang and an unfamiliar bald man running out of the main room carrying cloth bags on their backs. Seeing that the door lock was broken, third aunt and the others immediately started shouting, Catch the thief! But when Zhang Liang heard the shouting and ran over, Xie Guang and the bald man had already run far away. Jin Feng, don't worry, your brother Liang will definitely be able to get Xie Guang back. As soon as Lin Yunfang finished speaking, she saw Zhang Liang and the village chief and others coming back with sticks. Did you catch up? The women gathered around. No, that bastard Xie Guang ran faster than a rabbit. When we chased him to the back mountain, he had already disappeared into the old forest. The village chief was so angry that he was shaking, he even stole from the villagers. If I had known, I would have let him starve to death. On the battlefield that year, a patrol team composed of villagers from Zaiwan encountered an enemy ambush, and Xie Guang's father was killed in the battle. After the village chief and others retired from the army, they helped Xie Guang from time to time out of friendship for the sake of their comrades. However, who knew that this would lead to Xie Guang developing a habit of idleness and becoming a scoundrel that everyone avoided? Everyone has his own fate. It's Xie Guang's own fault that he has come to this point. Zhang Liang had no sympathy for Xie Guang and looked at Jin Feng, what's missing from home? Except for the string of copper coins I had with me, all the money from selling the tiger was stolen by this bastard. Knowing that the thief was Xie Guang, Jin Feng did not feel any psychological burden when he shifted the blame. Even if he caught Xie Guang, everyone would only believe him as a tiger-fighting hero, not a scoundrel, and would only think that he had gambled away the money. Jin Feng, wait for me. I'm going to the back mountain now. Even if I have to chase him to the horizon, I will catch that guy back for you. When Zhang Liang heard that all of Jin Feng's belongings had been stolen, he was so anxious that he picked up a hatchet and went to the back mountain. Brother Liang, don't be impulsive. Jin Feng grabbed Zhang Liang and said, there might be tigers in the old forest. It's not worth risking your life for such a small amount of money. This is not a small amount of money. How are you going to live if you lose it? If I lose money, I can earn it again. Don't forget, I can hunt, so I won't starve. Jin Feng said confidently. It was just more than 20 strings of cash. Not to mention that it wasn't lost. Even if it was really lost, he wouldn't care too much. Well. After hearing what the real master said, Zhang Liang didn't know what to say and sighed heavily. Village chief, Xie Guang's wife has been captured. Tell me how to deal with her. Several young men pushed a woman over. She was the girl that Xie Guang selected from the wedding procession a few days ago. It was just more miserable than the previous few days, with a bruised left eye and a swollen face. At that time, he was wearing a patched coat, but now he was only wearing a simple undershirt and pants, and his feet were bare. He was pushed into the yard and was so scared that he knelt on the ground and trembled. Village chief, what are you doing? Jin Feng asked with a frown. He hated Xie Guang, but it had nothing to do with the girl in front of him. Since ancient times, it is only right that a son should pay his father's debts and a wife should pay her husband's debts. The village chief said, Xie Guang ran away, so of course his wife has to pay the debt. Tell me, should we hand him over to the government or what should we do? My dear uncles and brothers, please let me go. I don't know anything. When she heard that she was going to be sent to the authorities, the girl turned pale with fear. Once an ordinary person like her entered the government, she would either starve to death in prison or be sent to a brothel. I really don't know anything. On the day of my wedding, Xie Guang beat me up and took away the 6 copper coins I brought from my parents' home to gamble. The next day he also took away my clothes, and he never came back. The girl cried and said, Dear uncles and brothers, please let me go, I really don't know anything. She is also a pitiful person. Jin Feng sighed and looked at the village chief. Every wrong has its perpetrator. What does Xie Guang's mistake have to do with her? Village chief, let her go. Have you thought it through? I've thought about it. Jin Feng had no intention of doing anything to an innocent girl. Thank you, village chief, thank you, brother. The girl was afraid that Jin Feng would go back on his word, so she kowtowed, got up and ran away. Okay, everyone, go away and do what you need to do. Xiaoyu, don't go to the back mountain these days. Go to the river to dig bitter herbs. The village chief waved his hand and dispersed the villagers who were watching the fun. Xiao Feng, go back and persuade Xiao Rou, don't let her cry and hurt herself. Lin Yunfang pointed to the inner room and left with Zhang Liang. Guan Xiaorou didn't know that Jin Feng took the silver ingots with him before he went out. She really thought that all the money was lost and was heartbroken in the house. When Xiaoyi saw her sister crying, she started crying too. Jin Feng took a look outside, made sure everyone had left, and took out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table. The money was indeed useful. Guan Xiaorou stopped crying immediately and pulled Jin Feng to ask what was going on. A dozen miles away, Xie Guang and Guangtou emerged from the woods. After looking back and making sure that no one was chasing them, the two of them sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. What a pity, the newly married woman didn't even have time to sleep. Xie Guang muttered as he opened the cloth bag and poured out a pile of copper coins. Too many people have seen him stealing things, so he can forget about going back to Xiwan. If you have money, isn't it easy to sleep with girls? There are plenty of them in Zilongu. The bald man rummaged through the pile of copper coins and said, It's a pity that we didn't find the boy's silver, otherwise we would have become rich. Third boss, that kid must have left the money on him. A fierce light flashed in Xie Guang's eyes. How about you go back and call a few brothers, and we go back again in the evening? Forget it, let's spend these few copper coins first. The bald man said, maybe I'll be lucky and won't have to bother that guy. That's right, that's right. Xie Guang nodded and followed the bald man into the ravine. Boss, I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Guan Xiaoro sent Jin Feng to the door of the workshop, her face full of guilt. I married here and brought my mother's family's troubles with me. There is only one bed in the house, and it definitely can't accommodate 3 people. Although the east wing had been cleaned up, there was no bed in it. It would definitely not be appropriate for Xiaoyi to sleep on the door panel, so Jin Feng could only sleep in the workshop for the next few days. Silly girl, what are you talking about? We are a family, there is no such thing as trouble. Jin Feng rubbed Guan Xiaoro's head. Besides, Xiaoyi is so sensible. There are too many poor people in this world, and Jin Feng can't take care of everyone, but Guan Xiaoro is his wife, and he can't just watch her sister starve to death without helping. Sleeping in the workshop all the time was not a solution. There was no carpenter in Xiwen, so Jin Feng could only call Zhang Liang and Monsang to go to the town to buy half a truckload of wooden boards and a set of carpentry tools and do it themselves. With Jin Feng's hands-on ability, he made the small bed in just one day. Then she started making the spinning wheel for Guan Xiaoro. This is a delicate job and the tools are outdated, so it is done very slowly. Jin Feng hasn't gone out hunting for several days, right? Yeah, I saw him tinkering with the wood around the house. A few days ago I thought he had changed his ways, but now that he has some money, he has become lazy and gluttonous again. Wasn't his money stolen by Xie Guang? He stole most of it, and he also had a few strings of copper coins on him. That's a lot. How long can a few strings of copper coins last? If they hang around for a few more days, what will he eat? The women were still thinking that Jin Feng would give them courage to go to the back mountain, but they waited for several days and didn't see Jin Feng. So they ran over to see him, and found that he was hiding at home doing carpentry work. They couldn't help but start gossiping again. Even Lin Yunfang couldn't stand it anymore. After a few days, she found that Jin Feng had no intention of going out, so she couldn't help but run over to persuade Guan Xiaoro. Xiaoro, people in the village have started gossiping. Tell your head of the family not to leave him idle at home. Cousin, the master of the house is not idle at home. He made me a spinning wheel. It is very useful. I can spin more in one day than I could in 5 days before. Guan Xiaoro said excitedly. There were no factories at that time. Apart from farming, the only source of income for farmers was spinning by their wives during the slack season. When Lin Yunfang heard Guan Xiaoro say that the spinning wheel made by Jin Feng could do the work of 5 days in one day, she immediately followed Guan Xiaoro into the east room. The spinning wheels in dakong are generally very ancient hand-crank spinning wheels with only one spindle. When working, one needs to use one hand to turn the wheel and the other hand to spin the thread. It is not only troublesome but also extremely slow. The spinning wheel made by Jin Feng is pedal-driven, which not only frees his hands, but also adds 4 spindles. The spinning speed is increased immediately, and he is more relaxed than before. Lin Yunfang's eyes almost sparkled as she watched Guan Xiaoro spin out a large ball of thread in just a short while. Completely forgetting the purpose of his visit, he exclaimed in amazement, Xiaoro, this spinning is too fast, your boss is so smart, how did he come up with this idea? If she also had a spinning wheel like this, she wouldn't have to go out to dig wild vegetables. Several women at home could take turns spinning, and the money would be enough for the whole family to eat and drink. From that day on, Jin Feng's home became lively again. All the women came to see Guan Xiaoro's new spinning wheel. When the women discovered that the new spinning wheel was indeed several times faster than the original one, they went crazy and begged Jin Feng to make one for them too. Unfortunately, Jin Feng agreed to none of them. What a joke! It takes several days to make a spinning wheel, and my hands get sore from making one. How can I have the time to make one for all the women in the village? Jin Feng was unwilling, and the women had no choice but to compromise. When Guan Xiaoro was not using it, they brought the ball of thread over to satisfy their desire. Guan Xiaoro suddenly became the most popular person in the village. As a result, Xiao Yi also became an object of flattery, and every woman who saw her would praise her as beautiful. You give her a handful of wild vegetables, and she gives her a handful of wild fruits. Xiaoyi was very happy. The news soon spread to Guanjiawan, and even Guan Xiaorou's best friend Tang Dongdong came. After watching Guan Xiaorou's demonstration, Tang Dongdong almost jumped up with excitement. "Xiaorou, this is a treasure, how can you let people just look at it? We are all neighbors, let's see what's going on." "What else? This is a treasure that can be passed down from generation to generation, you know." Tang Dongdong no longer cared about being reserved, and patted his thigh and asked, "Where is your boss?" "Busy over there." Guan Xiaorou pointed to the blacksmith shop. Tang Dongdong pulled Guan Xiaorou over without saying a word. "So, was that spinning wheel your idea?" Tang Dongdong originally wanted to call Jin Feng brother-in-law, but after thinking about it, he didn't say that out loud. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Jin Feng put down the iron in his hand and answered with a smile. "Have you told anyone else?" Tang Dongdong continued to ask. "No." "So there is only one spinning wheel like this in the world?" "I think so." Jin Feng asked, "What do you want to say?" "I was wondering if you could sell me that spinning wheel." Tang Dongdong said, "I will give you 10 taels of silver, no, 50 taels. The premise is that you forget about this spinning wheel and don't plan to make it for others in the future." "Do you have that much money?" Jin Feng asked curiously. 50 taels of silver is not a small amount. Didn't Guan Xiaorou say that this girl was about to be reduced to a member of the wedding procession? "I don't have that much money now, but if you lend me the spinning wheel, I will definitely bring the money back in a month." Tang Dongdong said confidently, "I can give you a written agreement. Do you want to take this spinning wheel to the city to borrow money, or do you want to find someone to partner with and open a weaving workshop?" After Tang Dongdong said this, Jin Feng suddenly understood. Isn't this financing in later generations? First make a product, then sell it, or find someone to invest money in production. This kind of concept is very common in later generations, but Jin Feng was surprised and a little curious that Tang Dongdong could think of this. It seems that she is not an ordinary city girl. In fact, when he was making the spinning wheel, he also thought about setting up a textile factory, but doing so would likely subvert the entire industry as too many things were involved. So after thinking it over again and again, Jin Feng felt that the time was not right and gave up temporarily. "You thought of that, too?" Tang Dongdong was surprised to find that Jin Feng had guessed her thoughts. "Since you know that the spinning wheel can be sold for a lot of money in the city, why do you let people look at it casually? If someone learns it, it will be worthless. Just learn to walk. I can improve myself at worst." Jin Feng said nonchalantly. The spinning wheel in front of her was for Guan Xiaorou to entertain herself. Only the most basic improvements had been made to it. Compared with the textile machines of later generations, its speed was as slow as a snail. If Jin Feng is willing, just make some changes and the efficiency can be increased by at least dozens of times. Can this spinning wheel be improved further? Tang Dongdong widened his eyes in surprise. How much faster can the speed be after the improvement? It's hard to say. There are too many things involved. Jin Feng couldn't help but recall the scene of visiting a textile factory when he was in school. The rows of looms are filled with shuttles flying back and forth. Compared with them, the spinning wheels in front of us are just children's toys. However, with dakong's current industrial level, it is a pipe dream to make such a textile machine. Power, production materials, craftsmanship, etc. are all problems. I'm afraid Jin Feng may not be able to succeed even if he spends his entire life on it. What's involved? Tang Dongdong continued to dig deeper. Let's not talk about this for now. I've answered so many of your questions. Shouldn't you answer mine too? Jin Feng found it difficult to explain the industrial issue to Tang Dongdong, so he changed the subject. Are you planning to sell the spinning wheel directly, or find someone to invest money to open a workshop? You'd be a fool to sell such a good treasure. So, you're taking me for a fool? Well. Tang Dongdong knew that he had said the wrong thing and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Why don't we open a workshop together? I promise that you and Sister Xiaorou can live a rich life. I have a spinning wheel. You are so poor that you can't even pay taxes. What can you bring to me as a partner? I can manage the workshop. Tang Dongdong said confidently, I know where the hemp is cheapest, and I also know where it is most cost-effective to spin it into thread and sell it as cloth. Do you know these? It seems that you know a lot about the textile industry. Jin Feng shook his head in a very stupid way. He could improve the spinning wheel, but he really knew nothing about what Tang Dongdong said. Of course. My family has been engaged in textile business for 3 generations. If it weren't for my father. At this point, Tang Dongdong suddenly stopped talking, sniffed, and looked up at Jin Feng. Anyway, I can promise you that if you hand over the spinning wheel to me, you and Sister Xiaoro will live a good life. Anyone can make empty promises, just tell me what your plan is. When Jin Feng learned that Tang Dongdong came from a textile family, he immediately became interested. But he did not agree or refuse immediately. Instead, he prepared to listen to Tang Dongdong's ideas first. Originally, I was going to take my spinning wheel to the city and find my father's old friends to form a partnership. This way, I could make money quickly. But those old guys are very cunning and our family is in a bad state, so they will definitely try their best to lower the price. So let's not talk about it. Well, just tell me how you plan to partner with me. Jin Feng didn't want to bother himself with intrigues with a group of old guys. I just calculated that this spinning wheel can spin 5 to 6 times faster than the previous spinning wheels. If Xiaoro and I take turns spinning, at most in 10 days, we can earn enough to buy wood to make another spinning wheel. Then I can hire 2 female workers. Even if we deduct their wages, at most in 15 days, we can earn enough to make another spinning wheel and hire 2 more female workers. In this way, within a year at most, we can become the largest workshop in Jinchuan. Tang Dongdong stared at Jin Feng with sparkling eyes. What do you think? To be honest, Jin Feng was moved. Although the model Tang Dongdong mentioned is simple, it is very effective. The original accumulation of most capitalists in the world is achieved in this way. It may be difficult in the early stages, but once you get on the right track, you can be a hands-off boss and make money while lying at home. He has the skills, Tang Dongdong has the channels and experience in managing workshops. The two can make up for each other's shortcomings, and cooperation is perfect. How do we split the bill? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. It is best to agree on the division of the accounts in advance to avoid confusion later. The textile machine is mine, and I will have to improve it in the future. Xiaoro will also participate in the textile industry in the early stages. Jin Feng silently calculated his chips in his mind and decided to strive for the greatest benefit. But who knew that Tang Dongdong shook his head and said, "No split." No split. What do you mean? I'm marrying you as a concubine, there's no need to split the bill. Ahem. Jin Feng started coughing violently due to Tang Dongdong's words. Isn't it said that women in feudal times were very reserved? Why are the people I meet more fierce than the last? It's bad enough that my wife, who has only been married for a few days, is always talking about taking a concubine for me, but now another one comes out and offers to be my concubine. Are the people of Dakong so open-minded? Guan Xiaoro, who was standing aside, was pleasantly surprised. Dongdong, have you finally figured it out? That's great, let's go to 5th Grandma's house to get your things. Wait a moment. Jin Feng pulled Guan Xiaoro and looked at Tang Dongdong. Why? Guan Xiaoro married him because she was forced into it and had no other choice. But Tang Dongdong obviously didn't reach that point. Why is she in such a hurry to get married? Is he interested in me? Jin Feng is not so narcissistic. Tang Dongdong must have other reasons. Sister Xiaoro said that you are a scholar, never hit a woman, and are a tiger-killing hero. You are the most suitable husband in the nearby villages. Isn't it normal for me to want to marry you? Tang Dongdong asked back. I want to hear the truth. That's the truth. Tang Dongdong said, even if I can save up enough for next year's taxes, I can't save up enough for the year after, so I have to get married sooner or later. Instead of marrying a rough man in the village, I might as well marry you. Forget it, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Jin Feng patted his butt and walked towards the door. When she was about to reach the door, she heard a sigh from behind, and then she heard Tang Dongdong say, okay, I admit, I want to marry you for other reasons. That's more like it. Jin Feng turned around and said, tell me, what's the reason? I want to revive my family's business and defeat the Zhou family. Tang Dongdong clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. Which Zhou family? Jin Feng searched through the host's memory and only knew a person named Zhou. He is also from Xiaowen village and lives opposite Zhang Liang's house. But the men of this family died on the battlefield 2 years ago, leaving behind only a 10-year-old daughter. This is definitely not the Zhou family that Tang Dongdong mentioned. The largest cloth merchant in the county town, Zhou Changlin. Tang Dongdong said word by word. You want to defeat the Zhou family, what does that have to do with marrying me? Jin Feng was even more puzzled. You just said that the spinning wheel could be improved, but then you didn't say a word about it. So I know you don't trust me. The spinning wheel is yours, and I have told you the method. You can just kick me out and let me do it myself. In this way, I will get nothing. Moreover, it is difficult to expand the business if the partners are not of the same mind. Only by marrying you can I gain your trust and support, and the workshop can grow at the fastest speed. Tang Dongdong smiled bitterly and said, This is what I think. If you still don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it. I believe it. So you agree to marry me? No. Why? Tang Dongdong's eyes dimmed. Are you afraid of the Zhou family? I don't even know where the Zhou family is. Jin Feng shook his head again. Am I not good looking? You are very beautiful, and I admire your knowledge and conversation. Why is that? Tang Dongdong asked. We've only met twice in total, and you're going to marry me. I think it's too fast. Jin Feng said casually. Tang Dongdong is both good-looking and capable. If she were alive in later generations, she would definitely be a strong woman. Such a person can be a business partner, but is not suitable to be married. You and Sister Xiaoro got married the first time you met, wasn't that faster? Tang Dongdong retorted. That can't be helped. Not marrying Xiaoro is tantamount to resisting taxes. You know the consequences of resisting taxes. Jin Feng felt somewhat fortunate when talking about this. The wedding procession is so scary, just like guessing the blind box. Fortunately, there was Guan Xiaoro in the team, otherwise they would have to pick one from a group of dark and ugly girls to take home as their wife. With Jin Feng's personality, he would definitely not do anything to force a woman to death, and there was no such thing as divorce these days, so he could only accept it. I got married for the first time out of necessity, but luckily I met Xiaoro, which is a blessing from God. I am already very satisfied with Xiaoro, so I have no plans to take a concubine for the time being. Even if I take a concubine, I hope that I will fall in love with a girl sincerely, rather than exchanging interests. Sister Xiaoro, you found a good man. Tang Dongdong's momentum suddenly lost, his body seemed to be shorter, and he turned and left. Where are you going? Jin Feng called her. Since you have no intention of cooperating, what am I still doing here? I haven't finished weeding the field yet. I just said I won't marry you. Who said we can't cooperate? All the big companies in later generations have a large number of shareholders. On the contrary, many husband and wife shops ended up in chaos and became the laughingstock of netizens across the country. If you don't marry me, will you support me? As long as I can make money, I support it. But I must have absolute controlling stake. Absolute controlling stake. What does that mean? Tang Dongdong asked curiously. What I mean is that I have the final say in our cooperation, said Jin Feng. Do you have to have the final say? Tang Dongdong thought for a while. Other things are fine, but you can't stop me from taking revenge on the Zhou family. How are you going to retaliate? Jin Feng said, if you're hiring someone to kill me, then that's fine. I don't want to be beheaded. I don't want to either, Tang Dongdong said, my revenge is simple. I will just steal the Zhou family's business. Our spinning wheel is fast, and the products we make will definitely be cheaper than the Zhou family's. It won't be difficult to steal their business. That's fine. Jin Feng nodded. You agreed. Tang Dongdong didn't react for a moment. The Zhou family is extremely wealthy, aren't you afraid? I'm not thinking of challenging you right now, so what am I afraid of? Jin Feng asked, you wouldn't do that either, would you? Of course not. Tang Dongdong waved his hands quickly. Her original plan was to hide in the dark and accumulate strength, and then deal a fatal blow to the Zhou family after she became strong enough. That's it, isn't it? Jin Feng said with a smile, happy cooperation. Hatred is a powerful force. Jin Feng believes that with this support, Tang Dongdong will definitely do his best to develop the workshop. As for the Zhou family, let it be. There are small workshops everywhere. If they fail to develop, even though the Zhou family is the #1 cloth merchant in the county, they probably won't even look at Jin Feng. Competitors are enemies. If things develop to the point where they can compete with the Zhou family, even if Tang Dongdong is not around, I'm afraid they will be unable to avoid it. Since there is no way around it, what's the point of agreeing to Tang Dongdong? Happy cooperation. Tang Dongdong imitated Jin Feng and said something, then heaved a long sigh of relief. Then he looked at Guan Xiaoro. Sister Xiaoro, is it okay for me to move in with you for a while? Sure. Guan Xiaoro said with a look of regret, Boss, I still think it's best for you to marry Dongdong. What a good girl she is, she's pretty, she can write and do math, she's 100 times better than me. Don't talk about this anymore. Jin Feng simply waved his hand and pushed Guan Xiaoro out of the shop. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. The nobles pay attention to etiquette, which means they are well fed and well drunk. Ordinary people often have only one adobe house, and all family members, regardless of gender, age, or brothers, sleep together without any particular rules. So from that day on, the women in the village discovered that there was a new girl in Jin Feng's family. She took turns spinning yarn with Guan Xiaoro and was busy until midnight every night. Fortunately, the women's novelty about the spinning wheels had worn off, and no one complained. Instead, they became curious about Tang Dongdong's identity. When the women found out that Tang Dongdong was just staying at Jin Feng's house temporarily and was not married to Jin Feng, they looked at Jin Feng with contempt. Yes, these days in rural areas taking a concubine is not only not looked down upon, but is instead a sign of ability and responsibility. Marrying a wife is a must, but marrying 2 or 3 and being able to support them, that is real ability. Xiaoyu's father, who is also the village chief of Xiaowen village, has 4 wives, the youngest of whom is only a few years older than Xiaoyu. He is a well-known philanthropist in several nearby villages. In the eyes of women, Jin Feng's behavior is not that of a man. So when Jin Feng went out these days, all he saw were contempt and disdain. He was so depressed that he simply hid himself at home and prepared to give Tang Dongdong another fight. 40 miles west of Xiaowen village, there is a ravine located at the junction of Jinchuan County and another county. It has been a lawless area for many years and a place where bandits from all walks of life trade and occupy their territory. In the narrow valley, there are not only restaurants, brothels, and casinos, but also blacksmith shops, carpenter shops, pharmacies, and even a small cattle and horse market. It is like a bustling market. But those who come to this market are not good people. At the entrance of an unnamed casino, a burly man grabbed Xie Guang and threw him to the ground. When Xie Guang got up, the bald man who came with him was also thrown out. Bah, you look down on others. The bald man spat at the entrance of the casino and rubbed his stomach. Xie Guang, buy me some buns. Third boss, I have no money. Xie Guang said with a bitter face. Didn't I see you left a few coins? I lost everything. Useless stuff. The bald man kicked Xie Guang and said, then get out of here. I'm going back to the mountains. Third master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Xie Guang grabbed the bald man and said, you forgot, the guy named Jin Feng in my village, he still has at least more than 20 strings of money in his hand. Dongdong, stop spinning and go to bed early. Guan Xiaoro put on her coat and said distressedly, I haven't slept well these past few days. You've lost weight. Your family eats 3 meals a day, and they're all rice and flour. How can I lose weight? Tang Dongdong said, Sister Xiaoro, go to sleep. I will just spin for a while. Then don't be too late. Guan Xiaoro wiped the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth and returned to the west room. It seems like there's no show today. Jin Feng listened to the squeaking sound and felt helpless. He and Guan Xiaoro were in their honeymoon period, and were very passionate about their relationship. However, there was only a main room between the east and west rooms, and there was not even a door. Jin Feng could hear Xiao Yi's sleep talking at night clearly. If the two wanted to do something, they had to wait until Tang Dongdong fell asleep. But Tang Dongdong was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, spinning until late at night every night. When she fell asleep, Jin Feng and Guan Xiaoro had already fallen asleep. We must build another shed in the yard tomorrow and drive this light bulb into the shed to spin thread. Jin Feng gradually fell asleep with deep resentment. In the back mountain, Xie Guang and Baldy walked out of the grove, one step deep and one step shallow, and quietly entered the village under the faint moonlight. Both of them were holding axes in their hands, which had just been sharpened in the afternoon. The blades reflected a cold light in the moonlight. They were ready to silence him. "There are no dogs in your village, right?" the bald man asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, third master. Our village is extremely poor. People can't even get enough to eat. Who can afford to raise a dog?" "That's good. Without a dog, no one would be woken up." "Hey, why is the light still on in that kid's house?" Xie Guang pointed at the dimly lit window and said, "Third master, shall we take action?" "Why bother? The lights are on, which means you're still awake. If you shout, the whole village will hear you." "Wait." The bald man slapped Xie Guang on the head. "Yes, yes." Xie Guang shrank his neck, squatted in the grass outside the yard with his bald head, and waited patiently. Half an hour. 1 hour. 2 hours passed. It was already late at night, and the light in the window was still on. Could this kid have gone to sleep without blowing out the lights? The bald man couldn't stand it anymore. "My legs are numb after squatting for so long." "It's possible. This kid doesn't know how to live. The fortune his father left him was squandered in less than a year." Xie Guang said, "Since he made so much money this time, he must have become extravagant again. This is my money, I can't let him waste it like this." A fierce light flashed in the bald man's eyes. "Let's go, do it." Xie Guang had already become impatient and quickly stood up. Who knew that just as the two stood up, the door of the main room opened. Xie Guang and Guangtou were so scared that they squatted down again. At the door of the main room, Tang Dongdong looked up at the moon and stretched. Her slim figure is clearly revealed. This boy's wife is very beautiful. The bald man couldn't help swallowing. This is not his wife, this is Tang Dongdong from Guangjiawan. As a veteran ruffian, Xie Guang knew all the pretty girls in the nearby villages and recognized Tang Dongdong at a glance. Nonsense, if she's not his wife, why is she in his house? It must be that this kid Jin Feng got rich and took a concubine. Xie Guang said, "I heard that Tang Dongdong is a girl from a wealthy family in the city. She came to our place because her family was robbed. Many people came to ask for marriage but failed. I didn't expect that she would be won by this boy. How much would it cost to marry a concubine like this?" The bald man slapped his thigh in pain. It was as if Jin Feng really spent his money. "Don't kill this woman, I want to take her back." For bandits, beautiful women are also a kind of commodity. After they sleep with them, they can sell them to the illegal brothels in the valley. Someone as beautiful as Tang Dongdong can be sold for a good price. Third boss, this guy's wife is called Guan Xiaoro, and she is also very beautiful. Xie Guang said quickly. He has been coveting Guan Xiaoro for a long time. Take it back with you, too. The two saw Tang Dongdong enter the kitchen, and carefully entered the yard using the shadow under the tree. Tang Dongdong drank some water in the kitchen and was about to go into the house to sleep when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. When I looked down, I saw a sharp hatchet on my neck. I subconsciously wanted to call for help, but the next second my mouth was covered. "Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you." Aha. Having experienced dramatic changes in her family, Tang Dongdong was stronger than most women. Although she was also trembling with fear, she suppressed her fear and nodded slightly. The bald man took out a coil of rope from his arms and tied Tang Dongdong to the kitchen door frame. He also pulled down Xiaoyi's clothes that were hanging in the yard, rolled them into a ball and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he picked up the hatchet and said to Xie Guang, "Let's go in together. I'll hold the woman down, and you kill the men." Do you hear me? Good. Xie Guang clenched the hatchet in his hand, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. He would definitely not be able to return to Xiwen, so the only option left for him was to become a bandit. But these days there are too many people who can't make a living, and the bandits are competing fiercely. If you don't have some tricks, you will still starve even if you go up the mountain. The third in command told him before he came that if he didn't want to be looked down upon by other bandits, he should take a head as a token of his allegiance, so that he would not be bullied. Jin Feng is Xie Guang's target for surrender. When Tang Dongdong heard that the two men wanted to kill Jin Feng, he became anxious. Seeing Xie Guanghe and the bald man about to walk to the door of the main room, he gritted his teeth and banged his head against the door frame. Bang! Bang! The low sound was particularly harsh in the middle of the night. You're looking for death. Xie Guang turned around to deal with Tang Dongdong, but was stopped by the bald man. Don't worry about her, it's more important to deal with the people in the house. The bald man pushed Xie Guang into the main room. This was not the first time he had done something like this, and he knew very well that the sound of Tang Dongdong banging on the door would not travel far, but if the people in the room were woken up and shouted something, that would be the end of them. Xie Guang also understood what was going on and rushed into the main room with a hatchet in hand. As soon as I entered the house, I saw a bench coming towards me. Xie Guang had no time to dodge and was hit hard. Bang! The bench made of solid wood was broken directly. Xie Guang didn't even say a word, he just fell to the ground and fainted. Jin Feng walked out from the shadow behind the door and grabbed the hatchet that Xie Guang had dropped on the ground. Damn it! The bald man is indeed a veteran. His first reaction after seeing Jin Feng was not to rush up to fight, but to turn around and rush to the kitchen door and put the knife to Tang Dongdong's neck. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill her. My dear man, let's talk nicely. Don't hurt my friend. I can give you whatever you want. I know you still have more than 20 strings of cash, give it to me. The bald man didn't even look at Xie Guang and asked for money. Can. Jin Feng immediately took out 2 silver ingots from his arms and threw them half a meter in front of the bald man. Let my friend go, and you can take the money. As long as the bald man picks up the money, he might find a chance to fight back. Unfortunately, the bald man didn't fall for it, but said coldly, throw away your knife, come and pick it up for me. If he asked for money, Jin Feng could give it to the bald man without hesitation. Even if he really took the silver and ran away, Jin Feng didn't care. But if I throw the knife away, what if the bald guy stabs me? Jin Feng was a little hesitant. Hurry up. The bald man exerted a little force with his hands, and a blood mark immediately appeared on Tang Dongdong's neck. Jin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Not only did he see bloodstains on Tang Dongdong's neck, he also saw a figure behind the bald man sneaking into the courtyard. It was too dark to see who was coming. But judging from the way the other person was tiptoeing, she seemed to be a woman and should not be one of the bald guy's gang. At this point, we can only give it a try. My dear, you can take the money, but if you hurt my friends, I will definitely shout, and then you can't run away, we will die together. Jin Feng threw the knife aside and walked away while talking to attract the bald man's attention. Don't worry, I'm just here to ask for money. The bald man said he wanted to make money, but in fact he had already made up his mind that as soon as Jin Feng came close, he would chop him down first. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. If Jin Feng only took 2 or 3 more steps forward, he would be able to pick up the silver. The bald man silently gripped the hilt of the knife, ready to kill Jin Feng with one blow. The atmosphere was dull and depressing. Suddenly, a scream was heard in the main room. It completely broke the depressing atmosphere and the silence of the night. Guan Xiaoro was woken up and saw a bloody man lying on the ground. Damn it, you cheated. The bald man roared and was about to stab down with the hatchet in his hand. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the bald man and bumped into his waist. At this time, Jin Feng finally saw clearly. The figure is Xie Guang's wife, Ruan Yang. Why is she here? This thought flashed through Jin Feng's mind. Knowing that now was not the time to think about these things, he gathered his thoughts and rushed towards the bald man. The bald man kicked Ruan Yang and she fell down. Then he swung the knife and continued to stab Tang Dongdong. Although Ruinyang's strength was small and she only knocked the bald man off balance, she bought Jin Feng some time. Just as the hatchet was about to pierce Tang Dongdong's neck, Jin Feng arrived. He reached out and grabbed the blade, pulling the hatchet aside with force. Bang! The hatchet grazed Tang Dongdong's neck and hit the door frame. Jin Feng ignored the severe pain in his palm and kicked the bald man in the crotch. This is the most vulnerable part of a man. The bald man howled, his face turned red instantly, and he arched his waist involuntarily. Jin Feng raised his knee and hit the bald man hard in the face. Snap! The bridge of his nose was broken directly, and the bald man's mind went blank in an instant. The hand holding the hatchet loosened involuntarily. Jin Feng snatched the hatchet and stabbed it into the bald man's chest. Blood gushed out. The bald man fell to the ground, struggled for a few times and then stopped moving. It sounds slow, but it is actually very fast. From the time Ruinyang knocked the bald man away to the time Jin Feng snatched the knife and killed him, it only took a dozen seconds. But Jin Feng seemed to have used up all his strength. He leaned against the door frame and gasped heavily. The right hand holding the hatchet couldn't help but tremble. Killing someone is not a pleasant experience, especially in close combat. At this moment, Jin Feng's mind was filled with the feeling and sound of the hatchet stabbing into the bald man's chest. I killed someone. I killed someone. Boss. Guan Xiaoro rushed out holding a broom, crying and pulling up Jin Feng's injured right hand, bandaging it in a hurry. Help! Help! Ruinyang also got up and shouted at the top of her lungs. Xiao Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was finally woken up and screamed in fright. The courtyard suddenly became lively. Jin Feng was awakened by the screams of the three women and swung his knife to cut the rope on Tang Dongdong. Tang Dongdong's legs were so limp with fear that she slid to the ground, hugged Jin Feng's thighs, and cried even more miserably than Xiao Yi. She was really terrified. Soon, torches appeared in the village. Zhang Liang lived quite far away, so when he ran over with a hatchet, the village chief had already brought his men to control the situation. Looking at the bloodstains in the yard and the bald head lying on the ground, Zhang Liang's heart tightened. When he saw Jin Feng standing in the crowd, he breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the hunter to ask, "Sixth brother, what happened?" Xie Guang brought people to Jin Feng's house to steal things again. He bumped into Tang Dongdong and started fighting. Xie Guang again. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is that bastard?" "Yes." Chen Laoyo pointed at Xie Guang who had been tied up. "Is that Xie Guang?" It's not that Zhang Liang's eyesight is bad, but Jin Feng hit him too hard with the stool. Xie Guang's nose was flattened and his face was covered in blood. Most people would not be able to recognize him. Now that we've caught this bastard, why are we still keeping him around? When a thief is encountered in the village, he is usually beaten to death. Not to mention the situation tonight. The village chief said to send him to the officials. Chen Laoyo whispered, "I guess the village chief can't do it." After all, Xie Guang's father was a soldier with the village chief. "He can't do it, I'll do it." Jin Feng had never killed anyone, but Zhang Liang had come back from the battlefield and had seen blood in the past. For him, killing a person is no different from killing a chicken. No, he would get excited if a chicken was killed. Because I can eat meat. Don't go. Chen Laoyo grabbed Zhang Liang and said, "This kid is going to die anyway, why bother dirtying your hands and offending the village chief? How do you know he can't survive?" "I just went to see him." Xie Guang's nose has completely turned into a mass of rotten flesh. He has only a few teeth left. He is still confused now. Chen Laoyo said, "What kind of place is the county jail? A good man would be beaten to a pulp if sent there. He can't even survive 3 days. If the village chief really wants to do good for him, he might as well give him a quick death now." "Humph, he asked for it." Zhang Liang put down the hatchet and spat at Xie Guang. Cough cough. Xie Guang, who was originally in a semi-comatose state, suddenly started coughing violently and struggled desperately. "What's going on?" The village chief looked at his son who was standing by. "I don't know either." He was fine just now, but suddenly he started struggling for his life. Lu Tai looked innocent. Old Tan. Come here quickly. The village chief shouted to the crowd. Old Tan makes a living by collecting herbs. He is considered the barefoot doctor in the village. He can usually treat minor illnesses of the villagers, but he has no way to treat Xie Guang's injuries. Boss, what happened to him? Guan Xiaoro looked at Xie Guang, whose limbs were twisted, and was a little scared. Is he possessed by a ghost? There are no ghosts in the world. Jin Feng explained, he was just choked by the blood. Xie Guang was hit in the face with a bench, and his nose and mouth were full of blood. It was okay when he was lying on the ground just now, as the blood had all flowed onto the ground. Now that he's tied up, the blood will flow down his throat, and it would be strange if it didn't choke him into his trachea. If Jin Feng had reminded him at this time, Xie Guang might still have a chance of survival. But he stood still. Having been educated in modern civilization for so many years, Jin Feng attaches great importance to human life. Even though Xie Guang came to his house to blackmail him and stole his things, Jin Feng just thought that Xie Guang was annoying and had never thought of killing Xie Guang. But tonight, Jin Feng wanted to kill. Because he hid behind the door and heard the conversation between Xie Guang and Baldy. Before tonight, Jin Feng had a gaming attitude towards this world. But Xie Guang made him see the cruelty of this world. This is an era where human life is worthless. For a few copper coins, or even just for half a steamed bun, some people will take risks. If Tang Dong Dong hadn't spun yarn until late at night, my body would probably be cold by now. Realizing this, Jin Feng's mentality began to change. He endured the discomfort and watched Xie Guang struggle coldly. Xie Guang didn't hold on for long and soon suffocated to death. Along with Jin Feng, Ruan Yang, who was hiding in the corner, was also paying attention to Xie Guang. Seeing her so-called husband die, she couldn't help crying. There was a hint of sadness and relief on his face, but more of confusion. No matter what kind of person Xie Guang was, when Xie Guang was alive, she at least had an identity. Now that Xie Guang is dead, she has become a widow. These days, the fate of a widow is tragic. Respectable young girls can't get married, and no one wants a widow. I can't go back to my parents' home anymore. When alive, you are helpless, and when dead, you are a lonely ghost. Ruan Yang felt like she was floating in a cold and dark ocean. There was water all around, nothing to cling to or rely on, and not a ray of light to be seen. Just helplessly following the black water flow, flowing into deeper darkness. Originally, Ruan Yang was hiding in the corner and no one noticed her. But when she cried like that, everyone looked over. Why is she here? She is Xie Guang's wife, she must be here to keep watch for Xie Guang. You thief, why are you howling? If you keep howling, I'll kill you. I should have beaten her to death last time, but Jin Feng was soft-hearted. Now it's okay, right? Where's the rope? Tie that thief up quickly. We can't let her get away this time. A group of young people thought that Ruan Yang was in cahoots with Xie Guang and shouted that they wanted to beat her to death. Ruan Yang seemed to have accepted her fate. She didn't beg for mercy or explain, she just kept crying. Maybe she doesn't want to live anymore. Seeing someone coming over with a rope, Jin Feng quickly stood in front of Ruan Yang and said, she is not in the same group as Xie Guang. If she hadn't helped me tonight, our family might have died. Yes, it was Ruan Yang who saved me. She is not a bad person. Tang Dong Dong also rushed out to testify. She is not in the same group as Xie Guang. Why is she coming to your house in the middle of the night? The hunter asked. This. Jin Feng didn't know how to answer. In fact, he was also very curious about why Ruan Yang appeared here in the middle of the night. Ruan Yang, don't be afraid. Tell me, why are you here? Tang Dong Dong squatted down, hugged Ruan Yang and asked in a low voice. Ruan Yang was also from Guanjiawan, and knew Guan Xiaoro and Tang Dong Dong. Perhaps seeing someone familiar, Ruan Yang gradually calmed down and said while crying. After brother Jin Feng released me last time, I went back to my parents' home, but my brother said I was already married and sent me back. Behind Xie Guang's house is an old graveyard. I'm afraid, and I'm also afraid that Xie Guang will come back. Sister Dong Dong has to spin every night. Only when I lean against the wall of your house and listen to the sound of the spinning wheel, I'm not so scared. If you're scared, why don't you come in?" When Tang Dong Dong heard Ruan Yang say this, his eyes turned red again. "I don't dare." "So what have you been eating these days?" Jin Feng asked. Xie Guang was a scumbag. He even took away her coat and sold it for gambling money. Needless to say, he would not leave her any food. "Eat wild vegetables." Ruan Yang answered in a low voice. Jin Feng is grateful to Ruan Yang from the bottom of his heart. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was his savior. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you are willing, you can help Xiao spin yarn in the future. If you are scared at night, just squeeze in with Xiaoyi and Dong Dong." I do. Ruan Yang agreed without hesitation. Then she started crying again. This time I cried tears of joy. It's like a drowning person whose feet suddenly touch the hard ground and his heart suddenly feels at ease. But the village chief frowned and said, "Jin Feng, this is inappropriate." Tang Dong Dong lived in Jin Feng's house, and no one took her seriously. Because everyone thinks that Tang Dong Dong will marry Jin Feng sooner or later. Every day, many women would make fun of the two men when they passed by the door. But Ruan Yang is different. Although Xie Guang became a gambler after their marriage and never slept with her, and she is still a virgin, she is a real widow. Leaving a widow at home will make people look down on her. Nothing inappropriate. Jin Feng insisted, "Tomorrow I will build a shed in the yard and make a few more spinning wheels. If the aunts and sisters-in-law are free, you can come and help Xiao spin the yarn. I will pay you for it." The women's attention was immediately diverted, and they all asked about how their wages were calculated and whether they would be provided with meals. The village chief sighed and arranged for the young men to carry the body away. When Lu Tai lifted the corpse, Zhang Liang saw a round brand on the bald man's wrist. My heart suddenly skipped a beat and sweat broke out on my face. "Ryoko, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go." Oh. Zhang Liang came to his senses and found that Jin Feng was surrounded by women. He had to suppress his uneasiness and followed the hunter away with his hatchet. "Jin Feng, how many people are you going to find to help you? Can my girl come? She spins very fast. She doesn't need any wages, just food. Jin Feng, when will you be able to finish the new spinning wheel?" The women asked questions one after another. He didn't care at all that only 2 people died in the yard and the blood on the ground wasn't even dry yet. "Yes, we have seen many dead people, and the living have to continue living. In 10 days or so, the wild vegetables will be gone and they will have nothing to do." Nothing to do means nothing to gain. They are not afraid of working or death, but they are afraid of starving. Finally, Jin Feng promised to make the spinning wheel as soon as possible so that everyone would have work to do. Only then did the women leave satisfied. In order to leave a good impression on Jin Feng, a few diligent women took hoes and dug a few baskets of soil before leaving, and carefully covered up the bloodstains. "Master, your hands are like this, how can you spin a wheel?" After the women left, Guan Xiao asked worriedly. "I can't do it myself, but I can ask someone else to do it." Jin Feng said, "The carpenter in town has good skills, so we can ask him for help." "No. The spinning wheel cannot be passed around. Only you can do it." Tang Dong Dong immediately expressed his objection. "Dong Dong, even if I do nothing else in the future, how much can I make just by spinning?" Jin Feng said, "If you want to bring down the Zhou family, you can't rely on me to do the spinning wheel alone. Sooner or later, I will have to ask others for help. When we make money, I will go to the city to buy some carpenters, and then we can let them do it." Tang Dong Dong said, "But before we buy a carpenter, you are the only one who can make the spinning wheel. Can the carpenter buy it?" Jin Feng thought he had heard it wrong. Of course, there are specialized brokers in the city. Some people are sold out by the government because their families have committed crimes, and some people are sold out to raise money because their families have encountered emergencies. Tang Dong Dong said, "Carpenters are rare, but if you ask around, you can always find one." The scene in the ancient costume TV drama where a man sold himself to bury his father immediately emerged in Jin Feng's mind. Will the purchased carpenter not leak the secret? After signing the contract to sell themselves, their lives belong to you. Even if they dare to leak the secret and kill the officials, we will not care. Tang Dong Dong said, but carpenters are considered craftsmen, and they usually sell for a higher price. Moreover, we have to pay taxes to them after we buy them. We can't afford them now. Dong Dong, do you think this will work? Jin Feng said, let's not give the entire spinning wheel to a carpenter. We can just give them the more troublesome parts. When they are done, they can bring it back and I will assemble it together. This way, we can save time and prevent leakage. What do you think? That's a good idea. Tang Dong Dong thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, I've already made the relatively complicated parts a few days ago. When it's daybreak, Xiaoro, go find Brother Liang and ask him to help deliver them to the carpenter in town. Good. Before Guan Xiaoro could go look for him, Zhang Liang came by himself after the patrol. He did not enter the yard, but stood at the door and waved to Jin Feng. Jin Feng, come here. Brother Liang, I said I would come to see you tomorrow. Jin Feng walked out with a smile. What do you want from me? I want you to go to town tomorrow and ask a carpenter to make something. Okay, this is a small matter. Zhang Liang looked around and asked in a low voice, do you know the bald guy today? I don't know him, Jin Feng shook his head. Who knows where Xie Guang found these bad friends? After saying that, Jin Feng immediately realized that something was wrong. Zhang Liang came here specially, it was obvious that there was something wrong with this bald guy. Brother Liang, do you know him? If I'm not mistaken, he might be a bandit. Bandit. Jin Feng's heart skipped a beat. For the mountain people, bandits are an indelible shadow hanging over their heads. Every year, the bandits from Tieguan Mountain would come to the village to collect grain. If anyone resisted, the consequences would be serious. More than 20 years ago, a nearby village suffered a flood and the villagers had very little harvest. If they gave it to the bandits, the whole family would starve to death. So that year, the villagers rebelled and drove away the bandit group that came to collect grain. As a result, a large number of bandits came the next day. In order to establish their authority, the bandits killed all the men in the village and took the women and children away to the mountains. Until now, the village is still deserted and no one dares to enter it in broad daylight. If the bald guy is the Taiguanshan bandit, then the matter would be serious. Brother Liang, how did you find out that he was a bandit? Jin Feng asked curiously. Logically speaking, the person who is most familiar with the bandits in the village is the village chief, after all, they deal with them every year. Why did no one else recognize that the bald man was a bandit, but only Zhang Liang recognized him? Because I saw the brand on his wrist. Zhang Liang said, that is the mark of the Mau Mau Mountain bandits. Cat Mountain bandits. Jin Feng almost laughed out loud, where is Cat Mountain? The host only remembers the Iron Can Mountain bandits and has never heard of the Cat Mountain bandits. The bandits all had very domineering names, such as King Longzai and Meng Huling, which sound scary. Cat Mountain bandit, are you serious about such a cute name? Mau Mau Mountain is in the north of the county seat. A few years ago, I went there to do some work and saw the bandits there. They all had a brand on their wrists, exactly the same as the one on the bald man. So that's how it is. Jin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It's good that they're not the bandits from Tieguan Mountain. Bandits divide up their territories. Otherwise, if you come and he comes to take over, there won't be much profit even if they suck the common people dry. Several villages near Xiawen are the territories of the Taiguanshan bandits. If other bandits come to cause trouble, the Taiguanshan bandits will not agree. Jin Feng, the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain are more difficult to deal with than those in Tieguan Mountain. Zhang Liang said, the bandits of Tieguan Mountain make a living by collecting grain, while the bandits of Mau Mau Mountain make a living by robbing houses and robbing on the road. Although the core gang members only have dozens of people, they are all good fighters and have killed people. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Tieguan Mountain will not offend them. Besides, if Tieguan Mountain knew about this, they might even help Mau Mau Mountain to catch you. After hearing this, Jin Feng could no longer laugh. He understood what Zhang Liang meant. If the Mau Mau Mountain bandits come to Xiawen to collect food, the Tieguan Mountain bandits may fight to the death. But if the Mau Mau Mountain bandits just came to cause trouble for Jin Feng, Tieguan Mountain would definitely not care. After all, Taiguanshan doesn't want to see anyone killing bandits. Otherwise, if you kill one today and I kill one tomorrow, who among the common people will be afraid of bandits? Who would still pay grain honestly? Brother Liang, should we report to the police? Jin Feng was a little confused. In his previous life, he lived under the red flag, where the country was peaceful and prosperous. Not to mention bandits, even village tyrants and hooligans were all subdued. Apart from going to school, he was worried about making money through part-time jobs, and had no experience in dealing with such matters. When encountering such a situation, the first solution that comes to mind is to report to the police. It's useless. Zhang Liang shook his head. The bandits' lairs are all in places that are easy to defend but difficult to attack, and they all have retreat routes. Without more than 10 times the number of troops, it is difficult to wipe them out. Since a few years ago, the troops on the battlefield have always been insufficient, and the few people left by the county government can't even surround Mau Mau Mountain. Well. Jin Feng sighed helplessly. You don't have to worry too much. Bandits rarely go to other mountain territories because it's taboo. The Mau Mau Mountain bandits usually operate north of the county government and rarely come to our side. I just observed that, except for me, no one should recognize him as a bandit. Everyone thinks that Baldy is a ruffian who hangs out with Xie Guang. As long as the two of us don't tell anyone, it will be difficult for the people in Mau Mau Mountain to know about this. Zhang Liang said, I came here just to tell you so that you can have some peace of mind. Thank you, Liang. Jin Feng felt slightly relieved when he heard this. The transportation in Dakong is very blocked. Many people spend their entire lives confined to the area around the village. They can brag about going to the county government for several years. The Mau Mau Mountain bandits' territory is not here, so the probability of them finding me is very low. You said we are a family, so it would be awkward to say thank you. Zhang Liang continued, by the way, I met a brother when I was in the army. He opened a tavern near Mau Mau Mountain and knew a few bandits from Mau Mau Mountain. I will go there tomorrow and ask him to help keep an eye on things. If there is any unusual movement in Mau Mau Mountain, ask him to notify me as quickly as possible. Is this person reliable? Jin Feng asked. If the person is unreliable, doing so will increase the risk of being exposed. Brothers in life and death. Zhang Liang said, and he really hates the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain. Those bastards come to exploit him every month. After hearing this, Jin Feng finally felt relieved. For the first time, I felt a sense of urgency in my heart, and I hated myself for not being strong enough. If you are strong enough, why would you be afraid of a group of bandits? We must develop as quickly as possible so that we can protect ourselves. Jin Feng made a silent decision in his heart. Oh oh oh. The rooster in Third Ant's house began to crow at the top of its voice. By the way, what did you ask the carpenter to do? Zhang Liang said, give it to me. I'll go back and tell them and leave right away. Brother Liang, it's still early. Isn't it too early to set off? Mau Mau Mountain is to the north of the county seat. If we leave early, we can still come back today. Okay, be careful on the road. Jin Feng went to the shop to pack up the spinning wool parts that had been made, and took out a piece of silver and handed it over. You can ask the carpenter to make it according to this. Make one first. If it does a good job, I will contact him later. Good. Zhang Liang took the package and the silver, turned and left. The yard has been cleaned up. Xiaoyi was still a child after all, and she fell asleep again after crying for a while. Guan Xiaoro, Tang Dongdong, and Ruinyang sat around the small table, and no one spoke. Seeing Jin Feng coming back, everyone stood up. They were all frightened tonight and wanted from the bottom of their hearts to be close to the only men in the house. Ah, boss, your hand is bleeding again. Guan Xiaoro saw that Jin Feng's left hand started to bleed again, so she hurried to find the herbs left by Lao Tan. Don't look for herbs yet, Dong Dong, bring the needle and thread. Jin Feng said, Xiaoro, help me untie the gauze. Run Nyang, go boil some water. The three girls were also scared tonight, so it would be good to find something for them to do to divert their attention. Okay. Ruan Yang didn't know what to do, but when she received the order, she ran to the kitchen. Tang Dong Dong hurried to find needle and thread. "What do you need needle and thread for, master?" Guan Xiaoro asked as she untied the gauze. "Stitch the wound," Jin Feng said. The bald man's hatchet was sharpened very sharply. The wound on his left hand extended from the base of his thumb to his little finger, and the skin was turned inside out. It would be difficult to heal without sewing it up. "We were in a hurry just now, so I just asked Old Tan to apply some hemostatic herbs and then wrap it with gauze, and that was it. It would be strange if there was no bleeding. The wound is not a piece of clothing. How do you sew it?" Guan Xiaoro was so frightened by Jin Feng's words that her hands trembled. "You're right. Just sew it like you would a piece of clothing." "How can that be possible?" "If I say yes, then yes." Jin Feng had no way to explain modern medicine to Guan Xiaoro, so he could only say arrogantly, "Listen to me on this matter." This trick is most useful for Guan Xiaoro. As long as Jin Feng pretended to lose his temper, she would immediately behave herself. According to Jin Feng's request, she first boiled the needle and thread in boiling water, then bent the sewing needle, and finally began to sew the wound like sewing clothes, crying. There was no anesthetic those days, and Jin Feng was sweating from the pain. After all, she was a novice, and by the time Guan Xiaoro finished treating the wound, it was already daybreak. There were a lot of things to do today, so Jin Feng took a short rest and asked Guan Xiaoro to call Zhang Monsong over. He planned to build a few more huts in the yard, which would require a lot of wood. There are a lot of wood in the back mountain, but Jin Feng has an injury on his hand, so he can only ask Zhang Monsong for help. In addition to cutting down trees to build a shed, Jin Feng also hopes to go to the back mountain to find some strong and resilient trees, and make a few bows and crossbows, just in case of emergency. What happened last night sounded the alarm for him. Jin Feng has never been one to sit and wait for death. Although Zhang Liang said that the possibility of the Mau Mau mountain bandits discovering him was very small, Jin Feng did not dare to take any chances. Because the cost is too high. If he really couldn't hide it anymore, he didn't want to be powerless to fight back. Zhang Monsong has been chopping firewood for so many years and knows the trees in the back mountain very well, so it would be most appropriate to ask him for help. As a result, before the two of them left the house, the third aunt came with her men. "Jin Feng, didn't you say you were going to set up a shed today? I'll call your uncle over to give you a hand." Third aunt said with a smile. "That's perfect. I was just worrying that Monsong and I couldn't lift the tree. It would be great to have Uncle San to help." Jin Feng smiled and agreed, "Uncle San, thank you for your help." Although third aunt had a conflict with him a few days ago, they have reconciled now. Since she is here to help, there is no need to push her away. It should be. It should be. Uncle San smiled innocently and said, "When your spinning wheel is finished, remember to give your Aunt San a bowl of rice. Don't worry, if anyone doesn't invite me, I'll invite third aunt first." Jin Feng agreed with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his second sister-in-law came with her men. Then came Lu Tai and his wife, the hunter and his wife, and the concubine. Finally, almost everyone in the village came. Now Jin Feng didn't have to do anything. The hunter and Lu Tai took the men to cut down trees, while the women stayed at home to tidy up the yard and twist hemp ropes, and they were busy in full swing. Others came to help, and Jin Feng was not stingy. He asked Guan Xiaoro to cook a big pot of rice, and the remaining rabbit was also stewed until it was soft. The rich aroma of meat wafted in the air. The group of children playing in the yard stopped running and gathered around the kitchen door, drooling. There is strength in numbers. Before noon, the men had returned with a dozen small trees as thick as bowls on carts. At noon, Jin Feng asked the children to go home and get bowls, one bowl of rice for each person, with a spoonful of broth on top. The children had never eaten such delicious food before, and they all wanted to swallow their tongues. After a lively lunch, the men started to work again. A pile of firewood was built in the yard, and wood was carried back and forth on it to roast. The carbonized wood is not only insect-proof but also durable. After the women had delivered the dishes and chopsticks home, when they came back again, each of them had 1 or 2 bundles of straw under their arms. There is no technical requirement to build a thatched hut. Just bury the roasted wood in the soil to make pillars, tie the crossbeams with ropes, cover the crossbeams and the surrounding areas with thatch, and then smear mud on top and it's done. Before it got dark, a thatched hut 3 meters long and 10 meters wide was built. There was not enough rice left to make steamed rice, so Jin Feng asked Guan Xiaoro to cook a pot of porridge and then make 2 large baskets of fried cakes. The wild rabbit was eaten at noon. There was a shortage of supplies in the village and no other vegetables to serve to the guests. Jin Feng had no choice but to ask Xiaoyu to buy 2 baskets of wild vegetables. If cooked carefully, these wild vegetables are not bad, and they can be sold for dozens or even hundreds of yuan per plate in restaurants in the future. But in those days, farmers did not even have enough oil to light lamps, so it would be so extravagant as to use it to cook dishes. If you are willing to throw a few grains of coarse salt, your neighbors will envy you and praise you as a rich family. Most people just blanch it in water before serving it on the table. The wild vegetables processed in this simple way are bitter and astringent and difficult to swallow. However, Jin Feng not only added salt and plenty of vegetable oil to the wild vegetables he cooked, but also added some spices bought from the county government for seasoning. It looks shiny and green, and tastes completely free of the bitterness of wild vegetables. 2 full pots of wild vegetables were snatched away by the children. The fried pancakes are so delicious, Brother Feng, what should we do if you spoil our appetites? Wild vegetables are delicious too. Brother Feng, I've eaten wild vegetables for so many years, but I've never eaten anything so delicious. If you have any secret recipe, tell my sister-in-law about it. Second sister-in-law, let me tell you, if you are willing to add oil and spices, I guarantee that the wild vegetables you cook will also taste good. Forget it, my family can't afford to eat such wild vegetables. Brother Feng, when will your family build a shed? I want to have another meal of rice. All the villagers, regardless of gender, age or status, ate the food with rosy faces before leaving. Zhang Monsang was kept to help Jin Feng deal with the 2 jujube trees. This kind of tree is the most suitable tree that Jin Feng can find for making bows and crossbows. Monsang, don't go into the mountains to chop wood these days. Come to my house and help me with ironwork, okay? Jin Feng asked while arranging the branches on the ground. Zhang Monsang was delighted, but then he shook his head. Brother Feng, this is your family's craft. A blacksmith who teaches his apprentice will starve to death. In the small Xiaowen, 1 more blacksmith is enough. If there is 1 more, people will starve to death. Therefore, in this era, craftsmen will only pass on their skills to their own children and will not easily pass them on to outsiders. I am a scholar. How can I be a blacksmith all my life? Jin Feng said nonchalantly, in 1 or 2 years at most, I will definitely leave Xiaowen. It's better to give it to you than to keep it in my stomach. But what but? Are you going to learn it or not? If you don't want to learn it, I will ask someone else. Learn, I will learn. Zhang Monsang nodded quickly. He put down the hatchet and bowed solemnly to Jin Feng. Learning a skill is equivalent to having an extra job, and this job can be passed on to your descendants. From this moment on, Zhang Monsang's attitude towards Jin Feng changed again. Before it was gratitude, but now there is an additional sense of respect. Work harder too. Xiaoyi was frightened last night and now she is hugging Guan Xiaoro and is unwilling to let go. Guan Xiaoro had no choice but to coax her to sleep. Tang Dongdong and Ruinyang carried the spinning wheel and placed it in the middle of the straw shed. Next to the spinning wheel is a large bed that was newly made today. Starting tonight, Tang Dongdong and Ruinyang will live here. Tang Dongdong pulled over a small stool, sat down and began to adjust the spinning wheel. Ruinyang stood there for a while, rubbing her hands, then picked up the broom and started sweeping the floor again. After experiencing losing everything, you will cherish the things you have again. In fact, she had swept the floor several times and it was very clean. But the pots and pans had already been washed, and she couldn't help Jin Feng and Monsang, so she really couldn't find anything else to do. She was also afraid that Jin Feng and Guan Xiaoro would dislike her for being lazy, so she could only sweep the floor over and over again. Ruinyang, stop sweeping. If you keep sweeping, the broom will be swept bald by you. Tang Dongdong saw Ruinyang's embarrassment, patted her on the shoulder and said, if you are afraid of being idle, go to bed quickly. I will wake you up in the middle of the night to take over my shift. Good. Hearing that there was something to do, Ruinyang smiled and said, Sister Dong Dong, how about I spin first and you go to sleep for a while? No spinning tonight, you all should go to bed early. Jin Feng came out of the shop to get something and happened to hear the conversation between the two. He frowned and said, you can work faster if you have enough rest. No matter how busy you are, you won't miss this half day. From the time Xie Guang came over in the middle of last night until now, except for the ignorant Xiao Yi, no one else in the family has slept a wink. If Jin Feng hadn't had to wait for Zhang Liang to come back, he would have gone back to sleep long ago. Brother Feng, I'm not tired. Ruinyang said in a low voice. Go to sleep even if you're not tired. Jin Feng discovered that Ruinyang, like Guan Xiaoro, was submissive, so he couldn't help but raise his voice a little. Sure enough, Ruinyang thought Jin Feng was angry, so she quickly agreed and sat on the bed obediently. How's your hand? Tang Dongdong chased Jin Feng out and asked with a red face. Mr. Tan's herbal medicine is very effective. The pain is gone now. Jin Feng raised his left hand, wanting to comfort Tang Dongdong, who knew that when he was lifting wood with Mansang just now, the wound somehow broke open and now blood is oozing out. You said it was okay, but you were bleeding. Tang Dongdong's eyes turned red. She didn't care about the difference between men and women. She held Jin Feng's left hand and carefully untied the bandage. Don't move if you're injured. If you need any work, just call me to do it. Tang Dongdong's eyes were covered with mist, but she tried hard not to cry. Mansang, the same, do you have any injuries on your hands? You are wrongly accusing Mansang. He didn't ask me to do anything. I did it accidentally. Jin Feng was also somewhat helpless, besides, it's just a broken wound. I'll go find Xiaoro to sew it up again later. It's not a big deal. The jujube wood was not placed properly and rolled off the table. Jin Feng subconsciously caught it. I guess that was the blow that caused the wound to burst open. Sister Xiaoro is coaxing Xiao Yi to sleep. Tang Dongdong hesitated for a moment and whispered, let me sew it for you. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? What's more, it is easiest to be moved by emotions between life and death. Before, when Tang Dongdong said she wanted to marry Jin Feng, it was more of a helplessness, but after last night, her heart had quietly changed. 20 taels of silver is enough for an ordinary family to live on for several years, but in order to save himself, Jin Feng took it out without hesitation. He didn't even blink. Her family fell into poverty and she had to live under someone else's roof. Although she always acted calm, she actually felt as insecure as Ruinyang and was confused about the future. But the moment Jin Feng reached out and grabbed the blade, her heart stopped. No longer confused, no longer afraid. The not-so-strong man in front of her gave her the long-lost sense of security. It was at that moment that Tang Dongdong knew that she might never be able to live without this man in her life. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to marry me. How could Jin Feng know that Tang Dongdong thought so much in just such a short moment? Knowing that Guan Xiaoro was coaxing Xiao Yi, he didn't think much about it and followed Tang Dongdong into the wooden shed. Without any instructions, Ruinyang ran to the kitchen to boil water. Although she didn't understand why Jin Feng used boiling water to boil the thread, but what did it matter? As long as she could find something to do. In fact, ordinary needles and thread cannot suture wounds. Not only are they prone to infection, but removing the stitches after the wound heals will also be very painful. And if you are injured by iron objects, you should also get tetanus. Unfortunately, the conditions here are really limited, so don't even think about these things. Many farmers would just sprinkle some dry soil on the wound when they were injured, stop the bleeding and then leave it alone. Tang Dongdong's personality is more cheerful and stronger than Guan Xiaoro and Ruinyang. After getting familiar with each other, sometimes people can become carefree. However, he was extremely careful when suturing Jin Feng's wound. It goes in little by little, and comes out little by little. But he didn't know that the more this happened, the more Jin Feng suffered. But seeing that Tang Dongdong looked like she was about to cry, I decided to hold it back. These 3 simple injections can be completed in 1 or 2 minutes even for a novice nurse in training. Tang Dongdong took 5 full minutes to sew the wound, and Jin Feng only finished when he pinched his thigh until it was almost purple. He decided that if the stitches broke again next time, he would never let Tang Dongdong sew them for him no matter what. Ruan Yang is a person who can't sit still and always wants to find something to do. Tang Dongdong is also eager to make money as soon as possible and expand the workshop. Jin Feng is afraid that the two of them will secretly spin yarn at night, so he simply removes the pedal of the spinning wheel when he leaves. When they returned to the blacksmith shop, Mansang had already cut the jujube tree into several pieces according to Jin Feng's request, and was carefully peeling the bark with a hatchet. Jin Feng can let the carpenter make the parts of the spinning wheel, because even if the spinning wheel is passed on, it will not have much impact and he can upgrade it at any time. But bows and crossbows don't work. This thing is too powerful. If it gets out, he will have no way of predicting the consequences. Therefore, he would rather let Mansang slowly grind it with a hatchet than ask a carpenter for help. Knowing that the wound had just broken open, Mansang refused to let Jin Feng attack again no matter what. There was no choice but for Jin Feng to sit aside and think about how to improve the stove out of boredom. The two of them waited until the moon rose above their heads before Zhang Liang, exhausted from his journey, came back. After coming back, he picked up the kettle and drank half of it without saying a word. "Brother Liang, thank you for your hard work." Jin Feng stood up, picked up a small pot from the small stove, and scooped out a bowl of rice porridge. "The rice has been warming for you, eat quickly." Zhang Liang has been on the road since noon and is already starving. He didn't mind the heat. He picked up the bowl and drank the rice porridge clean in a few gulps. Jin Feng smiled and served Zhang Liang another bowl. He knew that Zhang Liang must have brought back good news from eating like this. Only after he finished a small pot of rice porridge did Zhang Liang burp in satisfaction. "When you wanted to buy this small hanging pot, I said it was unnecessary. Now I know it is a good thing and it is very convenient to use. Yes, once I get the stove ready, I'll probably keep it on all day long. With a hanging pot, I'll have access to boiled water anytime." Jin Feng also laughed. People in this era did not have the habit of drinking boiled water. When they were thirsty while walking on the road, they would just find a ditch and scoop up a handful of water to drink. Since Jin Feng came here, he has never drunk raw water. But it is very inconvenient to boil water several times a day. So Jin Feng bought this hanging pot when the county government was doing a large-scale shopping spree. At that time, Zhang Liang and the village chief thought he was a spendthrift. A small hanging pot sells for several hundred coins. I also asked him why he didn't make one himself. Little did they know that the technical level of making an iron pot is much more difficult than making an axe. Otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Since he had decided to ask Zhang Mansang to help make the crossbow, he did not treat him as an outsider and asked in front of Mansang. "Brother Liang, what did your brother say? Is the bald guy from Cat Mountain?" "Yes, and he is the third in command of Mau Mau Mountain." As soon as Zhang Liang opened his mouth, Jin Feng was startled. "If we kill the third in command of the bandits, won't Mau Mau Mountain be in chaos?" "Don't be impatient, just listen to what I have to say." Zhang Liang continued, "This guy is just like Xie Guang, addicted to gambling. After gambling away all his money, he even stole food from the mountain and sold it for money to gamble. He was kicked out of Mau Mau Mountain last year. No wonder this guy hooked up with Xie Guang, so this is how it is." Hearing Zhang Liang say this, Jin Feng finally felt relieved. Since he was expelled from the mountain gate, the bald man's life and death has nothing to do with Mau Mau Mountain. Naturally, he would not cause trouble in the territory of the Tieguan Mountain bandits for a traitor. But my brother said that Baldy and the second in command of Mau Mau Mountain have a life and death friendship. When Baldy stole food from the mountain, he should have been stabbed 3 times and 6 times according to the rules. It was the second in command who cut off one of his own fingers to save him. Zhang Liang added, "My brother said that even if the other bandits in Mau Mau Mountain knew that we killed Baldy, it would be fine, but they wanted us to pay attention to the second in command." The stone in Jin Feng's heart, which had just fallen, was hung up again. Brothers sticking their necks out. The so-called blood debt must be paid with blood, but it is only to maintain the face and prestige of the mountain that they have to stand up for the dead gang members. No bandit would really risk his life for someone he doesn't even know just for the sake of brotherhood. If there are such people, they will not live long. But a life-and-death friendship is different. If the relationship between the second-in-command and Baldy is really as good as Zhang Liang said, and he knew that Baldy died at the hands of Jin Feng, he would definitely come to fight Jin Feng to the death. Therefore, Jin Feng would rather Baldy was an ordinary bandit from Mau Mau Mountain than to have a mortal feud with the second-in-command. This news made Jin Feng more determined to become stronger. "Brother Liang, can you try to see if my bow and arrow works well?" Jin Feng took the crossbow from the wall and handed it to Zhang Liang. "It takes 3 to be a hero, and you cannot fight against bandits alone." Last night, Jin Feng saw Zhang Liang coming in with a murderous look on his face. Today, when he was setting up the shed, he casually asked about the hunter. The hunter told him that Zhang Liang wanted to kill Xie Guang. Through this incident, Jin Feng judged that Zhang Liang really treated him as a family member. "At least I didn't mean to hurt him." So he thought about training the Zhang brothers. Zhang Mansang is dull and timid by nature, but he is careful and serious in his work and can endure hardships, so he is the perfect person to be a blacksmith. Zhang Liang had been to the battlefield before, and although he was missing an arm, he still dared to fight. Both men in the Zhang family are disabled, but they have been neglected in the village over the years, and no one dares to bully them openly because of Zhang Liang. If such a person is trained, he will be a very good partner. In case something unexpected happens in the future, there will be more helpers. "Xiao Feng, I can't use this bow with my hands." A trace of melancholy flashed across Zhang Liang's face, and he shook his head. "You can't wind the string with one hand. This can be modified. If you find it easy to use, I can change it to other winding methods." "What will it be changed to?" "That depends on your habits. You can use your chest to push or your feet to step on it." Jin Feng said casually. There are various types of crossbows in later generations, and the ways of stringing them are also varied. There are few men who are not interested in weapons, let alone a guy like Zhang Liang who comes from a military background. When Zhang Liang took out the crossbow for the first time, he wanted to borrow it to play with it, but when he thought of his missing arm, he gave up the idea. Hearing Jin Feng say this, he excitedly stretched out his hand. "Give it to me and let me try." Jin Feng also had an injury on his hand, so he handed the crossbow to Zhang Mansang. "Mansang, string it." Although Zhang Liang had never used a crossbow, he often used a longbow when he was a soldier. He took the crossbow with a strung string from Mansang, aimed it at the pillar of the blacksmith shop, and slowly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow flashed away. Maybe it was because it was his first time using it, Zhang Liang shot off target. The arrow flew past the pillar and hit the earth wall with a hiss. Most of the arrow, which was more than 2 feet long, had penetrated into the earth wall. What a powerful force! No wonder it can kill a tiger. Zhang Liang exclaimed, then said with some regret, "It's just that the accuracy is a little hard to grasp." "Brother Liang, you are wrong. The biggest advantage of a crossbow over a longbow is that it is easier to aim." Jin Feng pointed at a small bump on the top of the crossbow and said, "Next time, just use this bump to aim at the target before you take action." "I'll try again." Zhang Liang couldn't wait to reload his gun. I have to say that Zhang Liang has a very good foundation. Jin Feng only gave instructions once, and Zhang Liang's next few shots all hit the wooden pillar. It's such a relief. Zhang Liang tried 8 or 9 times before reluctantly returning the crossbow to Jin Feng. Can the stringing method really be changed? If I say yes, then yes. Jin Feng said, "Once I have fixed it, you can go hunting." Hunt. Zhang Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. The Zhang family has had a very hard time these years, and he dreams of improving his family's lives. But what can he do if he is missing an arm? He worked in the fields from dawn to dusk all year round, and after paying taxes to the court and grain from the bandits, what was left was not enough to feed his family. But Jin Feng's proposal gave him hope. "Fengzi, when can it be fixed?" Zhang Liang couldn't wait to go into the mountains. He and Lin Yunfang have been married for several years, but they have never been pregnant. The county doctor said it was because Lin Yunfang was too weak and needed nourishment. "If I could catch a rabbit in the mountains, maybe I could have a child. My mother and I haven't had a full meal in the past few years, so we need to replenish our energy." Zhang Liang's heart was about to fly to the mountains. If Mansang learns quickly, he should be able to do it in a few days. Jin Feng raised his injured hand and shook it. Full warehouse. Zhang Liang's thoughts flew back from the mountains. What do you mean? Brother Feng said that I should study hard and pass on the blacksmithing skills to me. Mansang said naively. Real. Zhang Liang was stunned, and then his eyes turned slightly red. Jin Feng suggested that he become a hunter. Zhang Liang was full of gratitude and expectation. He did not refuse, nor did he feel that doing so would take away Jin Feng's job. After all, the land of Bashu is full of mountains, and no one can hunt all the prey. Whether you can hunt anything depends entirely on your own ability. Even the women in the village would go to the mountains when they had free time to see if they could catch a couple of snakes and bring them back to make soup for their children. There can be many hunters in Xiaowen, but only one blacksmith. Now Jin Feng not only wants me to help him modify the crossbow, but also wants him to pass on the family craft to his younger brother. This favor is so great, it is no less than saving one's own family. Don't worry, Fengzi. As long as you make me a usable bow, I will give you half of all the prey I catch in the future. Zhang Liang patted his chest and said confidently, you should study hard and take the imperial examinations in the future. I promise that you and Xiaoro will not starve. Thank you, Liang. Jin Feng knew that since Zhang Liang said this, he would definitely be able to do it. Jin Feng will always be grateful for other people's kindness, whether he needs it or not. We should thank you if we have to. Zhang Liang said, Mansang, you have to study hard and make a bow for me as soon as possible. Brother, you know I'm clumsy and slow, Zhang Mansang said, why don't you stay at home these days? Let's do it together, so we can be faster. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng looked at Zhang Mansang in surprise. I was wrong before. Who said this kid is stupid? He is obviously very smart. It's not enough for him to learn it by himself, he also wants to drag Zhang Liang to learn with him. But Jin Feng didn't point it out. Anyway, he was thinking of making a few more crossbows, preferably one for each of Guan Xiaoro, Tang Dongdong, and Run Yang. If Zhang Liang comes to help, it will be faster. The preliminary work of making the crossbow body was given to Zhang Liang. Since Zhang Mansang is meticulous in his work, Jin Feng gave him the work that required fine carving. While the two Zhang brothers were making crossbows, Jin Feng called Guan Xiaoro, Tang Dongdong, and Run Yang together, intending to teach them how to use the crossbow. In case of any accidents in the future, they will have some ability to protect themselves. Even if there were no accidents, the second-in-command of Mau Mau Mountain would never have discovered Baldy's death in his life, so there would be no harm in learning more skills. In this era, few people like girls who wield swords and guns. I originally thought they would refuse, but as soon as Jin Feng finished telling them about his plan, Tang Dongdong immediately agreed. The expression even looked a little impatient. The experience that night also made Guan Xiaoro feel scared. She hesitated for a moment and then nodded quickly. Ruan Yang didn't have much of an opinion, and seeing that Tang Dongdong and Guan Xiaoro both agreed, she could only nod as well. Anyway, there was only one spinning wheel, so the three of them decided to take turns spinning, and the remaining two people would follow Jin Feng to learn how to use the crossbow when they were not spinning. Jin Feng asked Mansang to find a wooden board as big as a wash basin, draw a black dot in the center, and hang it in the yard as a target. Learning how to use a crossbow is not that difficult, the only troublesome part is stringing it. Most women cannot pull such a heavy bowstring. However, Jin Feng's crossbow was equipped with a small capstan. Although the winding speed was slow, it was very labor-saving, and even Xiao Yi could do it. In just half a morning, the three girls all learned the basic use of the crossbow. Tang Dongdong performed the best, with a hit rate of 50%, and this rate continued to improve as she became more and more proficient. Under the temptation of changing their families' lives, the Zhang brothers worked very hard. He comes before dawn every day and works until 8 or 9 at night, and is reluctant to go home. With the concerted efforts of the two brothers, they made a crossbow that used the chest to push the string in just 2 days. Knowing that it was not easy for Zhang Liang to place the arrow with one hand, Jin Feng also installed the quiver from his own crossbow on this new crossbow. Zhang Liang took the new crossbow with excitement. He held the handle with his remaining right arm and pushed it hard against his chest. With a click, the crossbow was activated. He pulled the trigger and the arrow hit the target more than 20 meters away with a whoosh. He pushed his chest and raised his hand. There's another arrow on the target. In just a dozen seconds, all 5 arrows in the quiver flew out. Jin Feng ran over and took a look, and couldn't help but give Zhang Liang a thumbs up. Not only did all 5 arrows hit the target, 3 of them were even stuck on the small black spot in the center. This achievement made Jin Feng admire him. Guan Xiaoro, Tang Dongdong, and Ruanyang also applauded Zhang Liang's archery skills. After 2 days of practice, they have become very familiar with the crossbow. Tang Dongdong's hit rate at a distance of 20 meters has reached over 90%, which means she learns very quickly. However, even if Tang Dongdong wanted to shoot all 5 arrows, it would take at least 3 minutes, and his hit rate would be lower. This is the difference between a veteran and a rookie. Brother Liang is too powerful. If we were his enemy, we wouldn't even have a chance to shoot an arrow before being killed by him. Tang Dongdong exclaimed. You've only learned for a few days and you're already competing with Brother Liang. Jin Feng said, I heard from my friend that Brother Liang was a sharpshooter in the army. If he hadn't lost an arm, maybe we could have a general in Zaiwan. You flatter me too much. What kind of sharpshooter am I? Zhang Liang smiled and said, I once saw a real master who could shoot 9 arrows in 2 breaths, all of which hit the holes of copper coins 100 steps away. There are probably only one person like this in 10,000. I can't compare with them. Jin Feng smiled and said, Brother Liang, your archery skills and hunting are more than enough to support a family. Fengzi, I want to go into the mountains tomorrow and try it out, so I won't be here to help for now. Zhang Liang said somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay. Anyway, the bow you made is enough to keep Monsang busy for several days. Jin Feng smiled and said, it is not certain whether there are still tigers in the back mountain. Be careful when entering the mountain. It doesn't matter if you can't kill anything. You can go there again later. No. Zhang Liang nodded, then walked away happily holding the crossbow. He really liked this crossbow and he held it tightly in his arms until he went to sleep that night. The next morning, we entered the mountain before dawn. He wandered around in the mountains for a whole day and didn't come back until dark. Just when Lin Yunfang was anxiously looking for Jin Feng in the mountains, Zhang Liang came back. There were 2 hairs in the cloth bag on his back. For the Zhang family, this was already a huge gain. The women in the family were laughing so hard that they could hardly see their eyes. Zhang Liang's sister Zhang Xiaohua was drooling at the rabbit. In fact, after Jin Feng gave Zhang Liang a red envelope for fighting corruption, the Zhang family's life became much better. Now I can eat 2 meals a day. But Zhang Xiaohua was growing up, so what good would 2 meals of wild vegetable porridge a day do? She always felt hungry, and whenever she saw a grass root on the ground, she wanted to pick it up and chew it. Now, Big Brother can go hunting and he won't have to go hungry anymore. Brother Liang, you've been busy all day. How come you only caught 2 rabbits? Jin Feng pulled Zhang Liang aside and asked. In his opinion, with Zhang Liang's archery skills and abilities, catching only 2 rabbits in a whole day was really too little. Don't mention it. I wandered around the back mountain for the whole morning and didn't see a single rabbit hare. I went into the old forest after noon. Zhang Liang said, there are still a lot of rabbits in the old forest, but it was too late, so I only shot 2 and came back. It seems that there is no other tiger in the back mountain. Jin Feng nodded. The main reason why he was able to catch so many rabbits in the afternoon some time ago was that the tiger drove all the rabbits in the old forest to the back mountain. Now that the tiger has been killed by Jin Feng, it is time for the rabbits to return to their old forest. Xiaoro, give it to me. Zhang Liang picked up the larger rabbit from the ground and handed it to Guan Xiaoro. Brother Liang, what are you doing? Guan Xiaoro asked puzzledly. I've already told Fengzi that if he makes a bow and arrow that I can use, I'll give him half of what I hunt in the future. Zhang Liang explained. The ancients believed in repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of water, and Zhang's mother and Lin Yunfang also seemed to agree. Only Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rabbit with tears in her eyes, looking reluctant to let it go. Jin Feng still knew the principle that a pinch of rice brings gratitude, but carrying a lot of rice brings hatred. He has already given a lot of help to the Zhang family. If he continues to help them without limits, the Zhang family might become dependent on them or take it for granted. Since Zhang Liang said so, Jin Feng didn't hesitate and nodded to signal Guan Xiaoro to take the rabbit. "Boss, my cousin's family is having a hard time. Liang Gu finally managed to kill 2 rabbits, but we still want to take one away. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Guan Xiaoro felt a little uncomfortable as she held the wild rabbit. "Sister Xiaoro, Brother Feng accepted the rabbit for Sister Yunfang's sake." Tang Dongdong smiled and said, "Brother Liang is a man who values his word. Since he said that he would give Brother Feng half of the prey, if Brother Feng didn't take it, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. He might have returned the crossbow to Brother Feng at that time. Dongdong is still smart." Jin Feng smiled and rubbed Tang Dongdong's hair. "I regretted it after I rubbed it." Sure enough, Tang Dongdong's little face turned red all of a sudden, and even her neck turned rose red. She whimpered, covered her face with her hands, and ran to the shed. Guan Xiaoro looked at Jin Feng with a teasing expression. "Xiaoro, I didn't mean it." Jin Feng was like a cat caught stealing fish. He scratched his head and explained, "I'm used to rubbing your hair." "Master, I am not a jealous woman." Guan Xiaoro smiled and covered her mouth. "Dongdong will be yours sooner or later. Even if the boss rubbed other places, I have no objection. I think Dongdong has no objection either. If she has any objection, I will help the boss hold her down." Jin Feng. What a good girl. But she turned bad in just a few days. "Okay, stop laughing. If you laugh any more, your eyes will disappear." Jin Feng said unhappily, "Care the rabbit later, stew it, and send half of it to my cousin's house." The Zhang family had been through hard times for several years, and everyone in the family had become so thin that they looked unrecognizable, and they had to supplement their nutrition. He dared to guarantee that the Zhang family would not be willing to eat the rabbit and would take it to the town to sell it tomorrow in exchange for more coarse grains. Therefore, it would be better to accept the hare as Zhang Liang wished. This would not only avoid embarrassment to Zhang Liang, but also achieve Jin Feng's goal. Jin Feng guessed correctly. When he and Guan Xiaoro delivered rice and rabbit meat to Zhang's house, the whole family was gathered together drinking porridge. There were only a few grains of millet and 2 dark green wild vegetables in a large bowl of porridge, and not even a drop of oil could be seen. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua still drank with gusto. "Brother Feng, Xiaoro, what are you doing?" Zhang's mother stood up and asked. "We got married, my cousin gave us a gift, and we came to give a gift in return." Jin Feng smiled and took an empty bowl, filled it with rice, poured a spoonful of broth and rabbit meat on it, and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua, smiling, "Xiaohua, try it and see if it tastes good." After all, she was still a child. Zhang Xiaohua immediately put the bowl of porridge aside and started eating the rice. "How could I have time to answer? That's thoughtful." Zhang Liang understood Jin Feng's meaning, but it was a return gift and it would be inappropriate to refuse, so he had to accept it. Knowing that there was no prey in the back mountain, Zhang Liang did not stop at all when he passed by the back mountain the next day, and went straight into the old forest. When he came back that night, he was carrying 3 hares, a fox, and 4 pheasants. This time, Zhang Liang didn't need to refuse. Jin Feng took all the pheasants on his own initiative. Rabbit meat is coarse and far less delicious than pheasant. If you can't finish 4 pheasants, you can make them into dried chicken. In later generations, this thing is a protected animal and is generally not eaten. From that day on, the Zhang family's life became completely better. The eldest son went into the mountains to hunt every day and rarely returned empty-handed. The younger son learned blacksmithing at Jin Feng's house and would have the money to eat in the future. The villagers' eyes were red with envy. Everyone knows that the Zhang family's great transformation is all thanks to Jin Feng. So the women went to Jin Feng's house more frequently. When they tried to get close to Guan Xiaoro, their words implied that they wanted Jin Feng's help in making a crossbow. They were also willing to give half of the prey to Jin Feng. But this time Jin Feng refused due to lack of materials. Although there is endless prey in the mountains, the amount will become less and less. It's no big deal if there are one or two more hunters in a village, but if there are suddenly a dozen or dozens of them, the wild animals near Xiaobei will be driven away if not all of them are killed. After all, the wild beasts are not dead. Once they realize the danger, they will migrate to places far away from Xiaobei. This behavior of exhausting all resources will not last long. Besides, Jin Feng didn't lie to them. There are not many types of wood suitable for making crossbows. If ordinary wood is used, the crossbow will either not be elastic enough and have little power, or it will not be tough enough and will break after a few uses. Zhang Munsang cut down all the usable jujube trees in the back mountain, but he could only make about 11 or 12 of them. Guan Xiaorou and Lin Yunfang are relatives, and the Zhang family is on the verge of financial difficulty. Jin Feng makes a crossbow for Zhang Liang. Although the villagers are jealous, they can't say anything. But if Jin Feng made one for Ansan but not for other villagers, the other villagers would be dissatisfied. After comprehensive consideration, Jin Feng decided not to make crossbows for other villagers except Zhang Liang for the time being. However, the villagers' attitude of wanting to live a good life is what Jin Feng wants to see. The truckload of hemp skin that Tang Dongdong and Jin Feng ordered from the county government was delivered a few days ago. The carpenter also delivered 10 spinning wool parts yesterday. Zhang Munsang worked all night and has assembled them all and placed them neatly in the shed. Next to the spinning wheel were piles of hemp skins. Before cotton was introduced to dakong, hemp was one of the main textile raw materials. The processed hemp skin is spun into thread, then woven into cloth through a loom, and finally made into clothes and bedding. Linen clothing was the most common clothing worn by the common people in Dakong. Of course, in addition to linen clothes, there are also clothes made of silk, brocade, satin, animal fur, etc., but these basically have nothing to do with ordinary people. With the little money Jin Feng had, he couldn't afford to get involved in such an industry. Now that we have the spinning wheel and raw materials, the next step is to recruit workers. Jin Feng and Tang Dongdong discussed it and decided to hire 20 female workers, working in 2 shifts, paying each person a copper coin per day, plus 2 meals. When the women heard the news, they immediately forgot about their crossbows and rushed to sign up. After all, they also knew that Jin Feng could not make crossbows for everyone. Even if they were given crossbows, they might not be able to hunt prey when they went into the mountains. If they encountered tigers, leopards, wild boars, or something like that, they might even lose their lives. Spinning is still the safest. 2 meals a day and a copper coin were provided, which was much better than they expected. 1 copper coin can buy a meat bun in town. If you buy millet or other coarse grains, it is enough for 3 people to have a meal. Xiaorou, does your boss keep his word? Do you really give me 1 copper coin a day and provide meals? My boss is a scholar, so he won't go back on his word. That's great. The eldest girl and I will come here to spin. The head of the family and the boy are left at home. The copper coins I earn will be enough for them to eat, and the copper coins that the eldest girl earns can be saved. Brother Feng, Xiaobei doesn't know how to spin yet, why don't you let me take over? I promise I can be faster than Xiaobei. A village woman in her 20s saw Jin Feng come in and asked with a smile. When Xiaobei heard this, he burst into tears. Brother Feng, please don't chase Xiaobei away. Xiaobei needs to earn money to buy medicine for mom. You believe Xiaobei, I will definitely learn it. I cannot eat at your house. Okay, Xiaobei, 3rd sister-in-law is just teasing you. Jin Feng said, when it's time for you to eat, just go and eat. As long as you do your best, I won't chase you away. He also knew about Xiaobei's family situation. His father died on the battlefield a few years ago, and although his mother was not very old, she was always sick. Children from poor families have to grow up early. In later generations, a 10-year-old child is still in elementary school, and if he does housework occasionally, he is considered a diligent child. But Xiaobei started collecting firewood in the mountains and working in the fields when he was 7 or 8 years old. Jin Feng had seen her more than once carrying a bundle of firewood that was bigger than her body, moving slowly down the back mountain. Spinning is a skilled job and does not require any technical difficulty. Jin Feng is willing to give Xiaobei a chance to support himself and his mother. Thank you, Brother Feng. Don't worry, I won't be lazy. Xiaobei wiped her tears and started working immediately. Third sister-in-law, don't gather here anymore. Go back quickly. The new spinning wheel will be ready in a few days and everyone can come. Jean Feng noticed that the woman who was watching wanted to speak. Southwest He started to drive her away. After all, they would still have to find work under Jean Feng in the future. When the women saw that Jean Feng was a little angry, they left one by one with expectations. Guan Xiaoro is in charge of the day shift, Tang Dongdong is in charge of the night shift, Ruan Yang and Xiao Yi are responsible for cooking. This was discussed. Ruan Yang was very satisfied with this arrangement. She started working on it early in the morning and stewed a pheasant until it was tender. She didn't need any other spices to season it, just sprinkle some salt and it became fragrant. The rich aroma of pheasant is mixed with the fragrance of millet rice. The women in the shed already cherished this job opportunity, and as they smelled the fragrance wafting from the kitchen, they worked even harder. They thought it would be nice to have a meal of wild vegetable porridge at noon, but who knew there would be meat in it? Of course, one pheasant was not enough for more than a dozen people, so the chicken legs were left for the youngest two, Xiao Yi and Xiaobei, and the others were poured with a spoonful of broth and given 1 or 2 pieces of chicken, which moved the group of women deeply. Jean Feng saw Xiaobei secretly wrap the chicken leg in leaves and stuff it into her arms. He didn't point it out, but when she was serving her second bowl, he scooped an extra piece of chicken wing for her. Zhang Liang only sent a few pheasants, which of course could not be eaten every meal, so dinner was replaced with oatmeal porridge and wild vegetables. This alone made the women who were not selected extremely jealous, and they urged Jean Feng to make a new spinning wheel as soon as possible. When it got dark, Jean Feng moved the ladder and lit the oil lamps on the pillars one by one. The shed was made of thatch and was filled with flammable materials such as hemp rope. If a fire broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. So Jean Feng nailed the oil lamp high on the pillar to prevent others from accidentally knocking it over. Although he had to climb a ladder every time he added oil and turned on and off lights, Jean Feng would rather take the extra trouble than leave any safety hazards. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Tang Dongdong, if there is a fire by accident, you must get everyone out immediately and don't worry about the things inside, understand? Don't worry, I know. Tang Dongdong pushed Jean Feng out of the shed. Go back to sleep, Sister Xiaoro is still waiting for you. All the women who were working smiled ambiguously. Who can say anything if I go back to sleep with my wife? It's useless to laugh. According to Tang Dongdong's plan, he planned to use these 10 spinning wheels as a basis and then slowly add more as he made money. But Jean Feng still had more than 10 taels of silver in his hand. Firewood was cheap in the mountains, and the carpenter's wages were also cheap. Jean Feng was too lazy to waste time, so he ordered the carpenter to continue working. In the next few days, the carpenter delivered more than a dozen spinning wheel parts one after another, and the village women who were not selected the first time also started to work one after another. Jean Feng's small courtyard became the liveliest place in the village. The squeaking sound of the spinning wheel never stopped all day and all night long. In the first few days after Zhang Liang got the crossbow, he had a great harvest every day. In one day, he caught 9 rabbits and 7 pheasants, making the villagers envious. But in the last 2 or 3 days, the things I can get every day are getting less and less. When I came back today, I only caught a pheasant. Hunter Chen Laoyo was even more unlucky, returning empty-handed for 3 consecutive days. Jean Feng knew that Zhang Liang hunted too frequently, and the hares and pheasants in the old forest near the back mountain must have sensed the danger and fled. If we want to get anything more, we can only go deeper into the woods. Zhang Liang also planned to do so, but was dissuaded by Jean Feng. Brother Liang, it's okay to go to the old forest in the back mountain, but if you go further in, you will reach the primeval forest. There are not only beasts everywhere, but also miasma. This thing is 100 times more powerful than a tiger. Once you are trapped by the miasma, you will die. Jean Feng advised, don't go again. What if something happens to you? What will happen to your whole family? He is not a saint. In addition to his relationship with Guan Xiaoro, he also has the intention of recruiting helpers for himself when he helps the Zhang family. Jean Feng has made several plans for the future, and Zhang Liang has a place in any of them. The purpose of making a crossbow for Zhang Liang was to help him improve his family's life so that he wouldn't be restricted in doing anything. But Jin Feng didn't want him to be a hunter forever, and he didn't want him to risk his life and go to the primeval forest. In those deep mountains and old forests, the fallen leaves accumulated over the years are thicker than a person. After being corroded by rain, they will form miasma over time. This kind of miasma usually covers a large area, and once you are trapped in it, no one can rescue you. Of course I understand the logic. Once you go into the forest, you won't be able to get out for 10 days or half a month. If I can avoid going in, I don't want to go. Zhang Liang sighed, but besides hunting, what else can I do? There's a lot more that can be done. Jin Feng said, why don't you come and help me? You are spinning here. How can I, a man with only one arm, help you? Who asked you to spin? Jin Feng said, I need someone to deliver the spun hemp yarn to the county government, right? I also need to go to the county government to buy hemp skins and grain, right? If you don't mind, come and help me, Brother Liang. I'll pay you 500 won a month, and I'll increase your salary when you make money in the future. No, 500 coins is too much. Zhang Liang shook his head like a rattle when he heard this. I heard that the monthly salary of a county constable is only 300 coins. How can I be more valuable than a constable? Although he made money from hunting, he gave half of the prey to Jin Feng and sold it for more than 800 copper coins. But he certainly wouldn't be able to hunt so many prey in the future, and he would be lucky if he could earn 100 coins a month. This also risks being eaten by a tiger. Millet cost 2 cents per pound, and 100 cents plus the wild vegetables stored at home was enough for the family to live on. No matter what era it is, money is hard to make. Haven't you seen those women who are so happy that they can't even think about what to do when they earn 30 cents a month? Zhang Liang felt that the monthly salary of 500 won was too much. Brother Liang, transporting things back and forth is much harder than the work of a constable, and this job can only be done by our own people. If we find outsiders, and they take away my things, I won't even have a place to cry. Jin Feng said, Brother Liang, you are the person I trust the most, so you are the best candidate. Xiao Feng, it's fine for you to let me help you, but a monthly salary of 500 won is too much. How much can you earn in a month with your spinning wheels? And you have to support so many women. Brother Liang, you are underestimating me. Jin Feng said, how about this, the twine is almost enough to fill a cart. Come with me to the county government tomorrow, and then you'll know how much you can earn. Okay. Zhang Liang nodded. That night, Tang Dongdong arranged for the women to load the hemp rope onto the borrowed cart. Before daybreak, Zhang Liang, the village chief's son Lu Tai, and hunter Chen Laolio arrived. Chen Laolio was holding a longbow in his hand and had a quiver hanging on his waist. Jin Feng and Zhang Liang also brought crossbows. Even Tang Dongdong secretly put a pair of scissors in his arms. I heard that there was another war in the west and the north, and many refugees fled here. The road is not safe, and it would be unprofitable if they were robbed. A few people were pushing a cart and getting ready to set off when the village chief came running over. Xiao Feng, I gave TZ the document for cancelling Xie Guang's account. The town has already stamped it, but TZ is illiterate. When we get to the county government, please take TZ to the government office. Xie Guang died, and the town's coroner performed an autopsy, but they still had to go to the county government to cancel his account, otherwise the government would come to collect taxes next year. If Xie Guang cannot be found, all the villagers in Xiwen will have to bear the tax together. As for the bald man, no one knew him anyway, so the village chief would not cause trouble for himself. He just dug a hole and buried him on the night of the accident. Okay. Jin Feng nodded. The hemp rope was very light and easy to pull, and we arrived at the Jinchuan county government around 10 o'clock in the morning. This was because Tang Dongdong walked too slowly. But she was the only one who was most familiar with the textile industry. She knew how to sell hemp rope at a high price and also knew which type of hemp skin was the best when purchasing. She had to bring it with her. Let Zhang Liang and Chen Laolio follow Tang Dongdong to hand over the hemp rope, and Jin Feng took Lu Tai straight to the yamen. Xie Guang, 17 years old. The clerk glanced at Jin Feng and Lu Tai and asked, how could he die so young? Did he want to evade taxes? This kind of thing is not new. Some people who really cannot afford to pay taxes will flee their hometowns. Such people are called refugees. Most of the refugees eventually became bandits, some fled into the mountains, and of course, some were caught. Dakong also has a small wooden card similar to an ID card, called a tooth card, which is engraved with the name, place of origin and date of birth. Every year when people paid taxes, the date of tax payment would be engraved on the ivory plate. If you are traveling outside without an ivory plate, or if the ivory plate does not have the tax payment stamp of that year, you will be treated as a vagrant. Dakong was very cruel to refugees. Once captured, the men were sent to the vanguard camp and the women were sent to government-run brothels. However, every year many people evade taxes and become refugees. It is indeed easy to arouse suspicion when someone like Xie Guang reported his death despite being young. Sir, don't say anything. Xie Guang is really dead. He was beaten to death while robbing villagers with a knife. I buried the body with my own hands. Lu Tai quickly explained, look, here is the signature of the town's coroner. After saying that, he pointed to the coroner's seal on the account cancellation document. When he withdrew his hand, there was a small piece of silver on the document. Since there is a coroner's testimony, then everything will be fine. The clerk collected the change without making a sound, picked up a seal and stamped it in the middle of the document, then tore the document in half and gave the lower half to Lu Tai as a receipt. When collecting taxes next year, the village chief will hand this over to the tax officer. The village chief asked him and Lu Tai to come to the county government office together. Jin Feng always thought that the village chief was afraid that Lu Tai would do things wrong because he was illiterate. But when he came out of the clerk's house, Jin Feng knew he was wrong. Lu Tai is always flawless in everything he says and does, and is much more slick and sensible than himself. So the only reason why the village chief asked him to follow him was that he didn't want to spend money to bribe the petty officials. Thinking of this, Jin Feng smiled and took out a piece of silver and stuffed it into Lu Tai's hand. Fengzi, what are you doing? Lu Tai asked with his hands spread out. I was the one who beat Xie Guang to death. I'm already very grateful to the village chief for helping me deal with such a big problem. I can't let you add more money to it. Jin Feng smiled and said, I've been too busy these days and didn't think about this. I really shouldn't have done that. After all, someone was beaten to death. If the village chief hadn't dealt with it in time, it would have been very troublesome when the higher-ups investigated. But Jin Feng is a person who is afraid of trouble. Therefore, Jin Feng was grateful to the village chief and Lu Tai from the bottom of his heart. That's too much. Lu Tai weighed the silver and said. The silver he used to bribe the clerk was worth at most 200 copper coins, and his father only used 100 copper coins to bribe the coroner, but the silver Jin Feng gave him was worth at least 700 or 800 copper coins. The village chief must have worried a lot about my affairs, so I bought him some wine to thank him. Seeing that Lu Tai was still trying to refuse, Jin Feng smiled and said, okay, if you say no again, I'll get angry. When Lu Tai heard Jin Feng say this, he put the silver away. The two men walked out of the yamen talking and laughing, and a burly yamen runner came towards them. It was normal to encounter yamen runners in the yamen, so the two men didn't pay much attention to it and moved aside to let the yamen runners pass first. The bailiff glanced at them sideways and hurried away. But after walking a few steps forward, he suddenly turned back, looked Jin Feng up and down, and asked, Are you the tiger hunting heroes who shot and killed a tiger some time ago? Sir, you still remember us? Lu Tai asked respectfully, Sir, do you have anything to do? Jin Feng also remembered that it seemed that it was this yamen runner who took over the case on the day when the tiger was sent over. It's really you guys. The bailiff looked very happy. For fear of causing unnecessary misunderstanding, Jin Feng did not bring a crossbow when he came to the county government office. The bailiff almost didn't recognize them just now and just asked tentatively. The last time I went to the inn with the nobleman from the Qing family, I was a step late, and the archery expert who shot the tiger had already checked out and left. During this period, the nobleman sent people to ask twice, and it was obvious that he was very concerned about this tiger-fighting hero. Although the nobleman has fallen on hard times, he is still a worthy figure for a yamen runner to cling to. If you can help the nobleman find someone, at least you can get a reward. It would be even better if the nobleman was happy and promoted his official position. The bailiff had originally planned to look for him in every village, but unfortunately there were too many refugees fleeing here recently and he really didn't have the time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Now the matter entrusted to me by the nobleman has been settled. You shot the tiger. The bailiff looked at Lu Tai and asked. I don't have that ability. Fengzi shot him. Lu Tai pointed at Jin Feng. The Yamen runner looked at Jin Feng with surprise on his face. Don't lie to me. In his opinion, the person who shot the tiger must be a burly man, but Jin Feng was thin and weak, and he didn't look like someone who could kill a tiger. Sir, why would I lie to you? Lu Tai said. When Fengzi shot the tiger, dozens of people in the village were watching. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. The bailiff bowed to Jin Feng and praised him. Thank you. Jin Feng bowed slightly, performing a scholar's salute, but couldn't help complaining in his heart, is there something wrong with my appearance? He could see that the bailiff's original intention was to praise him, but he just didn't know the words. Hero, are you a scholar? The bailiff was even happier when he saw Jin Feng performing the scholar's etiquette. The tone also became much more friendly than before. There were few scholars in Dakong, and even fewer who could kill a tiger. This is the standard of being both civil and military. I heard that your excellency is a man of both civil and military talents. He will definitely be happier to hear this news. I've been to school for a few years. Jin Feng did not deny the fact that he could find out by just asking around in Zaiwan. He nodded and asked, Sir, I haven't asked you yet. Do you have something to ask us? The nobleman from Qingfeng Villa bought the tiger you killed. He admired the hero who killed the tiger and wanted to meet him. But you left too early last time. When we got to the inn, you had already left. The bailiff said with a smile. The noble from Qingfeng Villa. Jin Feng looked at Lu Tai in confusion. Lu Tai also had a confused look on his face and it seemed that he had no idea what Qingfeng Villa was. You heroes don't know that the nobleman of Qingfeng Villa is a marquis and a general. He likes to make friends with capable men the most. The Yamen runner bowed to Jin Feng and said, You are a hero who is both civil and military. You will have a bright future if you follow the marquis. No matter what happens to Jin Feng in the future, it's always right to say something good about him first. If this scholar becomes successful in the future, it can be considered a good relationship. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng couldn't help but frown. If possible, he really didn't want to have anything to do with that damn marquis. There were no human rights in the feudal era, and many nobles did not treat ordinary people as human beings. The highest official in a county city was called something like Mu, such as Zhaozhou Mu and Yongzhou Mu, which meant shepherding the people on behalf of the emperor. The herdsmen here do not refer to the people who are herding, but to the people who are treated as cattle and sheep, and the officials are herding the people for the emperor. In ancient times, many nobles married close relatives in order to stick together or for the so-called purity of bloodline. Many fools and perverts are born in this way. At present, I am just a poor scholar with no value. It would be fine if the other party was reasonable, but what if he was an unreasonable pervert who killed me if they had a disagreement? It's better to avoid such people. But Lu Tai was very excited. May I ask, Sir, when will the marquis summon us? In his opinion, the marquis is like a god in heaven. Oh my god, the legendary figure wants to see me. The marquis went hunting in Wulang Mountain. He has only been gone for 2 days. I am afraid it will take another half a month for him to come back. The bailiff asked, Where do you live? I will go and inform you when the marquis returns. We just arrived in the county seat and haven't had time to find a place to live. Jin Feng shook his head. The Yamen runner wanted to ask more, but a servant ran out from the county government office and said, Captain Zhang, why haven't you gone in yet? The master and the legal advisor are waiting anxiously. I'm coming. I'm coming. The Yamen runner said to Jin Feng, Please wait here for a moment. I will be back soon. Before he could finish his words, he was dragged into the Yamen by a servant. Watching the Yamen runners and the servant turn the corner, Jin Feng turned and left. Fengzi, where are you going? Lu Tai asked anxiously, Aren't you waiting for the official? What are you waiting for him for? Wait for him to introduce us to the marquis. Fengzi, This is a great opportunity to rise to the top overnight. Not interested. Jin Feng walked faster. You. Lu Tai found that Jin Feng had already walked far away, so he stamped his feet and had to catch up. When they arrived at the agreed place, Tang Dongdong had already sold all the hemp twine, and the shop assistants were loading bundles of hemp skins onto the cart. Tang Dongdong was holding a heavy bag in his hand, while Chen Laoliu and Zhang Liang were holding crossbows and looking around with a vigilant look. How much did it sell for? Jin Feng asked Tang Dongdong. 2,300 coins. Tang Dongdong patted his purse excitedly. I've calculated that, apart from the cost of buying hemp leather, labor, food and drink, we can earn more than 900 coins. Not bad. Jin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With these more than 20 spinning wheels, he was able to completely solve the problem of food and clothing. He could earn at least 4,000 copper coins, or 4 taels of silver, every month, which was enough to allow him to live a good life. Not bad. Tang Dongdong was very dissatisfied with Jin Feng's reaction. Other workshops want to use 20 spinning wheels to earn 900 coins, which takes at least a month to work day and night, but we only took 6 days to earn it, which is more than 5 times faster than them. If other workshops knew this, they would go crazy. Believe me, once Xiaobei and the others are familiar with the spinning wheel, the speed will be even faster. Jin Feng said confidently. The women had never used a pedal spinning wheel before, so they are still a little uncomfortable with it and are still in the adjustment period. Once they have become proficient, the spinning speed will definitely increase further. In fact, he could make a more advanced and faster spinning wheel and make money even faster, but Tang Dongdong refused to agree. Jin Feng thought about it and gave up this plan. Where are the 2 people who were talking to me here just now? The bailiff grabbed the gatekeeper and asked. Captain Zhang, they left as soon as you left, the servant replied. Damn it. The bailiff wanted to slap himself in the face. What a good opportunity, it slipped away from me again. By the way, do you know why they come to the county government office? Asked the bailiff. It seems that he is here to handle the account cancellation documents. The servant replied. The bailiff turned around and ran into the yamen. When he returned to Zaiwan, the carpenter had just left and brought 5 more spinning wheel parts, which Zhang Mansang was assembling. A group of women gathered at the door, waiting eagerly, but no one dared to go in. Because Tang Dongdong said that anyone who dared to peek at Mansang working would never be allowed to come to the workshop again. So now the women don't even go to dig wild vegetables. They stand guard at the door of the blacksmith shop all day and night. As soon as a machine is fully loaded, it will be snatched away by the women. Jin Feng took a look at the straw shed, which was already packed with more than 20 spinning wheels. There was no place for Tang Dongdong and Ruinyang's beds, so they moved back to the east room and squeezed in with Xiaoyi. It is still late spring now, so the problem is not big. But if it were the hot summer, with so many people crowded together, they would probably get heatstroke if they did nothing, let alone work. A woman had already suggested taking the spinning wheel back home, but was sternly rejected by Tang Dongdong. Now the spinning wheel is her dearest. She would rather do it slowly and less than let it be passed on to others. The workshop has no choice but to expand. But Jin Feng didn't want to build a thatched hut anymore. It leaks rain in summer and air in winter, which is unsafe. Since he has decided to build the house for a long time, Jin Feng hopes that the house can be more sturdy. Not to mention the high-rise buildings, we should at least have a few tiled houses, right? However, there is no brick kiln in Zaiwan, and I have never heard of any brick kilns in the nearby villages and towns, or even in Jinchuan County. You can't build a brick kiln just to build a few houses, right? Etc. Since there is none, why can't you build a brick kiln yourself? This is definitely a profitable business. Anyway, digging an earthen kiln is not a difficult task. Thinking of this, Jin Feng immediately became full of energy. The spring plowing has ended and the men are now at home with nothing to do. Jin Feng waved his arm, and all the men in the village came over. No matter what time, the economic foundation determines the family status. In the past, when people were farming, men were the main laborers, so men had the final say in the family. Since the textile workshop opened, the old women in the family could also earn money, and 30 copper coins a month was more than what the men earned from farming. They started to show off their wealth and dared not wait for the men for breakfast, saying that they were in a hurry to go to work. The day before yesterday, sixth brother beat sixth sister-in-law because of this matter. As a result, sixth sister-in-law was not only late for work, but also because of her arm injury. Her spinning speed was too slow, so Tang Dong Dong sent her back and chose a woman from the reserve to replace sixth sister-in-law. The usually cowardly sixth sister-in-law almost fought with the sixth brother after she returned. The parents-in-law, who usually always sided with their son, also stood on the sixth sister-in-law's side this time. The old man chased the sixth brother for several miles with a hoe. The worst one is third aunt. I heard that she doesn't even wash clothes now. Yesterday, when Erguzi got up to pee at night, he saw third uncle coming back from the river in the middle of the night with a basin of clothes, like a thief. The women are becoming more and more arrogant, and the men can do nothing about it even though they are extremely angry. They squatted lazily in the corner, sighing. When the men heard the village chief coming to inform Jin Feng that he was recruiting workers again, and this time he was recruiting male workers, they immediately came back to life and ran towards Jin Feng's house, fearing that they would miss their turn if they ran too slowly. When these farmers heard Jin Feng say that they would be provided with 2 meals a day and 2 copper coins, they were almost moved to tears. Finally turned over. This old woman only makes 1 copper coin a day, but I can earn 2. That afternoon, the men carried their tools and went to the wasteland near the river. This place was chosen by Jin Feng after searching for a long time. The soil nearby is most suitable for making bricks. One group of people dug soil and kilns in the designated area, another group went to the back mountain to cut wood to make carts and firewood for making bricks, and the last group made bricks under the guidance of Jin Feng. Without the machines of later generations, everything would have to be done by manpower. Mud is dug out from the river, poured with water, and kneaded back and forth with a hoe-like dough. Then it is pressed down with a mold made of wood boards, and square bricks are made. After the bricks are made, they cannot be used immediately and need to be placed on an open space to dry. It will be ready for use when the brick kiln is almost completed. The men, holding their breath, worked extra hard. Jin Feng originally thought that it would take about 7 days to dig the brick kiln, but it was completed in only 5 days. Due to limited conditions, this earth kiln was very primitive, but for the backward dakong, it was already very advanced. At least it had no problem firing ordinary red bricks. The firewood had been prepared long ago. Jin Feng directed the villagers to move piles of bricks into the brick kiln. Then, once the kiln door was blocked, thick smoke came out of the chimney on top. To turn soft adobe into solid bricks, it needs to be baked at a temperature of over 800 degrees for more than 3 days and 3 nights. The calorific value of firewood is low and this is a new kiln, so Jin Feng estimates that it will take longer. They have even made preparations to scrap the first kiln of bricks. In addition to firing bricks, the kiln must be cooled by sprinkling water. The whole process takes more than 10 days or even longer. Jin Feng could only arrange for the villagers to continue making bricks while waiting patiently. As a result, before the bricks were baked, a group of uninvited guests came to the village. There were more than a dozen people, all riding tall war horses. Leading the group was a young man in a green robe, followed by a group of burly men in helmets and armor. Each of them had a hideous look, and several of them had scars on their faces. A few children were playing at the entrance of the village. When they saw this group of people coming, they were all scared and ran back screaming. The bandits are coming. Why are these damn bandits here? The men immediately picked up their hoes and axes and ran towards the village frantically. Jin Feng, who was squatting on the kiln roof checking the fire, felt his scalp tingling. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that the bandits from Mau Mau Mountain have arrived. What to do? Jin Feng subconsciously glanced at the mountain behind. But I immediately gave up this idea. If I run away, what will happen to Guan Xiaoro and Tang Dong Dong? What should Ruan Yang and Xiao Yi do? No, even if I want to escape, I have to take them with me. Thinking of this, Jin Feng turned around and ran towards the village. His family was not at the entrance of the village, so it would take time for the bandits to find them. He must take Guan Xiaoro and others away before the bandits find his house. With this thought in mind, I gritted my teeth and ran. How come you're here so quickly? Didn't Liang say his brother was watching Cat Mountain? Jin Feng felt like his heart was about to jump out. The brick kiln was not close to his home, and when Jin Feng rushed into the yard, there was no one in the workshop. Bandits had the habit of killing people to establish their authority when they entered the village. The men all went to the brick kilns, and the women worked in workshops, leaving only children in the village. So as soon as they heard the gong, the women ran out crying, ready to look for their children. Zhang Munsang was in the blacksmith shop, busily loading arrows into the quiver. Tang Dongdong and Ruinyang were busy burying the money bag in the stove. Guan Xiaoro was holding Xiaoyi and trembling slightly. Xiaoyi was so scared that her face turned pale, but she kept her mouth tightly shut, not daring to make a sound. All the children in the village knew that any crying child would have his head chopped off by the bandits. "Boss, the autumn harvest is still a long way off, why are the bandits here?" Seeing Jin Feng coming back, Guan Xiaoro suddenly found her backbone and asked anxiously, could it be that the bandits have been replaced? Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. It is already difficult for the people to survive. Generally speaking, the bandits will only come to the village to collect grain once a year. If they collect twice, they will force the people to fight them to the death. The bandits from Tieguan Mountain came to collect New Year's grain last autumn. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have to wait until this autumn to come back to collect grain. When bandits come to collect grain in the spring, the most likely scenario is that the bandits in Tieguan Mountain have been killed by other bandits, and the new bandits are here to establish their authority. Notify each village that the person who collects the annual grain will be replaced. It's not that we've changed bandits. All of you come here and get the crossbows, we'll go to the back mountain right away. Jin Feng didn't have time to explain the matter of the bald man to Guan Xiaoro. He rushed into the shop and grabbed his crossbow. Only when he got the crossbow did Jin Feng feel a little more at ease. If you really can't run away, you can still resist. There were also several crossbows on the table, which Zhang Munsang had taken time to sharpen for Guan Xiaoro, Tang Dongdong, and others. Their styles were the same as Jin Feng's. At Jin Feng's request, the girls' training never stopped during this period, but the training venue was changed to Zhang Munsang's home. The training effect is also very good. Tang Dongdong's target hit rate at a distance of 20 steps has reached more than 95%. What surprised Jin Feng the most was Run Yang. Since she was busy cooking every day, she had the least training time and looked weak, but she was very talented. Her hit rate at 20 steps was second only to Tang Dongdong, which was over 90%. The most important thing is that her shooting speed is 30% faster than Tang Dongdong. Zhang Liang said that if Ruinyang trained well, her archery skills would soon surpass his. On the contrary, sisters Guan Xiaoro and Xiaoyi performed very averagely and often missed the target at a distance of 10 steps. "Munsang, let's go to the back mountain." Jin Feng strung the crossbow and shouted to Zhang Munsang, who was still busy. "Brother Feng, my brother has gone to the county government to deliver goods. My mother and sister are at home. I can't leave." Zhang Munsang shook his head and grabbed a crossbow. "Hurry up and leave, otherwise when the bandits come, you won't be able to escape." After saying this, without waiting for Jin Feng's reply, he limped out of the yard holding the crossbow. Jin Feng knew that Zhang Munsang was trying to attract the bandits' attention and buy time for himself. What a stubborn person. Jin Feng scolded Zhang Munsang harshly, but he was touched in his heart. "Xiaoro, I'll go help Munsang, you two quickly run to the mountains." After saying that, he ran out with a crossbow in hand, chasing after Zhang Munsang. Tang Dongdong seemed to realize something, gritted his teeth and rushed into the blacksmith shop to pick up a crossbow. "Sister Xiaoro, you guys go, I'll go help Brother Feng." "Sister Xiaoro, the bandits have been replaced. We just need to pay the annual grain. Why do we have to go to the back mountain?" Ruinyang was confused and asked, "Why is Brother Feng still holding a crossbow? The bandits will kill people if they see the weapon." For her before, the annual grain tax from the bandits was a huge burden that could crush her, but now she is responsible for cooking, and no one knows better than her how much food there is in Jin Feng's family. It's easy to pay the annual grain tax for a few people. Why does Jin Feng look like he's ready to fight the bandits to the death? I don't know either. Guan Xiaoro, like Ruinyang, couldn't figure out what had happened. "What should we do then?" Ruinyang asked. The husband sings and the wife follows. If the head of the family wants to fight the bandits, I have to follow him. Guan Xiaorou also rushed into the blacksmith shop. Xiao Yi, you and Ruinyang go to the back mountain. If your brother-in-law and I don't come to find you, you will go back to Guanjiawan to find your parents, understand? Sister Xiaorou, I'm not going to the back mountain. I want to go with you. Ruinyang, who was always firm, also shook her head. I won't go to the back mountain. There are wolves there. They will eat Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi also cried and shook her head. I won't go back to Guanjiawan either. If my sister-in-law doesn't give me food, I will starve to death. You. Guan Xiaorou stamped her feet and said, forget it. If the boss dies, none of us three will survive. Being killed by bandits is better than starving to death. If you don't want to leave, then come together. Jin Feng and Zhang Mansang ran to the entrance of the village and saw from a distance that the villagers were surrounding several people on horseback. However, there was no conflict and the village chief seemed to be still smiling. The young man in a green robe riding a horse in the front seemed to be smiling as well. Are all bandits nowadays so approachable? Jin Feng felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. When bandits enter the village, shouldn't there be cries and shouts for killing? What's going on with this harmony? It's just weird. Is there something wrong with the host's memory? The bandits didn't come to rob, but to bring warmth to the countryside. Jin Feng turned his head to look at Zhang Mansang and found that he also looked confused. Oh, it seems that it's not the host's memory that's problematic, but these bandits. Wrong. When did the bandits get such good war horses and such neat armor? Hey, Jin Feng, you are finally here. The village chief also saw Jin Feng, who looked puzzled, and shouted from a distance, the village kids have mistaken the nobleman for a bandit. Put down your bows and arrows quickly, and don't dare to hurt the nobleman. Jin Feng, when Little Tiger saw someone coming to the village on horseback, he started shouting bandits. Your Grandma Zhou thought bandits were really coming, so she rang the gong. The village chief pointed to the side, where a 5 or 6-year-old child was stripped of his pants and spanked by his father. An old woman with gray hair, holding a gong in her hand, stood aside awkwardly. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Jin Feng put away the crossbow and hung it on his waist, then he saluted to the young man in green robe, "Greetings, sir." When Jin Feng saw the yamen runner following the young man, he immediately guessed the other person's identity. Still didn't escape. But as of now, this marquis does not seem to be a pervert and is quite polite. The young man waved his hand, and the burly men immediately dispersed. Pointing at the crossbow in Jin Feng's hand, he smiled and said, I've always heard that when bandits enter a village, the villagers are scared to their knees. This is the first time I've seen anyone dare to resist. Jin Feng turned his head and took a look. Sure enough, the villagers were empty-handed at this time, only he and Mansang were holding crossbows. However, Jin Feng did not look down on these villagers, because he saw with his own eyes the men running back from the brick kiln with weapons in their hands, and they must have been hiding in the grass around them at this time. This is the tradition of the village, and it is also a way of survival that the villagers have summed up at the cost of countless blood. If the bandits only asked for money and food and did not ask for too much, they would put up with it. Because the bandits were numerous and powerful, most of the young and strong people in the village joined the army, and the remaining people were indeed no match for the bandits. No matter how important money and food are, they are not as important as the lives of a family. But once the bandits kill innocent people indiscriminately, they will definitely fight to the death. The bandits also knew this, so when they came to collect the annual grain tax every year, they did not dare to force too much. Both sides tacitly maintained a wonderful balance. It is very rare to see someone like Jin Feng rushing out with a bow and crossbow in broad daylight. You may not know, my lord, that the bandits come to collect grain after the autumn harvest. If they come in late spring, it is likely that the bandits have been replaced. In order to establish their authority, the new bandits may kill innocent people indiscriminately. I am a tiger fighting hero. The tougher I act, the more fearful the bandits will be, and they may give up their plans to establish their authority. Jin Feng's mind worked quickly. After realizing he had recognized the wrong person, he immediately found an excuse. Aren't you afraid that the bandits will be enraged and kill you? If that's the case, I would rather die fighting than surrender and be slaughtered. Jin Feng puffed out his chest and said proudly, for scholars like me, we would rather die standing than live on our knees. Besides, I am not a pushover. Killing one will cover my investment, and killing two will be a profit. Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. No matter how much struggle Jin Feng had in his heart before he rushed over, at least the momentum he displayed at the moment was indeed tragic. After seeing the reactions of the guards and the cuts on the armor, Jin Feng confirmed that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary young man and was most likely from a military background. Who does such a person admire most? Isn't it the warriors who are ready to die? Sure enough, after hearing Jin Feng say this, the young man and the warriors behind him cheered in unison. Well said, this is what a dakong warrior should look like. The young man jumped off his horse and said, Captain Zhang said you are a man of both civil and military talents. Now it turns out to be true. You are indeed a brave warrior who can shoot a tiger alone. Just as Jin Feng was about to speak, he saw Guan Xiaoro and Tang Dongdong and the others rushing out from the small path. Each of them was holding the same crossbow as Jin Feng. Even the little Xiaoyi is the same. Brother-in-law, we are here to help you fight the bandits. Xiaoyi shouted from a distance. Crash! The armored guards suddenly became nervous and surrounded the young men again. Xiao Ro, you are wrong. They are not bandits. Put down your arrows quickly. Jin Feng now finally understood the village chief's feelings and quickly stood in the middle of the road. He saw that the crossbows in the women's hands were all strung. If anyone got excited and pulled the trigger, the fun would get out of hand. Seeing the women putting away their crossbows, Jin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I'm sorry, sir. My wife is very protective of me. I hope you won't blame me. The feudal social system was strict, and the most important thing was to pay attention to hierarchy. Commoners pointing arrows at nobles was enough to warrant death. I just came once, and finally got over it, but who knew that the girls at home would come again? If young people get angry and embarrassed, it will be a disaster. This guy is more terrifying than a bandit. Ha ha ha. It's okay. The young man was not angry at all. He even laughed happily. People say people are divided into groups. It is true. You are a tiger-killing hero, and your family members are also extraordinary. You are too kind, sir. Jin Feng asked calmly, Young master, why are you visiting this mountainous area? Is there anything you want? I heard there was a warrior who shot a tiger alone. I am very interested in him. The young man said, Qing Huai came here rashly, I hope the warriors won't blame me. Whether it was out of genuine respect or just a show, Qing Huai's appearance was impeccable. The great marquis came to visit him personally. Jin Feng knew that he couldn't escape today, so he made a gesture of invitation. May I have the honor of inviting you to my humble abode? Excuse me. Qing Huai nodded, did not ride the horse, and followed Jin Feng into the village. The villagers wanted to go over and watch the fun, but they were chased away by the village chief. On the way, Qing Huai saw Xiao Yi still holding a crossbow in her hand and couldn't help but find it funny. Little girl, can you use a bow and arrow? Certainly. Guan Xiaoyi raised her head proudly. See that bird's nest on the tree? If you can shoot it, it's yours. Qing Huai smiled and took out a jade pendant from his waist. The jade pendant is white and clear, and it is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. I don't want stones, I want delicious food. Xiaoyi took a look at the jade pendant and shook her head. The naive girl had never seen jade before, and she didn't know that this small jade pendant was enough to buy her delicious food for half her life. No problem. Qing Huai waved his hand, and the guard behind him immediately took out a leg of lamb from the saddlebag of the war horse. The lamb leg is smoked and shiny, and looks very delicious. Don't play tricks. Xiao Yi swallowed and raised the crossbow in her hand. The bird's nest was on a treetop more than 10 meters away. With Xiao Yi's archery skills, the probability of hitting it was only about 50%. But now, perhaps stimulated by the lamb leg, he succeeded all of a sudden. The arrow passed through the bird's nest and flew up nearly 100 meters before beginning to fall. Qing Huai's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he picked up the lamb leg and handed it to Xiao Yi. "Little girl, can you let me see the crossbow in your hand? Good archery." Jin Feng applauded and praised sincerely. 4 arrows were nailed to the tree, arranged in order from top to bottom, neatly arranged as if they had been measured with a ruler, and the distance between each arrow was the same. "Nice bow." Qing Huai also admired the crossbow in his hand. "I have never seen such a crossbow before. Where did the warrior get it from?" "My father is a craftsman. I learned a lot from him since I was a child. I made these crossbows myself," Jin Feng explained. "It turns out that you are not only a tiger-killing hero but also a craftsman. I am so sorry for your disrespect." For the first time, Qing Huai clasped his fists towards Jin Feng to show his respect, and his address changed from warrior to sir. I also developed a strong curiosity about Jin Feng. He looks skinny and weak, calling himself a young man, so he should be a scholar, but he can shoot a tiger and create a crossbow with such great power. These are just some insignificant skills. I don't dare to call myself a master. Jin Feng really disliked the way the ancients talked. If there was something to say, couldn't they just say no? Why did they have to be so pretentious and polite? But he could only complain in his heart. If he put his arm around Qing Huai's shoulders and called him a brother now, he would probably be hacked to death by the guards behind him in the next second. No matter when, following the crowd is the only way to live longer. In this era where human life is worthless, Jin Feng feels that it is best for him to follow the crowd. "Sir, you are being modest." Qing Huai signaled the guards to take down the arrows on the tree, and said while flipping the crossbow is extremely powerful, but it is difficult to win the string, and the speed of loading arrows is too slow. After Mr. S improvement, these 2 problems have been solved. Such a clever idea is really admirable. Unfortunately, the production of crossbows requires extremely high standards for wooden bowstrings, so they cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, our army would have another powerful weapon. Traditional crossbows need to use the elasticity of the bow body and bowstring to achieve the goal of firing arrows, which indeed places high demands on wooden bowstrings. But as long as we find the right steel, these are not problems and mass production is entirely possible. However, since Qing Huai said so, Jin Feng would not cause trouble for himself and simply chose to nod in agreement. "Sir, did you shoot the tiger with this crossbow?" "Yes." Jin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. A hint of disappointment flashed across Qing Huai's eyes. When he saw the tiger's corpse, he thought he had met an archery master, but now he realized that Jin Feng relied on the power of the crossbow. In Qing Huai's opinion, although the crossbow modified by Jin Feng overcame the difficulties of stringing and loading arrows, its shooting speed was still too slow and could not be compared with the longbow at all. A longbow can be fired by just pulling the string and placing an arrow on it. A true master can shoot more than 10 arrows in one breath. However, the crossbow modified by Jin Feng required turning the dial several times each time after each firing before it could shoot again, which made Qing Huai feel a bit useless. It also made him feel regretful that he had made the trip in vain. However, as a well-educated aristocrat, Qing Huai quickly adjusted his mentality, and the disappointment in his eyes only flashed by for a moment. A few people walked into Jin Feng's courtyard with a smile, and as soon as they entered the door, they saw the rows of spinning wheels in the thatched shed. Qing Huai didn't care at first, but when he saw a guard staring at the spinning wheel in the shed, he couldn't help but ask, "Zhong Wu, what are you looking at?" "My lord, I am watching the spinning wheels." The guard replied respectfully. "What happened to the spinning wheel?" Qing Huai asked curiously. As a marquis, he had seen a spinning wheel only a few times, and had never touched it, so he did not notice the difference of a spinning wheel. "Your Highness knows that I was raised by my mother, and I am familiar with all kinds of spinning wheels, but I have never seen anything like this." Zhong Wu pointed at the spinning wheel and said, "The spinning wheels I have seen are all hand-cranked, but these are all pedal-operated, and there are 5 spindles. The spinning speed must be very fast." Qing Huai nodded, feeling somewhat indifferent. In his opinion, spinning wheels are women's things. What's so interesting about a group of men gathering around a spinning wheel? However, Zhong Wu had been with him through thick and thin for many years, and although they were master and servant, they were actually almost like real brothers. Zhong Wu usually never made any requests, and it was rare that he came across something that interested him, so Qing Huai would just bear with him and watch him spinning around the spinning wheel. But what Qing Huai didn't expect was that Zhong Wuguang was still not satisfied. He rubbed his hands and asked Jin Feng, "Sir, can I try this spinning wheel?" What else could Jin Feng say? He just nodded and said, "Okay." Zhong Wu immediately took off his sword and put it aside, then sat down in front of the spinning wheel and started operating it. A burly man, wearing armor, sitting in front of a spinning wheel spinning, looks awkward no matter how you look at him. Qing Huai almost couldn't help covering his face. The expressions of the other guards behind him were similar to Qing Huai's. But no one stopped him. They all knew Zhong Wu's situation. He was raised by his mother spinning yarn since he was a child and had a special feeling for the spinning wheel. Zhong Wu stood up only after he had spun a ball of hemp thread. "This spinning wheel is so useful. It is 5 or 6 times faster than any spinning wheel I have seen before. If my mother had seen such a spinning wheel when she was alive, she would have been so happy." The burly man with a scar on his face had red eyes as he spoke. In his memory, his mother was always spinning during the day and at night, but the money she earned was never enough to eat, and the mother and daughter often went hungry. "If there had been a spinning wheel like this back then, my mother wouldn't have been so tired, right? Is this spinning wheel 5 or 6 times faster than the other spinning wheels?" After listening to Zhong Wu's words, Qing Huai suddenly became interested in this spinning wheel. As a noble, the education he received was far beyond that of guards like Zhong Wu. "I immediately realized what it meant to increase the spinning speed by 5 or 6 times. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are necessities that everyone cannot live without. Clothes come first, so you can imagine how important they are." Qing Huai immediately realized the wealth that this spinning wheel could bring. "Sir, did you make this spinning wheel, too?" Qing Huai asked. "Yes." Jin Feng nodded, his mind already working rapidly. Tang Dongdong's face also turned ugly. They all guessed Qing Huai's plan. Sure enough, Qing Huai asked in the next sentence, "I think this spinning wheel is quite interesting. I wonder if you can give it up, sir. These spinning wheels are just little toys I made for my wife. If you don't mind, you can take them when you leave." Although the spinning wheel was something he made casually and was not worth much, Jin Feng felt very uncomfortable about being blackmailed, so he decided to test this marquee. If the other party still has a bottom line, they will hear that Jin Feng does not want to sell the spinning wheel technology. If the other party is determined to ask for it, Jin Feng can only admit defeat. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At worst, I can find a bigger backer and make a more advanced spinning wheel to squeeze this guy to death. When Xiaoyi heard that Jin Feng wanted to give the spinning wheel away, before Qing Huai could even answer, she was already unwilling. "Big brother, this is what my brother-in-law made for me. All the grandmothers, aunts and sisters in our village rely on spinning to make a living. If you take the spinning wheel away, they will have nothing to eat, and Xiaoyi will also be hungry." Jin Feng silently gave Xiaoyi a thumbs up in his heart. Unless Qing Huai is truly shameless, he would do something like snatching things from a child. So it was Madam's favorite thing. "I was careless." As a marquis, Qing Huai was not short of money. He just asked casually with the intention of picking up a bargain. Hearing the rejection in Jin Feng's words, she gave up the idea of picking up the bargain and took advantage of Xiaoyi's words to save face. "Little girl, don't worry, I won't let you starve, I won't take the spinning wheel." "Thank you, big brother." Xiaoyi immediately became happy. Qing Huai touched Xiaoyi's head, pointed at the smoke column in the distance and asked, "Why is there so much smoke over there? Is there a fire?" "No, that's the brick kiln built by my brother-in-law that's firing bricks," Xiaoyi said proudly. "Do you have a brick kiln in your village?" Qing Huai asked with a smile. "My brother-in-law said that the children in the village always had no food to eat, which was too pitiful, so he built a brick kiln so that the uncles in the village would have something to do when they were not farming." Mr. Dei. Upon hearing this, Qing Huai couldn't help but feel admiration for Jin Feng. Jin Feng waved his hand and said modestly, "If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. I am not talented enough to help the world. I can only find a way to make a living for the villagers." Just as Qing Huai was about to speak, a man came in with a hoe that was broken in two, and said with a distressed look on his face, "Brother Feng, my hoe broke while I was working in the kiln. Can you help me fix it when you have time?" Ironware was considered a valuable item in dakong, and the kitchen knives of many families were heirlooms. This hoe was passed down from his grandfather to his father, and then from his father to him. The blacksmith's furnace was dismantled by Monsong and has not been repaired yet. Let's wait a few days. Jin Feng glanced at the broken end of the hoe and said, "Take the stuff to Monsong. When the new furnace is ready, I'll fix it for you and make you some new shovels. They're better than hoes. A shovel is useful for digging soil, but it breaks too easily. You'd better not waste the iron." In fact, shovels appeared a long time ago, but due to the backward smelting technology, shovels were easily broken, and not many farmers chose to use shovels. People prefer a thick hoe that can be used for digging, and weeding. Where a shovel is necessary, farmers also use wooden shovels. "Don't worry, I guarantee you won't break the shovel I made," Jin Feng said confidently. "I believe in Fenger's craftsmanship." The men smiled and said, "Monsong told me that you should find a new way to forge iron so that the ironware you make will be stronger and more durable." Damn Monsong, so talkative again. Jin Feng sighed helplessly in his heart. As expected, Qing Huai was obviously more interested in ironware than spinning wheels and brick kilns. As soon as the men left, he asked, "Sir, do you want to improve the iron smelting method?" "It's not really an improvement, just some small discoveries. I haven't tried them yet. The one who sticks out gets rotten first." This was the first time that he and Qing Huai met. Before getting to know each other, Jin Feng didn't want to reveal too much. Qing Huai could hear the perfunctory tone in Jin Feng's words, but this time he did not give up easily. Instead, he asked, "Sir, what have you discovered? Can you enlighten me?" After saying that, he solemnly clasped his fists towards Jin Feng. One is a noble and the other is a commoner. This is already a high etiquette. If Qing Huai bowed to Jin Feng, the officials from the Ministry of Rights would scold him. Ironware and the military are closely related. Jin Feng knew that Qing Huai would not give up unless he asked clearly, so he had no choice but to say, "It's not a big discovery. I just found out when my father was working as a blacksmith that if the airflow in the furnace is smooth and the charcoal burns more vigorously, the steel produced will have fewer impurities and its toughness will also be improved. So, I plan to modify the furnace to make it easier to ventilate, which should improve the quality of the ironware." Real. Qing Huai's eyes suddenly became bright. The weapons currently used by dakong are still mainly made of cast iron. The workmanship is very crude. The hardness is achieved, but it is extremely brittle. It is okay to make farm tools. Farmers regard iron tools as treasures and use them with caution. However, it is not suitable as a weapon. When fighting on the battlefield, you must try your best, otherwise you will lose your life. Therefore, the damage rate of weapons was very high. After a life-and-death battle, many soldiers' machetes were broken into pieces. This also caused many soldiers who could have survived to die on the battlefield. As a noble from a military family, Qing Huai was naturally concerned about this. "These are just my guesses at the moment. We won't know the results until the furnace is built." Jin Feng didn't dare to say too much. "I wonder how long it will take." "It will probably take another 5 or 6 days. Jin Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Zhongwu, go to the village and ask if anyone has a vacant house that you can rent for a month." Qing Huai said directly, "Remember, negotiate with others in a good way and don't bully others by taking advantage of your power." "Yes." Zhongwu agreed and turned away. As soon as I walked out of the hospital, I met Zhang Liang who had just returned from outside. "Lao Zhang, why are you here?" Zhongwu looked at Zhang Liang, stunned for a moment, then asked with red eyes, "What's wrong with your arm?" "Old Zhong." Zhang Liang was also stunned, and said excitedly, "I live here, but why are you here?" "My lord and I are here to visit the tiger-fighting hero." Zhongwu answered and then asked, "What's wrong with your arm?" "The Marquis is here too." Zhang Liang was delighted and without answering Zhongwu, he turned around and ran to the yard. "My lord." Zhang Liang rushed into the yard and knelt down in front of Qing Huai in the yard. Zhang Liang greets the Marquis. Zhang. Zhang Liang. Qing Huai looked at Zhang Liang for a while, then shouted angrily, "What happened? Why is your arm gone?" At this moment, the polite and graceful nobleman disappeared, replaced by an angry lion. Xiao Yi, who always stayed close to Qing Huai, trembled with fear and turned her head to dive into Guan Xiaorou's arms. "My lord, it's all in the past. Tell me, what's going on?" Qing Huai interrupted Zhang Liang and asked in a domineering tone, "Didn't you go to Zuoxiaowei? Why are you here now?" Reporting to the Marquis, "I was assigned to the Zuoxiaowei. 1 month later, the Tanguts attacked the city. During the battle, my left arm was cut off by them, so I retired," Zhang Liang said helplessly. After hearing this, Qing Huai remained silent for a long time. After a while, he asked, "Why didn't you come to me after you retired?" "The Marquis had high hopes for me and took great pains to send me to the Zuoxiaowei, but I failed to live up to my expectations. I lost an arm within a month of entering, and the city wall I was guarding was breached by the enemy. I am too ashamed to see the Marquis." "When Zuoxiaowei was fighting, did you retreat out of fear?" Qing Huai asked with his eyes wide open. "Zhang Liang is from the Tielin army, and he served under the Marquis. Even if he died, he would never dare to disgrace the name of the Tielin army. During the battle, he killed 4 enemies and did not dare to retreat even a single step until he fell unconscious," Zhang Liang said with his head held high. "Then why are you so ashamed to see me?" Qing Huai kicked Zhang Liang on the shoulder, causing Zhang Liang to fall. When Zhang Monsang saw his elder brother being beaten, he was about to rush forward with a hammer, but was caught by Jin Feng. Zhang Liang got up from the ground without saying a word or brushing off the dirt on his body, and knelt on one knee in front of Qing Huai. "As long as you fight bravely, what's the shame in being injured? Why can't you see me?" Qing Huai kicked again. Zhang Liang did the same thing as before, without any explanation. He got up and knelt in front of Qing Huai again. Qing Huai raised his foot, but in the end he didn't kick it again. Instead, he helped Zhang Liang up and asked, "Do you get any credit for killing 4 enemies?" "My lord, I failed to defend the wall where I was stationed. It was breached by the enemy. Although the Tanguts were driven back by our reinforcements, we lost it once after all. So, my merits and demerits offset each other and I have no merit," Zhang Liang said truthfully. Qing Huai sighed and asked, "You broke an arm. How are you going to make a living after you retire?" "I used to make a living by farming. Some time ago, Brother Jin Feng helped me make a usable crossbow, and I went hunting for a while. Recently, there are fewer prey, so I helped Brother Jin Feng to make a living by buying and delivering goods to the county government. Is the salary enough to live on?" "Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your concern. Brother Jin Feng is so generous that he pays me 500 won a month. He also teaches my younger brother how to forge iron and asks my mother, my wife, my younger brother's wife, and my younger sister to come to the workshop to spin yarn. Now we have 3 meals a day at home, and every meal is dry food." Having said that, Zhang Liang couldn't help but look up at Jin Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Qing Huai turned around and punched Jin Feng on the chest. "Thank you, sir." The guards around him also did the same thing to Jin Feng at the same time. Due to limited medical and health conditions, countless soldiers die in battle or retire with disabilities every year in Dakong, and the pensions they provide are very limited. Over the years, they have seen too many comrades with disabilities living miserable lives after retirement. Even many comrades were forced to become bandits. There are very few people like Zhang Liang. Everyone is so polite. Brother Liang and I are relatives, and we should help each other. Jin Feng smiled and waved his hand. With Zhang Liang as the host, Zhongwu naturally didn't need to look for a house. Zhang Liang didn't even leave the yard and asked Run Yang to rent the old house of Xie Guang's family. After sending Qing Huai and others over, he ran to the town without stopping and asked the carpenter to deliver a few beds. Qing Huai's guards were also busy. They tidied up Xie Guang's stove, and it looked like they were planning to stay there for a long time. In the evening, Zhang Liang invited Qing Huai home for dinner and also called Jin Feng to join them. What's wrong with me joining in when my comrades are getting together? So Jin Feng rejected Zhang Liang's invitation, but pulled Zhang Liang into the blacksmith shop. Brother Liang, this marquis won't stay, right? The marquis said he wanted to stay and take a look at your furnace. He was also interested in your newly built brick kiln, saying it was different from the brick kilns he had seen before. Isn't he the marquis? Why is he so idle? Jin Feng was a little depressed. With this guy around, Jin Feng felt like he was being watched all the time and couldn't do many things freely. The marquis was defeated in the battle last year and was questioned by the Ministry of War. He also handed over his military power and has no official duties recently. At this point, Zhang Liang was furious. My lord, you only have 5,000 Iron Forest soldiers under your command, and the enemy has 30,000, including 6,000 cavalry. How can my lord win? Being able to hold off the enemy for 10 days and 10 nights is already a great achievement. I wonder what those officials in the Ministry of War were thinking. Stop talking. Jin Feng interrupted Zhang Liang. It's fine to say these things at home, but don't dare to say them outside, otherwise it will cause trouble for your master. It's a serious crime to speak ill of your superiors. When Zhang Liang heard this, he stopped talking immediately. By the way, what do you think of this marquis? Jin Feng had no interest in Qing Huai's political career. No matter whether he was in favor or out of favor, as long as the title of marquis remained, he was not someone a commoner like him could afford to offend. What Jin Feng cares about is the character of this marquis. From the current perspective, this marquis seems to be very interested in his iron smelting method and has chosen to stay in Xiwan. If he is a good person, cooperating with him would be like finding a backer and he wouldn't have to worry about trivial matters like bandits. If you have bad luck, then just fail to modify the stove on purpose and stay away from such dangerous people as soon as possible. When Qing Huai saw that Zhang Liang's arm was missing, Jin Feng clearly saw that his eyes turned red and his hands trembled slightly, looking angry and sad. This caused Jin Feng to change his opinion of Qing Huai. But politicians are all good at acting. Who knows if this marquis is putting on a show to win people's hearts? Jin Feng has heard of this kind of thing too many times. It would be more reliable to ask Zhang Liang, who is familiar with Qing Huai. Who would have thought that after hearing Jin Feng's question, Zhang Liang actually threw his head back and burst into laughter. Okay, what are you laughing at? Jin Feng asked in confusion, and your smile is so ugly. I laugh at the fact that the marquis is still as foresight as before. Zhang Liang said, before I came here, the marquis told me that you would definitely ask this question. He guessed that I would ask you this question. Zhang Liang's answer surprised Jin Feng. What did he say? My lord said, I will tell you the truth about whatever you ask. Zhang Liang said, Xiao Feng, if you want to know something, just ask. I will tell you everything I know and can tell you. After asking, you will know that the marquis is different from other officials. He is a good man. I can guarantee it with my head. After hearing Zhang Liang's assurance, Jin Feng knew that today's plan might fail. This guy is obviously a die-hard fan of Qing Huai. What he says out of blind worship is of little reference value. He will definitely say something nice. But Jin Feng still felt that he should ask. At least we need to know where this marquis is from and what his main responsibilities are. Zhang Liang had no way of concealing this basic information. Where is this marquis from and what is his background? Jin Feng asked. The marquis's father was the Duke of Qing. He joined the army at the age of 14, was promoted to sergeant at the age of 16 after killing an enemy, was promoted to colonel at the age of 21, and led the right wing of the Iron Forest Army with 1,000 men to defend Songzhou at the age of 23. He was besieged by the Dangxiang people's 20,000 cavalry for 3 months without losing. When reinforcements arrived, he cooperated with the reinforcements to attack from both sides and wiped out the invading enemy completely. Zhang Liang had a longing look on his face. That battle disrupted the Tangut's overall plan. The emperor was very pleased and made you the Earl of Jinchuan County. Later, because of your outstanding military achievements, you were made the Marquis of Jinchuan County. Isn't his title hereditary? Of course not. The Marquis is the third son of the Duke of Qing. I heard that he was born out of wedlock and cannot inherit the title. He earned his title of Marquis by fighting on the battlefield. At this point, Zhang Liang couldn't help but raise his neck, as if he had earned the title himself. The richer a person is, the more he values his life. As the son of Duke Qing, even if he was born out of wedlock, he could still live a life of wealth and glory. However, Qing Huai chose to join the army and even obtained a title from the army. Regardless of whether Duke Qing was behind the scenes, the fact that Qing Huai could get to this point proved his ability. Perhaps this is why Zhang Liang admires him. I heard from Dong Dong that when the Marquis came, he wanted to take the spinning wheel, which made you wary of the Marquis. But I know that the Marquis didn't take the spinning wheel to make money for himself. Zhang Liang said, whenever he was in the army, the Marquis ate and lived with the soldiers. After the battle, he distributed all the spoils to us soldiers and did not take a penny for himself. There was nothing luxurious in his Qingfeng villa, and the servants he employed were almost all the family members of his brothers who died in the battle. I want your spinning wheel only because I want to make more money and take care of the families of my brothers who died in the army. But there are too many brothers who died in the army, how can he take care of them all? After hearing what Zhang Liang said, Jin Feng's resistance to Qing Huai finally subsided a little. He knew that this might be Qing Huai's purpose. But he was inevitably influenced by Zhang Liang's words. Jin Feng thought that he understood Zhang Liang. A person like Zhang Liang would not harm him even if he admired Qing Huai. Even if he had some little thoughts, they were just about being able to cooperate with Qing Huai. Just like many people have two very good friends, they always want to introduce these two friends to each other so that these two people can also become good friends. After Zhang Liang left, Jin Feng put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind and sorted out his understanding of Qing Huai from as objective a perspective as possible. Born into a noble family, he was ambitious, capable, able to command troops and manage his subordinates. Even though Zhang Liang has retired for several years, he is still devoted to Qing Huai. Regardless of whether Qing Huai is truly sincere or just putting on a show, his personal charm is evident. After thinking for half the night, Jin Feng decided to try to cooperate with Qing Huai. Such people would not attack people around them even if they were just putting on a show. Because once he does, the personality he has worked hard to build up over the years will collapse in an instant. No one is perfect. It is a great fortune to meet a collaborator like Qing Huai. If you find something wrong in the future, you can just find a way to get out of it. After making the decision, Jin Feng no longer thought about it. Listening to the squeaking sound of textiles coming from the yard, he quickly fell asleep. Knowing that Qing Huai was waiting to see the results, Jin Feng asked Mansang to put aside other things and work with Zhang Liang to build the new furnace. Since they had decided to cooperate, Jin Feng was no longer polite. When he found out that the two brothers were making too slow progress, he directly asked Qing Huai for help. Qing Huai knew that this was Jin Feng's signal that he chose to cooperate, so without saying a word, he dispatched 3 guards to assist the Zhang Liang brothers. The small courtyard was livelier than usual. Not only could you hear the squeaking of women weaving, but you could also hear the hearty laughter of the men. The brick kiln by the river was bustling with activity. The bricks made by the men these days had piled up into a large area. Qing Huai had led troops in battles over the years and had been to many places, but this was the first time he had seen a village like Xiwen. Most of the other villages were in dire straits and filled with a gloomy atmosphere, but Xiwen was the only one that was like the rising sun, full of heat and prosperity. According to Zhang Liang, all these changes started after Jin Feng got married, which took less than a month. In less than a month, a village that was once starving has become what it is now. Qing Huai finds it unbelievable no matter how he thinks about it. But the steaming brick kiln couldn't be fake, the balls of twine off the spinning wheel couldn't be fake, and the Zhang Liang brothers busy making the furnace couldn't be fake. Qing Huai began to pay more and more attention to Jin Feng in his heart. He put Jin Feng on an equal level from the bottom of his heart, and he gradually became more relaxed when they met and talked. Jin Feng was very happy about this change. After all, he was tired of speaking in a flowery manner every day. With the help of 3 strong men, the speed of building the furnace increased rapidly. In just a day and a half, a new blacksmith furnace appeared on the wall of the blacksmith shop. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Jin Feng had been thinking of starting the iron smelting the next day, but Qing Huai was extremely anxious and kept circling around Jin Feng. Just when Qing Huai walked past Jin Feng for the 6th time, Jin Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore. All right, Lord Ho, stop turning around. Munsung, come here. Qing Huai smiled and cupped his hands. If you need anything, just ask, sir. Don't worry, I won't be polite to you, sir. Jin Feng brought Munsung into the blacksmith shop. The fire had been lit. Jin Feng opened the box left by the old blacksmith, took out a few pieces of pig iron and threw them in, then asked Munsung to pull the bellows hard. Dakong has not yet started to use coal on a large scale, and Qing Huai has used his connections but failed to find any. Jin Feng has no choice but to use charcoal. The heat generated by burning charcoal is not as good as that of coal. Even though Jin Feng added a more advanced blower to the new furnace and added mineral powder to lower the melting point of pig iron, the melting point of pig iron could not be reached. Jin Feng adjusted the process back and forth and worked until late at night, finally burning the pig iron to a semi-soft state. Jin Feng knew that this was the best he could do with the current technology, so he took the semi-soft iron block out of the furnace, sprinkled special mineral powder on it with his injured left hand, and kept hitting it with a hammer in his right hand. The clanging sound continued all night. When the sun rose the next day, Jin Feng finally opened the door of the blacksmith shop with 2 long knives and the pliers in his hand. Don't touch it yet, it's still hot. When Jin Feng saw Zhang Liang trying to pick up the long knife, he quickly reminded him. Although it has been quenched, the temperature of the long sword is still very high, and it might burn you if you touch it. After working all night, Jin Feng was exhausted. He drank 2 bowls of millet porridge in a row before he recovered. The long sword had almost cooled down. Jin Feng asked Munsung to install the prepared wooden handle before handing the long sword to Qing Huai. After cooling down, the long sword turned completely black and shone with cold light. As a soldier, Qing Huai fell in love with her at first sight. He flicked his fingers and the long sword immediately made a crisp sound, which stopped after a few breaths. Nice knife. Qing Huai couldn't help but exclaimed, Sir, this knife looks cold and intimidating, is it tough? My lord, you have seen this. This is the first time we have forged iron since the furnace was built. I cannot say how effective it will be. We can only know by trying. After all, this was the first time Jin Feng made ironware since coming to Dakong, and he couldn't guarantee 100% success. Zhong Wu, bring me my sword. Qing Huai shouted. My lord, your sword is made by a famous craftsman in the capital. It would be a shame if it gets damaged. You should use mine to test it out. It's a matching sword anyway. If it gets damaged, I can just get another one. Zhong Wu ran over, took off his sword from the warhorse, and handed it over with both hands. In order to prevent the long sword from breaking, the standard long swords used by the Dakong army were mostly thick and heavy, such as the one Zhong Wu had. It is about 1 meter long, more than 10 centimeters wide, and the thickness of the blade is an exaggerated 1 centimeter. This long sword, after melting, is strong enough to fight 3 black swords. Come on, give it a try. Qing Huai did not take Zhong Wu's sword, but instead held the handle of the black sword with both hands, ready to chop. My lord, please be careful. Zhong Wu drew out his long sword and slashed at the black sword without any fancy moves. Clang. The 2 swords collided, making a crisp sound. The big knife in Zhong Wu's hand broke into 2 pieces in the middle, and the front half fell to the ground with a crisp clang sound. Qing Huai took back the black knife and examined it carefully. The black knife was in mint condition, without even a trace of curling on the blade. Try this one again. Qing Huai picked up another black knife and swung it at the wooden pillar beside him. Brush. The knife flashed and the wooden pillar as thick as a small bowl was cut into 2 pieces. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror. What a good sword. No, this is a divine weapon. Qing Huai's eyes lit up with excitement, and he stroked the black knife carefully, as if he were stroking his beloved lover. Sir, could you please give me these 2 knives? Qing Huai held a black knife in one hand and asked very embarrassedly, You can name your price, sir. As long as I can afford it, I will not argue. Since the Marquis has spoken, then use this jade pendant in exchange. Jin Feng pointed at Qing Huai's waist. Qing Huai is a proud man, and he would feel uncomfortable if he was told that something was given away for free. Jin Feng was almost out of money and was short of money recently. It would be better to agree on a price that is neither too high nor too low, which is good for both parties. Without saying a word, Qing Huai took off the jade pendant and handed it to Jin Feng. Jin Feng was not polite and took the jade pendant with a smile and put it in his arms. Congratulations, my lord, for obtaining the magic weapon. I congratulate you, my lord. Zhong Wu threw down the broken saber and knelt down with his fists clasped. The other guards immediately followed suit. Monsang was shaking with excitement. When someone trains an apprentice, he makes him work like a donkey for a few years first. Whether the apprentice can learn skills depends on whether the master is happy. Monsang is ready to work for Jin Feng for 3 years for free. But Jin Feng never treated him as a coolie. From building the furnace to forging iron last night, he never avoided it. Being able to create a magical weapon like the black knife, Jin Feng will sooner or later become famous throughout the world. As Jin Feng's apprentice and assistant, he will also benefit greatly from it. Thinking of this, Monsang looked at Jin Feng with gratitude. He thought Jin Feng would be as excited as he was, but who knew that Jin Feng did not show any surprise on his face, as if creating such a weapon was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, he had no idea that to Jin Feng, it was indeed not worth mentioning. When he worked part-time in a machinery factory in his previous life, any knife he made would not be weaker than the black knife. The reason why the black knife could easily cut off Zhong Wu's saber was not because it was so sharp that it could cut through iron like mud, but because Zhong Wu's saber was too fragile. Just like a piece of glass, if you make a small chip on the edge, the glass will break easily. By the same token, as long as the black knife cut a small notch on the blade of Zhong Wu's saber, the cast iron saber would easily break. If the pig iron left by the old blacksmith had not contained too many impurities, there was no coal, and the furnace was not in good condition, Jin Feng would have been able to produce even better works. Unfortunately, Dakong's technology is too backward. I know that the price of these 2 magic weapons is far more than a jade pendant. I owe you a favor, sir. While everyone was excitedly passing the black knife around, Qing Huai found Jin Feng and whispered. My lord, you're overthinking this. This is a business that we both agreed to. My acceptance of the jade pendant means that we've settled the payment and goods, and no one owes anyone anything. Jin Feng smiled and said, My lord, you don't have to say that you owe me a favor or anything like that. Just don't regret it in the future. Sir, what you mean is that you can create such a magical weapon. Qing Huai immediately understood the hidden meaning of Jin Feng's words. Why not? Jin Feng said, It's just more troublesome. Sir, did you learn this method from somewhere else, or did you create it yourself? Qing Huai pulled Jin Feng back to the blacksmith shop and spoke a little faster. I created this by observing my father forging iron. This was all Jin Feng could say. If we build a furnace like this, can we create a magic weapon? Qing Huai asked, pointing at the stove. The furnace is only one aspect. It also requires other methods and the special mineral powder I prepared. Does anyone know the formula of the mineral powder? No. Sir, if this magical weapon is used properly, it will be of great significance to our dakong. Please don't spread it to others. Don't worry, I still rely on this skill to make a living. Jin Feng laughed. I sold the 2 black knives for a jade pendant. From now on, I won't have to do anything else. I can make 2 knives in 10 days or half a month, and I will never lack money for the rest of my life. If you think so, I would like to do business with you. Qing Huai said, If you are willing to hand over this skill to the court, just tell me how much money you want, and I guarantee that the court will agree. If you want fame, I can also recommend you to work in the craftsman's palace. I believe that with your talent, you will soon become successful in the craftsman's palace. Forget it, I'd better keep the things in my hands. Jin Feng shook his head and rejected Qing Huai's proposal. Is it so easy to get money from the court? If you take less, you will suffer a loss. You might as well change it for a jade pendant. If someone dares to ask for too much, you will probably lose your life. As for taking up a position in the craftsman's mansion, Jin Feng was too lazy to even think about it. In my previous life, I worked for others until I died. In this life, I finally got the chance to be my own boss. Only a fool would go to work again. Just tell me what you want, sir. Qing Huai still did not give up. Even if I can't afford the price, I can report it to the court, and it will definitely satisfy you. This. Jin Feng thought for a moment and asked tentatively, if I hand in this method, can I get a title in exchange? The lowest one will do. Growing up under the red flag and receiving modern education for many years, Jin Feng has never knelt before anyone except on New Year's Eve and Qingming festival to worship ancestors. He is naturally disgusted by the kneeling etiquette of the feudal era. The feudal society had a very strict hierarchy. Commoners had no rights at all. When they saw an official of little importance, they had to kneel down and call themselves common people. Jin Feng could barely be considered a scholar, and Qing Huai didn't care too much about these rules. Whenever the two met and talked, Jin Feng would perform the scholar's etiquette and call himself Shaosheng, and Qing Huai didn't care too much. If Qing Huai was a stickler for details, according to the dakong etiquette, Jin Feng's behavior could be considered as disregarding the distinction between superiors and subordinates and committing an insubordinate act. This feeling made Jin Feng very unhappy, so he made such a request. Once one becomes a noble, even if one is the lowest-ranking baron, one is considered a noble. Unless one meets the emperor or empress, one must perform the ceremony of kneeling and bowing. When meeting other people, even if the other person is a first-rank official of the court, as long as he is not a noble, one does not have to perform the ceremony. Of course, the first-rank officials in the court are basically all nobles, and top nobles like dukes, so one still has to bow when meeting them. But you just need to bend down and bow your hands, there is no need to kneel down. As for the emperor, Jin Feng felt that he would never have the chance to meet him. Although the method of iron smelting is important, Jin Feng is willing to hand it over if he can exchange it for a title. Unfortunately, Qing Huai shook his head and said, the Great Kong dynasty has been peaceful for more than 300 years, and there are too many meritorious officials. Therefore, the late emperor set an iron rule 30 years ago that no one can be granted a title without military merit. I can't agree to this condition, sir, please change it. No one can be granted a title unless he has made military achievements. Jin Feng repeated Qing Huai's words and asked, does that mean that as long as I have military merit, I can get a title? That's true, but sir, you're not a soldier, so how can you gain military merit? Qing Huai asked curiously. I'm not a soldier, but you are. Jin Feng asked, I heard from Zhang Liang that the Tangut cavalry has been causing trouble for the Marquis. If I help the Marquis defeat the Tangut cavalry, will it be considered a military achievement? Upon hearing this, Qing Huai stood up suddenly. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the king of land and an invincible military force. Dakong is located in the central plains and does not produce good horses, so it is difficult to form cavalry, and land battles are basically all infantry. The weapons and combat methods were also very primitive. The only thing they could do when facing cavalry was to use simple chevaux de frise, shields, and spear phalanxes. Once the heavily armored cavalry broke through the spear phalanxes, they were like meat grinders. Unfortunately, the Dangxiang people to the west of Dakong and the Khitan people to the north were both pastoral peoples, with fine horses everywhere, and forming a cavalry team was as easy as drinking a sip of water. Therefore, in recent years, the soldiers of Dakong were badly abused by the cavalry of the Dangxiang and Khitan. It was almost by piling up human lives that they were able to stop the enemy. Qing Huai had been fighting the Dangxiang people since he was a teenager and had suffered too many losses at the hands of the cavalry. How could he not be excited when he heard Jin Feng say that he could fight against the cavalry? Sir, do you have any ideas for fighting the cavalry? Qing Huai's eyes turned red with excitement. I do have some ideas. Jin Feng nodded. I'd like to hear more about it. Cavalry has high defense and strong impact. The best way to deal with cavalry is to kill them before they get close to you. Of course I know that, but who can stop a heavily armored warhorse? Crossbow. Jin Feng said, my lord, the crossbow you saw is only the simplest one. I can make a more powerful one that can kill the enemy's horse from 200 steps away, or even further. Hearing Jin Feng's words, Qing Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sir, you may not know that there are already such heavy crossbows in the army, but unfortunately there are too few of them, and every time an arrow is shot, 3 strong men have to restring it. By the time the string is restringed, the enemy cavalry has already rushed to the front. My lord, have you forgotten the capstan on my crossbow? Jin Feng asked. Qing Huai suddenly thought of the capstan and quiver that Jin Feng installed on the crossbow, and slapped his forehead in shame. As long as we make the capstan and quiver bigger, wouldn't it be possible to use it? Sir, your idea is indeed good, but the process of making a heavy crossbow is too complicated. There are only a handful of craftsmen in the whole of Dakong who can make it. What if I could make it in large quantities? Sir, you can't say such things carelessly. Are you sure? Qing Huai used the honorific without realizing it. If the Marquis gives his full support, we will have about 70% to 80% chance of success. In the heavy crossbow designed by Jin Feng, steel is needed in many places. Before the steel smelting problem was solved, Jin Feng didn't dare to make any promises. A 70% to 80% chance is already very high. What do you need me to do, sir? Qing Huai asked. I need some things. Lord, please help me find them first. Jin Feng picked up a piece of charcoal and wrote down what he needed on the wooden board. He couldn't buy many things here at the county government, so he hoped Qing Huai could get them. Without saying a word, Qing Huai took the wooden board out and handed it to the housekeeper. The butler immediately left on horseback with 2 guards. In addition to the crossbow, there is actually another thing that, if used properly, can also restrain cavalry. Jin Feng took out a bundle of wire from the corner, took out a piece more than half a meter long, and handed it to Qing Huai. This was obtained unexpectedly while smelting iron last night. Can this thing deal with cavalry? Qing Huai took the wire with a look of doubt on his face. It was the first time he had seen this thing. It can be crushed into a ball with just a slight kneading. How can it be used against cavalry? Although the wire is soft, it is very tough. If the wire is long enough and has iron spikes twisted on it, once the warhorse is entangled, even if its 4 legs are not tied up, it will be stabbed by the spikes and feel extremely painful. At that time, we don't need to do anything, the warhorse will throw the cavalry to the ground. Jin Feng couldn't help but think of the barbed wire on the walls of later generations. In his previous life, he had a classmate who lived in the military district's family compound. He climbed over the wall to play at night and got caught in the barbed wire. The more he struggled, the tighter the wire got. When he was finally rescued, his body was covered in bruises. Really? Qing Huai still didn't quite believe it. How about we give it a try? Jin Feng asked with a smile. Let's get started. He was almost dying of sleep after not sleeping all night. That's all. Qing Huai had never been optimistic about the barbed wire in the first place, and when he noticed Jin Feng's negative attitude, he felt it was even less reliable. Let's try it first. Jin Feng took a few steps back and sat down on a stone. He Wei, go and try it. Yes. A guard walked out of the team, leading a horse, with an unhappy expression on his face. However, since Qing Huai had given the order, the guards had no choice but to mount their horses no matter how unwilling they were. Not daring to lose his temper with Qing Huai, he angrily asked Jin Feng, "Sir, what should I do?" "Just ride your horse over the barbed wire." Jin Feng didn't care about the guard's attitude and pointed at the barbed wire with a smile. "Drive." The guard squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, and the warhorse immediately trotted away. When both front hooves of the warhorse stepped into the barbed wire, it was fine. But when the horse's hooves were lifted up again, the wire stuck in the horseshoe suddenly entangled the horse's legs. The iron spikes on the wire also pierced deeply. The warhorse felt pain and swung its legs desperately to try to get rid of the wire, but the more it struggled, the tighter the wire became, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, the guard was prepared. When the horse fell to the ground, he rolled to the side and was not crushed under the horse. Looking back, I saw the warhorse's forehooves kicking around, trying to push open the barbed wire. The more he kicked, the harder it got, and the iron spikes penetrated deeper into his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Now I'm directly entangled by the wire. Blood flowed down the horse's legs and belly, soon staining a large area of the path red. Several guards nearby rushed forward to help, and it took a lot of effort to get the barbed wire down. At this time, the warhorse's front legs, belly and back were covered with wounds. Although it would not die, it could not be ridden for the time being. Qing Huai rubbed his hands excitedly. Sir, it really works. My lord, you are too idealistic. If there is a real war, who would see the barbed wire in front of them and ride a horse into it? Can't I just go around it? The guard felt sorry for his warhorse and deliberately went against the grain. Then I will lay more so that you can't get around it. Jin Feng said. Then I'll let the warhorse jump over. The guard was still not convinced. Then I'll pave the road 20 steps wide so that you can't jump over. Jin Feng replied. Sir, I'm afraid you have never seen a cavalry charge. At a glance, it's all horses and men. Even a 20-foot width can't stop a few horses. The guard said, you can't cover the entire battlefield with barbed wire, right? The advantage of cavalry is its impact, but its disadvantage is also its impact. Once a warhorse starts running, it cannot be stopped immediately by shouting. Jin Feng said, I don't need to trip up all the horses on the battlefield, I only need to trip up the front row, and the ones behind will easily bump into them, and even if they are not tripped, they will slow down. What is there to fear about a cavalry that has stopped? The guard wanted to retort, but he couldn't find the words. Okay Huai, I have some gold wound medicine in my room, you can use it. Qing Huai stopped the guards and bowed slightly to Jin Feng. Sir, you created this tactic, which is equivalent to saving the lives of countless dakong men. Please accept my greetings. You are too polite, sir. Jin Feng waved his hand and said, My lord, do you believe now that I can handle the cavalry? I believe it. Qing Huai nodded without hesitation. The lethality of the heavy crossbow has long been proven. The problems of stringing and filling have been solved by Jin Feng. The only difficulty now is the manufacturing materials and craftsmanship. Through the contact over the past few days, Qing Huai has gained a certain understanding of Jin Feng. This is a cautious person who never speaks with confidence. Since Jin Feng said that he was 70% to 80% sure of solving the problem of manufacturing materials for the heavy crossbow, then it can definitely be solved. Don't worry, sir. I will write a memorial to His Majesty and ask him to grant you a title. Qing Huai said, if your Majesty disagrees, I am willing to give my title to you. No, there is no joking in front of the king. This tactic is just our idea and has not been verified in actual combat. If something goes wrong, we will be doomed. I'm afraid both of us will be beheaded by His Majesty. Jin Feng quickly stopped Qing Huai. This guy had just suffered a defeat and the emperor was very dissatisfied with him. If he asked for a title at this time, there was no chance that the emperor would agree. So what are you going to do, sir? Qing Huai asked. I think we should first make a batch of crossbows and barbed wire, send them to the battlefield to kill a group of cavalry, and prove that they can indeed restrain cavalry. It won't be too late to report it then. Jin Feng said, this way, the Marquis has made a contribution, and his words will carry more weight. But my military power has been taken away, so I can't go to the battlefield for the time being. Speaking of this, Qing Huai felt a little depressed. Then find a way to get it back. Jin Feng said, I heard from Brother Liang that your defeat this time was not caused by war. If you think of some ways to mobilize, you should still have a chance to regain your military power, right? It's not a big problem, but... Qing Huai was a little hesitant. He was not the legitimate son of Duke Qing, but was born to a concubine and had been unpopular since childhood. It was in recent years that he had made meritorious contributions in the army and brought honor to Duke Qing, and only then did his and his mother's status in the family improve. But he still didn't like the luxurious and inhumane Duke Qing's mansion. After his military power was taken away, he would rather stay in Jinchuan County, or even in Zaiwan, than return to Bianliang. My lord, if you have a solution, then think of it quickly. When we left, He Mingqin took over the Tielin army. That guy is good at going to brothels and casinos, but he can't fight at all. Zhong Wu knelt on one knee and begged, if you return to the front line one day earlier, fewer of our brothers will die. Zhong Wu's words hit Qing Huai's soft spot. When he left, a dissolute general took over the Tielin army. I heard that the next day after taking over, he rashly led the Tielin army to the front line. Okay, I'll write a letter to my father and ask him to do something. Sir, you should also make the wire and crossbow as soon as possible. Jingfang, Lu Qiong, each of you take 2 horses and send this letter back to Bianjing as quickly as possible. Qing Huai handed the sealed letter to the guard. My lord, when can the transfer order be sent back at the earliest? Jin Feng asked as he looked at the guard's horse riding away. It takes at least 20 days to get from here to Bianliang and back. If everything goes well, we will be back in about a month. But if someone tries to stop us, it would be hard to say. Qing Huai replied. Apart from the eldest and second sons, who else could stop us? Zhong Wu muttered softly. Shut up. Qing Huai scolded and sighed slightly. His father, Duke Qing, was a veteran general with many old friends in the army. It was not difficult for it to take back the military power of the Tielin army. What he was worried about was the obstruction from his elder and second brothers. I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me when you get the things back. After discovering that Qing Huai was not that arrogant, Jin Feng became more and more casual. He waved his hand and went back to the inner room to sleep. Jin Feng was so sleepy after not sleeping all night that he didn't even eat lunch and didn't wake up until the afternoon. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Guan Xiaoro sitting by the bed, sewing clothes. Since getting married, Guan Xiaoro has been busy with other things and has no time to make clothes, nor can she buy ready-made clothes. Until now, the clothes she and Jin Feng are wearing are still patched. It wasn't a big deal before. After all, everyone in Xiwan had patches on their clothes, so no one should laugh at anyone else. But things were different after Qing Huai came. This guy's clothes were always clean and straight. When Jin Feng stood next to him, he looked a little shabby. Ever since she discovered this, Guan Xiaoro stopped spinning and focused on helping Jin Feng make new clothes. Boss, are you awake? Knowing that Jin Feng likes to drink water first after waking up, Guan Xiaoro quickly put down her clothes and handed him the cup of water. She changes this cup of water every half an hour to always keep it at the right temperature. Boss, come and try the clothes to see if they fit. If they don't, I'll make some alterations. Guan Xiaoro took the cup of water, picked up the clothes she was making, and helped Jin Feng put them on. Oh, why are the shoulders so broad? The waist is also loose. This was the first time Guan Xiaoro made clothes by herself, and she didn't do it very well. Not only were the shoulders and waist loose, but the 2 sleeves were also different lengths. Boss, take it off quickly. Guan Xiaoro was embarrassed, annoyed, and anxious, and tears came down. Boss, I'm so useless. I can't even make a piece of clothing properly. This is your first time making clothes. It's great that you can make it like this. If it were me, I would probably be able to make 3 sleeves. Jin Feng hugged Guan Xiaoro in his arms. Why are you crying? If you made a mistake, can't you just change it? And what are you wearing? You didn't make this dress, and I'm not naked. You have patches on your clothes. What's wrong with having patches? Don't everyone have patches on their clothes? You have more patches on your clothes than I do. Jin Feng smiled and pointed at the patch on Guan Xiaoro's clothes. The head of the family is a scholar. Every time I see you wearing patched clothes and talking to the marquis, I feel very uncomfortable. Guan Xiaoro pouted and said, You obviously bought the fabric a long time ago, but I was doing all sorts of things and didn't make clothes for you. Haha, we can't compare with the marquis. He wears satin and brocade. 1 set of clothes is enough for our family to eat for 2 years. Jin Feng smiled and said, Besides, the marquis values ability, not clothes. Even if I was wearing ragged clothes, the marquis would still talk and laugh with me. If I had no talent, no matter how nicely I was dressed, I'm afraid the marquis would not even look at me. I am the most capable person in charge. Guan Xiaoro said sweetly while tilting her head back. That's right, don't cry, change it slowly, there's no rush. Jin Feng scratched Guan Xiaoro's nose and said, Don't prick your hand again. Guan Xiaoro has been in a hurry these days and her fingers have been pricked by needles so many times that they are covered with little red spots. Aha. Guan Xiaoro nodded obediently. By the way, Ruanyang left some food for you. It's warming up on the stove. I'll bring it to you. No, I'll just go eat. Jin Feng waved his hand, put on his patched clothes, and turned into the kitchen. Ruinyang was washing vegetables. When she saw Jin Feng come in, she smiled shyly and skillfully dug out a small jar from the ashes under the pot. "Brother Feng, I stewed half a pheasant for you. I have been stewing it since last night. Try it." Knowing that Jin Feng couldn't eat wild vegetables and oatmeal porridge, Ruinyang would prepare special meals for Jin Feng's family every time she cooked. Jin Feng had no objection to this. "If you don't do something special, why are you still called a boss?" Tang Dongdong was against it at first, but was retorted by Jin Feng. Later, it was discovered that the women didn't mind Jin Feng's special cooking at all, and they also gathered around Jin Feng's small table, and even said that they were in charge and should eat with the boss, and they couldn't be driven away. Guan Xiaoro, on the other hand, felt embarrassed. If it weren't for Jin Feng's tough attitude, she would have run back to drink oatmeal porridge and eat wild vegetables with the other women. After stewing for almost a day, the pheasant bones were almost melted. When you open the lid, a rich and fresh aroma hits your nose, which whets your appetite. I took the rice from Ruinyang, scooped a spoonful of the meat and soup on it, and then ate some crisp and refreshing wild vegetables. It was so delicious. While they were eating, Zhongwu rushed in, looked at the small pot and swallowed his saliva. "Sir, the housekeeper is back. The Marquis asked me to come and ask you, where did you unload the things? Have you bought everything I want?" Jin Feng asked with a frown. Xiaowen is not far from the county government. Zhang Liang usually goes out before dawn, so he is lucky to be able to come back in time for dinner. There were a few times when I had to poop a lot and it was already midnight when I came back. The housekeeper left at around 7 or 8 o'clock, and it's only the afternoon now, but he's back. Did you fail to buy anything? Don't worry, sir. The housekeeper said that everything except coal has been bought. Zhongwu said, there is no coal in Jinchuan. You have to go to Hanzhong to find it. The housekeeper has already sent someone there. If it's fast, they should be back in 3 to 5 days. Can. Jin Feng said, this housekeeper is quite efficient. Knowing that the master is in a hurry to use it, the butler rushed to get it. No wonder. Jin Feng suddenly realized. Zhang Liang usually went to the county government slowly with a cart, while the housekeeper rode back and forth on horseback, so his speed was naturally faster. I can't store them at home anymore, and there's too much twine here. It would be troublesome if it got burned. I'll leave the things over there for now. Jin Feng hurriedly finished the rest of the meal and said, let's go. I'll go with you. And also bought a new set of tools needed by carpenters. What surprised Jin Feng the most was that the housekeeper actually found saltpeter and magnesium powder. With these things, Jin Feng can try to make more powerful weapons. This is his real life-saving trump card in his heart, and he has never told anyone. However, when he went to Jinchuan before, he searched all the shops in the city but couldn't find these two things. Xie Guang's house was not big to begin with, and after Qing Huai, the guards, and the housekeeper moved in, there was no extra room left. Jin Feng asked the guards to set up a marching tent in the yard and unload the things into the tent. There are people on guard here 24 hours a day, which is much safer than leaving him at home. After eating and drinking, and buying things, Jin Feng picked out some things he needed and carried them back home with Monsong. Looking at the small stove by the wall, Jin Feng felt a little toothache. This furnace is too small, too simple, and the output is too low. But there was nothing that could be done about it. If he wanted to build the furnace of his dreams, it would probably take at least several months, even with Qing Huai's help. There is simply no time. Qing Huai's guards have already gone to Bianjing with a letter from home. If the furnace is to be rebuilt, the transfer order may be brought back before it is completed. Forget it, let's make a batch first for emergency use and then modify the furnace later. Jin Feng could only comfort himself in this way. From that night on, the clanging sounds in the blacksmith shop never stopped. Jin Feng, Monsong, and the Zhang Liang brothers take turns to produce about 200 meters of wire every day. Because of this matter, Zhang Liang didn't even go to the county government, and the task of delivering goods back and forth was temporarily handed over to Lu Tai. After being stuck in the shop for 7 or 8 days, the village chief suddenly came over and said that the brick kiln had cooled down and could be opened. Oh, I've been so busy these past few days that I almost forgot about it. Jin Feng patted his head. As an investor and designer of a kiln factory, I have to be present when the first kiln opens. Jin Feng kicked Mansang, who was sleeping soundly in the corner, to wake him up and took over, then followed the village chief to the river. I haven't been here for a few days, and I saw bricks everywhere along the river, neatly stacked in a large area. I was just scolding these idiots. They were all just thinking about earning a few more days' wages. They didn't think about the fact that you only need to build a house. Why would you need so many bricks? I told them not to do it anymore, but they kept on doing it. The village chief pointed at the bricks and said, "Don't worry, Brother Feng. I won't charge these thugs for the bricks you don't need." "Why not?" Jin Feng smiled and said, "Village chief, when the bricks in this kiln are pulled out, we can split up half of the people who make the bricks, and then we can dig a new kiln. That would be great. But you are only building a house, why are you burning so many bricks? If I can't use it all, you can build a house." Jin Feng said, "Village chief, please tell everyone later that when my family is done using the firewood, anyone who wants to build a brick house can bring firewood here to exchange for bricks." Real. The village chief stopped suddenly. "Of course it's true." Jin Feng thought for a moment and said, 1 pound of dry firewood can be exchanged for 5 bricks. From now on, you can help me look after the brick kiln. I won't charge you for firewood if you use bricks at home. People are lazy. At the beginning, whether it was the women in the workshop or the men in the brick kiln, they all rushed to work, but gradually, some people began to be lazy. The situation at the workshop was relatively okay, after all, Tang Dongdong was always keeping an eye on it. But the situation at the kiln factory was much worse, and some men had already started to slack off. Jin Feng's main focus is now on the blacksmith shop and he has no mood to take care of the brick kiln, so he can only ask the village chief to help look after it. If these villagers still don't know how to restrain themselves, then we can only adopt the piece rate payment method. Don't worry, Brother Feng. If anyone dares to be sneaky or doesn't use the firewood I send, I will break his legs. The village chief patted his chest so hard that his beard trembled with excitement. His family has lived in thatched hut for more than 10 years. Many parts of it have rotted away. Not only does it leak when it rains, but it's likely to collapse in a few more years. Every time the village chief went to the county government and saw the brick and tile houses of the city dwellers, he drooled with envy. Brick and tile houses will not rot. If they are well maintained, it is like leaving a family heirloom for your descendants. The village chief never dared to think that he would be able to live in such a good house in his lifetime. Of course I trust the village chief to do things. Jin Feng smiled and patted the old village chief on the shoulder. 1 pound of dry firewood costs 5 bricks, which is basically the cost price. If things go wrong, you will have to pay some labor costs. However, he didn't intend to make money when building the brick kiln. So he just had to pay some wages if he had to. It would be more convenient for him to talk and do things in the village in the future. Sure enough, when the village chief announced the news, the riverside was immediately in an uproar. Let the boys and girls go up the mountain to collect firewood tomorrow. Brother Feng, you paid me wages and let me trade firewood for bricks. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Brother Feng, I will definitely work hard for you from now on and will never be lazy again. Brother Feng, you have found a way for my family to survive. You are my family's benefactor. The men, covered in mud, excitedly gathered around Jin Feng, vying to express their loyalty. After everyone calmed down, Jin Feng directed the villagers to dig up the earth wall that blocked the kiln entrance. This was the first batch of bricks produced by the brick kiln, and Jin Feng was prepared for failure. But to his surprise, the blue bricks in this kiln were fired very successfully, with only a few bricks having cracks. A good harvest always brings joy, even if what you harvest is not food but piles of bricks. The villagers were even more excited than Jin Feng. Regardless of the stuffiness in the kiln that had not yet dissipated, they rushed in and started moving bricks. At the same time, Jing Fang and Lu Qiong, after several days of travel, finally arrived in Bianjing with Qing Huai's letter from home. He rode his horse to the mansion of Duke Qing, handed over Qing Huai's badge, and asked to see Chen, the housekeeper of the mansion. There was no other way. Their status was not high enough to qualify for an audience with the Duke, so they could only pass the family letter to Duke Qing through the butler who had a good relationship with Qing Huai. Please follow me to the gatehouse to rest for a while. I will go and inform Butler Chen. The doorman naturally recognized the third young master's badge and quickly invited the two men in. But before Jing Fang and the other men could take a step, Qing Huai's older brother Qing Jing came out carrying a bird cage. Young master. Jing Fang and Lu Qiong quickly bowed and greeted them, then stepped aside and made way. Why are you two running to Bianjing instead of staying in Jinchuan to protect the third brother? Qing Jing asked with squinted eyes, could it be that the third brother was beaten to death by the Tanguts, and you are here to report the death? Why, you want to hit me? Qing Jing glanced at Lu Qiong with his eyes slanted, pointed at his nose provocatively, come on, hit me here. Lu Qiong, don't be rude. Jing Fang scolded Lu Qiong, bowed his body and said, young master, please don't bother with us rough people. Go and get busy. Lu Qiong also suppressed his anger and bowed. Qing Jing is the eldest son of Duke Qing and has a noble status. Given their status, Qing Jing could immediately call for people to arrest them if they even said a word to him, let alone hit him. Qing Huai is not in Bianjing, so once the two of them are caught, there is no way they can get out. So, the two of them could only endure it. But the more they acted like this, the more arrogant Qing Jing became. He deliberately asked provocatively, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you back to announce the death of the third master? In reply to the eldest young master, the Marquis is in good health. My lord. My lord. I've told you guys a long time ago that you are not allowed to call me Lord Qing Huai in the Duke of Qing's mansion. Qing Jing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he got furious and kicked Lu Qiong several times. From childhood to adulthood, he had never looked at Qing Huai in the eye, but such a bastard had actually obtained a title in the army. Qing Jing clearly remembered how happy Duke Qing was when the news came back that Qing Huai had made merit in the army and was awarded the title. The entire Duke Qing's mansion was filled with jubilation. In the following years, Duke Qing expressed his intention to pass his title to Qing Huai more than once. This made Qing Jing frightened and angry. From that day on, Qing Jing tried every possible way to suppress Qing Huai. It was a pity that he was just a playboy in the capital, and his tentacles could not even reach the border. Qing Huai was not suppressed in these years, but instead made many military achievements, and his title was promoted again and again, until he was promoted to Marquis, who was one step away from Duke Qing. The titles of dakong are divided into King, Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount and Baron from highest to lowest. The king is the emperor's brother and son, and the prince is the royal family member. According to the dakong laws, all titles were reduced in rank from generation to generation. For example, after Duke Qing died, Qing Jing could inherit the title, but he would not directly inherit the title of Duke, but would have it reduced to Marquis. And Qing Huai is now a Marquis. Feudal society was most particular about hierarchy. As Qing Huai's elder brother, even though Qing Huai was later granted the title of Duke, he still had to take the initiative to greet Qing Jing when he saw him. This is also the basis for Qing Jing's arrogance. But Qing Jing felt uncomfortable, thinking that Qing Huai had stolen the limelight from him as the legitimate son. The title has always been the biggest scar in Qing Jing's heart, and he does not allow anyone to call Qing Huai Lord in the Duke Qing's mansion. Lu Qiong just called Qing Huai Marquis to vent his dissatisfaction and deliberately expose Qing Jing's scars. Although Qing Jing was a playboy, he was not a fool. He could tell that Lu Qiong was mocking him. After kicking her a few times, he was still not satisfied and actually picked up a wooden stick standing beside him and started swinging it at Lu Qiong. The wooden stick was a military stick used by the gatekeeper to prevent accidents. It was as thick as an arm. If Qing Jing really let him hit Lu Qiong, even if he was not killed, he would be skinned alive. Jing Fang rushed over and begged for mercy. Master, Lu Qiong just came back from outside, and he yelled casually. He didn't mean it. Please forgive him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Fang was hit on the head with a stick. Realizing that he couldn't escape the beating today, Jing Fang had no choice but to squat down with Lu Qiong, holding their heads and trying their best to protect them. I prayed in my heart that Qing Jing would let them go soon. It seemed as if the heavens heard their prayers. Before Qin Jing could hit the target a few times, he heard a stern voice from the side, "What are you doing?" When he looked up, he saw that it was Duke Qing who had returned from court. "To answer, father, these two servants are disobedient and I am teaching them a lesson." Qin Jing lost all his arrogance and bowed to answer. No one could find fault with her manners. "Teach the servants to go inside. What's the point of saying that at the gate?" In the feudal era, the status of servants was almost the same as that of livestock. Duke Qin was just dissatisfied with his son beating someone at the door, so he asked casually and prepared to go in. At this moment, Jingfang summoned up the courage to shout, "Master, please wait a moment. The third young master asked me to deliver a letter to you." "Qing, why?" Duke Qing stopped and looked at Jingfang and Lu Qiong. "Who are you?" Usually, when Qing Huai returned to the Duke Qing's mansion, he only brought Zhong Wu and the housekeeper, and the Duke Qing did not recognize Jingfang. "I am the personal soldier of the third young master." Lu Qiong took out a letter from home from her arms and held it above her head with both hands. Duke Qing checked the wax seal to confirm that it was intact, then opened the envelope. After reading a few sentences, his brows furrowed slightly. Qin Jing really wanted to see what was written in the letter and was rubbing his hands anxiously. "Just as I was thinking about how to find out, I heard Qin Guogong ask, Qing Huai is planning to go to the battlefield again." Qin Zheng, who was standing aside, couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he heard these words. "My lord, since the Marquis returned to Jinchuan, he has been thinking about his brothers in the Tielin army day and night and has lost a lot of weight." Jingfang replied. "Does Qing Huai know where the Tielin army is stationed now?" asked Duke Qing. "I don't know if you know this, but before I leave, you asked me to kowtow to you. Please grant me your wish." Jingfang and Lu Qiong knelt together, kowtowed to Duke Qing, then put their heads on the ground, waiting for Duke Qing's answer. "Take them to West Garden." Duke Qing did not answer Jingfang, but waved his hand and asked the doorman to take Jingfang and Lu Qiong away. "Yes." The doorman bowed and accepted the order. "Please follow me, both of you." Jingfang knew that Duke Qing might not have thought it through, so he kowtowed again and left with the doorman. "If you have nothing to do, read more books instead of wandering around all day long." Duke Qing glanced at Qin Jing with dissatisfaction and left with his entourage. "Yes." Qin Jing bowed and agreed, but his eyes were shining. He was originally planning to go to the casino, but now he had no interest in it and turned around and ran towards his yard. He returned to the study and took out a map. Just as he opened it, Qin Fan, the second son of the Qing family, rushed in hurriedly. "Brother, I heard that Qing Huai wrote a letter asking father to help him regain military power. You were there at the time, why didn't you persuade father?" Qing Laoer said, "Qing Huai is already a marquis now. If he wins a few more battles, what will happen? How dare I interrupt my father when he's talking?" Qin Jing said unhappily. "Ah." Qing Laoer also thought of his father's majesty and asked, "What should we do now? Should we ask mother for help?" "No need," Qin Jing waved his hand. "Second brother, do you know where the Tielin army is now?" "How should I know?" "The Tielin army is now in Qingshui Valley." Qin Jing stretched out his hand and clicked on the map. "Is there any problem in Qingshui Valley?" Qing Laoer immediately grasped the key point of his eldest brother's words. "Yesterday, I was drinking with Master Zheng, and he was still telling me that the Tielin army was doomed this time, and the main force of the Dangxiang cavalry was stationed in the Qingshui Valley area." Qin Jing said, "When I heard the news yesterday, I felt it was a pity that Qing Huai was not in the Tielin army. Who knew that he would send a letter here today, saying that he wanted to die on his own?" "Brother, is Mr. Zheng's information accurate?" "Mr. Zheng just came down from the battlefield the day before yesterday. He is a counselor of the Jinshi army, so of course his information is accurate." Qin Jing said, "Besides, the eldest son of the Duke of Kuei was there at the time, and he said the same thing. Brother, last year Qing Huai led the Tielin army to hold off the Tangut cavalry for 10 days and 10 nights. What if he wins this time?" The reason he was able to hold back the Tangut cavalry last time was because the area around Wild Boar Ridge was full of mountains and forests, so the cavalry couldn't move freely, and he took advantage of the opportunity. Qin Jing pointed at the map and said, "But you see Qingshui Valley, which is flat for more than 10 miles, and is most suitable for cavalry operations, so the Tanguts placed their cavalry here. The Tangut cavalry is invincible in this kind of terrain. Once the Tielin army is caught up by the Tangut cavalry, Qing Huai will not be able to escape even if he is a god. Qing Lauer took the map and looked at it carefully. As children of generals, although the two men were spoiled, they still understood basic military knowledge. After studying it for a while, they found that it was indeed as Qing Jing said. Given the terrain near Qingshui Valley, once the Tielin army encountered the Dangxiang cavalry, they would basically be waiting for death. I'm just afraid my father won't agree. Qing Lauer put down the map and sighed. Father has become more and more partial to the third brother over the years. Since we all know that Qingshui Valley is dangerous, father may not let Qing Huai go there. I hope my father will agree. In the Duke's study, Duke Qing frowned and looked out the window, but his eyes were unfocused, and he was obviously thinking about something. After thinking for a full quarter of an hour, Duke Qing finally came to his senses and shouted outside, "Someone, go to the West Garden and call the third brother's guards over." After a while, Jing Fang and Lu Qiong were brought into the study by servants. Does the third brother know that the Tielin army is in Qingshui Valley? Duke Qing stared coldly at Jing Fang and the other men. There are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. Jing Fang and Lu Qiong knelt on the ground, not saying a word. Qing Huai has been in charge of the Tielin army for several years, and his confidants are everywhere. How could he not know the situation of the Tielin army? But these things can be done but cannot be said, even if the other person is Qing Huai's father. Not speaking means consent. Duke Qing nodded slightly and asked again, is the third brother planning to die with the Tielin army, or does he have any other plan? He still knew something about his son. Since Qing Huai knew the situation of the Tielin army, he still wrote a letter asking to take charge of the Tielin army again. There were only two possibilities. Jing Fang and the other men were still kneeling on the ground without saying a word, just like before. Being able to become a duke, Duke Qing is also a shrewd person. Seeing that the two were silent, he patted the table and said, "Since you don't want to say it, then go back and tell Qing Huai that I don't agree." Jing Fang and the others became anxious when they heard this, but they didn't dare to say anything. They just kept kowtowing and muttered, "My lord, please help me. Then tell me honestly what Qing Huai is going to do." Duke Qing leaned back in his chair lazily. "This is your last chance. If you still don't tell me, you can go back. I will not allow my son to die." Jing Fang and Lu Qiong looked at each other and said, "My lord has found a way to restrain the Tangut cavalry." "What?" Duke Qing stood up with a loud voice, "What's the solution?" The Marquis discovered in Jinchuan County. In order to regain military power, Jing Fang chose to betray Jin Feng. After betraying myself, I still comforted myself in my heart. Anyway, Mr. Jin just asked the Marquis not to mention the barbed wire in the letter home, but he didn't say that I couldn't say it. Can that barbed wire you mentioned really entangle a horse's legs? After hearing this, Duke Qinghua still had a shocked expression on his face. "My lord, I saw it with my own eyes. After the warhorse was entangled in the barbed wire, it struggled for a few breaths and then became unable to move. If that's the case, why didn't the third brother mention this in his letter?" Mr. Jean said that the barbed wire has not been proven in actual combat and he is afraid of making mistakes, so he told the Marquis to wait until it is proven before reporting it. "It's cautious." Duke Qing nodded. "You should know that there is no joking in the army. If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. Every word I said is true. If there is even a single lie, you can chop me off." Jing Fang quickly assured. "Ha ha ha, God bless our Qing family." Duke Qing laughed happily. He knew all too well what it meant to be able to restrain the cavalry. If Qing Huai succeeds this time, it will definitely be a huge achievement, and he might even be promoted to duke. One family with two dukes will definitely become a good story. Duke Qing laughed for more than half a minute before he stopped. "Listen, both of you. This matter is a top-secret military secret. You must not mention a single word about it outside this room. Do you understand?" "Yes." Jing Fang and Lu Qiong quickly agreed. "Come here, prepare the horses and go to the Duke of Kuei's mansion." Duke Qing stopped looking at the two of them and shouted outside. In the evening, Duke Qing came back and called Jing Fong and the other men to his study again. "This is a transfer order. Take it back and give it to Qing Huai." Duke Qing took out an exquisite envelope from his bosom and said, "The express horse has been prepared for you. Go back quickly." "Thank you, sir." Jing Fong was overjoyed. He took the envelope with both hands and walked out the door step back. After going out, the two men didn't even take their luggage with them, they just got on their horses and ran away. "Brother, the third brother's guards have left the city." Qing Lao Er had been paying attention to Jing Fong's movements and was the first to get the news that the two had left the city. "Have they received the transfer order?" Qing Jing asked quickly. "They are in such a hurry to leave, they must have got it." Qing Lao Er said, "Father went to the Duke of Kuei's mansion this afternoon, probably for this matter. It's good that we got it. Qing Huai is dead now." Qing Jing laughed heartily. "Let's go to Chunfeng Tower." Qing Lao felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Outside the capital, Jing Fong and his companions finally arrived outside the city before the city gates were closed. After leaving the city, he did not find a place to rest, but rode his horse in the night. Along the way, the two of them only slept 4 or 5 hours a day at most, and spent the rest of the time on the road. It took 9 days for the two to return to Shihe Bay. At this time, the color of their clothes could no longer be seen, and their entire bodies, including their eyelashes, were covered in mud. "You two should go and have some rest." After reading the transfer order, Qing Huai turned around and went to find Jing Fong. "What did you say?" "The transfer order has come down." Jing Fong frowned. "Didn't you say it would take at least a month? How could it be so fast?" "He's not ready yet. Changing commanders on the battlefield has always been a taboo in the military. I thought that even if my father wanted to help, it would take at least 10 days to get the transfer order. Adding the time Jing Fong and his men would have to spend on the road, it would take more than a month. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Qing Huai said, "I guess the situation of the Tianlin army is not good. My father hopes that I will return to the team as soon as possible." Qing Huai was also very surprised when he received the transfer order. "After carefully questioning Jing Fong, I finally understood why Duke Qing did this." He also knew in his heart that Duke Qing must have paid a huge price to get this transfer order. Jing Fong didn't think much about it, because he heard from Zhang Liang that the Tianlin army was built up by Qing Huai and was the foundation of Qing Huai's career. He thought that Duke Qing did not want the Tianlin army to suffer heavy losses, so he was so easy to talk to. Little did he know that Jing Fong had already revealed him. "When do we leave?" This is the issue that Jing Fong is most concerned about. "The sooner the better." Qing Huai said, "Zhong Wu and the others are already packing up. I'm here to inform you to get ready and leave early tomorrow morning." "What, leaving tomorrow?" Jing Fong raised his eyebrows. "So urgent?" Dakong's smelting technology was too primitive. The coal had only been delivered a few days ago, and the furnace was also made in a makeshift manner. It was already very good that Jing Fong could make iron wire under such conditions. As for the output, it was really ridiculously low. Until now, the accumulated wire has been far from achieving the expected effect. "Sir, is there anything else?" Qing Huai asked. "There are so many things to do." Jing Fong said, "First of all, the iron wire is far from enough, and I haven't made a heavy crossbow yet." "Well." Qing Huai thought for a moment and said, "The Tianlin army has a special camp. When we get to the army, I'll ask them to assist you, sir. This will be faster." After saying that, he did not forget to assure, "Don't worry, sir. I promoted the captains of the General Works camp. I promise that they will never pass on your skills to others." "How many people are there in the general camp?" Jin Feng's heart moved. "About 50 people." "Is there a stove?" "There are 3. "That's fine." Jin Feng nodded slightly. With 3 furnaces and 50 helpers, if utilized well, they could get things done much faster than he and the Zhang brothers. As for the problem of stealing skills that Qing Huai was worried about, Jin Feng didn't take it to heart at all. What is the assembly line used for in later generations? Even if you screw screws in an electronics factory for 10 years, you still won't be able to build a TV. Just like the spinning wheel, the most labor-intensive and least technically demanding things are given to the people in the workshop. Each worker is only responsible for a part of the product, and they are only responsible for making key components and the final assembly. This not only improves efficiency, but also effectively prevents leaks. Since there is no problem, sir, can we set off tomorrow? Qing Huai asked again. Do we have to leave tomorrow? Jin Feng asked. That's not the case. There are 2 copies of the transfer order. The other one needs to be sent to the Tielin army. It has to pass through 2 checkpoints and also needs to be stamped by the commander of the Jinshi army. It will probably be a while late. I want to go there early to understand the situation on the battlefield and make plans early. Qing Huai asked, Sir, do you have anything else to say? Jin Feng was silent. He was worried about the Mau Mau Mountain bandits. If he left, what would he do if the bandits from Mau Mau Mountain found out that he had killed Baldy and came looking for him? But even if he was at home, it would be the same trouble if bandits came to kill him. The only way to solve this problem once and for all is to kill these bandits. Thinking of this, Jin Feng's eyes lit up. I definitely don't have this ability, but Qing Huai can. He is a marquis, maybe he can do it. At the very least, he could arrange for Guan Xiaoro and others to stay at Jinchuan County government, and then bring them back when he returns. Thinking of this, Jin Feng told the story of the bald man. I've heard of the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain. There are only a few dozen core members. However, the terrain of Mau Mau Mountain is complicated and the bandits are familiar with it. Once the soldiers go there, they hide in the mountains like mice. It's very difficult to find them. Besides, suppressing bandits is the job of the county magistrate and the government soldiers, so I've never bothered to pay attention to them. After listening to this, Qing Huai said confidently, since they are blind enough to provoke me, let's kill them. Do you have a solution? Jin Feng asked. There was no good solution before, but after meeting you, I found a solution. Qing Huai smiled slightly, don't worry, sir. I will definitely deal with them before we leave. After coming out of the blacksmith shop, Qing Huai called Zhang Liang and talked in Zhang Liang's ear for a while. Zhang Liang dropped the work at hand, turned around and ran away. Qing Huai gave another instruction to the butler, and soon, Zhong Wu entered the yard with 5 guards. Everyone held a crossbow made by Jin Feng in his hands. Jin Feng said that he would equip each of them with a crossbow in the future, so recently they borrowed the crossbows that Monsong and Jin Feng kept as spares and took turns training in the back mountain. Seeing the guards who arrived later with their weapons, and also leading a few horses and a carriage, Jin Feng realized something and stepped forward to ask. My lord, you are not planning to take them to fight in Cat Mountain? Qing Huai only brought 6 guards. Even if he and Zhang Liang were included, there were only 8 people. How could they suppress the bandits? These few people are enough. Qing Huai smiled and asked, Sir, are you interested in going over to take a look? The tone was so relaxed, as if they were not going to kill bandits, but to go hunting in the mountains. All right then. Seeing that Qing Huai didn't seem to be joking, Jin Feng nodded. He also wanted to see what Qing Huai was going to do. Go back to the blacksmith shop to get your crossbow and a bundle of quivers. This is what Jin Feng had recently found time to make, ensuring that each crossbow is equipped with 2 quivers, so that if one quiver is damaged during battle, the other can replace it. After distributing the quivers to Zhong Wu and the others, Qing Huai and the guards mounted their horses, while Jin Feng, who could not ride a horse, got into the carriage. Qing Huai didn't seem to be in a hurry to travel. After leaving the village, he walked forward leisurely. It was not until noon that he arrived at the Jinchuan County government. He did not enter the city, but continued walking north from outside the county wall. When they were 2 or 3 miles away from Mau Mau Mountain, Qing Huai ordered the team to stop in the middle of a forest. As soon as the team stopped, Zhang Liang, carrying a crossbow, came out from the bushes with a dark-skinned man. My lord. As soon as the dark-skinned man saw Qing Huai, he started crying and kowtowed. Jin Feng saw that when he walked, his right leg was limping, so he must have retired due to injury. Okay, get up. Qing Huai reached out and pulled the man up, and asked, has the news spread? It has spread out. I guess the second in command of Mau Mau Mountain should have heard about it by now. The black man replied. Very good, Qing Huai nodded. Zhong Wu, you guys get ready, maybe the second in command will come down the mountain soon. Just watch it, my lord. Zhong Wu grinned. Be careful. I heard that the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain are quite capable. Don't let anything go wrong. You may end up dying in the hands of the bandits instead of on the battlefield. Qing Huai saw that Zhong Wu didn't care and reminded him. Don't worry, sir. Zhong Wu smiled and took off his armor. There were 2 other guards who also changed into tattered clothes like him. The 3 men did not take crossbows, but instead carried broken knives with gaps in their teeth and hid in the bushes. Sir, let's go and see the fun. Qing Huai stood up and walked towards the hill next to him. On Mau Mau Mountain, there is a group of thatched houses. It looks no different from an ordinary mountain village, but there are no women or children. In order to maintain the bandits' bloodiness, the boss does not allow women here. If you want a woman, you have to go down the mountain to rob her. After you have robbed her, you can play with her at the foot of the mountain and then go back up the mountain. As for the women who were robbed, they might have been sold to illegal brothels or their bodies might have been dumped in the wilderness. A short bandit with a pointed face and monkey cheeks ran up from the bottom of the mountain, rushed into a yard panting, and shouted at the burly man holding a stone lock in the yard. Second master, there is news about the third master. Hurry up and tell me. The second in command threw away the stone lock and said, Where is the third brother? After Baldy was driven down the mountain by the boss, he always wandered around and came to ask him for money every 10 days or half a month. But Baldy hasn't come for more than a month, and the second in command realized that something might have happened to Baldy. So he sent people to inquire at the foot of the mountain. But there has been no news. The short bandit looked at the second in command with fear, hesitating and seeming to want to say something. The second in command wanted to kick the smaller guy impatiently, but he raised his foot and put it down again. The short guy is his loyal brother and also his military advisor. He helps him a lot in normal times and he cannot be kicked like he does other bandits. Holding back his anger, he asked, Has the third brother been harmed by someone? I got the news. 20 days ago, someone saw the third master quarreling with someone in the casino in Lijiawan, and was thrown out by the casino staff. The third master refused to accept it, and started a fight with the casino staff, and was beaten to death by the casino staff. The short bandit repeated the news he had received. This piece of news was fake news that Qing Huai deliberately asked Zhang Liang to release. Even if the second in command was lucky enough to survive this time, he would not be found at Xia Bay. No wonder we couldn't find the third brother. It turns out he died in Lijia Bay. The second in command slammed his fist on the table. Go call people, call all the brothers out, and go to this casino. Second master, please don't be impulsive. The little man said quickly, It's still unclear whether this news is true or not. It's not appropriate to mobilize a large army. Where there are people, there is the underworld. The bandits in Mau Mau Mountain are not a united group. The boss and the second in command have some conflicts, so they drove away the bald guy. Recently, a younger brother under the big boss made a mistake and was beaten half to death by the second in command. The big boss is looking for an opportunity to take revenge. The second in command thought for a moment and asked, You have a lot of ideas, tell me what to do. Second master, this is what I think. The shortman said, Let's take some people to Lijia Bay. If the news is wrong, we can ask around. If the third boss was really killed by the casino, we can pick a fight with the casino. It would be best if I could injure 1 or 2 of my brothers, so that I can come back and call for help to destroy the casino, and the big boss can't say anything. The second in command immediately understood the little guy's plan. The bald man was expelled from the mountain. Strictly speaking, he was a traitor of Mau Mau Mountain. Even if he was killed, the second in command could not bring bandits to avenge him. But if they get beaten up in a casino, that's a different story. The Mau Mau Mountain bandits must stand up for the second in command, otherwise the people will lose their morale. Second master is wise. The little guy quickly flattered him. Go tell Xiao He to bring a few people with us to go to Lijia Bay to gamble. The second in command waved his hand. The little man agreed and ran out. Soon, the second-in-command went down the mountain with 4 trusted aides and headed straight for Li Jiabei. When passing a forest, 3 men suddenly rushed out. "Hey, stop!" Zhong Wu shouted, "I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, you have to leave money to pay for your passage. Did you open this road?" Having been a bandit for half his life, he was robbed at his doorstep. The second-in-command was so angry that he laughed. "Do you really know who we are? I am the second-in-command of Mau Mountain. I really don't care whether you are in Cat Mountain or Dog Mountain, just take the money quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhong Wu shouted viciously. "Boy, you look like a deserter, don't you? If you want to occupy the hilltop, go somewhere else. There are already people here. You're lucky. I don't have time to deal with you today. Get out of here. If you haven't left by the time I come back, I'll skin you alive." The second-in-command was in a hurry to go to Li Jiabei. He scolded Zhong Wu a few words and wanted to leave. "I'll peel your skin first." Zhong Wu shouted loudly, swung his long knife and slashed at a bandit. This bandit was still watching the fun. How could he have expected that Zhong Wu would take action as soon as he said so? He was directly chopped down by Zhong Wu's sword. The other 2 guards behind him also launched a charge at the same time as Zhong Wu attacked, and each of them chopped down a bandit. In just a blink of an eye, only the second-in-command and the short guy were left on the bandit side. The second-in-command finally got scared and said, "Good men." Just as he said 2 words, Zhong Wu stabbed him in the heart. "Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir." The little guy was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and kowtowed continuously. "Go back and tell your boss that I want this mountain. Tell him to get out of here with his men." Zhong Wu patted the smaller men with the back of his knife. "Get lost." "Thank you, my good men." The little guy turned over and crawled up the mountain. Zhong Wu laughed loudly and started to rummage through the corpse. If they wanted to perform a show, they had to do it in full. After searching for valuables, Zhong Wu and his 2 men also stripped the bandits of their clothes. Haha, the fun is about to begin. On the hill, Qin Huai patted his butt, stood up and said, "Sir, wait here, I'll go downstairs." Jin Feng looked at Zhong Wu at the foot of the mountain, his heart surging. Although he had killed people before, he was forced to do so. After killing the bald men, Jin Feng had nightmares for several days. But look at Zhong Wu, he was laughing from beginning to end, as if killing a person was just like killing a chicken. This was the first time that Jin Feng saw the difference between regular soldiers and ordinary people. When he came to his senses, Qin Huai had already gone down the mountain. Zhong Wu and his 2 companions also returned to the woods, quickly put on their armor, and picked up their weapons. Jin Feng saw Qin Huai pointing and talking at the foot of the mountain, and a group of guards dispersed and went to different positions with crossbows in their arms. Including Zhang Liang, they all hid in a bush. Only the dark-skinned men followed Qin Huai back to the top of the mountain. "Okay, it's arranged, sir, we just have to wait and watch the show." "Boss, it's bad, the second-in-command has been killed." The short bandit rushed up Mau Mountain, shouting heart-wrenchingly. The shouting soon attracted a group of bandits. "What are you howling for?" A burly man walked out of the hut, frowned and yelled, "Speak clearly, what happened to the second-in-command?" "The second-in-command was killed." "Tell me clearly what's going on." The boss kicked the little guy impatiently. "Second master took Xiao He and me to Li Jiabei to gamble, but as soon as we got down the mountain, we were robbed by 3 people. Second master just said a few words and was killed by them." The little guy said, "They asked me to come back and pass on the message, so I was able to save my life." "What did they tell you to say?" "The robbers said they wanted this mountain and wanted us to move away." The smaller men answered cautiously. "How many of them are there?" asked the boss. 3. "How many of you are there?" "Including me, 5 of us." "You 5 people didn't even beat the 3 of them." The boss frowned slightly. Although he had some conflicts with the second-in-command, he knew the second-in-command's abilities. Although he has some skills, he may not win if a fight really breaks out. There is also Xiao He, who is considered the top thug under the second-in-command and is also a capable fighter. How could he be beaten so badly? Boss, these 3 people are deserters. They are too ruthless. I will do it if I say so. The little guy said. The second in command was still talking when they started fighting. The second in command didn't even have time to react. So it was a dirty trick. The big boss nodded slightly. Are you sure they are deserters? They were wearing military robes that were almost torn to pieces. The knives in their hands were also military-use ones, with holes all over them. They were ruthless and killed the second in command and Xiao He without even blinking an eye. The little man said, a man like this must be a deserter. Damn it. The boss pretended to be angry, but he was almost overjoyed in his heart. There were many deserters in Dakong every year. Some of them fled the army because they were afraid of fighting, while others fled because they lost the battle and were afraid of punishment. The only way out for deserters is to become bandits. Mau Mau Mountain is only a few hundred miles away from the front line, and there are mountains to the south, so many deserters pass by here every year, and some want to seize the mountain. However, deserters generally did not dare to gather in groups, otherwise they would be easily rounded up by the military, so any deserters who dared to attack Mau Mau Mountain were basically all killed. Old 5, gather the people and go avenge second in command. The big boss roared angrily, hurry up, don't let these deserters get away. No matter how much you don't get along with the second in command, now that the second in command is dead, you have to do what you should do. Ding. 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 Fierce gong sounds rang out from the bandits' lair. Soon, dozens of bandits gathered and followed the boss down Mau Mau Mountain. Everyone was holding a machete, spear, or other weapon in their hands. Soon, they arrived at the place where the second in command was robbed. The bodies of the second in command and several others were thrown on the roadside like dead dogs, and their bodies had been stripped naked. The deserter disappeared. Where are they? The big boss grabbed the little guy's collar and asked. I don't know either. The little guy shrank his neck, maybe he ran away. Search them separately and see which way they run. The boss waved his hand and dozens of bandits were divided into 4 teams, each searching in a different direction, trying to determine the traces of the deserters from the footprints on the ground. At this moment, a slight sound suddenly came from the surrounding woods. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The boss and the leaders of the 4 teams were all shot by arrows and fell to the ground. Stand still, anyone who moves will be shot to death. A loud shout came from the woods in the distance. The bandits were all shocked. Some of them stood there stupidly, some ran away with their heads in their hands, and some clever ones quickly looked for a place to hide. This was the ambush point specially chosen by Qin Huai. The surrounding area was entirely flat. There were no rocks or even trees, so there was nowhere to hide. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 more men fell, all of them trying to escape. I say again, stand still, and don't move. Anyone who moves will die. Zhong Wu's voice was heard again in the woods. Everyone, listen to me. If we are caught, we will be dead. There are only a few of them. Let's run together. The little guy wanted to persuade the bandits to escape together, but before he could finish his words, an arrow flew into his neck. Blood splattered. The little guy covered his neck, but he couldn't cover the wound. Blood still oozed out and all the strength in his body quickly drained away. After only a few seconds, the little guy fell to the ground and was motionless. Anyone else want to run? Zhong Wu shouted. Now none of the bandits dared to move. If it was a head-on fight, the bandits would have dared to rush forward in a fit of rage, but up until now, they haven't even seen where the enemy is, so how can they fight? This is not a war, this is simply a suicide mission. Zhong Wu gestured to the back, and a coil of rope flew out from the bushes and was thrown at the feet of a bandit at the edge. Tie them up. Zhong Wu shouted while hiding in the bushes. Tie up your own people. The bandit hesitated. He didn't have to hesitate for the next second. Because he also had an arrow stuck in his neck. You, tie him up. Another arrow flew over and hit the second bandit's feet, tie him up tightly. The bandit was so scared that he picked up the rope and started tying people up without saying a word. The other bandits did not dare to resist and were tied up tightly. Zhong Wu then walked out of the woods and tied up the last bandit. On the mountain, Qing Huai stretched himself and said, "Fortunately, these bandits can't hold their temper, otherwise we would have to sleep here tonight." "Sir, let's go down the mountain and take a look." "My lord, there are dozens of bandits and we only have a few of us. Aren't you afraid that the bandits will rush over in a swarm?" Jin Feng asked with some fear. "If they had the guts, they wouldn't have become bandits." Qing Huai said confidently, "Besides, with the crossbow made by you, even if they rush out, they will not be a match for Zhong Wu." To be able to become Qing Huai's personal soldiers, Zhong Wu and others were all masters selected from thousands of Tielin soldiers. After this period of training, they all mastered the use of crossbows. Whether it is shooting speed or accuracy, it is almost the same as Zhongliang. With several people taking turns shooting, it was indeed difficult for a group of bandits who had not received formal training to escape. Jin Feng was really impressed this time, and gave a thumbs up and praised, "Great! A single leaf can tell the coming of the year." No wonder Qing Huai became a marquis at such a young age based on his military achievements. He is indeed a genius in leading troops in battle. It seems that Qing Huai's plan this time is very simple. First, he sent Zhang Liang to spread rumors to lure out the second-in-command, and then asked Zhong Wu to pretend to be a deserter, kill the second-in-command, and lure out the first-in-command and the remaining bandits. Then just set up an ambush and wait for the bandits to come. It is easy to say, but very difficult to do in practice. One mistake may lead to waste of all previous efforts. But Qing Huai succeeded. He captured all the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain with only a few guards. From beginning to end, Qing Huai never showed up and stayed on the top of the mountain watching the show. What does it mean to be a strategic planner? This is called strategizing. Not only did he unconditionally trust his own people, he also made accurate predictions about the habits and psychological activities of the bandits. The entire plan flowed smoothly and was closely linked. Jin Feng met another Qing Huai this time. A confident, calm, and cool Qing Huai. "Sir, cover your face." When they reached the mountainside, Qing Huai handed a square scarf to Jin Feng, and said to Zhang Liang's big black comrade, "Feng Lei, don't go down." "Thanks." Jin Feng nodded and took it. He knew that Qing Huai did this to prevent other bandits from being caught and hiding in the dark to remember his appearance. The big black guy also nodded and hid behind a big rock. He was so familiar with the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain that he would be recognized even with his face covered. As for Qing Huai and Zhong Wu, they were not afraid at all that the bandits would remember them. I'm afraid Zhong Wu is eager for the bandits to take revenge. Zhong Wu untied a bandit, dragged him aside and asked, "How many people are there on your mountain?" "Except for the 3 who stayed on the mountain to watch over the house, the rest have come down." The bandit answered quickly. I asked a few more bandits and they all gave the same answer. Zhong Wu gestured towards the woods, and saw several guards carrying crossbows going up the mountain. "My lord, what should we do with these people?" Zhong Wu tied the bandits together and tied them to a tree, then ran over to ask for instructions. "Notify Magistrate Zhang to bring the government soldiers to take over. By the way, I remember there is a reward for capturing the bandits. Tell Magistrate Zhang to bring my reward over." Qing Huai's tone was somewhat cold. The rampant bandits in Dakong were closely related to the local officials. The Jinchuan county government suppresses bandits every year, but every time the bandits receive the news in advance and hide in the mountains. The government soldiers came up empty-handed every year, but they were still dispatched every year. Because there are military funds for suppressing bandits, the bandits will also send a considerable amount of tribute money afterwards. By taking a walk in the mountains, the big men in the county government can make a fortune, and the soldiers can also earn some change to drink and visit brothels. Why not do it? Yes. Zhong Wu ran into the woods, and soon a guard left on horseback. Before leaving, the guard looked at the bandits as if they were a string of corpses. In fact, these bandits really had no chance to survive. The collusion between bandits and local officials was almost an open secret in the Dakong officialdom. Sending the Mau Mau Mountain bandits to the county government is tantamount to slapping the county magistrate in the face. Qing Huai's fiefdom was in Jinchuan County. Although he only had the right to collect taxes but not the right to manage, a marquis was still a marquis. Even if the county magistrate was very angry, he did not dare to cause trouble for Qing Huai, so the fate of these bandits could be imagined. They will definitely be sent to the most dangerous battlefield as cannon fodder. If you can live for 1 month, you are lucky. As soon as the guards who were going to the county government left, they saw a big fire on Mau Mau Mountain. After a while, the guards who went up the mountain came down, carrying a large box. "My lord, the bandits' den has been burned down, and all the valuables are here," the guard said as he opened the box. Most of the things inside were copper coins, some silver ingots of different sizes, and some miscellaneous jade pendants, porcelain and other items. "Zhong Wu, you go back and deal with it. You will get 20% of the money from the sale, and the rest will be sent to the general's camp as military supplies." Qing Huai obviously looked down on these things and waved his hands casually. "Thank you, Lord." Zhong Wu's eyes narrowed with joy. This is all the property that the Mau Mau Mountain bandits have accumulated over many years. Even if it is only 20% of it, it is still a lot of money. When it was getting dark, the county magistrate arrived with more than 100 soldiers. "My lord, you are worthy of being a great general. The bandits in Mau Mau Mountain have been rampant for so many years, but they finally fell into your hands." The fat county magistrate hated Qing Huai in his heart, but as soon as they met, he came up to him and flattered him. "I'll leave the person to you." Qing Huai glanced at the fat county magistrate, snorted coldly, and led his men away. Jin Feng watched from behind and shook his head. With Qing Huai's personality, he is probably only suitable for the military. If he goes to the court, he will probably be killed soon. When they arrived at Jinchuan County Government, it was already dark, so Jin Feng followed Qing Huai to his residence in Jinchuan County Government, Qing Feng Villa. In all the costume TV dramas that Jin Feng had watched, the large courtyards of these nobles were filled with rockery, flowing water, rare flowers and plants, and graceful young maids could be seen everywhere. But the Qing Feng Villa was just as Zhang Liang had described. There was no rockery, not even a garden. The huge courtyard was empty, with several rows of weapon racks placed next to it. The servants that were occasionally seen were mostly men, and occasionally there were a few women, whose figures and looks were similar to the third aunt in the village. "I don't know how to enjoy myself." Jin Feng gave Qing Huai another label in his mind. After entering the inner courtyard, Jin Feng found that Guan Xiaoro, Tang Dongdong, and Zhang Mansang were all there, and he couldn't help but look at Qing Huai in confusion. Then he found that Qing Huai also looked confused. "My lord, sir, it is so." Jing Feng said, "In the afternoon, we packed up and prepared to leave to find Mansang. My sister-in-law saw us and wanted to come with us, saying that she wanted to see Mr. Off." "Haha, that's fine too. Aunt Lu, clean up the wing room in the front yard." Qing Huai laughed happily. "My humble abode is simple, I hope madam will not be offended." On the way back, he was still discussing with Jin Feng about setting off for the battlefield tomorrow, but Jin Feng said that everything at home had not been arranged yet. Now that Guan Xiaoro and Tang Dongdong are here, Jin Feng doesn't have to go back. Guan Xiaoro came from a poor family and had no idea about etiquette. She knew that Qing Huai was being polite, but she didn't know how to respond and her pretty face turned red with anxiety. Fortunately, Tang Dongdong saw her embarrassment and quickly pulled Guan Xiaoro to bow to Qing Huai. "Sorry to bother you, Lord. I've troubled you a lot in Shihebei." Qing Huai waved his hand casually. "Everyone, please make yourselves at ease. I'm going to go change my clothes." Brother Jingfang said they are going to the battlefield. "Boss, are you going too?" As soon as Qing Huai left, Guan Xiaoro grabbed Jin Feng's sleeve with a worried look on her face. "The Marquis has been very kind to us. Now that he has spoken, I have to go there for both moral and logical reasons," Jin Feng said. Originally he was still worried about the bandits in Mau Mau Mountain, but now Qing Huai had solved his last hidden danger, which showed his sincerity. Jin Feng really couldn't find a reason to refuse Qing Huai. Besides, he himself also wanted to go to the battlefield to see how the ancients fought. One reason is to gain merit and be awarded a title, and the other is to make weapons in the future so that they are more targeted. "Master, madam, the wing is ready. Please follow me." Aunt Lu led Jin Feng, Guan Xiaoro, and Tang Dongdong to the front yard and pointed to the door on the east side. "It's getting late. I won't bother you three anymore. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Jin Feng nodded and took Guan Xiaoro and Tang Dongdong into the room. But after entering, I was dumbfounded. He thought this was a suite, but after entering he found out that there was only one room. Although the area is large, there is only one bed. Jin Feng looked at Guan Xiaoro and then at Tang Dongdong. 3 people, 1 bed, how can we sleep? What's the fuss? Jin Feng also had a dark look on his face. He turned around to call Aunt Lu, but Guan Xiaoro grabbed his sleeve. Boss, let's squeeze in. Why are you squeezing me? If I get pregnant, it's your fault and mine too. Jin Feng said unhappily. It's whoever you want to own it. Nonsense, wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. Jin Feng slapped Guan Xiaoro on the head, slapped her little hand away, and ran to chase Aunt Lu. Guan Xiaoro shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue. Seeing Jin Feng leaving, he said angrily, Dong Dong, didn't we agree on this at home? Why did you act like an idiot just now? Tang Dong Dong grabbed the corner of his clothes and said nothing. You. Guan Xiaoro stamped her feet, feeling helpless and regretful. Almost succeeded. Aunt Lu, why did you only prepare 1 room for us? Jin Feng caught up with Aunt Lu and asked with a wry smile. Aunt Lu obviously misunderstood Jin Feng's meaning. Master, do you think the bed is too small? You misunderstood. The one in the blue dress is not my wife. I know, she is your concubine. Aunt Lu suddenly realized, could it be that Madame doesn't want to sleep with the concubine? In their village, no matter how many concubines there are, they all sleep together. Because most people only have 1 bed at home, and at most they will get another bed for the child when he or she grows up. It was not until I entered the city that I realized that in some wealthy families, the legitimate wives were unwilling to sleep with concubines. Dong Dong is not my concubine either. If she's not a concubine, why is she here to send the young master to the battlefield? Aunt Lu was curious and asked ambiguously, my lover. Master, I, an old woman, shouldn't talk too much, but now I have to talk about you. Since you like her, you should give her a name. She's not my girlfriend either. Jin Feng said with a dark face, she is the shopkeeper I hired to help me manage the business. The female shopkeeper. Aunt Lu obviously didn't believe it, really. Jin Feng was about to collapse. Whether it's true or not, it has nothing to do with you. Just tell me if you can prepare another room for me. Yes. I will go and clean up the ear room for you, sir. Aunt Lu saw that Jin Feng was getting anxious and ran away quickly. Zhongwu was patrolling by here and happened to hear the conversation between the two. He laughed so hard that his stomach was cramping, but when he saw Jin Feng's unfriendly look, he quickly held back his laughter. Zhongwu, has Aunt Lu always been like this? Jin Feng asked curiously. Isn't it said that slaves in ancient times had no status? How did Aunt Lu survive to this day when she is so gossipy? Sir, Aunt Lu's son was once the Marquis' personal guard. That brother died in battle to protect the Marquis. The Marquis knew that Aunt Lu had no one to rely on, so he took her to Qingfeng Villa to give her a chance to survive. Zhongwu said, the Marquis is not married yet, and there is no young mistress to discipline the family. You know the Marquis' temper, he never makes things difficult for his servants, so the servants at home are a little unrestrained. Please bear with me, I will tell Aunt Lu later. No, it's okay. Jin Feng shook his head. I'm just a guest, there's no need to embarrass a poor woman over such a small matter. When I returned to the room, Tang Dongdong had not left yet and was talking to Guan Xiaoro about the furnishings in the room. Dongdong, Aunt Lu has gone to clean up the side room. You will live there later. Tang Dongdong nodded. Brother Feng, is there anything else you want to tell me about the workshop? No, just do what you normally do when I'm not home. Is Brother Liang going this time too? If he does, who will deliver the goods to the county government? Mansang and I will go, but Liang Ge won't go, Jin Feng said, but when I'm not at home, don't let Liang Ge deliver the goods. Let him stay at home. If anything happens, you can discuss it with him. Regarding the delivery, let Brother Tizi take over Brother Liang's job. Good. Tang Dongdong nodded, then I'll go find Aunt Lu. Dong Dong, why don't we just squeeze in? Guan Xiaorou still didn't give up. Tang Dong Dong shook his head and ran away with a red face. Boss, Dong Dong is a girl and she is shy. Can't you take the initiative? Guan Xiaorou watched Tang Dong Dong run away and said regretfully, I have already told Dong Dong at home that she is really willing to marry you. As long as you take the initiative, Dong Dong will definitely stay today. No, why do you insist that I marry Tang Dong Dong? Isn't it good for me to just marry you? Jin Feng asked puzzledly. Guan Xiaorou had mentioned the idea of taking a concubine before, but she had never been as urgent as she was today. Jin Feng felt like she wanted to tie Tang Dong Dong to the bed. The boss treats Xiaorou well, Xiaorou knows it, but... Guan Xiaorou stopped here and said no more. But what is it? Tell me. An idea suddenly flashed through Jin Feng's mind, and he asked, Are you in love with Dong Dong? I saw an argument on the internet in my previous life that many women have bisexual tendencies, so many best friends would do some very intimate actions without feeling awkward. Could it be that Guan Xiaorou? Boss, how could you think about Xiaorou so much? Guan Xiaorou denied it flatly, and was a little furious. If you think so, I will put Xiaorou in a pig cage tomorrow. Why did you get put in a pig cage? Seeing that Guan Xiaorou was really angry, Jin Feng quickly said, If you don't like Tang Dong Dong, why are you pushing me to marry her so hard? Because I'm useless. Guan Xiaorou pursed her lips and said, Boss, our workshop is getting bigger and bigger, we spin more and more yarn every day, and Brother Liang brings more and more things back from the county government, but I can't read, and my accounts are always wrong. The income and expenditure of the last few transactions have exceeded 2,000 coins, and I always can't figure it out. Head of the family, our family will make more money in the future, but if you are not at home, I can't keep the family business. I didn't even know that someone cheated me. She was the hostess of the family, so every time Zhang Liang came back from the county government, he would go to her to reconcile the accounts. At the beginning, the amount of money involved was small, and the things purchased were small, so she could barely figure it out. But now she is buying more and more things and the accounts are becoming more and more complicated, so she can't figure it out. As the workshop continued to improve, Guan Xiaorou became more and more anxious. And then there was today's incident. Jin Feng saw Guan Xiaorou's anxiety, wiped the tears from her eyes, and carefully embraced her. Xiaorou, don't worry. When I come back, I will teach you how to read and do accounting. Xiaorou is too stupid to learn it. Besides, you are leaving tomorrow. While I'm not at home, just let Dong Dong help you. Jin Feng suggested. How can that be possible? Guan Xiaorou sat up suddenly. You haven't slept with Dong Dong, and you don't have a marriage certificate, so she is not considered a family member who can help with housework. How can you give the accounts to her? Dong Dong is the shopkeeper, it's her responsibility to manage the accounts. Jin Feng said, Xiaorou, you have to understand one thing. Leave professional matters to professionals. You just need to manage people. Otherwise, our business will grow bigger and bigger in the future. How can you manage it? It's too late. Guan Xiaorou hugged Jin Feng's waist, buried her face in his neck and said coquettishly, Boss, I'll go call Dong Dong over, you two can sleep together tonight, and tomorrow I'll go to the county government to get a marriage certificate for you, how about that? Anyway, Dong Dong will be yours sooner or later, so you can marry her sooner and I can leave the family to Dong Dong. According to the laws of dakong, as Jin Feng's legitimate wife, she can decide whether Jin Feng can take a concubine. Just give up the idea. Jin Feng said helplessly, just listen to me. When I'm not at home, let Dong Dong do the math for you. I'll check it when I come back. All right. Guan Xiaorou noticed that Jin Feng was a little unhappy, so she turned around and picked up the package from the bed. Boss, the clothes have been altered, you can try them on. This time it fits Jin Feng very well, making him look more like a scholar. Xiaorou, the clothes are well altered this time. Jin Feng praised with a smile. Dong Dong helped to modify it. Guan Xiaorou said a little embarrassedly, her family is engaged in textiles, and she has been learning needlework since she was a child. Here is another set, which was made for you by Dong Dong. Seeing that she was about to bring the topic back to Tang Dong Dong, Jin Feng quickly interrupted her and said, "After I leave, lock the shop and don't let anyone else in. Leave the workshop to Dong Dong, and if there's anything going on outside, leave it to Brother Liang." Nu. Seeing that Jin Feng started talking about serious matters, Guan Xiaoro stopped messing around and leaned quietly in Jin Feng's arms. "Boss, I know you want to do something big, and I can't stop you, but you have to remember, I'm still waiting for you at home. Don't worry. Mansang and I are not going to fight this time. We are just following the Marquis to take a look at the battlefield. Our identities are the Marquis' stewards, not soldiers. If we encounter danger, I will definitely be the first to run away." Jin Feng comforted. "Just coax me, the boss. When we encounter danger, aren't you the first to rush forward?" Guan Xiaoro said, "It was like this when we encountered the tiger that time, and it is still like this when we fight the bandits today." "How did you know I went to fight bandits today?" Jin Feng frowned. "Did Jing Feng tell you?" Jing Feng's mouth is too big. It wasn't Brother Zheng who said that. It was Dong Dong who guessed it. Guan Xiaoro said, "The last time the Marquis came into the village, you thought he was a bandit and asked us to run away. You even looked like you were going to kill the bandit. Dong Dong later told me that the bald man who went to our house with Xie Guang might be a bandit. Dong Dong said that according to your personality, if you didn't solve the problem, you would definitely not feel at ease to go on a long journey, so when you, Lord Ho, and Brother Zhong left today, Dong Dong said that you went to kill bandits. Dong Dong is so amazing." Jin Feng couldn't help but admire. With just so few clues, we were able to basically deduce what happened. I have to say that Tang Dongdong's reasoning ability is really strong. Yeah, Dong Dong is really amazing. Guan Xiaoro followed suit and exclaimed. "Don't talk about marrying her anymore." Jin Feng quickly added. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." Guan Xiaoro was blocked and asked, "Boss, where are the bandits from? Did you and the Marquis kill them all?" "Don't worry, we will either be killed or captured. No one will be left alive." Jin Feng replied. There were not many bandits in Mau Mau Mountain, only a few dozen of them, and Zhang Liang knew every one of the big black comrades. When Zhong Wu killed and kidnapped people, he hid in the dark and confirmed it. Not one was missing, all were caught. The boss is the most powerful. Guan Xiaoro looked at Jin Feng with admiration. Of course. Jin Feng naturally didn't mind his wife worshipping him. He smiled and carried Guan Xiaoro to the bed. "It's getting late, let's go to bed early." "Oh." Guan Xiaoro moaned and buried her head in Jin Feng's arms. Soon, the wooden bed began to creak. Knowing that Jin Feng was going on a long trip, Guan Xiaoro, who was usually shy, was particularly proactive tonight. She kept making noises until the late night before the room became quiet. Jin Feng felt that he had just fallen asleep when a dull drum sound was heard outside. This is the drum used to assemble soldiers. Before a general goes out to battle, they will beat the drum to encourage him to go. Although Jin Feng was not a soldier, he had no choice but to get up when Qing Huai beat the drum. Guan Xiaoro got up when the first drum sounded and hurriedly helped Jin Feng put on his clothes. "Don't be busy, go to sleep for a while." Guan Xiaoro was in great trouble last night, and Jin Feng felt a little distressed. "You are going to go to war, how can I sleep in? Not getting up early is already a sleepyhead." Guan Xiaoro tucked her messy hair behind her ears and trotted to prepare toiletries for Jin Feng. Dakong didn't have a toothbrush, so he used a willow twig that was bruised to make it bristle, dipped it in salt, and poked it in his mouth, and that was what he considered brushing his teeth. Jin Feng was not used to it at first, but now he has accepted it. When Jin Feng came out, the guards had already gathered in the open space in the yard. Aunt Lu was holding Zhong Wu's hand and telling him something. Tang Dongdong stood in the corner looking around, and when he saw Jin Feng coming, he hurried over to greet him. "Brother Feng, you are a scholar, not a soldier. Don't rush forward on the battlefield," Tang Dongdong said in a low voice with red eyes. "Don't worry." Jin Feng looked at Tang Dongdong deeply and said, "Dongdong, you are a smart girl. During the time I am not at home, you should help Xiaoro take care of the workshop, and help me take care of Xiaoro and Xiaoyi." "I will." Tang Dongdong nodded heavily. Zhang Liang brought Monsong and the big black guy over, told them to be careful, and then pulled Jin Feng aside. I'll leave Monsong to you. When we get to the front line, just kick him if he doesn't obey. No. There's one more thing, Zhang Liang pointed at the big black guy again. Old Black can't make ends meet any longer. I want him to go to your kiln to help out. Do you think it's okay? No problem, Brother Liang, you can make the decision on this matter. Jin Feng said, I've told Xiaoro and Dong Dong that I'm not at home, so Brother Liang, don't go deliver the goods. Stay at home and take care of it. Don't worry, Fengzi. As long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to my family. Zhang Liang said, patting his chest. Good. Jin Feng nodded and wanted to say a few more words when Qing Huai came over. Over there, Zhongwu had already prepared the carriage. Sir, it's time to set off. Jin Feng patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder, hugged Guan Xiaoro, and got on the carriage. Boom. The drums sounded again. Take care on your journey and return triumphantly. The servants in the mansion shouted at the same time. But no one shed tears. Even Guan Xiaoro, who loved to cry the most, bit her lips tightly and did not shed a single tear. Because all the women in Dakong knew that shedding tears when sending a man off to war was unlucky. Triumph! 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 Qing Huai's guards responded 3 times in unison and rode into the morning mist. Food and cloth can be exchanged for a large number of cattle and sheep from the grasslands and Gobi. Countless nobles of the Kong dynasty made a fortune by using this method. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. As the method of iron smelting spread to the grassland, the Khitans and Dangxiang peoples quickly produced solid weapons and armor. 70 years ago, the Khitans launched their first invasion of the Central Plains. 2,000 fierce cavalrymen, riding on horses also wearing heavy armor, rushed straight to the border. At this time, the policy of respecting culture and suppressing military power in the Great Kong dynasty had been implemented for many years. The army was full of playboys who were sent in by civil officials to gain experience. How could they be a match for the fierce Khitan cavalry? The 13,000 defenders of Wuzhou, with the help of the tall and solid city walls, were defeated by 2,000 Khitans and fled in panic, leaving their weapons and armor in disarray. The Khitan army of only 2,000 people marched straight in and did not stop until they reached the Yellow River. The battle frightened the Dakong emperor, who hurriedly sent envoys to the Yellow River to negotiate peace. Eventually, the Khitan people returned to the grassland after offering the imperial daughter and countless supplies, as well as a letter of credence signed by the Dakong emperor to pay annual tribute. When the Dangxiang people saw this, they thought, Dakong is so easy to bully, wouldn't it be a great loss if they didn't plunder it? So just as the Khitans left, the Dangxiang people arrived. 5,000 cavalrymen marched straight to the border and forced the 30,000 defenders to flee eastward in panic. Then, the Dangxiang people also returned with the princess, supplies and letters from the throne. After receiving the benefits, the Khitan and Dangxiang were indeed well behaved for 2 years. This made the Emperor Dakong and his ministers naively believe that the Dangxiang and Khitan people would stay obediently in the Gobi grassland after receiving the imperial princess and annual tribute. Later it was proved that human greed is insatiable. More and more imperial princesses were sent to the Gobi desert, and the annual tribute became heavier, but the Khitans and Dangxiangs went to the border to beg for money more and more frequently. In desperation, Dakong could only start to resist. But the cavalry of the Dangxiang and Khitans were too powerful and they were always defeated, so they could only pile up their lives. Since last year, the Dangxiang people have started a new round of invasion. At first it was just a tentative invasion. After the Chinese New Year, they began to gather a large army on the border, apparently preparing for a full-scale invasion of Dakong. Jinchuan County is located in northern Sichuan, and Qing Huai's destination is Weizhou in northern Shaanxi. The straight line distance from north to south is less than 400 kilometers. If it were in later times, it would only take a few hours to drive there. But there are no highways in Dakong, and there are not even mountain roads in many places, so traveling is much slower. You need to first go to the Jialing River, go upstream, and then switch to land transportation near Fengyang. Along the way, it takes more than 10 days to get to the destination. That's why Qing Huai was in such a hurry to set off. Jinchuan is not far from the Jialing River. The convoy set out before dawn and arrived at the dock in the middle of the morning. A huge wooden boat was docked at the dock, quietly waiting for Lord Qinghai. The guards led the war horses onto the wooden boat, and the carriage that Jin Feng was riding in was left on the shore. Because the carriage took up too much space, and after getting off the boat in Fengyang, there were still hundreds of miles of land to travel, and the carriage was too slow. So Jin Feng and Mansang had an additional task during this period, learning how to ride horses on the boat. Qinghai took Jin Feng aboard. A fat man in gorgeous silk clothes came running up to greet them and bowed to Qinghai from a distance. "My lord, I have finally met you." He was a salt merchant and this wooden boat belonged to him. It was carrying salt, which was to be transported to Guangzhou. When Qinghai sent someone to Bianjing to deliver a letter home, he had already made preparations to go north and sent people to the Jialing River to intercept passing ships. This salt merchant was the unlucky guy who was stopped. As an important tributary of the Yangtze River, the Jialing River has a very fast current. If you go downstream, you can reach Jinchuan from Fengyang in 1 or 2 days. However, it is very troublesome to go upstream. You cannot use oars or sails, and you can only hire trackers to pull the boat. This wooden boat is large in size and carries a lot of cargo, so many boatmen and trackers are hired. Every extra day of delay increases his cost by 1 cent. Among the 4 classes of people, scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans, the status of merchants in dakong was very low. Even if he lost money every day, this unfortunate salt merchant did not dare to run away. He could only park the boat on the shore and wait as Qinghai requested. This wait lasted for 7 or 8 days. When Fatty received the news yesterday that Qinghai was coming, he was so excited that he almost cried. "You are the owner of the ship?" Having made them wait for 7 or 8 days, Qinghai didn't even look embarrassed. He glanced at the fat man casually and asked, "Is our cabin ready?" Fatty was even more respectful to Qinghai's arrogant attitude, and led the way with his back bent. "It has been prepared long ago. These are the best cabins on the ship." Jin Feng thought of the business tycoons of later generations and couldn't help but feel sad for the businessmen living in this era. The merchant did not dare to lie. He did give up the best cabin on the ship. Jin Feng and Qinghai each got a single room, and Mansang and the guards lived in a room with 4 people. After receiving Qinghai's order to sail, the fat man shouted excitedly, "Weigh the anchor and sail. Weigh the anchor. Sail." The trackers on the shore shouted, and the wooden boat began to move slowly. 3 feet of white cloth, hey yo. 4 ounces of hemp, hey yo. Stepping on stones, hey yo. Digging sand with hands, hey yo. Naked, hey yo. Climbing up, hey yo. From the shore, the trackers' uniform calls were heard. It was Jin Feng's first time to ride on this kind of human-pulled wooden boat, and he ran to the deck to watch curiously. On the riverbank on the left side, there were 30 or 40 dark-skinned men, all naked, carrying a palm-wide strip of cloth on their backs. They were leaning forward and almost crawling on all 4s. Why aren't they wearing any clothes? There are 2 women behind them, and they don't even know how to cover themselves up. It was Mansang's first time on a ship, so he also went up to the deck. I was very surprised to see that all the trackers were naked. Mansang, they are all hard laborers. They sweat after pulling for a while. The sweat soaks the ropes and the clothes are worn out before they can be worn for a day. Where do poor people get so many clothes? Jingfang, who happened to be passing by, explained, the woman following behind is usually the wife of a boatman. After seeing her so many times, she is no longer shy. The tracker's wife is not pulling the boat, so why is she following him? Mansang asked again. Tow pulling is hard work. You can't do it without food. Otherwise, you won't have the strength. They have to carry food on their backs. They can't let the men go hungry. Jingfang said, sometimes when a tracker is too tired to bear it, they can take over for a while to let the men take a break. Do they wear clothes when they pull the oars? Mansang asked curiously. Of course not. Jingfang said, but these women are more manly than men, no one will laugh at them. Clothes were very expensive those days. Many people only had one piece of clothing, which they wore from spring to winter and would mend it when it got torn. Before Guan Xiaoro married Jin Feng, she only had one piece of clothing, which was made when she was 10 years old. She added another piece as she grew taller. When she married Jin Feng, the clothing was torn into several layers, with patches on top of patches. This is already considered pretty good. Some poor families only have 1 or 2 pieces of clothing for the whole family. Whoever goes out wears them, and those who don't go out just stay in bed. They have to get up early and work in the fields in the dark, not because they are diligent, but because they have no clothes and others cannot see them when it is dark. The trackers' clothes were damaged too quickly, so they had to go naked, otherwise the money they earned from hard labor would not be enough to buy clothes. How much money can they earn by pulling the tow rope in a day? Asked Jin Feng. It's hard to say. In places with good roads, the price is 7 or 8 cents a day. On some difficult roads, the price is higher. At the highest, you can get 30 or 40 cents. So high? Mansang asked in surprise. Even Jin Feng was a little surprised. Is this how trackers make money? You know, he gave Zhang Liang a monthly salary of 500 yuan, but Zhang Liang still thought it was too hot. The 30 or 40 cent section is the most difficult one. Jing Feng said, that section is full of steep cliffs and the current is fast. Most people can't climb up with bare hands, let alone the trackers who have to pull the boats. The number of trackers who die there every year is countless. In this case, they are really working hard, so they should be paid more. Jin Feng nodded in agreement. 40 cents a day, I'm willing to fight for it. Zhang Mansang's eyes were full of envy. But soon, he stopped envying. The wooden boat went forward for a few miles and arrived at a valley. The mountains on both sides shrink inward, like the thin waste in the middle of a gourd. The Jialing River, which is nearly 100 meters wide, narrows by half here, and the water flow becomes extremely turbulent. Moreover, the cliffs on both sides are extremely steep, almost vertical. Although this section of the cliff is only over 100 meters wide, there is no place to stand on the cliff. How can the trackers pull such a large ship over? How do we get through this? Mansang asked the question that was in Jin Feng's mind. Won't you know it when you see it? Jing Feng kept it a secret. After reading this, you will know why they can earn 30 or 40 cents a day. Seeing that Jing Feng didn't say anything, Mansang was too lazy to ask any more questions. He lay on the deck railing and watched curiously. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the valley, the trackers stopped at a place where the water flow was not too fast and tied the tow rope to a tree. The 2 women who had been following behind immediately came forward carrying baskets. The trackers took out hard millet cakes from the baskets, scooped a bowl of water from the Jialing River, and ate the cakes with the water. While the trackers were eating and resting, the 2 women took out 2 coils of hemp rope from the basket, put them around their necks, and walked towards the cliff. One of the women rubbed her hands together and began to climb. The cliff was extremely steep. The woman was as agile as a monkey, moving diagonally upwards through the cracks in the rocks and some protruding stones. Jin Feng on the boat couldn't help but worry for her. In his previous life, he had seen many videos shot by rock climbing enthusiasts on the internet, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. The rocks on the cliff were wet by the splashing water from the Jialing River, and many of them were covered with moss, making them look very slippery. The woman climbed up barehanded and barefoot without taking any protective measures. The difficulty level is many times higher than those cliffs in the training room. The woman moved very quickly. By the time the trackers had finished eating a pancake, she had already climbed to the middle of the cliff, more than 20 meters above the water. Here, there is a stone protruding about 1 meter, forming a small platform less than 2 square meters, which is a good resting spot. The woman took a few deep breaths on the small platform, then took off the rope she was carrying, tied one end to a rock, and threw the rest into the water, allowing it to drift downstream along the current. The woman waiting below fished the rope out of the water and tied it to the tree. After pulling the rope to make sure it was fastened, the second woman grabbed the rope with her right hand and began to climb. With the rope to help her, the second woman climbed faster than the first. What are they doing? Jin Feng asked, pointing at the cliff. Jing Feng ignored Mansang, but he didn't dare not answer Jin Feng, and explained with a smile. The trackers are strong but not nimble enough. The women are nimble and light, so they climb up the cliff to make a cable. In this way, the trackers can pull the rope to cross the most difficult section of the road. If there was no rope, at least half of these men would have died here. So that's how it is. Jean Fong looked at the polished stones on the cliff and asked, "It seems that there are many ships passing through here every year. Why don't the government drive a few stakes and leave a rope? In this way, they don't have to find two women to climb the cliff every time and risk falling to their deaths. The government has done this before, but the ropes left here would be stolen after a few days." Jing Fong sighed. "The government changed a few times and then stopped caring." That's right, hemp rope is also a valuable item these days. If more than 100 meters of thick hemp rope were stolen and sold, it would be enough to feed a family of 4 for a month. While Jean Fong and Jing Fong were chatting, the two women had already met on the platform. After the two talked for a few words, the first woman took the rope from the second woman's neck, tied one end to a rock, tied the other end to her own waist, and started the second half of the journey. The second half required moving diagonally downward, with obstructed vision, which was more troublesome than the climb up. The woman did not pursue speed this time and climbed carefully. Fortunately, the woman must have climbed this cliff frequently and was very clear about where to step. Although she slipped twice in the middle, she finally landed safely. Untie the rope tied around your waist and tie it to a tree, and the simple safety rope is ready. The second woman did not follow her, but returned to where the trackers were resting. "What are they doing?" Mansang scratched his head and asked. "This stretch of road is too dangerous. There's no place to step. They need to make the tow rope longer." Jing Fong explained and reminded, "Sir, hold on tight, don't fall down." Jean Fong quickly grabbed the railing in front of him. The rope flowed along the river to the place where it had rested before. The woman waiting below fished the rope out of the water and tied it to the original tow line. After making sure the rope is tied tightly, untie the rope tied to the tree. The wooden boat immediately floated down the river. But it didn't drift far before it was caught by the trackers. 3 feet of white cloth, hey yo. 4 ounces of hemp, hey yo. Stepping on stones, hey yo. Digging sand with hands, hey yo. Naked, hey yo. Climbing up, hey yo. The trackers started singing again and tried their best to pull the wooden boat forward. Although the road below is not as narrow as the cliff where there is no place to step, it is also very narrow and there is only room for 1 foot in many places. The trackers were almost crawling on the ground, using their hands and feet, grabbing the stones and moving forward with ferocious faces. When the boat was pulled to the narrowest mouth where the water was fastest, the two women put their baskets on the ground, quickly took off their clothes, and joined the team of trackers. The woman had been working for a long time, and her skin was as dark and rough as those of the boat trackers, but she had a good figure. Mansang watched her with great interest, but Jean Fong had no distracting thoughts in his mind. He suddenly thought of a text he had learned before, the Volga boat trackers. While looking at the pictures in the illustrations, Jean Fong and his classmates discussed whether there was really anyone in the world who could endure such hardship. Only after seeing the trackers in person today did Jean Fong realize that there are more sufferings in the world than he had imagined. Jean Fong only had respect and sympathy for the two women. If there were any other way, which woman would be willing to be a boat tracker? They must have been very shy at the beginning, right? Jean Fong has always been a selfish person. After traveling through time, he never thought about benefiting the world. He just wanted to live a luxurious life as a wealthy landlord. Even if workshops and kiln factories were opened in Xiwan village, they were not really intended to change the lives of the villagers, but to use them to make money. But at this moment, Jean Fong felt a little touched, and for the first time he had the idea of helping others if he had the ability in the future. The wooden boat moved forward bit by bit, slowly passing through the narrow valley. The river became wider again and the road along the shore became easier to walk on. The women then untied the noose, went back to put on their clothes, and followed the team carrying their baskets. "Sir, the road ahead is good for dozens of miles, and the boat is moving steadily. You should learn to ride a horse." Zhong Wu led 2 war horses onto the deck. "No problem." Jean Fong and Mansang's eyes lit up and they were eager to try. What man doesn't like riding a horse? What's more, horses are the most commonly used means of transportation in this era, so you have to learn how to ride them sooner or later. Zhong Wu prepared a docile little mare for him. After Jean Fong climbed onto the horse's back, he taught him some basic skills, and then led the little mare for a stroll back and forth on the deck. With something interesting to do, time passes quickly. On the 8th day, Jin Feng and Monsang were able to control their horses to trot on the deck. The waterway came to an end and the wooden boat docked at the pier. After another 5 days of riding along the mountain road, the group finally arrived at their destination, Huizhou City. Huizhou City was one of the main cities for defending against the Dangxiang people. The city wall was built extremely tall, but the upper part of the wall was normal green, while the lower part was black, which looked a bit weird. Huizhou was conquered by the Tanguts twice and burned twice, leaving the lower part completely black. Zhong Wu saw the confusion on Jin Feng's face and explained in a low voice. "What's shot down?" "That's running away." Jing Feng said, "The Dangxiang people were still 80 miles away from Huizhou, and the general guarding the city took his men and fled, leaving the people to the Dangxiang people. Later, they had the nerve to ask the court for military rations. Isn't it General Fan who has been replaced now?" Zhong Wu said, "General Fan is a famous iron-blooded general. I heard that he could have been a high-ranking official in the court, but he volunteered to come to Huizhou City. Now that General Fan is here, the Marquis finally has a place to use his talents. He doesn't have to go through the same thing as last time, where he was clearly meritorious but was framed by flatterers. I hope General Fan can lead us to repel the Tanguts, otherwise the taxes will definitely increase again next year. Didn't the Marquis promote you to Centurion? Your family doesn't have to pay taxes, so why are you worried?" "My family doesn't pay taxes, but my relatives do. If they can't make ends meet, won't they still need my help?" Jing Feng shook his head in distress. The battle between Dakong and the Dangxiang and Khitan was directly related to the annual tribute of that year. And the annual tribute will eventually be shared among the common people. In recent years, the annual tribute demanded by the Dangxiang and Khitan has increased, and the taxes borne by the common people have become heavier and heavier, which has also led to the people of Dakong hating the Dangxiang and Khitan more and more. With Qinghuai's token leading the way, the group successfully entered Huizhou City. There wasn't even a single open shop on the street, and occasionally someone passed by, but they were in a hurry. Occasionally, 1 or 2 teams of soldiers would rush by to change guard on the city wall. Qinghuai was once stationed on the border outside Huizhou City for more than a year and also had a house in Huizhou City. It is said that this house was built by a wealthy businessman. Before the Tanguts invaded Dakong, this businessman made a fortune by doing business with the Tanguts, and built a house that was not much smaller than the Qingfeng villa. When the Dangxiang people captured Huizhou City for the first time, no one in the house escaped and they were all killed. The house was then taken away by the government and later given to Qinghuai. Although the house is large, it is even more deserted than Qingfeng villa. Apart from an old doorman, there is not even a servant. After Qinghuai put down his luggage, he took Zhong Wu to the city lord's mansion. He came back in the evening with a very bad look on his face. As soon as he came back, he asked Zhong Wu to call Jin Feng to the study. "Sir, please sit down." Qinghuai was standing in front of a map with a frown on his face. Seeing Jin Feng coming in, he forced a smile and greeted Jin Feng. "Is the transfer order not going well?" Jin Feng asked. "No, the transfer order from Bianjing hasn't been delivered yet." Qinghuai rubbed his brows. "It's because of the Tielin army." "What happened to the Tielin army?" "That bastard He Mingqin is stationed with the Tielin army in Qingshui Valley. If the Tanguts attack us, the first thing they will do is to attack the Tielin army." Qinghuai punched the map in frustration. "I thought I still had time, but General Fan told me today that the Tangut army is about to be assembled and could attack at any time. I don't even have time to adjust my tactics. Can we replace the Tielin army?" Upon hearing this, Jin Feng frowned. He had no feelings for the Tielin army. He came to Huizhou just to gild his reputation and see if he had a chance to earn a title. He didn't want to give his life to the Dangxiang people. It's impossible. This is the first battle with the Tanguts. Even if we kill all the Tielin troops, we can't escape from the battlefield. Otherwise, the morale will be broken and we won't be able to fight the next battle. The Tanguts may attack us at any time. How can we have the time to make wire and heavy crossbows?" Jin Feng asked. "The Tielin army's general's camp is in the city. I have asked General Fan to send Jingfang to Qingshui Valley to find He Mingqin for the warrant. Then you can take over the general's camp. Qing Huai said, Jingfang has been on the road for more than 2 hours, and he should be back soon. I hope He Mingqin won't hold him back on this matter. At this point, this is the only solution. We should get as many out as we can. We should do our best and leave the rest to fate. Jin Feng sighed heavily and felt a little more at ease. Just don't let him go to the front line. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. As soon as Qing Huai finished talking to Jingfang ran in. Following behind was a short and fat young man with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He Mingqin, why are you here? When Qing Huai saw the young man, he did not hide his disgust on his face. It was this guy who took advantage of his family's power and snatched away the Tielin army that he had built up from him. He Mingqin didn't care about Qing Huai's bad attitude. He looked at Qing Huai and wiped away tears with excitement. The Tielin army was originally just a ragtag army. After Qing Huai took over, he relied on iron-blooded means and trained the Tielin army into a brave division in just a few years. While other military camps were being defeated by the Dangxiang people, the Tielin army won several consecutive victories. It was because of this that Qing Huai obtained the title of Marquis at such a young age. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Qing Huai's excellence not only made the playboys in Bianjing jealous, but also embarrassed some veteran nobles. They have been losing battles all the time, and only Qing Huai has won one after another. Doesn't that make them seem incompetent? Therefore, in the court, Qing Huai was the target of impeachment by many nobles. Fortunately, Qing Huai did not commit any crime, and he was protected by Duke Qing and his people, so those nobles could not do anything to Qing Huai. But last year, among the generals of Duke Qing's faction, there was a noble who suffered a particularly tragic defeat and was caught by his opponent. In order to keep the general, Duke Qing had no choice but to give in and agree to transfer Qing Huai away from the front line. He Mingqin had the most powerful family background and won the position of commander-in-chief of the Tielin army. In He Mingqin's opinion, the reason why Qing Huai was able to be granted the title was because of the Tielin army, and he would definitely not be worse than Qing Huai. So after taking over the Tielin army, He Mingqin immediately asked to take the Tielin army to garrison in the most dangerous Qingshui Valley. Because this is the fastest and most effective way to gain merit. But when he was stationed in Qingshui Valley, He Mingqin realized that he was wrong. And it's so wrong. Standing on the mountain next to Qingshui Valley, you can clearly see the Dangxiang army camp a few miles away. There were so many densely packed tents that one could not see the end of them. Cavalrymen were running back and forth all over the mountains and plains, and their strange cries could be heard clearly from miles away. He Mingqin was so frightened when he saw this kind of situation for the first time that his legs went limp and he was carried down the mountain by the guards. As soon as he got down the mountain, he proposed to General Fan to withdraw the Tielin army, but was scolded by General Fan. Recently, the Dangxiang army has been making more and more frequent moves. Everyone knows that the war is about to begin. He Mingqin is so scared that he dares not sleep at night, for fear that his head will be chopped off by the Dangxiang people while he is asleep. Under such circumstances, one can imagine how He Mingqin felt when he heard that Qing Huai had come to Weizhou City. He immediately left the military camp and followed Jingfang to see Qing Huai. He Mingqin wiped away tears and asked anxiously, Qing Huai, are you coming here now to take charge of the Tielin army again? Before Qing Huai could answer, Zhong Wu rushed in again, my lord, General Fan is here. Sir, come with me to greet General Fan. Qing Huai was too lazy to pay attention to He Mingqin and quickly asked Jin Feng to go out. No. A majestic voice came from outside the door. Jin Feng originally thought that General Fan, who was highly respected by Qing Huai, Zhong Wu and others, must be a burly man with superb skills. But when General Fan entered the room, he found that the other party was not tall and strong, and could even be said to be thin. He was no more than 1.6 meters tall and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was not wearing any armor, but like Jin Feng, he was wearing a washed-out scholar's gown. After entering, he kicked He Mingqin and said, do you know what crime a general is charged with for leaving the barracks without permission? Believe it or not, I can chop you down right now. He Mingqin was one of the most outstanding playboys in Bianjing, but he was kicked by General Fan and dared not even fart. he said with a bitter face. General Fan, isn't Qing Huai here? I am willing to return the Tielin army to him. You are useless. You have been on the battlefield for so many days, but you don't even know the most basic military rules. If we don't exchange the seal of command one day, even if you are the commander-in-chief of the Iron Forest Army, you cannot leave the camp without permission. General Fan was so angry at He Mingqin that his fingers were shaking. Jin Feng couldn't help but feel sad for Dakong's soldiers. Such a person can lead an army, which shows what the Dakong army has become. Go away, but leave the seal behind. General Fan was extremely disappointed with He Mingqin. Don't go to the Tielin army for the time being. Wait for the transfer order from Bianjing to come, and then you can go back. He Mingqin didn't want to go to the front line again, so he quickly took out the military seal, military token and other items from his arms, put them on the table, and rushed out of the study as if escaping. Qing Huai, put the things away first. General Fan pointed to the military seal and military token. Isn't this against the rules? Qing Huai frowned slightly. To exchange military power, not only does one need a transfer order from Qing Huai, but also a transfer order from the Ministry of War as confirmation. The two transfer orders must have the same code to be legal. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The Tielin army can only exert its greatest combat power in your hands. Before you came, I was always worried that the Tielin army would be destroyed by He Mingqin. Fortunately, you are back. General Fan patted Qing Huai on the shoulder and said, the Tanguts may attack us at any time. Get ready and go to the barracks soon. Yes. Qing Huai clasped his fists and agreed, but before I go to the military camp, I have to make arrangements for the gentlemen first. Gentlemen. General Fan noticed that Qing Huai was looking at Jin Feng, so he looked over too. Among all the generals of Dakong, Qing Huai is the one that General Fan admires the most and the one he knows best. It was the first time that Qing Huai valued someone so much. The young men in front of him looked tall and thin, and there didn't seem to be anything special about him. General Fan was looking at Jin Feng, and Jin Feng was also looking at him curiously. When chatting with the guards in the afternoon, Jin Feng had already inquired about General Fan. This is a real boss. Qing Huai was also a general, but only a 5th-rank Ningyuan general, while General Fan was a 2nd-rank Zhenjuan general, and his position in the army was no worse than that of Qing Huai, the Duke of Qing. General Fan's experience can be described as legendary. Born into a noble family, he had been a civil servant before he was 30 years old. In recent years, the Khitan and Dangxiang had been pressing forward step by step. General Fan couldn't stand it any longer, so he submitted a petition to impeach those generals guarding the border, believing that they were passive and lazy in fighting and were just sitting there doing nothing. The generals are not good at fighting on the battlefield, but they are good at fighting in the court. The two sides quarreled fiercely in the court, and finally the generals pressured General Fan, if you can do it, then go ahead. General Fan also has a hot temper, so I will do it if I have to. Then he gave up his pen and took up arms, starting his military career. The Fan family is also a big family in the capital. With the support of the Fan family, General Fan was not invincible, but he became one of the few generals in Dakong who could confront the Khitan and the Dangxiang head-on. In recent years, the public's calls for resistance against Japanese aggression have become increasingly louder, and General Fan, as a representative of the pro-war faction, has become increasingly prominent. This time, he went against all odds and took the command of the Zhenji army. I greet the general. Jin Feng bowed slightly and performed a scholar's salute to the legendary general. General Fan has been in the court for many years, so he naturally would not make the low-level mistake of judging people by their appearance. No matter what his impression of Jin Feng is, since Qing Huai values Jin Feng, he will not deliberately put on airs. He smiled and nodded very friendly. General, Mr. Jin is a great talent whom I met by chance in Jinchuan. He is quite accomplished in the art of craftsmanship. I plan to hand over the General Works Battalion of the Iron Forest Army to Mr. Jin. Qing Huai explained, I will go to the Tielin army as soon as arrangements are made, sir. It turns out he is just a craftsman. General Fan originally had some expectations for Jin Feng, and thought that he was an expert that Qing Huai had found among the people. But after hearing what Qing Huai said, I couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. What can a craftsman do, no matter how skilled he is? It's nothing more than making the armor stronger and the weapons sharper. Dangxiang and Dakong have each gathered tens of thousands of soldiers on the border. What they need is morale and strategy. A craftsman can't change anything. General Fan immediately lost interest in Jin Feng, instructed Qing Huai on some things, and left. Qing Huai noticed that General Fan's attitude towards Jin Feng was somewhat contemptuous and perfunctory, so he helped to explain. This battle is of vital importance. General Fan is the commander of the Jinshi army and has a lot of things to do every day. The pressure is very high, please don't mind, sir. This is indeed the case. If the Tielin army's position was not extremely important and General Fan had not heard that He Mingqin had left the camp without permission to find Qing Huai and was worried that the Tielin army would be out of control, he would not have made the trip in person. It's fine. Jin Feng smiled and shook his head. Aren't you anxious to go to the Tielin army? Let's go to the Jiangzhou camp. When I was working part-time in my previous life, I had been scolded countless times. How could I have lost my temper just because of a few words from General Fan? Qing Huai was indeed anxious to go to the front line to see what had happened to the Tielin army because of that bastard Yi Mingqin. He immediately put away the map and walked out of the study with Jin Feng. Dakong's smelting level was limited, and the damage rate of soldiers' weapons was very high. The main task of the general camp was to repair the soldiers' damaged weapons. The general's camp requires a smelting furnace, so generally the general's camp of an army is not located in the same place as the military camp. Instead, a safe place will be chosen and settled there. Every month, damaged weapons in the military camp would be sent here and then returned after being repaired. The Tielin army's camp was not far from Qing Huai's house. The men did not ride horses, so they just turned a corner and arrived there. Ever since the Dangxiang people started to invade the border, the number of people in Weizhou City has been decreasing, and those who have some connections have all fled to the Central Plains to seek refuge with their relatives. The land was worthless, so the camp occupied a large area, and the sound of clanging was endless. My lord, you are finally back. When the captain in charge of the military camp saw Qing Huai, he kowtowed excitedly. During the time when Qing Huai was away from the Tielin army, the general's camp was severely troubled by Yi Mingqin. This is Mr. Jin. He will be in charge of the military camp from now on. All of you must obey his orders. If anyone dares to disobey his orders, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship. Qing Huai pushed Jin Feng forward and said, Zhong Wu, you stay here to help the master. If anyone disobeys orders, just chop him down. My lord, don't worry, we will definitely cooperate with Master Jin with all our strength. After giving Qing Huai his assurance, the captain turned around and kowtowed to Jin Feng. This subordinate Lu Yang greets Master Jin. Jin Feng was still not used to others kowtowing, so he reached out and pulled the captain up. I hope Sir Lu can help you more in the future. Master Jin, please tell me what you want to do. I will never refuse. The captain patted his chest loudly. Then tell me about the situation in the general camp first. Jin Feng said casually. The general's camp now has 30 garrison soldiers, 49 craftsmen, 72 menial workers, 3 iron smelting furnaces, and a porcelain kiln. Before the captain finished his introduction, Qing Huai interrupted him. When did the general's camp build a porcelain kiln? In reply to the Marquis, 4 months ago, General, he heard from someone that the soil in Sanjin Valley outside Weizhou City was suitable for making porcelain, so he ordered his subordinates in the general works camp to build a porcelain kiln within a month. At this point, the captain's eyes were wet. I don't know how to build a porcelain kiln at all. I finally found a master craftsman, but he finished it 1 day late. General, he beat me with 30 lashes and almost beat me to death. Nonsense. Why are you building a porcelain kiln instead of repairing your weapons? Go and tear it down. Qing Huai was very angry with Yi Mingqin. Yes. The captain was also full of resentment towards the porcelain kiln. After agreeing, he went to ask people to dismantle the kiln. Wait, you can't tear it down. When Jin Feng heard the word porcelain kiln, he slapped his thigh excitedly and quickly stopped the captain who was about to run away. This is a treasure and cannot be taken apart. This. The captain looked at Qing Huai, then at Jin Feng, with an embarrassed look on his face. One of them wants to demolish the kiln, while the other one doesn't. Who should I listen to? Logically speaking, Qing Huai is the supreme commander of the Tianlin army and we should listen to him, but the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. What's more, Qing Huai has just explained that Mr. Jin will have the final say in the camp from now on. I have just promised to follow Mr. Jin's lead, but he turned around and went against him. How can I survive in the future? What to do? My lord, can you please not dismantle this porcelain kiln for now? I may need it. Jin Feng noticed that the captain was in trouble and quickly turned to look at Qing Huai. Can. Qing Huai only ordered the demolition of the porcelain kiln because he was dissatisfied with He Mingqin's misbehavior in the Jiangzuiying. Since Jin Feng said it was useful, he would naturally not demolish it. Seeing Qing Huai nod, the captain finally felt relieved. I also pay more attention to Jin Feng in my heart. Because he knew that Qing Huai's words were absolutely law in the Tianlin army, and even if he occasionally gave a wrong order, he would never withdraw it. For Jin Feng, he actually withdrew the order. This is the first time in the Tianlin army. Has this kiln ever produced porcelain? Jin Feng asked. It has been fired, and 3 kills in total have produced it, the captain replied. Did the burning succeed? The old kiln worker said the porcelain was very good and successful, but generally he was not satisfied and stopped firing it. What do you use to burn it, coal or charcoal? Coal. The old kiln workers said that coal is necessary for firing porcelain kilns. The captain complained, I spent a lot of effort to find more than 10 carts of coal, but I only used a few of them and the rest were just left there. There are still more than a dozen carts of coal left. Jin Feng was even happier and said excitedly, take me to see it quickly. The captain secretly glanced at Qing Huai and found that Qing Huai had no objection, so he quickly led the way. The porcelain kiln is located in the northwest corner of Jiangzuiying. It is smaller than the brick kiln built by Jin Feng in Zaiwan, but its layout and structure are more reasonable. Major. Jin Feng exclaimed, Brother Liu, the kiln worker you found is a master. Your Excellency can just call me Liu Yang, the captain said, Your Excellency has a sharp eye. This old kiln worker's family has been making porcelain for generations. A few years ago, the Tanguts raided the south and destroyed his kiln. All his family members died, so he hid in the mountains. I had a hard time finding him. Where are the old kiln workers? Jin Feng asked. After all, he studied engineering machinery in his previous life, and he only had some knowledge about firing porcelain, but was not very familiar with it. Having an old kiln worker to help him could save a lot of trouble. Since the porcelain kiln is no longer allowed to burn, I assigned the old kiln workers to do menial work and they should help out at the iron furnace, the captain replied. Go find him quickly. Yes. The captain ran away quickly. Sir, you are going to use this porcelain kiln to smelt iron. After the captain ran away, Qing Huai asked. The Marquis has indeed seen it. Jin Feng smiled and nodded. In order to produce good steel, the temperature of the smelting furnace needs to reach at least 1,500 degrees. With Dakong's iron-making technology, the furnace temperature is far from reaching that level. But the furnace for firing porcelain can almost reach this temperature. It's just that Dakong has no means to measure temperature. In the eyes of many people, there is no difference between 800 degrees and 1,500 degrees, both of which can burn a person into ashes. In addition, blacksmithing and porcelain firing are 2 different industries, and no one has ever thought about this aspect. Including Jin Feng, if the captain hadn't mentioned the porcelain kiln, he wouldn't have remembered it. There are 3 iron furnaces in the camp, why do you want to use a porcelain kiln? Qing Huai asked curiously. The fire in the porcelain kiln is stronger. If we use it to burn iron, we may be able to make iron wire faster. Jin Feng had no way of explaining the temperature problem to Qing Huai, so he could only say this. Then sir, how much iron wire do you think can be produced in a day using this porcelain kiln? Qing Huai asked. It's hard to say. In fact, I'm not sure whether the porcelain kiln can smelt iron. This was also the first time that Jin Feng tried to use the porcelain kiln to smelt iron, so he didn't dare to say too much. I will let the porcelain kiln and the other 3 iron smelting furnaces start working at the same time. Even if this one can't be used, it won't delay it. That's fine too. Qing Huai nodded in agreement. Soon, the captain came with the old kiln worker. Porcelain kilns need to store heat to reach a high enough temperature. After firing the porcelain, people have to wait until it cools down before entering. Otherwise, the high temperature of more than 1,000 degrees can burn the people who enter into the kiln to ashes. However, the production of iron wire requires the iron block to be molten. By the time the porcelain kiln has cooled down to a point where people can enter, the iron block has already solidified. Therefore, the porcelain kiln had to be rebuilt before it could be used for iron smelting. Jin Feng was very reluctant to build a brick kiln, and was even more unfamiliar with porcelain kilns, so he had no idea where to start if he wanted to transform them. Fortunately, the old kiln worker was experienced. After understanding Jin Feng's plan, he suggested opening a drainage hole at the bottom of the porcelain kiln. In this way, once the pig iron melted, it could flow out through the drainage hole. Jin Feng thought the old kiln worker's suggestion was very reliable, so he asked the captain to allocate 10 servants to the old kiln worker to renovate the porcelain kiln overnight. Seeing that Jin Feng had already started working, Qing Huai left in a hurry and rushed to Tielin army overnight. Jin Feng did not go to see him off. While the servants were delivering iron blocks and coal to the brick kiln, he visited the rest of the camp. To his disappointment, the iron smelting furnace used in the camp was also very primitive and had to be modified before it could produce wrought iron. Fortunately, the main body can be used. After modifying the smoke exhaust facilities and bellows, although it can't be as good as the stove at home, it should be able to be used. If it was a reconstruction, Jin Feng would not be disappointed, but desperate. Knowing that the situation at the front was critical, Jin Feng ordered the captain to divide the menial workers of the camp into 2 groups, and one group of menial workers began to modify the iron smelting furnace overnight. Mansang, who had experience in renovation before, was left to supervise the work, and Jin Feng went to the porcelain kiln to check the progress of the work. Jin Feng was busy until late at night before he went back to sleep. After waking up, Zhong Wu, who had been guarding the door, told him that Qing Huai came again in the morning. "My lord, is there anything that requires you to come here?" Jin Feng asked. "Nothing, just a transfer order from Bian Jing arrived. After the Marquis exchanged documents with General Fan, he came to see you, and left after seeing you sleeping. Next time the Marquis comes, remember to wake me up." Jin Feng said it casually, but didn't pay much attention to it. If Qing Huai had something important, he would definitely wake himself up. After eating something quickly, Jin Feng ran to the workshop again. It was the first time for Mansang to command so many people to work. He was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. When he saw Jin Feng coming, he hurried over with 2 panda eyes. "How's it going?" Jin Feng asked. "It's going pretty smoothly. We have a lot of people and tools here at the general's camp. I think we can finish the work tonight." "That's good." Jin Feng nodded. "You should also go back and rest early. There is still a lot of work to do in the future. Don't get exhausted right away." "Okay." Mansang agreed without hesitation, but there was no sign of him wanting to go back to sleep. After leaving Mansang, Jin Feng went to the porcelain kiln. The porcelain kiln is under the charge of an experienced kiln worker and the transformation is progressing smoothly. It is estimated that iron ore can be delivered into the kiln in the evening. I hope there's enough time. Jin Feng prayed silently in his heart. But just after he finished praying, he saw a war horse galloping towards him, carrying Jingfang, who was covered in blood. When he reached Jin Feng, Jingfang fell off his horse. "Sir, the Tanguts are coming." There were several bloody wounds on his body, which looked very scary. The warhorse next to him was also panting heavily, its 4 legs shaking constantly, and its buttocks were covered with blood marks from the whip. "Doctor, go and call the doctor." Jin Feng turned around and shouted to the servants who were watching the fun. A servant ran away. Zhong Wu was watching an old kiln worker renovating a porcelain kiln nearby. He heard the noise and stretched his head to take a look. "Old Zheng, how did you get into this state?" Zhong Wu rushed over and helped Jin Feng to lift up Jingfang. "What's going on?" Jingfang ignored Zhong Wu and looked up at Jin Feng. "Sir, the Tanguts are calling." "Lord." Before he could finish his sentence, he started coughing violently. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Jin Feng asked the servant to bring a bowl of water and hand it to Jing Feng. Jing Feng didn't hesitate to pick up the bowl of water and drank it all in a few gulps. After drinking a bowl of water, Jing Feng finally felt better. Jin Feng then asked, "How is the battle going? Is the Marquis okay?" "The Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious." "What? What happened?" Zhong Wu exploded when he heard this, and pulled Jing Feng by the collar and yelled, "What did you promise me before you left? You said you would never let anything happen to the Marquis." "Zhong Wu, calm down." Jin Feng pushed Zhong Wu away. Jing Feng was Qing Huai's personal soldier. In fact, when Jin Feng saw Jing Feng was seriously injured, he had a bad feeling in his heart. "What's going on? The Tanguts have suffered a lot from you, my lord, so they hate you very much. Today, after you received the transfer order and handed over the military power, you raised the general's flag. The Tanguts were still resting, but when their scouts spotted the Marquis' flag, they immediately launched an attack." Jing Feng said, "He Mingqin messed up the Tielin army. The Marquis was redeploying troops at the front when the Tanguts attacked. We were caught off guard, but fortunately the barbed wire blocked the cavalry, so we were able to drive the Tanguts back, but the Marquis was stabbed, and the barbed wire ran out." "How so?" Jin Feng scratched his head in annoyance. "What you fear will come true." What he was most worried about was that the Dangxiang people would attack too early and not give him time to make weapons. As a result, the Dangxiang people attacked just after he finished praying. Before the Marquis fell into a coma, he wrote a letter of appointment, appointing you as the temporary commander of the Tielin army. If he cannot wake up, you will temporarily take charge of the Tielin army. After Jing Feng finished speaking, he took out a piece of cloth from his arms, on which was written that Jin Feng was appointed as the temporary commander of the Tielin army until he woke up or the war ended. Then, Jing Feng took out Qing Huai's seal from his arms. According to the dakong military regulations, if the commander-in-chief is seriously injured or dies, he can find someone to temporarily take over the military affairs, but after the war, the Ministry of War must take back the military power and reappoint someone. But generally speaking, unless the defeat is too devastating, the person temporarily taking over military duties will be promoted. Let me take charge of the Iron Forest Army. Jin Feng's scalp felt numb. This is his first time on the battlefield in his past and present lives as a human being. How would he know how to fight? Yes, the Marquis said that he and you discussed military formations on the ship and that you would be a qualified general. Jing Feng said. In this era, there were no computers, no mobile phones, and even very few books. It was extremely boring. So on the way from Jinchuan County to Weizhou, Jin Feng, in addition to learning how to ride a horse, talked with Qing Huai about military matters several times and also conducted several confrontation drills. Dakong's fighting style is as primitive as smelting. Most of the time, both sides gather their men and then find a place to fight each other. There are not many tactics at all. As for the nomadic Dangxiang people, they were even more barbaric. Their favorite way of fighting was to charge recklessly on horseback. There are very few generals as good at using strategies as Qing Huai. That's why he was able to lead the Tielin army and defeat thousands of Tangut cavalry last year. Regardless of ancient or modern times, the first place where advanced technology is used is often the military. Although Jin Feng did not study military affairs in his previous life, in order to learn the history of ancient machinery, he watched many documentaries and watched many movies about wars, and he also had some understanding of battle formations. So when having a simulated confrontation with Qing Huai, Jin Feng won twice. My lord and I were just playing games on the boat. How can it be compared to a real war? Jin Feng asked with a wry smile. I don't know about that. I am only responsible for conveying the Marquis' orders. Jing Feng said, anyway, from now on, the lives of thousands of brothers in the Tielin army will be handed over to you, sir. After he said that, Jin Feng became even more nervous and asked, can I give this position to someone else? Who do you want to give it to? Jing Feng asked. Whoever you give it to is better than me, Jin Feng said. For example, give it to Qing Huai's deputy general. No, unless His Majesty speaks up personally or the Marquis wakes up and changes the order, no one can take away your military power, not even General Fan. Jing Fang said, if you are really unsure, you can ask the deputy general for help. So, I have to take over the Tielin army, right? Yes, unless you want to be beheaded. Jing Fang said. Do I have to go to the front line? Of course, the commander-in-chief must stay in the camp and cannot leave without permission. He still hasn't run away. Jin Feng sighed heavily. He came to Weizhou to gild his resume, but who knew that he would have to go to the front line in the end? But now that things have come to this, it is useless to think about anything else, so I asked. When will the Tanguts launch another attack? It's hard to say. It could happen at any time. Before the Marquis fell into a coma, it was estimated that it would not exceed 3 days at most. Is the barbed wire still there? No more, all used up. It's impossible to make enough wire in 2 or 3 days. Jin Feng thought for a moment, then shouted to Zhong Wu who was squatting beside him, go call Monsang over, bring 2 more horses, and let's go to Qingshui Valley. Yes. Zhong Wu ran out quickly. Since we have to go to the front line, the sooner the better, so that we can find a solution. It would definitely be too late to make wire in a day or 2, so he could only go to the front line in person early to see if there was any way to temporarily ease the situation. He did not seek to repel the Tanguts, but only to delay them for a while. Once the porcelain kiln is ready, maybe we can mass-produce crossbows. Before the advent of firearms, this was the biggest nemesis against cavalry. By then, the Tangut cavalry will not be a threat. The main task of the Jiangsuiying camp recently is to renovate the iron smelting furnace and make iron wire. Monsang has learned all these from Jin Feng and can do them just fine. After handing over the command camp to Monsang and giving him some instructions, Jin Feng hurriedly set off with Zhong Wu and headed straight for Qingshui Valley. Brother Zhong, I'm a newcomer. When I go there, I'll be the commander. Will others obey me? Jin Feng asked. In fact, this is the issue that worries him most. I am absolutely parachuted in. What if once I go there, no one is willing to listen to me? Wouldn't that be the end of me? You can't fight the Tanguts alone, can you? If you were appointed by He Mingqin, everyone would definitely not accept it, but the Tielin army was built up by the Marquis. The Marquis appointed you to temporarily take charge of military affairs. No one in the Tielin army would not accept it. Zhong Wu said confidently, Sir, just rest assured, the law enforcement team in the army is led by Lu Qiong. If anyone dares to disobey, you can let Lu Qiong chop him down. All right. Lu Qiong is also one of Qing Huai's personal guards, and Jin Feng also knows him. Jin Feng felt relieved when he heard that it was an acquaintance who was in charge of the law enforcement team. When Qing Huai's deputy general learned of Jin Feng's arrival, he immediately led people to greet him. Although Zhong Wu was with him and could prove Jin Feng's identity, the deputy general still carefully checked Jin Feng's ID card, Qing Huai's seal and documents, etc. Then he knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and said, General Su Shao greets General Jin. I greet General Jin. The generals and captains following behind the deputy general also knelt on one knee and saluted. Where is the Marquis? Take me to see him. Jin Feng was not in the mood to be polite with these people, so he asked anxiously. General, please follow me. Su Shao took Jin Feng into the central military tent. As soon as he entered the tent, Jin Feng smelled a strong scent of herbs. Qing Huai was naked, lying quietly on the bed, with a bandage on the right side of his chest and a big bump on his forehead. How is the Marquis' injury? When will he wake up? Jin Feng looked at the military doctor standing beside him. In reply to the general, the Marquis has 2 broken ribs, his left lung is also slightly damaged, and his forehead was severely injured. I don't know when the Marquis will wake up. The military doctor said helplessly. Well then, take good care of the Marquis. The doctors couldn't do anything, and there was no point for Jin Feng to stay here and wait. He might as well get familiar with the Tielin army as soon as possible and think of a strategy to deal with the enemy. He called the deputy general out of the tent and asked, Tell me about the current situation of the Tielin army. The Iron Forest army has a full complement of 5,000 people. Last year, they followed the Marquis to fight and lost more than 1,200 people. At the beginning of the year, they added more than 700 new soldiers. In today's battle, they killed 300 enemies, killed more than 120 people, and injured more than 170 people. Now there are still 4,186 people who can fight, and the military rations are enough for 20 days. The deputy general had already made preparations and skillfully explained the current situation of the Tielin army. Jin Feng is quite satisfied with the current combat effectiveness of the Tielin army. After listening to the introduction, Jin Feng followed the deputy general to the top of a small hill on the left side of the military camp and took in the entire Qingshui Valley. Qingshui Valley is about 1 kilometer long and about 160 meters wide. On the right is a small river 20 to 30 meters wide, and on the left is a flat land of more than 100 meters. The previous battle took place on this flat ground which was 1 kilometer long and more than 100 meters wide. At this time, patches of blood and the corpses of some Tangut soldiers and horses could still be seen on the flat ground. Many war horses were still tightly entangled in barbed wire, and were pierced with blood. There were still some Tielin army soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. When you see the Dangxiang people, no matter if they are dead or wounded, stab them first. If you see a war horse entangled in barbed wire, kill the horse and carefully retrieve the barbed wire. Unfortunately, after the barbed wire has been used once, most of it will be tangled into a ball and basically cannot be used again. The best it can be recycled to the military camp is to be melted and refined again. With such a good terrain, why don't you place a few catapults on the opposite mountain? Jin Feng asked with a frown. The mountain on the right side of Qingshui Valley is steep and tall, and there is a small river at the foot of the mountain, which makes it easy to defend but difficult to attack. If a few catapults are placed on the mountain on the right side and the position is calculated well, stones can be thrown from top to bottom, and the range can almost cover the entire valley. Catapult. The deputy general asked in confusion, "What is a catapult? Is it a kind of chariot?" "You've never heard of a catapult?" Jin Feng was also stunned. "Doesn't Dakong have catapults yet?" "Never heard of it." The deputy general shook his head. "What about caltrops and horse traps? Have you heard of them?" "No." The deputy general still shook his head. "All right." Jin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists secretly. No wonder Dakong was beaten so badly by the Dangxiang and Khitan cavalry. Heavy crossbows, catapults, and caltrops are all important weapons for fighting against cavalry, but there was not a single one. In fact, it was also Jin Feng's fault for taking it for granted. The history of this world is different from that of the previous life. In the history of the previous life, caltrops and catapults both appeared in the Warring States period, while U-shaped horseshoes only appeared in the Yuan dynasty. When Jin Feng saw that the war horses of Qinghua and others were equipped with horseshoes in Xia Bei, he naturally assumed that weapons such as catapults and caltrops had appeared a long time ago. Who knows if there is no? New weapons are usually most effective when they are used for the first time because the enemy is unprepared. Just like Qinghua was able to defeat the Tangut cavalry today, it was all thanks to the barbed wire. Since catapults, caltrops, and horse traps have never appeared in this world, can we give the Dangxiang people a big surprise? While Jin Feng was planning his plan against the enemy, General Fan, who had just returned to the camp from inspecting military affairs outside, also received the news that the Tielin army had changed its commander. "What did you say?" Qinghua was seriously injured and unconscious, so Jin Feng was allowed to take charge of the Tielin army. General Fan was shocked when he heard what his staff said. "There is no joking in the army. This is not a joke." "General, how dare I say such a thing?" The staff member quickly took a letter from the table. "This is the appointment document sent by General Qinghua." "Qinghua, isn't this just nonsense?" General Fan was so angry that his beard was shaking. "That Jin Feng is just a craftsman, how can he know how to fight a war?" "General, the Qingshui Valley guarded by the Tielin army is of great importance and must not be lost. Do you think we should remove this Jin Feng from his post?" The staff asked. "According to military regulations, only Your Majesty can change Qinghua's appointment document before he fell into a coma. I can't revoke it." General Fan walked around the table a few times and said, "You go to the Tielin army right away and supervise Jin Feng. If you find that he has done anything inappropriate, send someone back to inform me immediately." "Damn it. We were so close to capturing Qing Huai alive. My men slashed Qing Huai with a knife and hit him, but he was rescued by his personal guards. It's such a pity. It's a pity. Qing Huai usually hides at the back like a turtle. It's a rare opportunity for him to go to the front line, but he hasn't been caught yet. It's all because of those wires. They entangled the horse's legs and couldn't be freed. It's really abominable. Qing Huai is already difficult to deal with, and now he has a way to deal with the warhorse. This will be troublesome in the future. Don't worry, everyone. I have captured several soldiers of the Tielin army. I have had them interrogated. Qing Huai's barbed wire has been used up. If we don't retreat today and rush over directly, we will definitely be able to kill all the Tielin army in one fell swoop and capture Qing Huai alive. Is the news reliable? Qing Huai is more cunning than the devil. Let's not fall into his trap again. It shouldn't be Qing Huai's plan. When my people came back, they tied a prisoner to the back of a horse and dragged him to death. When they returned to the camp, the remaining prisoners were so scared that they wet their pants and said nothing to me. We'll know tomorrow if it's a trick. Let's go and see if it's true. Later, let's go and ask the marshal to fight. If there are still barbed wire on the ground, we'll think of a way. If not, we'll just attack directly, wipe out the Tielin army, and capture Qing Huai alive. Destroy the Tielin army and capture Qing Huai alive. The remaining Tangut generals also raised their wine bowls and shouted loudly. After drinking, a group of generals came to the commander-in-chief's tent and asked for battle. The Tangut commander in charge of the southern invasion this time was Li Jikue, a member of the royal family. He was brave in battle, but unfortunately lacked wisdom. Last year, he was led around in circles in the mountains by Qing Huai for more than 10 days. He became a laughingstock among the Tangut leaders and was considered the one who hated Qing Huai the most. At noon, he heard from his subordinates that Qing Huai's general flag had been raised in Qingshui Valley, so he immediately ordered his cavalry to attack. Qing Huai was also unlucky. He usually stayed in command and rarely went to the front line. However, He Mingqin had messed up the Tielin army, and they had to set up barbed wire, so they went to the river beach. Who knew that they would encounter an attack by the Dangxiang cavalry? At that time, besides a dozen personal soldiers, Qing Huai had only a team of 100 people. Fortunately, barbed wire was set up on the river beach in advance. Fortunately, most of the Dangxiang people were strong in limbs but simple in mind. Even though they saw the barbed wire on the river beach, no one was willing to retreat, and they fell flat on their faces on the barbed wire. Otherwise, Qing Huai would not be as simple as being seriously injured and unconscious. Unknown things are the easiest to make people afraid. This was the first time that barbed wire appeared on the battlefield of this world. When Li Jikue saw that the agile warhorse was tightly tied up by the barbed wire, bleeding profusely and unable to break free, he ordered his troops to retreat and prepare to come back after figuring out what the barbed wire was. After returning, I learned from the prisoners that there were not many barbed wires, and I regretted it. If it wasn't getting dark soon and the cavalry was not good at fighting at night, he would have wanted to fight the Tielin army again right now. So when his generals came to ask for a fight, Li Jikue immediately agreed to continue attacking Qingshui Valley tomorrow. Outside Qingshui Valley, Jin Feng had already walked around the hill several times, asking the guards to make a mark on the ground from time to time. Su Xiao arranged for 200 soldiers to come over and bring axes to chop down the trees. Jin Feng turned around and said, "Also arrange for another 500 soldiers to go to the bamboo forest over there and cut down 1,000 bamboos before dark and transport them back to the camp. There is a large pine forest on the top of this hill, which can be cut down to make catapults. A little further ahead, there is a large bamboo forest. It is unknown how many years it has grown. Each bamboo tree is about as thick as a bowl, and it is also included in Jin Feng's felling plan." Yes. Although Deputy General Su Xiao didn't understand why Jin Feng did this, he still bowed and obeyed the order. This was the first order Jin Feng gave him. In order to show his importance, he went down the mountain personally to make arrangements. Zhong Wu was the personal bodyguard that Qing Huai found for Jin Feng. Even though Qing Huai was unconscious, Zhong Wu was still carrying out this order. Su Xiao was there just now, so he couldn't question Jin Feng. After Su Xiao came down the mountain, Zhong Wu came up and asked, Sir, you asked people to go up the mountain to cut down trees. Are you going to make the catapult you just mentioned? Yes, Jin Feng did not hide it from Zhong Wu and nodded in acknowledgement. Is this thing reliable? Of course, Jin Feng said confidently, if we load all the catapults at the places I marked, no matter how many Tanguts come, they won't be able to rush through. So powerful. Zhong Wu was shocked. After knowing each other for such a long time, he understood Jin Feng and knew that Jin Feng always spoke conservatively. Having said that, we are completely sure. My only worry now is that I don't have enough time. Jin Feng sighed helplessly. The structure of the catapult is simpler than that of the heavy crossbow, and it does not require arrows. Stones from the mountains, enemy corpses, oil jars, anything can be thrown at the enemy's position. Its killing range and lethality are higher than those of the heavy crossbow. Although its firing speed is much slower than that of a heavy crossbow, it is still a very cost-effective weapon of war. The only trouble is that building a catapult also takes time. If he were given another month or two, no, just another week, he would be much calmer. Unfortunately, the Dangxiang people will not give him so much time. Sir, don't worry. If the Tanguts attack us, I will bring my brothers to buy you enough time, even if we have to use a pile of people. Zhong Wu patted his chest and shouted. To deal with the Tangut cavalry, you can't just rely on numbers, you have to use your brains. Jin Feng nodded his head. By the way, Brother Zhong, before you became the Marquis's personal guard, have you ever led troops? Of course I have. Old Zheng, Lu Qiong, and I are all centurions. Later, we were chosen by the Marquis to serve as his personal guards. Then I'll give you a task. Sir, you say. You're. Jin Feng picked up a wooden stick from the ground and squatted on the ground to explain his plan to Zhong Wu. Okay, it works. I can actually deal with cavalry this way. As Jin Feng spoke, Zhong Wu's eyes became brighter and brighter. He was so excited that he wanted to find the Dangxiang cavalry right away to try out the method Jin Feng mentioned. When Su Xiao arrives, I will ask him to assign 500 soldiers to you. You should start the action tonight. Don't delay. A single carelessness on the battlefield could mean death. Moreover, before Qing Huai fell into a coma, he had reminded Jin Feng that the Dangxiang people could attack at any time, so Jin Feng did not dare to take any chances and handled everything as if it were the most urgent situation. Su Xiao acted quickly. As soon as Jin Feng finished telling Zhong Wu about the plan, he arrived with 200 soldiers. And there is bad news. General, the Marquis's condition has worsened. What's going on? Jin Feng frowned and looked at Su Xiao. I just came down the mountain and passed by the big tent. I heard from the doctor that the Marquis coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and then his whole body became hot, and his breathing became faster and faster. Su Xiao said with a worried look on his face, the doctor said that the situation is not very good. Qing Huai is the spiritual pillar of the Tielin army. If he falls, the morale of the Tielin army will be lost. After ordering the soldiers to stay on the mountain to cut trees, Jin Feng took Zhong Wu and Su Xiao down the mountain as quickly as possible. There was a group of soldiers gathered outside the central army tent. When they saw Jin Feng coming, they quickly made way. The military doctor was treating Qing Huai's wound, and standing next to him was an old man whom Jin Feng didn't recognize. Because of Qing Huai, the people of Tielin army were very respectful to Jin Feng and no one dared to call him by his name. But this old man who came from nowhere asked with squinted eyes as soon as he saw Jin Feng, "Are you Jin Feng?" Jin Feng's principle in dealing with things is that if others respect me 1 inch, I will return the favor 1 yard. For example, Qing Huai never put on airs with Jin Feng, which was why Jin Feng was willing to go to northern Shaanxi with him and do his best to fight against the Dangxiang cavalry. Not only did the old man look arrogant, but his tone was also so aggressive. His attitude made Jin Feng very unhappy. He pretended not to hear the old man's question and walked straight towards the bed. Ignoring is the greatest harm to the enemy. The old man has been following General Fan as his aide for many years. Isn't he flattered wherever he goes? He was actually ignored by an unknown person today, which made him very angry. He blew his beard and glared at him, shouting, "Jin Feng, I am asking you a question." Jin Feng still didn't look at him, but turned to Lu Qiong, who was standing beside Qing Huai's bed, and asked, "Who is this old man?" "To answer the general's question, this is General Fan's aide, Mr. Zhao Yu," Lu Qiong replied. "It turns out that he is someone close to General Fan." Jin Feng nodded slightly, then turned his head and glanced at the old man. Old man Zhao snorted coldly and held his head high, thinking in his mind how to humiliate Jin Feng and kill his fighting spirit when Jin Feng came to pay him a visit later. But after waiting for a long time with his neck craned, Jin Feng still did not come to pay him a visit. Turning around, he found that Jin Feng had already walked to Qing Huai's bedside and had no intention of meeting him at all. "Jin Feng, General Fan asked me to come over." Before he finished speaking, Jin Feng turned his head suddenly and said coldly, "If you have anything to say, wait until I see the Marquis." The old man's remaining words were suddenly blocked. He shook his sleeves vigorously and stood aside. Jin Feng turned around and saw the military doctor taking out a piece of cotton cloth from the bucket to clean Qing Huai's wound. No wonder Qing Huai had a fever. The water in the bucket is pumped back from the river and is not changed for several days. I don't know how many bacteria have grown in it. If you use water like this to clean a wound, there will be no chance of infection or fever. The Marquis wound cannot be cleaned with water. Seeing that the cotton cloth was about to wipe the wound, Jin Feng quickly stopped it. "General, what can we use if not water?" the military doctor asked in confusion. "There are small bugs in the water that we can't see. If you use water to clean the wound, the bugs will get into your body and the wound will become inflamed, swollen, and pus-filled. Cleaning with wine can kill these bugs. Strong wine is best. The stronger the better." Jin Feng had no way to explain bacteria, viruses, and alcohol to the military doctor, so he could only say this. "What a joke. I have lived almost my entire life and have never heard of any invisible bugs in the water." Old man Zhao sneered and said, "It is extremely painful to clean the wound with strong liquor. I think you want to kill Qing Ho." After saying that, he fiercely rebuked the military doctor, "You are not allowed to use strong liquor to clean Lord Qing's wound. Otherwise, if Lord Qing has any mishap, I will report it to General Fan, and you will be the only one to hold him accountable." The military doctor originally planned to listen to Jin Feng and change to strong liquor to clean Qing Huai's wound, but after the old man said that, the military doctor was so scared that he knelt on the ground, buried his head and dared not speak. He couldn't afford to offend either of the two big guys, so it would be wrong to listen to either of them. The old man's words made Jin Feng's heart skip a beat. Before Qing Huai fell into a coma, he handed Tai Lin Jun over to him. Jin Feng was deeply moved by this trust. But Qing Huai has been in a coma and now has a high fever. No one can say whether he can survive. Ignorance is terrible. If the military doctor had listened to him and Qing Huai had not survived, it would have been hard to explain. But if he doesn't remind him, Qing Huai's hope of survival will be even slimmer. Just when Jin Feng was hesitating whether to insist, a faint voice suddenly came from his ear, "Listen to the master." "My lord, you are awake." Lu Qiong, who had been guarding the bedside, squatted down in surprise. "I said. I will follow your orders in everything." "Yes." Lu Qiong nodded quickly, "I promise to listen to you in everything from now on." "Sir, I leave the Tielin army to you." Qing Huai grabbed Jin Feng's sleeve and said with difficulty, "My lord, just rest and recover. When you are well again, I will definitely hand the Iron Forest army back to you." Jin Feng squatted down and patted Qing Huai's shoulder gently. "Mr. Zhao." Qing Huai looked at the old man again, "I know General Fan sent you here, to supervise Mr. Jin. You can watch, but I don't want you to interfere in military affairs, and you must not contradict Mr. Jin. Otherwise, I will kill you." After saying this, Qing Huai fell into coma again. "The conditions here are too bad, Lu Qiong. Please prepare a carriage and take the Marquis back to Weizhou City to find the best doctor for treatment." Jin Feng stood up and said. Then he said to the military doctor, "You also follow me. From now on, when you clean the wound of the Marquis, you must use strong liquor. When you bandage the wound with cotton cloth, you must also boil water for a cup of tea. Do you understand?" "Yes." The military doctor kowtowed and agreed. After sending Qing Huai and Lu Qiong's carriages out of the military camp, Jin Feng turned back. By this time it was already dark, and the soldiers who had gone up the mountain to cut bamboo had returned with 1,000 bamboos. Zhong Wu took over the vanguard battalion of the Tielin army, which consisted of exactly 500 men. Each of them held a 4 or 5 meter long bamboo and walked towards the river beach in the Qingshui Valley in the dark. As soon as the vanguard battalion left, another battalion of soldiers, carrying shovels, hoes and other tools, also walked into the river beach. Why are they entering the valley at this time? Do you want to attack the Tangut camp at night? Old Man Zhao stared and asked, going to attack the Tangut camp with such a small number of people is just courting death. The Marquis said that you can't interfere in military affairs. Jin Feng glanced at the old man coldly. I hope there won't be a next time. The old man was so angry that his hands were shaking, but he didn't dare to talk back. He shook his sleeves and went back to his tent. In my heart, I even hoped that the Dangxiang people would attack and teach this ignorant kid a lesson. The next morning, just after daybreak, before Old Man Zhao got up, he heard the sound of dense drums outside. The old man's face suddenly turned pale. The Tanguts are really attacking again. Zhao San, what's going on? Old Man Zhao sat on the bed and shouted outside. Master, the Tanguts are coming and have already rushed into Qingshui Valley. The attendant entered the tent and helped Old Man Zhao put on his shoes while saying, Master, the horse is ready. Please return to Weizhou City as soon as possible. General Fan sent me to supervise the army. How can I retreat in the face of battle? Old Man Zhao hurried out of the tent and looked towards Qingshui Valley. At this time, the vanguard of the Dangxiang cavalry had already rushed into the valley. The Dangxiang cavalry, with their faces smeared with messy paint, hulled and rushed forward with swords brandished. At a glance, there was a large black mass, with at least over 1,000 riders. Speaking of it, more than 1,000 cavalrymen may not seem like a lot, but when you see it with your own eyes, it is very terrifying. The dust raised by the galloping war horses rushed straight into the clouds, and the sound was deafening. Some recruits were so frightened that they were shaking all over. If it weren't for the law enforcement officers holding swords and supervising the battle from behind, they would have wanted to run away. Although Old Man Zhao was arrogant, he was also quite courageous. After coming down from the high ground, he immediately returned to the tent, picked up a brush, quickly wrote a letter, and handed it to his entourage. Quick, send a letter to General Fan immediately, and ask him to send troops to reinforce Qingshui Valley immediately. The attendant immediately ran out of the tent with the letter. The messenger who had been waiting on horseback put away the letter and immediately galloped towards Weizhou City. After writing the letter for help, Old Man Zhao ran out of the tent again. At this time, the Dangxiang cavalry were almost rushing to the middle of the valley, but they did not see any movement from the Tielin army. Old Man Zhao was anxious at that time. Why haven't the Tielin army formed a battle array to meet the enemy? Where is Jin Feng? Over there. The follower pointed to a high ground not far away. Jin Feng, accompanied by several guards and messengers, stood on a high ground with his hands behind his back, looking down at the valley below. Isn't this kid scared silly? Old Man Zhao stamped his feet, lifted up his robe, and ran to the high ground. General Fan is right, craftsmen are really unreliable. How can 2 legs run faster than 4 legs? As soon as Old Man Zhao ran to the bottom of the hill, the cavalry was about to reach the end of the valley. A few hundred meters ahead is the Tielin army camp. The Tangut cavalry will crush everything in their path, and when they charge over, there will be no way out but death. Old Man Zhao no longer cared about Qing Huai's warning not to interfere in military affairs, nor did he care whether Jin Feng would chop him or not. He roared at Jin Feng on the high ground. You ignorant boy, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and form a battle array to meet the enemy. But Jin Feng acted as if he didn't hear it. He didn't even look at him, nor did he make any movement. He still looked down at the valley. How could Qing Huai be so blind to entrust the Tielin army to such a fool? Old Man Zhao sat down on the ground and cried loudly, It's over, the Tielin army is over. Weizhou City is also over. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Dangxiang cavalry crushing the Tielin army and rushing into Weizhou City to burn, kill, and loot. He angrily pounded the ground with his fist several times, then drew his follower's sword and prepared to go to the valley to fight the Dangxiang people. However, at this moment, something strange happened. I saw that the right front leg of a Tangut warhorse rushing in the front suddenly stepped into a deep hole as big as a bowl. When a warhorse gallops, its inertia is very great. With a loud snap, the warhorse fell headfirst to the ground without having time to pull out its legs, and its right front leg was broken in the pit. The Dangxiang soldiers on horseback were thrown out more than 10 meters away before falling to the ground with a plop and rolling forward several meters before stopping. The right arm was bent abnormally after the fall, obviously broken. This is just the beginning. More and more warhorses fell to the ground. More and more Dangxiang soldiers flew out. There were also some unlucky soldiers who were crushed to death on the spot by their horses. The sound of falling to the ground with a thump. The mournful cry of warhorses. The painful howls of the Dangxiang soldiers. It never stops. It sounds slow, but it is actually very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the row of warhorses in the front all fell to the ground, forming a straight line. The cavalrymen behind had no time to stop and could only watch helplessly as they crashed into the fallen horses, tripping and falling off their horses. Even if there were a few lucky ones with quick reactions and excellent riding skills who controlled their horses to jump over, the horses' legs would still step into the pit the next second. For a moment, the area dozens of meters away at the southernmost end of the valley was filled with struggling war horses and cavalry. After losing nearly 100 men and horses, the large force of Dangxiang cavalry finally stopped their mad rush. At this moment, Jin Feng made a gesture to the guards. Boom. 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 The dull sound of war drums sounded, and the messenger took out 2 small flags and waved them alternately. A square formation quickly rushed out of the Tielin army camp. At the front of the phalanx, 2 rows of soldiers held up huge shields, forming a double-layer shield formation. The soldiers following behind the shield formation, 3 people each, carried a bamboo more than 5 meters long and followed closely behind. The front end of the bamboo was sharpened to an extremely sharp point and passed through the gap in the middle of the shield. Seen from a distance, the front of this square formation looks like a hedgehog, densely packed with sharp bamboo poles. If there are any military enthusiasts from Earth here, they will probably be able to recognize it at a glance. This is a variant of the famous Macedonian phalanx. However, the Macedonian phalanx used spears that were more than 10 feet long, and they also needed the cooperation of cavalry to raid the formation. Jin Feng couldn't find so many spears at once, so he had to use sharpened bamboo instead. As for cavalry, if the Tielin army wanted to gather some, they could, but it was not necessary. The terrain here is a canyon. The width of the square formation was calculated by Jin Feng and is exactly the same as the canyon. There is a mountain on the left and a river on the right, so there is no need for cavalry to raid the formation. On the high ground, Jin Feng made another gesture, and the drummer immediately beat the war drum again. The small flag in the messenger's left hand waved back and forth rhythmically. Enter. Su Shao, who was in charge of the on-site command, roared, and the square formation marched forward in unison in neat steps. The Dangxiang were a nomadic people who admired warriors the most. A cavalryman who flew to the front was less injured. He raised his scimitar and rushed towards the phalanx with a roar. Unfortunately, the shield was still more than 10 feet away, and several bamboos in front of him poked forward at the same time. The cavalryman only had time to swing one bamboo pole with his scimitar before his neck was pierced by another bamboo. The bamboo that Su Shao chose was as thick as the mouth of a bowl at the bottom and slightly thinner at the top, about the same size as the mouth of a teacup. When the bamboo was pulled out, half of the cavalryman's neck was cut off and he couldn't even hold up his head. From beginning to end, the phalanx, under the command of Su Shao, did not even stop for a moment, and continued to march in neat steps, slowly advancing, and soon arrived at the area where the cavalry that had been thrown away were concentrated. Stop! Su Shao shouted loudly and the square formation stopped immediately. Attack! All the bamboos were pushed forward suddenly. Receive! All the bamboos were pulled back again. With one push and one pull, all the cavalry on the ground, whether they were alive or dead, standing or lying, resisting or not, were pierced through. Enter! There was another loud shout, and the phalanx started up again. Vanguard Battalion, charge! Dozens of cavalrymen immediately rushed out and charged towards the phalanx. The vanguard battalions of the Dakong army were composed of refugees, fugitives, and tax defaulters from all over the place, and were basically cannon fodder. However, the vanguard battalion of the Dangxiang cavalry was composed of elite troops, with the bravest fighters, the most agile horses, and the best equipment, and they were always at the forefront of every battle. Unfortunately, they met Jin Feng today, and before the battle even started, more than half of them were killed in a deep pit on the ground. The dozens of people who rushed out at this time were the last dozens of people in the vanguard camp. They were prepared to use the advantage of their war horses to tear apart the phalanx. The main cavalry force in the rear was also ready to follow the vanguard camp and slaughter the phalanx. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythm of the war drums on the high ground changed, and the way the messenger waved the small flag also changed. Su Xiao raised his head and shouted, "Go!" The phalanx immediately stopped advancing, and the soldiers holding shields knelt on one knee and held the shield upright in front of them. The spearmen holding the bamboo poles immediately placed the bottom of the poles on the ground with the tips slanted upwards. The Dangxiang cavalry vanguard battalion was like a moth to a flame, crashing into the bamboo poles without hesitation. The horses of the cavalry vanguard battalion were all wearing heavy armor, and the bamboos could not penetrate them. Instead, many of the bamboos were knocked crooked. The neat square formation became disorganized for the first time. But the cavalry vanguard battalion was also blocked. Following Su Xiao's loud shout, the square formation as a whole retreated 2 steps, and all the bamboo poles were retracted. The next second, the bamboo poles stretched out again and became neat again. The square formation moved forward 2 steps, and the bamboo was pushed forward and retracted again, and there was no living person or good horse left in the Dangxiang cavalry vanguard camp. The most elite vanguard battalion was completely wiped out, which brought a huge shock to the Dangxiang cavalry. It is true that they admire bravery and are fearless in battle, but now they can't even get close to the phalanx and can't find any way to break it. How can they fight this battle? Are we just going to rush forward and die like the vanguard battalion? The Tangut cavalry, who had fought on the battlefield for decades, felt fear for the first time. In contrast to the Dangxiang cavalry, the morale of the Tielin army in the square formation was getting higher and higher. Su Xiao was so excited that he even wanted to roar to the sky. This was the first time he had such a thrilling battle since he joined the army. It feels so good. Boom, boom, boom. Enter. Following Su Xiao's roar, the phalanx started up again, stepping on the corpses of the vanguard battalion and advancing towards the enemy's main force. The Tangut cavalrymen involuntarily wanted to retreat. But the cavalrymen at the back had no idea what was happening in front and continued to advance into the canyon, unable to retreat at all. Finally, the phalanx advanced to the main force of the cavalry. Stop. Attack. Receive. With 3 loud shouts, the front row of cavalry fell down. Brothers, if we wait any longer, we will all die. Charge. Finally, some Tangut cavalrymen couldn't stand it anymore and rode their horses towards the phalanx without any hesitation. Unfortunately, they were too close to the phalanx at this time, and there was no room for the horses to accelerate and charge. Moreover, Su Xiao had already made preparations. With an order, the phalanx changed into a defensive formation again and easily withstood this wave of attacks. Then Su Xiao gave another order, and a group of soldiers holding bamboos rushed out from behind the square formation. They were still in groups of 3, holding thick bamboos and poking out from between the shields. Dozens of cavalrymen and war horses turned into corpses. The phalanx advanced 2 steps forward. The original force continued to defend the formation and hold off the Tangut cavalry, while the later soldiers were responsible for the attack. The phalanx stopped every 2 steps, and each stop would take the lives of dozens of Tangut cavalrymen and horses. The blood dyed the ground red and the riverbed became muddy. On the other side of the canyon, the Tangut cavalry were still pouring into the canyon, but their speed was getting slower and slower, and finally they stopped completely. The Dangxiang general who was in charge of maintaining the line of defense finally realized that something was wrong. He found a big rock and climbed up to take a look. Only then did he realize what had happened in front of him. He was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Sound the horn, retreat. The general screamed at the top of his lungs. Ding! 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 The messenger behind him immediately beat the gongs and drums. Two arrows suddenly flew out from the mountain peak on the left, killing the general standing on the rock and the messenger who was beating the gong at the same time. The rear team immediately fell into panic, and many cavalrymen turned their horses around and wanted to go up the mountain. Unfortunately, the cliff was too steep, and even people could not climb up, let alone horses. "You coward, come down and fight me if you can." Many cavalrymen raised their scimitars and shouted curses at the mountain. "Stop cursing and retreat quickly." Another general took over the dead general's position and commanded the retreat. At this moment, hundreds of dakong soldiers suddenly emerged from the woods at the back of the team, holding shields and long bamboos, and quickly formed two new Macedonian phalanxes. One faces forward and the other faces backward. In the middle, dozens of soldiers were holding shovels and digging holes quickly. "Damn it, we finally got them into the canyon. If I let them get away, I'd be so embarrassed." Zhongwu wiped the sweat off his face and laughed heartily. At this point, more than 1,000 Tangut cavalrymen who were charging forward with great momentum were all blocked by the square formation in the narrow Qingshui Valley. On the hillside, old Man Zhao was dancing with excitement, repeating over and over again, "Great! Great!" At this time, he no longer had any dissatisfaction with Jin Feng, but instead was filled with endless admiration. No wonder Qing Huai handed over the Tielin army to him. Mr. Jin is indeed a man of great talent. Not only is he talented, but he's also able to keep his composure. From beginning to end, old Man Zhao did not see Jin Feng show any panic. He stood on the high ground and calmly directed the battle. Even Qing Huai cannot match his magnanimity. How could he know that it was also the first time that Jin Feng had seen such a scene? When the Tangut cavalry came, he was as scared to death as the new recruits. But he knew very well that he had no way out, so he could only force himself to calm down. On the surface he seemed calm and composed, but in reality, only God knew how nervous he was. Fortunately, the plan went smoothly and the encirclement was completed. Next, as long as Zhongwu and Su Xiao don't make any mistakes and continue to advance the phalanx, they will kill all the Tangut cavalry in the canyon sooner or later. Jin Feng made another gesture, and the rhythm of the war drum immediately became more intense. Su Xiao looked up at the flag bearer and clenched his fists excitedly. The encirclement is complete. It's harvest time. Those who surrender will not be killed. Su Xiao shouted this sentence with all his strength. This is what Jin Feng taught him last night after he and a group of captains familiarized themselves with the military formation. At that time, Su Xiao didn't take it seriously at all, and some captains even thought that Jin Feng was overestimating his abilities. In their view, being able to repel the Tangut cavalry today was already the greatest victory, so why were they still thinking about capturing the cavalry? What are you thinking about? However, Jin Feng did it. Use the combination of horse traps and Macedonian phalanxes to tell them that cavalry is not invincible. Those who surrender will not be killed. All the soldiers followed Su Xiao and shouted at the same time. The voices were uniform, firm, and murderous. At this moment, the morale of the Tielin army reached its peak. The horses under the Tangut cavalry seemed to sense the danger and kept retreating. But the cavalry behind were also being pressed inward by the phalanx led by Zhongwu. Where could they retreat to? In recent years, the Dangxiang people would plunder the Central Plains border every year, not only stealing food and money, but also people. In this era, captives had no human rights. The Han people who were captured by the Tanguts had a status even lower than that of cattle and horses, and few of them could survive more than 3 years. Therefore, the Tangut cavalrymen were all very clear that once they surrendered, what awaited them was endless labor until death. What's more, the Dangxiang people have been suppressing the Dakong army in recent years. Although they suffered a defeat this time, they are still proud. How could they surrender to their defeated generals? Brothers, hold on, the marshal will definitely send someone to rescue us. A Tangut general roared, when the time comes, we will kill all these Dakong people, and then go to the Central Plains to grab their food and women. Kill. 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 All the Tangut cavalry raised their scimitars and roared at the sky. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The fighting between Dakong and Dangxiang lasted for decades, and the hatred between them had become irreconcilable. Therefore, the soldiers of the Tielin army would rather kill all the Dangxiang people than persuade them to surrender. The Dangxiang people's decision was exactly what they wanted. Su Xiao and Zhong Wu simultaneously ordered the phalanx to speed up the attack. The phalanx continued to advance, and the Tangut cavalry was forced to retreat continuously. In the Dangxiang camp, a fast horse galloped towards the central army tent. The patrolling soldiers immediately drew their scimitars and blocked the road. But when he saw the red feathers on the soldiers' heads, he immediately moved to the side of the road. This is the red feather courier in the army, transmitting the most urgent military information. No one is allowed to stop him, otherwise he will be killed without mercy. In the big tent, sat a group of Dangxiang generals. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Li Jikue, the commander of the Tangut Southern Expedition, could not help but show joy. Ha, it seems that the battle is over, even faster than I expected. Marshal, Qing Huai was stabbed yesterday. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to command the battle. Without Qing Huai, the Tielin army is like a toothless wolf. Marshal, he can kill it with just one kick. The Iron Forest army is best at mobile fighting. They run to the mountains when we attack them. They are more cunning than foxes. Let's see where they can run this time. If Qing Huai dares to abandon Qingshui Valley and escape, Emperor Dakong will kill him without us having to do anything. Congratulations, Marshal, for defeating the Tielin army. The Dangxiang leaders stood up happily and flattered the emperor. Ha ha ha. Li Jikue patted the table happily and said, after we take over Qingshui Valley, we will head south to the Central Plains. You should also go and prepare. How much you can rob depends on you. Haha, don't worry, Marshal. I will definitely not let you down. Let's go now and fight in the Central Plains. The wheat will be ripe now. Haha, the women in the Central Plains are all made of water. I must grab a few more tender ones this time to keep them for warming my bed in the winter. Yellowlang, didn't you rob more than 30 last year? Hey, stop talking. The women in the Central Plains are not cold resistant at all. They all froze to death in one winter. Not only did you not let them live in tents, but you didn't even give them clothes. It would be strange if they didn't freeze to death. Clothes are so expensive, it's better to cover them with lambs than to let them freeze to death. We can just rob them again this year. Yellowlang, just rob a few women. What's the point of robbing so many every year? It's better to rob a few men and bring them back to help with the work. A group of Dangxiang generals were excitedly planning to go to the Central Plains to rob something. Only Li Jikue's staff was a little worried. Marshal, our troops haven't arrived yet, are we going to set out? Some time ago, there was a conflict between the Dangxiang and the Arabs in the west. Many cavalry units went to the west to fight the Arabs, and several cavalry units have not arrived yet. The main purpose of the Tangut Southern Expedition was to plunder, so they prepared many large carts to carry the spoils. The carts moved slowly, so they set out early, escorted by 3,000 cavalrymen, and waited at the border. The war in the west has ended, and the cavalry troops heading west will arrive in the next few days. The cavalry is fast, they can catch up with us when they arrive. Li Jikue said casually. The aide wanted to say something, but when he heard Hong Ling's urgent warhorse stop in front of the tent, he stopped talking and planned to find time in the evening to persuade Li Jikue. Hong Ling rushed into the big tent in a hurry. Before she could say anything, she heard Li Jikue ask. How many members of the Tielin army escaped? Did they capture Qing Huai? Report to the marshal, the front line is in danger. General Yi Lixiong's troops have been surrounded by the Tielin army in Qingshui Valley, and they have suffered heavy casualties. Hong Ling said anxiously. What did you say? Yi Lixiong was surrounded by the Tielin army in Qingshui Valley. And he suffered heavy losses. Li Jikue and a group of Dangxiang generals suspected that they had heard it wrong. Only the old staff member was still conscious. He grabbed Hong Ling and asked hurriedly, tell me, what happened? My lord, the Tielin army learned a certain battle formation from somewhere. The Red Feather envoy quickly recounted the battle process he had seen from above. When I came to report the news, General Yi Lixiong's 1,500 cavalry had already lost hundreds of men, and the rest were blocked by the Tielin army in Qingshui Valley. This time, Li Jikue and the Dangxiang generals finally realized what had happened. They could no longer laugh and their faces became solemn. Currently they only have 3,000 cavalry, and this time they sent out half of them in order to defeat the Tielin army in one fell swoop. Or the more elite half. If anything happened to these 15,000 cavalrymen, the consequences would be very serious. What does the wild bear do for a living? What kind of formation can't the heavy armored war horses of the vanguard camp break through? Li Jikue slammed the table and roared. Reporting to the commander, the Iron Forest army has dug many deep pits in the ground. The horses' legs will be broken if they step into them. Hong Ling hurriedly replied cautiously, the Tielin army camouflaged the deep pit, and the vanguard battalion was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. The entire army was wiped out. The entire vanguard battalion was wiped out. This news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Jikue and the Dangxiang generals' hearts hard. How is my eldest brother? Yi Lilong asked with red eyes. His elder brother Yi Lixiong was the commander of the attack on Qingshui Valley. General Yili died in battle. Hong Ling answered hurriedly and carefully. Choke. Yi Lilong drew out his sword and said, say it again. Hong Ling was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and trembled. What are you doing? Li Jikue kicked Yi Lilong away in anger and said, if you want revenge, go find Tai Lin Jun. Why are you getting angry at your own people? Did he kill your elder brother? Yi Lilong was kicked, but he was not angry. He turned around and knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and said, Marshal, please allow me to lead people to destroy the Tielin army. Marshal, no. Before Li Jikue could speak, his staff quickly spoke up to stop him. We have already lost half of our cavalry. Before we figure out the new formation of the Tielin army, we cannot send any more people to attack Qingshui Valley. If this half of the cavalry is in danger again, our plan to march south will be aborted. Who said we only have half the cavalry left? Yi Lilong said with red eyes, didn't you hear him? My brother's troops are not all dead, but they are blocked in Qingshui Valley by the Tielin army. Marshal, we must rescue them. Many members of the Yili family joined the army, and most of them followed Yili Xiong to Qingshui Valley. If these people were killed, the status of their Yili family in the military would plummet. Sir, we Tanguts will never abandon our brothers. Li Jikue said to his staff, besides, we not only have cavalry, but also infantry. The aide sighed and stopped persuading him. Pass the order down. The 5th Cavalry Battalion and the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Battalions will stay in the camp. The rest of the troops will gather immediately to rescue General Yi Lixiong. Following Li Jikue's order, the entire Dangxiang camp immediately became lively. Soon, the troops assembled. Li Jikue personally led the charge, with 1,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry, and charged towards Qingshui Valley. On the Qingshui Valley side, the Dangxiang cavalry had been pressed to the middle of the canyon by the phalanxes on both sides. More than 1,000 cavalrymen were packed together, with horses pressed against each other, leaving no room for even turning around. Stop. Attack. Receive. Following the shouts of Su Xiao and Zhong Wu, dozens of Dangxiang cavalry were stabbed to death. Those who surrender will not be killed. The soldiers of the Tielin army once again shouted slogans to persuade people to surrender. Then, without waiting for the Dangxiang people to answer, the phalanx started again. He took 2 steps forward and stopped again. The bamboo poles were sent out and retracted, and dozens of people and horses were taken away. In just a short period of time, the Dangxiang people lost hundreds of men and horses. Of course, some Tangut cavalrymen wanted to resist and tried to grab the bamboo poles. Unfortunately, there are 3 dakong soldiers behind each bamboo pole. How can one person pull it better than 3 people? Even if some of the Tangut cavalry were strong, as soon as they grabbed the bamboo pole next to them would stab them. There were also Tangut cavalrymen who chopped bamboo, but even if the bamboo was chopped, as long as there were sharp points, it could still be used to stab people to death. Even if you can't kill someone, you can at least bring him down from his position. In the current situation, falling from power almost means being trampled to death. Even if you are not trampled to death, there will be people who can finish you off when the phalanx gets closer. The Tielin army was well prepared and brought a lot of spare bamboo poles. Whenever a bamboo was cut, it would be quickly replaced with a new one. The replaced bamboo can be sharpened with a knife and can be used again. The bravery of the Dangxiang people is based on their long-term victories. They had fought with dakong for so many years and had never been defeated, so many Dangxiang people believed that dakong soldiers were vulnerable and would be killed as long as they drew their swords. But now, seeing that their tribesmen on the edge were constantly being stabbed to death by the Tielin army, some of the weak-willed Dangxiang cavalry began to waver. I have already started to consider whether to surrender. Although surrendering would mean hard labor and you might be beaten to death or exhausted at any time, you still live one day at a time. At this moment, the sound of dense horse hooves came from behind. Brothers, our reinforcements are here. If we hold on for a while longer, we can break through and kill all the Tielin troops. A captain shouted loudly to encourage the Tangut cavalry. Sure enough, the morale of the Dangxiang cavalry was greatly boosted and they kept attacking the phalanx. Jin Feng immediately asked the drummer and flag bearer to remind the people below. When Zhong Wu cut off the retreat route of the Dangxiang cavalry from the mountains, he formed two square formations, one facing forward and the other facing backward. The one at the back is meant to block reinforcements. Zhong Wu was a veteran on the battlefield. Without Jin Feng's reminder, the moment he heard the sound of horse hooves, he ordered the phalanx in front to slow down the pace of attack and focus on safety. Then he turned and ran towards the phalanx behind him, personally commanding this phalanx to retreat 100 steps into the canyon. And right in front of the square formation was a newly dug pit. This time the pits had not been camouflaged in time. Looking down from the high ground, the river beach dozens of meters long in front of the square formation was full of black, bowl-sized pits. Li Jikue ordered the drummers to beat the drums with a stern face to stop the cavalry from charging. The staff and other Dangxiang generals around him also looked unhappy. These deep pits were too destructive and had almost no effect on the phalanx advancing on foot, but they were a fatal problem for the running war horses. If you accidentally step into it, at best your legs may be broken, and at worst you may fall to death on the spot. When two armies fight, the cavalry's biggest killer is the impact force created by running. The deep pit completely destroys the cavalry's biggest advantage. Marshal, I suggest that we stop the cavalry first, replace them with infantry, fill these holes, and then send the cavalry to charge. The staff suggested. That's a good idea. Li Jikue's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered the drummer to pass on the message. Soon, the cavalry moved to the sides of the road to allow the infantry behind them to move forward first. On the Tielin army high ground, Old Man Zhao, who had just come over, immediately noticed the other party's intention and quickly reminded. Mr. Jin, they are probably going to have the infantry fill the hole. Do you have any way to stop them? Zhang Wu won't give them a chance. As soon as Jin Feng finished speaking, he saw Zhong Wu commanding the phalanx to advance, and they arrived at the pit area almost at the same time as the Dangxiang infantry. Even the heavily armored vanguard battalion was no match for the phalanx, let alone these infantrymen who didn't even have armor. As the bamboo poles were pushed in and out, a row of Dangxiang infantrymen fell down. Then the phalanx forced the remaining infantry out of the pit. When Li Jikue replaced the cavalry, Zhong Wu immediately led the square formation to retreat behind the pit. Damn it! Li Jikue cursed angrily and turned to look at his staff. Sir, what should we do now? If we were in an open area, we could send people to attack from all sides. It would not be difficult to break the formation. Unfortunately, this is a canyon. We can only attack from one side. I don't have a way to defeat the enemy. The aide shook his head with a bitter face. While they were talking, the other two phalanxes in the valley never stopped attacking. Yi Lilang felt heartbroken as he watched the surrounded Tangut cavalry fall one after another. This is his brother's troop, and it is also the cavalry unit with the largest number of Yili people. General, please give me 500 cavalrymen, and I am willing to break this formation. Yi Lilang couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to volunteer to Li Jikue. How are you going to break the formation? Li Jikue asked. Marshal, have you noticed that when our infantry is replaced by cavalry, they will retreat behind the pit? Although this formation is powerful, it moves slowly. Yi Lilang said, I can lead the cavalry to follow the infantry and rush them before they retreat. What do you think, sir? Li Jikue did not immediately agree to Yi Lilang but turned to look at his staff. Ever since he was led around in circles in the mountains by Qing Huai and became a laughingstock among the Dangxiang leaders, Li Jikue spent a large sum of money to hire this aide. As it turned out, his decision was correct. Since the staff arrived, they quickly put his military camp in order. So now, whenever he encounters something he can't decide, he will ask his staff. What General Yi Lilong said is a good idea. We can try it. The staff thought for a moment and said, however, General Yi Lilong, you must not be impulsive. If you find that you cannot take the city, please withdraw your troops immediately. No. Yi Lilong waved his hand impatiently and walked down the hill with Li Jikui's military order. A moment later, he stopped at the edge of the canyon with 500 cavalrymen, waiting for the opportunity. When the new round of infantry retreated, Yelalang immediately led the cavalry to charge. But he didn't know that it was not that the phalanx could not speed up, but that Zhongwu ordered the phalanx to advance slowly for safety reasons. Facing the cavalry charge, Zhongwu gave an order and the phalanx's retreat speed suddenly increased several times and quickly retreated behind the pit. If Yi Lilong stopped at this moment, it would still be in time, but he was already so angry that he didn't care about these things. Watch your step and avoid the potholes. He turned his head and gave a reminder, then controlled his horse to rush into the river beach full of potholes. It has to be said that Yi Lilong's horsemanship is very good. He controlled his warhorse to avoid 6 deep pits in succession. At this time, the speed of the warhorse had slowed down. When it was still 10 feet away from the square formation, more than a dozen bamboo poles suddenly emerged from the square formation. In addition to his family's influence, Yi Lilong was able to become a general because of his own good martial arts skills. He was considered a rare warrior in the army. His weapon was made of fine iron and was extremely sharp. However, when facing more than 10 bamboo poles at the same time, he only had time to chop 3 of them, and his neck, arms, and thighs were pierced. The warhorse under him did not escape either, being stabbed with 5 or 6 holes. Moreover, not everyone has as good riding skills as Yi Lilong. At this time, many cavalrymen have been hit and fallen to the ground, and then they will affect other cavalrymen. In just a short while, the riverbank was littered with fallen horses and cavalry. Zhongwu naturally would not miss such a good opportunity and immediately ordered the team to advance. In the end, only less than 300 of the 500 cavalrymen brought by Yi Lilong escaped, and the remaining 200-odd soldiers all stayed in Qingshui Valley forever. Zhongwu did not advance rashly. When the cavalry escaped from the pit, he ordered the phalanx to stop and defend the formation. Li Jikui only had more than 1,000 cavalrymen left and did not dare to send more people to die, so the two sides confronted each other on the edge of the canyon. But on the other side of the canyon, the fighting never stopped. The space for the Dangxiang cavalry was getting smaller and smaller, and people were stabbed to death by bamboo sticks every minute and every second. The blood of the cavalry and horses gathered into streams and flowed into the river nearby, dyeing the river water red. Especially when they found that their reinforcements were blocked, the morale of the Dangxiang cavalry fell to the bottom. Those who surrender will not be killed. At this time, Jin Feng ordered the Tielin army soldiers to shout in unison again to surrender. Sir, they are already fish on the chopping block. It is not difficult to kill them all. Why do you want them to surrender? On the Tielin army high ground, old Man Zhao curiously asked Jin Feng for advice. An army of mourners will surely win. If they don't see any chance of survival, they will definitely fight back desperately. By then, even if we kill them all, the Iron Forest army may also suffer casualties. Jin Feng was in a good mood at the moment, and explained with a smile, I promised Qing Huai that I would return Tai Linjun to him. Besides, Dakong has always been short of laborers and good war horses. After they surrender, the captives can be sent to do hard labor, and the war horses can be used to form a cavalry team. Isn't it more cost-effective than killing them all? Old Man Zhao was stunned by Jin Feng's answer. After a long while, he gave a thumbs up and said, You are awesome. In the battle between Dakong and Dangxiang, there were cases where one side suffered 0 casualties, and this happened more than once, but the side with 0 casualties was always the Dangxiang cavalry. Before today, if someone had said that Dakong's army could suffer 0 casualties against the Tangut cavalry, Old Man Zhao would have spit in his face. But now, Jin Feng did it. This battle is destined to be recorded in the history of Dakong, and Old Man Zhao, as a witness, feels honored to have participated in it. Survival is the instinct of all living things. When they realized that there was no hope of reinforcements breaking through, some of the Tangut cavalry who were about to be stabbed to death by the phalanx finally chose to throw away their scimitars and surrender. Where someone takes the lead, others will follow. More and more soldiers threw away their machetes. Of course, there are also tough ones. In the center, a Tangut captain hacked to death a nearby soldier who had dropped his scimitar, and roared. The Tanguts will never admit defeat to the dakongs. You bunch of cowards, pick up your knives and continue. Before he could finish his shout, an arrow flew out from the phalanx and hit the captain in the neck. This time, the Tangut cavalry threw their swords even faster. After everyone surrendered, Su Xiao followed Jin Feng's order and split the square formation into two, leaving a passage about 2 meters wide in the middle. The messenger waved the command flag, and 2 teams of soldiers holding shields ran out of the Tielin army camp, forming a shield wall on both sides of the passage, and then a team of spearmen ran out. The bamboo is more than 10 feet long, but only half a meter is visible. If the Tangut cavalry had bad intentions when passing through the passage, they would definitely be stung like a hornet's nest. Get off the horse and lead it over. Su Xiao shouted. The Dangxiang soldiers had completely lost their fighting spirit. The soldier closest to the passage dismounted and led his horse into the passage. The passage was not long, only a few dozen meters. When the cavalry came out of the passage, the Tielin army immediately came forward, tied their hands with ropes, and then led away their horses. On the Dangxiang army's high ground, Li Jikue punched the ground angrily. The staff was worried that he would send more people to die in anger, so they advised, "General, withdraw the troops. I will go back and think of a strategy to defeat the enemy. When our cavalry arrives, we will deal with the Tielin army." Li Jikue's expression changed repeatedly, but he finally nodded and said, "Retreat. Win. Win. Win." The Tielin army camp was completely transformed into a sea of jubilation. No matter officers or soldiers, everyone looked up at the figure standing on the high ground with his hands behind his back, their eyes full of admiration. The Dangxiang cavalry has always been an undefeated legend on the battlefield. Even when Qing Huai fought against the Dangxiang cavalry, he mainly used the terrain to harass them and rarely dared to fight face to face. Sometimes you have to fight head-on, and it is always your side that suffers the heavy losses. But today the situation has reversed. More than 1,000 Dangxiang cavalrymen came in a menacing manner, including the most elite vanguard battalion. However, they were defeated and their own people and horses were not killed or injured at all. This is a miracle that has never happened before. The one who brought the miracle was this young man who looked a little thin. When they learned that before Qing Huai fell into a coma, he did not hand over the Tielin army to the deputy general, but to a stranger, many Tielin army soldiers and officers were dissatisfied. But from this moment on, everyone in the Tielin army was convinced by Jin Feng. The general is mighty. The general is mighty. The soldiers' shouts spread all over the place. Jin Feng smiled and waved to the people below, then turned and walked down the hill. When he reached a place below that could not be seen, Jin Feng sat down on a rock, gasping for breath, his face turning pale. Wars have been cruel since ancient times. At this time, the river beach was littered with corpses of Tangut cavalry and war horses. The blood dyed the river beach red and the ground was muddy. A strong smell of blood wafted throughout the camp. For Jin Feng, who was seeing such a scene for the first time, the shock was too great. However, as the commander-in-chief of an army, his condition would directly affect the morale of the Tielin army, so he had been holding back and keeping a calm appearance. If you want to vomit, just vomit. It's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it. Old Man Zhao brought a cup of warm tea and consoled her, "You are much better than me. The first time I followed General Fan to the battlefield, I not only vomited all over the place, but also wet my pants." "Thanks." Jin Feng took the warm tea and took a sip, forcing himself to suppress the discomfort in his stomach and not vomiting. After calming down for a while, Jin Feng continued to stand up. The battle was won, but he still had a lot of work to do. First, soldiers must be arranged to clean up the bodies on the river beach, and then bury the bloodstains with soil, otherwise it will stink tomorrow. And on the opposite hill, the work of the catapults also needs to continue. The Tielin army was in jubilation, but inside Weizhou City, in General Fan's mansion, there was a gloomy atmosphere. The news of the attack on Qingshui Valley had been received 2 hours ago, but General Fan did not send any reinforcements. Because the urgent report sent by Old Man Zhao said that the new commander of the Tielin army, Jin Feng, had been frightened by the Dangxiang people and did not take any measures against the Dangxiang cavalry. General Fan deduced from the letter that Jin Feng would definitely not be able to defend Qingshui Valley. If we send reinforcements, we will most likely encounter the Tangut cavalry on the way. Rather than sending people to die, it is better to hold the city. This is also the best way to fight against cavalry. Therefore, General Fan not only did not send reinforcements, but instead withdrew all the troops outside the city into Weizhou City. Generals from all over the country also gathered at the commander's residence to prepare for the combat meeting. They say that the Tielin army is the sharpest blade of our Jinshi army, but I think it is just SOSO. Facing the Tangut cavalry, they couldn't even last a day. It's not that Tai Linjun is incompetent, it's that Qing Huai was seriously injured. Before he passed out, he handed Tai Linjun over to a blacksmith he found in the mountains. A blacksmith can also fight. If they knew how to fight, would 4,000 or 5,000 Iron Forest soldiers be able to hold out for even a day in Qingshui Valley? Qing Huai is being too frivolous by doing this. Who says it's not? A group of young generals complained dissatisfiedly. General Fan had a gloomy face and sat at the top without saying a word. Dakong had been established for hundreds of years, and had accumulated numerous nobles, with various forces intertwined. Among the generals before him, more than 90% were playboys from various noble families who came to the border to gild their own reputations through connections. Regardless of whether they can win the battle or not, as long as they lead their troops to the border and then go back home to make some arrangements, they can generally be promoted. Today you speak well of my nephew and help him get a promotion. Next time when your nephew comes back from the battlefield, I will also speak for you. This has become a tacit understanding in the Dakong court. Although General Fan hates the current situation, he is powerless to fight against it. He even had to coax these young masters. Just like when He Mingqin left the camp without reason, he did not punish him, but just scolded him a few words. He immediately went through the procedures and handed over the military power to Qing Huai. Because he still needs the support of these noble families to continue the war. If these families withdraw their troops, he will be left alone. It was precisely because of this dandy background that Qing Huai was able to rise so quickly. Marshal, how could you agree to Qing Huai handing over the Tielin army to a stranger found in the countryside? Zhang Qiwei, the commander of the Denning army, saw that General Fan was silent, so he stood up and said, "If there is really no one else, you can leave it to me." He had been coveting Tai Linjun for a long time, but he failed to win over He Mingqin last time. Leave it to you. Can you defend Qingshui Valley? General Fan was worried and said unhappily, "How about you take the Denning army to guard Qingshui Valley after the Tangut's retreat?" Zhang Qiwei was so scared that he didn't dare to answer. You're kidding. Qingshui Valley is the first checkpoint for the Dangxiang people in their southern expedition. Even the Tielin army couldn't stop it. Wouldn't his Denning army be seeking death if they went to guard the pass? General, please stop talking in anger. Now that the Tanguts have captured Qingshui Valley, what should we do? A dandy general who had a good relationship with Zhang Qiwei spoke up to help his friend out of the predicament. Yes, Marshal, you should think of a solution quickly. Other generals also spoke up. At this moment, the messenger with a red feather on his head rode his horse directly into the general's mansion. Before anyone arrived, excited shouts could be heard from afar. Great victory in Qingshui Valley. What are they shouting outside? Zhang Qiwei's hearing has not been very good since he was a child, so he couldn't hear clearly. I think it was a great victory in Qingshui Valley. A dandy general said, "Did I hear it wrong?" General Fan had already stood up and walked to the door. The other dandy generals also pricked up their ears. The sound of Hong Ling's horse's hooves was getting closer and closer. He rushed to the door of the meeting hall, jumped off his horse, and shouted excitedly, "General, we won a great victory in Qingshui Valley. We killed more than 800 enemies, captured more than 600 Dangxiang cavalrymen, and more than 600 war horses." The meeting room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The playboys were all stunned and shocked. Wasn't it said that Qingshui Valley had already been lost? How come there was suddenly news of a great victory? And he killed more than 800 enemies and captured more than 600. What is going on? General Fan was a veteran, and was the first to react. He asked, how much damage did the Tielin army suffer? Reporting to the marshal, no one in the Tielin army died. We killed more than 800 Tangut cavalrymen and captured more than 600, but none of the Tielin troops were killed or injured. How is this possible? General, this guy is spreading false military information, he should be executed. The playboys were immediately furious and accused Hong Ling of spreading false military reports. Even General Fan couldn't believe it. The strength of the Dangxiang cavalry has been deeply engraved in their hearts. Although the Tielin army is the most powerful army in the Jinchi Army Corps, it cannot achieve this level no matter how powerful it is. What's more, the Tielin army was best at guerrilla warfare. Their most glorious battle before was just an ambush and killing of 500 Tangut cavalrymen by taking advantage of the terrain, and more than 700 Tielin army soldiers were sacrificed for this. Even so, the battle was still reported to the court as a great victory. Now that Qinghua is gone, the Tielin army is lucky enough to be able to hold Qingshui Valley. How can they still dream of destroying more than 800 Tangut cavalry and capturing more than 600 of them? What a joke! How could they know that what the Hongling envoy reported was only the first wave of Tangut cavalry, and the Tangut reinforcements killed by Zhongwu later were not taken into account? Otherwise they would be even more surprised. Reporting to the marshal, General Jin has invented a new battle formation that is just right for restraining cavalry. Hong Ling hurriedly recounted the entire battle process. Dig a hole in the ground and break the horse's legs. Why didn't we think of this before? General Fan slapped his thigh excitedly. The group of dandy generals were also dumbfounded. Although they were playboys, they had led troops before. After Hong Ling's urgent explanation, they had understood the key to Jin Feng's victory. The biggest advantage of the cavalry is the warhorse. As long as you dig a few holes in the ground, you can easily restrain this biggest advantage and stop the cavalry. Then, taking advantage of the canyon's terrain, they formed shield and spear formations and were able to counterattack the cavalry. Oh, such a simple method, why didn't I think of it? After the playboys understood what was going on, they were also very upset. Many inventions in history are like this. For thousands of years, countless people have seen that the lid of a teapot would be pushed open after the water boiled. Why was it that only what used this principle to start the steam age? The Qingshui Valley victory can be said to be the greatest victory of the struggle between Dakong and Dangxiang over more than 10 years, and it will definitely go down in history. The rewards from the imperial court will definitely not be small. Isn't it for merit that these playboys come to the battlefield, risking being captured and killed by the Tanguts? If I had thought of this idea earlier, wouldn't I have been given the opportunity to be rewarded, become famous and go down in history? The other dandies were still regretting, but Zhang Qiwei, the leader of the Denning army, rolled his eyes, turned around and clasped his fists to General Fan and asked for orders. General, I am willing to lead the Denning army to Qingshui Valley to reinforce the Tielin army. Things have already happened, there is no point in regretting it. The greatest credit is bound to go to the Tielin army. If we take people over now, maybe we can get some benefits. If I can learn the new formations of the Tielin army, then next time I fight the Dangxiang people, won't I be able to make a great contribution? General Fan saw through Zhang Qiwei's little tricks at a glance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zhang Qiwei was not good at fighting, but he had learned all the intrigue from his elders at home. When there is danger, retreat, when there is an opportunity, run away faster than anyone else. He had competed with He Mingqin for the position of commander of the Tielin army. After his failure, he sent people to spread rumors, instigating He Mingqin to lead the Tielin army to garrison the most dangerous Qingshui Valley. He Mingqin was fooled and volunteered to go to Qingshui Valley. If Qinghua had not returned in time, the Tielin army would probably have been lost. Zhang Qiwei, you are too shameless. The Tielin army has finished the battle, and you are bringing people to reinforce them. A dandy general who usually didn't get along with Zhang Qiwei taunted him, why are you going there to reinforce them now? To feed a few thousand mouths. General Lu is wrong. After all, the Tielin army only has 4,000 men and women. They have to fight and guard the prisoners. How can they take care of everything? Zhang Qiwei was not annoyed, and said with a smile, "Although my Daning army is broken, it is no problem for us to help the brothers of the Tai Lin army guard the prisoners and transport supplies. Everyone knows that your Daning army is the richest, and their weapons and armor are all new. How dare you say that your axes are broken?" The playboy surnamed Lu sneered and said, "I think you just want to go to Qingshui Valley to gain military merit, and maybe you even want to take the Tangut warhorse. General Lu, please do not use your mean mind to judge my noble mind." Zhang Qiwei's little thoughts were spoken out on the spot, and he felt a little embarrassed. He simply ignored these dandy generals, turned to look at General Fan, and asked for orders again. General Fan neither agreed nor refused, but tapped the table with his fingers and closed his eyes to think. Zhang Qiwei's words also reminded him that the Tielin army had limited manpower. It was already difficult enough to defend Qingshui Valley. If more personnel were assigned to guard the prisoners, there might not be enough troops. After a moment's silence, General Fan nodded slightly and said, "Zhang Qiwei, you must take 3,000 men to Qingshui Valley immediately to help the Tielin army guard the prisoners. There must be no mistakes." "Yes." Zhang Qiwei was just trying it out, but he didn't expect General Fan to actually agree to let him go to Qingshui Valley. Why not take away the credit that you got for free? He immediately knelt on one knee and accepted the military order. Soon, Zhang Qiwei led 3,000 Daning troops out of Weizhou City. 20 miles is not very far, and we arrived at Qingshui Valley in the afternoon. Jin Feng was racking his brains over how to arrange these prisoners of war. When he heard that the Daning army had arrived, he immediately took people to the camp gate to welcome them. Zhong Wu trotted a few steps to catch up with Jin Feng and reminded him in a low voice, "General, you have to be careful of Zhang Qiwei." "What do you mean?" Jin Feng asked. "The Marquis said that this man is a smiling tiger. On the surface, he seems to be smiling at everyone, but in fact, he has a very deep mind." Zhong Wu replied. "Your lord is right. This kid came to Qingshui Valley just to gain military merit or learn from others." Old Man Zhao followed up on Zhong Wu's words and reminded him, "If he asks for help with the garrison, the general must not agree." "I understand." Jin Feng nodded and kept in mind the words of Zhong Wu and Old Man Zhao. In order to leave a good impression on Jin Feng, Zhang Qiwei put away his domineering and frivolous nature and waited obediently at the gate of Tielin army barracks with his men. Seeing Jin Feng coming, he came forward from a distance and said, "Is this Mr. Jin? I've heard a lot about you." It is not advisable to extend a hand to a smiling person. Jin Feng also smiled and bowed. "General Zhang, thank you for your hard work." "As I should. I have always admired the brothers of the Tielin army. It is my honor to fight side by side with them this time." Zhang Qiwei said, "Our Daning army is here to assist the Tielin army in garrisoning. Mr. Jin, please don't be polite. Just tell us which section you need our Daning army to garrison." Jin Feng couldn't help but turn his head and look at Old Man Zhao. The older you get, the wiser you become. This old guy was right. Zhang Qiwei really came here to take advantage of the situation and gain military merit. General Zhang has come a long way with the Daning army. You must have worked hard on the journey. We will not trouble the brothers of the Daning army to take care of the garrison. Brother Zhang, just follow the orders of the marshal and guard the prisoners of war. Jin Feng can tell lies with his eyes open. Zhang Qiwei also understood that the Tielin army now had the advantage, and Jin Feng would definitely not easily give up the defense line to the Daning army. The reason I said this is simply because I heard that Jin Feng came from the countryside, so I decided to give it a try. What if Jin Feng got crazy and agreed to share some of the credit with him? Unfortunately, Jin Feng was not fooled and brought up General Fan as soon as he opened his mouth. "Haha, thank you Mr. Jin for your understanding. I will respectfully obey your command." Zhang Qiwei laughed loudly and asked, "Where are the Tangut prisoners of war being held?" "Su Xiao, take General Zhang to the prisoner of war camp." Jin Feng was not familiar with the handover of the military camp, so he assigned this matter to his deputy general Su Xiao. "Yes." Su Xiao agreed and took Zhang Qiwei to the prisoner of war camp. Jin Feng turned and walked towards the hill on the left. "Mr. Jin, what are you doing over there?" Old Man Zhao asked curiously. After the battle in the morning, his attitude towards Jin Feng took a 180-degree turn. He admired Jin Feng from the bottom of his heart and addressed him as sir instead of boy. Jin Feng was on the high ground at that time. He saw the old man draw out his follower's sword and look like he was ready to fight. His opinion of the old man changed. He could see that although this old man was a bit self-righteous, he really wanted to help him and help the Tianlin army defend Qingshui Valley. Even if the Tangut cavalry attacked, they did not retreat but chose to fight. An old man in the family is like a treasure. The situations on the battlefield change rapidly. Jin Feng is not very good at military formations, but Old Man Zhao has fought with General Fan for half his life and must be knowledgeable. Having such a person to help with advice just made up for Jin Feng's shortcomings, so the old man took the initiative to reconcile, and Jin Feng went along with it. He smiled and replied, "Mr. Zhao, I am going to build some fortifications on the mountain. I will go over to see how it goes. The phalanx and the deep pit are perfect for restraining cavalry, so why build fortifications on the mountain?" Mr. Zhao asked puzzledly. "It's always good to be prepared." In Mr. Zhao's opinion, these two methods are enough to deal with cavalry, but Jin Feng knows that the Macedonian phalanx and horse traps are not unsolvable. If he were Li Jikue, he would have at least several ways to break the square formation and the horse trap. As for the barbed wire, let alone. Jin Feng's inspiration for making barbed wire to fight against cavalry came from the tripwire, but the tripwire, like the horse trap, had great limitations and was easily cracked, so it soon disappeared from the stage of history. But the power of the catapult has been tested by history. In the era of cold weapons, catapults have always been one of the indispensable weapons on the battlefield. It was not until the Song dynasty that they were gradually replaced by various crossbows with faster firing speeds and longer attack distances. Although they won a great victory this time, the Dangxiang people might not be able to find a way to deal with the horse traps and the Macedonian phalanx in the short term, but to be on the safe side, Jin Feng decided to bring out the catapults. Only then can you feel truly confident. That's true. Mr. Zhao nodded, and seeing that Jin Feng didn't want to say more, he tactfully stopped asking questions. The Dangxiang camp no longer had the joyful atmosphere of the past. When everyone passed by the commander's tent, they involuntarily slowed down their pace for fear of disturbing the commander and the generals. In the big tent, Li Jikue and a group of Dangxiang leaders all had gloomy faces and no one spoke. This battle was lost miserably. None of the 1,500 cavalrymen led by Yi Lixiong, including the most elite vanguard battalion, returned, all were killed or captured. When reinforcements came, hundreds of people died. The Dangxiang and Dakong had been fighting for decades, and this was the first time such a situation had occurred. If the news got back, Li Jikue would not just be laughed at by the higher-ups, he might even be beheaded by the Dangxiang emperor. The only way to save the situation is to destroy the Tianlin army and rescue the captured cavalry. But the Tianlin army is no longer what it used to be. The horse traps and the square formations are too difficult to deal with. It is still unknown who will win in a head-on confrontation. How can it be easy to destroy the Tianlin army? A Tangut general finally couldn't help it and asked, "General, we must quickly find a way to rescue our captured brothers." "Of course I know we need to rescue our captured brothers, but how? Can you break through the strange formation of the Iron Forest Army?" Li Jikue asked back irritably. "I." The big tent fell silent again. As the sky gradually darkened, the staff member who had been sitting in the corner suddenly stood up and said, "Marshal, I have an idea that may work." Li Jikue's eyes lit up and he urged, "Sir, please speak quickly. There are many Han slaves in the nearby prefectures. We can use them as vanguards." The staff said, "Dakong is known as a country of etiquette and morality. The Tianlin army is very likely not to attack the Han slaves. In this case, the Han slaves can fill the horse pit, and our people can hide among the Han slaves and sneak into the rear of the Tianlin army." "What if the Tianlin army killed Hanu?" A Tangut general said, "The battlefield is not the place to talk about morality. We robbed so many Han slaves last year. If the Tianlin army wants to kill them, we can let them do it. At worst, we can just rob more next time." The staff member said, "The internal strife in the court of Dakong is fierce. Qing Huai's father, Duke Qing, has many political enemies in the court. If the Tianlin army massacres Han slaves, they will definitely be attacked by Duke Qing's political enemies. At that time, maybe the Emperor of Dakong will deal with the Tianlin army without us having to do anything. Sir, this is a brilliant plan. Li Jikui gave him a thumbs up and praised him, then said, Ashuo, go to the nearest city immediately and bring all the Han slaves in the city here. Yes. A Tangut general immediately took the order and left. Starting from noon the next day, Han slaves were sent in continuously. It lasted for 3 days, and only stopped when the number of Han slaves reached more than 2,000. I know many of you dream of returning to the Central Plains. Today, I will give you this opportunity. Li Jikui stood on the high platform and signaled the Tangut soldiers to make way for him. You can go now. Follow this road south for 10 miles and you will reach Qingshui Valley. After you pass Qingshui Valley, you can go home. None of the Han slaves moved. They looked at each other, unable to believe that such a good thing could happen. You are such a bunch of bastards. You always wanted to go back to the Central Plains, but now that I tell you to go back, you won't leave. Li Jikui shouted coldly, kick them out. The Tangut soldiers immediately waved their whips and drove the Han slaves out of the barracks and towards Qingshui Valley. Put down your bows, don't you see they are all wearing red feathers? They are the red feather envoys of the Jinshi army. An old captain shouted angrily, quick, make way, let them pass. The guards on the city gate finally saw clearly that there was a Jinshi army flag faintly visible in the smoke and dust. The Red Feather Express represents the most urgent military information, and anyone who stands in the way will be beheaded. The soldiers immediately drove the people near the city gate to the side of the road and made way. I don't know where the emergency is. The Red Feather envoy of the Jinshi army is, of course, to the west. Alas, the Tanguts are attacking again. I don't know how much the taxes will increase this year. Damn the Tanguts. They collect tribute from our dakong every year, and they still come to attack us every year. This is really too much. It would be great if the Jinshi army could stop the Tanguts, so we wouldn't have to pay tribute to them. I heard that General Fen went to Jinshi army, maybe he can defeat the Tanguts. Stop dreaming. When the people standing on the roadside heard that Hong Ling was going to the capital in a hurry, they all sighed with bitter faces. Over the years, every time Hong Ling sent an urgent envoy to Beijing, it was to ask for help. Then the taxes will increase the following year. The Red Feather envoys also knew that the people in the capital did not like to see them, so they tried to keep a low profile every time they entered the city. But this time it's different. When they were still half a mile away from the city gate, the Red Feather messengers shouted in unison. The Jinshi army is reporting an urgent victory in Qingshui Valley. The Tianlin army killed 1,000 enemy cavalry and captured 1,000. Exaggerating the results of a battle can not only boost morale, but also appease the people, and the meritorious troops can also receive more rewards. Everyone is happy. General Fen believed that even if the Ministry of War knew the truth, they would not point it out, so he falsely reported a few hundred people to boost their morale. This is also a tradition in the military. Oh my God, did I hear that correctly? The Jinshi army won the battle. Who knows if it was a false report to defraud credit? Didn't you hear that it was Lord Qing's Tianlin army that won the battle? When has Lord Qing ever falsely reported military achievements? It looks like we really won a victory. The Iron Forest army is mighty. If the Tianlin army could keep the Tanguts out of the pass, maybe we wouldn't have to pay tribute to the Tanguts this year. There were not many armies in Dakong that could fight against the Dangxiang, so the Tianlin army had a high prestige among the people. The Jinshi army is reporting an urgent victory in Qingshui Valley. The Tianlin army killed 1,000 enemy cavalry and captured 1,000. Hong Ling shouted slogans urgently, quickly passed through the city gate and headed straight for the imperial city. Dakong had been beaten and frustrated for too long in recent years, and suddenly won this time. It was too stimulating for the common people. Wherever Hong Ling passed, the streets turned into a sea of cheers. More and more people heard the cheers and ran to the streets to join in the fun, asking what was happening, and then the new arrivals also joined the cheering. Inside the palace, Emperor Chen-ji of Dakong was standing in front of a desk with a brush in his right hand and a frown on his face. A beautiful woman in palace dress signaled the 2 palace maids who were fanning them to step back, and smiled as she crawled into Chen-ji's arms. Your Majesty, what is troubling you so much? My beloved concubine, you may not know that I have been painting this landscape for more than a month, but I still can't think of a suitable poem to go with it. It's a pity. Chen Ji skillfully put his left hand under concubine Lu's collar and said, I came up with a brilliant line at the morning court today, but unfortunately the ministers were chattering about mundane things, so I can't remember it after I came back. Since you have forgotten, don't force it. Your Majesty is very talented in writing. I'm sure you will remember something better in a few days. Concubine Lu gently smoothed Chen Ji's brow with her jade-like fingers. My beloved concubine is still good at talking. Chen Ji threw down the brush and was about to put his right hand into his collar when he suddenly heard cheers coming from outside. The emperor was in high spirits, and shouted at the door in annoyance, why is there so much noise? The eunuch Liud walked in quickly, not daring to look up, and answered with a bow. Your Majesty, Hong Ling sent an urgent military report. Qingshui Valley won a great victory. The Tielin army killed 1,000 enemy cavalry and captured 1,000. Iron Forest Army. Chen Ji frowned slightly. Isn't Qing Huai seriously injured and unconscious? As the emperor, he naturally knew the news that Qing Huai had returned to the Tielin army. Dakong had been established for hundreds of years, and had accumulated numerous nobles. The relationships and forces between them were also complicated. There were more than 30 armies with numbers in the Jinshi army, which were controlled by more than 20 noble families. Chen Ji knew very well that Qing Huai's regaining control of the Tielin army was the result of the court game among those ministers, so he didn't take it too seriously. A few days ago, he received a military report that Qing Huai was ambushed by Dangxiang cavalry while inspecting the front line, was seriously injured and fell into a coma, and handed over the Tielin army to a rural craftsman. For this reason, Chen Ji was furious in the court and severely reprimanded Duke Qing. If it weren't for the fact that Duke Qing's political enemies wanted to see the Tielin army make a fool of themselves and repeatedly stressed that generals must not be replaced during a battle, Chen Ji might have issued an order to change Qing Huai's order. Now you are talking about the great victory of the Tielin army. What is going on? Where's the military newspaper? Bring it to me for a look. As you wish. The eunuch bent his waist and walked away backwards. From beginning to end, he didn't dare to look at Chen Ji and concubine Lu. Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. According to convention, concubines were not allowed to participate in state affairs. Concubine Lu was very tactful and stopped pestering Chen Ji. She stood up, tidied her clothes, and prepared to leave. But Chen Ji pointed to the cushion beside him nonchalantly and said, This is not the Hongda Hall where we hold meetings, and there are no outsiders here. My beloved concubine does not need to be shy about anything. Yes. Concubine Lu knelt obediently on a cushion beside her. Soon, the eunuch came in with the military report. I want to see how this old fellow Fan Wenyuan plans to fool me. After Chen Ji checked the sealing wax and the seal of the commander-in-chief of the Jinshi army, he opened the envelope muttering to himself. The military report was written by General Fan himself. It was concise and clear without any excessive embellishments. Deep down, Chen Ji didn't believe that the Tielin army could defeat the Dangxiang cavalry, so he didn't read the letter seriously at first. But when he saw the middle, Chen Ji couldn't help but sit up straight and his expression became serious. Jin Feng's method was very simple. After a little thought, Chen Ji was able to figure out that horse traps and square formations could indeed restrain cavalry. When Chen Ji saw Jin Feng using horse traps in the Macedonian phalanx to destroy the Tangut cavalry vanguard camp, and then surrounding the remaining 1,000 cavalrymen, he could not help but clench his fists. Great! What a great Jin Feng! He actually created such a formation. Send Hong Ling to Hongda Palace as soon as possible. I want to meet them in person. As you wish. The eunuch walked away in small steps. That's great. That's really great. Chen Ji walked around the palace excitedly. Your Majesty, what are you so happy about? Concubine Lu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she asked curiously. My beloved, Qing Huai found a master in Jinchuan who created a large formation specifically to restrain cavalry. Chen Ji happily shook his sleeves and said, with this formation, I have nothing to worry about. I congratulate your Majesty. Concubine Lu quickly knelt on the ground to congratulate. Ha ha ha, my beloved, you have received good news as soon as you arrived. You are really a lucky star. Chen Ji happily pinched concubine Lu's chin and said, please clean up your day palace. I will go there in the evening. Yes. Concubine Lu kowtowed excitedly in response. Chen Ji seldom left his bedroom in these years. When he needed a concubine to sleep with him, he would usually call her to his bedroom. This time, they decided to spend the night in Day Palace, which was a great honor for concubine Lu. I have seen your majesty. Long live the emperor. In the Hongda Hall, several red-feathered messengers knelt on the ground and shouted, long live the emperor. I want to ask you, did you witness the battle between the Tielin army and the Tangut cavalry? Chen Ji was also well aware that falsely reporting military achievements had become a tradition of the Ministry of War, so even after reading the military newspaper, he was still somewhat worried. Your Majesty, I am the standard-bearer of the Iron Forest Army. During the battle, I was beside General Jean and was in charge of delivering orders. I witnessed the entire battle. General Fen guessed that Chen Ji would ask about the battle process, so he specially sent back the flag-bearer of the Tielin army. Then tell me what happened. If you dare to lie, I will kill all your clans. Chen Ji asked. I dare not deceive you, I promise that every word I say is true. The flag-bearer immediately began to describe the course of the battle that day. At the same time, news of the Qingshui Valley victory began to spread in the capital. All the nobles who got the news could no longer sit still. The Minister of War Zhou Guan rushed to the right Prime Minister's mansion as soon as possible. The Minister of the Central Secretariat Gao Yu did not even take the carriage and rode into the Grand Marshal's mansion on horseback. On the surface, there was jubilation in the city of Bianjing, but undercurrents were surging beneath the surface. In the mansion of Duke Qing, the second son Qing Fen rushed into the courtyard of his eldest brother Qing Zheng and said, Brother, this is not good. Second brother, I've told you so many times to keep your composure. If you're so impetuous, your father will scold you again if he sees you. The eldest son Qing Jing held up the bird cage and scolded, What are you in such a hurry for? He had been keeping an eye on Tielingen. A few days ago, he heard that Qing Huai was seriously injured and unconscious. He was so happy that he got drunk in Chunfeng Tower for 3 days. Brother, the Jinshi army has sent an urgent report that the Tielin army defeated the Dangxiang cavalry in Qingshui Valley, killing 1,000 enemies and capturing 1,000. Qing Lao Er replied breathlessly. Snap. The bird cage in Qingjing's hand fell to the ground. The canary in the cage was bought from another playboy for 500 taels of silver. It was extremely rare and any servant who touched it would have his hand chopped off. But now the canary was frightened and fluttering around in the cage, but Qing Jing acted as if he didn't see it. He grabbed Qing Lao Er by the collar and asked with his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Where did you hear this news? Is it fake? Brother, how could the military report sent by the Red Feather Envoy of the Jinshi army be false? The Red Feather Envoy represents an extremely urgent matter. All government offices and post stations along the way must fully cooperate, and even bandits who rob people on the road will take the initiative to let them go. The dissolute generals falsely reported their military achievements and would never dare to use the Red Feather Express, and would only use it when they needed to ask for help. But if Qing Huai is not seriously injured and unconscious, how can the Tielin army still win the battle? Qing Jing still couldn't believe it. I don't know either. Qing Lao Er said, but I heard that among the Hongling envoys who came back, there is a member of the Tielin army. He will definitely come to the mansion to report the military situation to father. Let's wait at the door for a while, maybe we can see him. Walk. Qing Jing kicked the bird cage open, grabbed Qing Lauer and ran towards the door. Sure enough, a soldier with a red feather on his head came on horseback soon. The two brothers of the Qing family looked at the soldier's helmet and saw the words Tai Lin above the ear. The person who came was the standard-bearer of the Tielin army. After listening to his story just now, Chen Ji was very pleased and rewarded him with 300 taels of silver. With this money, he could buy a small house in Bianjing and bring his parents, wife, and children over. In addition to the military newspaper, he also had a private letter from General Fan to Duke Qing in his arms. After leaving the palace, he immediately went to Duke Qing's mansion. Who knew that before he even reached the door, he was stopped by someone. Hey, are you from the Tielin army? Qing Jing asked with his eyes squinted. That's right, little man. The flag-bearer saw that Qing Jing and the other two were dressed in gorgeous clothes and knew that he could not offend them, so he quickly dismounted and saluted. May I ask who the two gentlemen are? We are Qing Huai's eldest and second brothers. It turns out to be the eldest son and the second son. The standard-bearer was not Qing Huai's personal soldier and did not know the relationship between Qing Huai and his two brothers, so he quickly saluted respectfully. I heard that the Tielin army won a victory in Qingshui Valley. Tell us what happened. Yes. Before returning, Jin Feng specifically instructed that they should publicize the Qingshui Valley victory and the Tielin army in the capital as much as possible. So the flag-bearer repeated to the Qing brothers what he had said to the emperor in vivid detail. I was cracking some melon seeds and a stink bug popped out. Where did this damn Jin Feng come from? After hearing this, Qing Jing punched the tree next to him. Just now they couldn't understand why the Tielin army could still win the battle even though Qing Huai was seriously injured and unconscious. Now I understand, it's all because of that damn Jin Feng. If it weren't for him, the Tielin army would definitely be finished this time. Without the Tielin army, even if Qing Huai didn't die, he would have become a toothless tiger and would not be a threat. Sir, please don't insult General Jin. The flag-bearer was already a loyal fan of Jin Feng. When he heard the two people insulting Jin Feng, his face turned ugly. I insulted him, so what? Qing Jing kicked the flag-bearer on the leg. Not satisfied after kicking him, he punched and kicked the flag-bearer again. The flag-bearer didn't dare to fight back and quickly squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Asshole! Duke Qing was about to leave when he saw the two brothers beating the flag-bearer. He was furious and said, "Someone, take them back to the ancestral hall and punish them with 30 military sticks each." Father, spare my life. When Qing Jing heard this, he was so scared that he fell to his knees. After being beaten with 30 military sticks, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. He wouldn't be able to go to Chunfeng Tower again for 3 months. Hong Ling, hurry up and kill anyone who stands in your way. You actually dared to hit him. 30 military sticks will be the least of your punishment. Duke Qing kicked Qing Jing on the shoulder and said, "Go back and reflect on this." Qing Jing and Qing Fen then remembered that the other party was not an ordinary Tielin soldier, but a red feather envoy. Duke Qing was right. It would be no problem to beat up the Hongling envoys or even kill them. The two brothers looked like they had walked through the gates of hell and their faces turned pale with fright. Duke Qing looked at the two brothers with disappointment, ordered his followers to help the flag-bearer up, and asked calmly, "Are you okay?" "It's all right." The flag-bearer knew very well that it was impossible for a dignified duke to apologize to a small soldier of his. Just asking if you are okay is a huge concern. He quickly shook his head and said it was okay, then took out a letter from his pocket. "My lord, this is the letter General Fen asked me to bring to you." "Good." Duke Qing nodded and took the envelope. "Madam has been worried about your general and the Tielin army. Since you have returned from Qingshui Valley, go see Madam and tell her about the situation of the third brother. Steward, go to the storehouse and get 300 taels of silver and send it to the second Madam's courtyard as a reward." "Thank you, Duke." The flag-bearer was so excited that he almost jumped up. He followed the butler into the Duke Qing's mansion to meet Qing Huai's mother. "Ma'am, why are you crying again?" A maid in her 30s quickly picked up a handkerchief and helped Qing Zhong wipe away her tears. "Don't worry, the young marquis is a lucky man, nothing will happen to him." Ever since receiving the news that Qing Huai was seriously injured, Qing Zhong has been crying all the time, with her eyes swollen like walnuts. "Chun-Yi, go to the concierge again and ask Huaier if he has sent me any message." "Yes, I'll go there soon." The maid smiled wryly and nodded. She has been to the concierge 6 times today. Now. Qing Zhong was unwilling to wait any longer. "Well, don't cry anymore. You'll ruin your eyes if you keep crying." The maid reluctantly stood up. But after just a short while, he came running back. The voice arrives before the person arrives. "Madam, there is news about the marquis." "Real?" Qing Zhong rushed out of the house. "Where's the letter? Give it to me quickly." It's not a letter. It's a soldier from the Tielin army who came back to deliver a military report. He is waiting for Madame in Tingyu Pavilion now. The maid gasped. Qing Zhong was the concubine of Duke Qing, and logically she was not allowed to see other men. Now that Duke Qing has spoken, naturally there won't be so many rules to follow. However, there were other female relatives in the backyard of the Duke's mansion. Even if Duke Qing gave the order, the flag bearer could not go to the backyard. The housekeeper arranged for him to go to Tinjiuxuan, where the inner family received his wife's family. When Qing Zhong heard this, she no longer cared about her manners and ran out. He ran all the way to the entrance of Tinjiuxuan before stopping. I greet the madam. This was the Marquis' biological mother, so the standard bearer quickly knelt on one knee and performed a great salute. Hurry up, Qing Zhong asked anxiously, did your lord bring me a letter? I'm sorry, ma'am. No, I haven't seen the Marquis since he was injured. The next day, the Tanguts called. What? The Tanguts are calling. Qing Zhong's face suddenly turned pale and she staggered a few times. If the maid who came later hadn't supported her, she might have fallen to the ground. She was afraid that the flag bearer would bring bad news. After hesitating for a long time, he mustered up the courage to ask, Wire, how is it? Madam, don't worry. On the first day when the Tanguts came, Mr. Jean said that the battlefield was chaotic and unsafe, so he sent someone to send the Marquis to Weizhou City. The flag bearer said, although I didn't see the Marquis, before returning to the capital, I went to Weizhou City to see General Fan and inquired about him. The Marquis' injury has stabilized and he is not seriously injured. That's good. That's good. Qing Zhong patted her chest and said, Mr. Jean is right. Your lord is injured and unconscious. It is indeed unsafe to stay at the front line. What if the Tanguts attack us? Oh, the Tanguts are here already. Did the Tielin army suffer heavy losses? Not much. No one died. At this point, the flag bearer's eyebrows flew up. Our Tielin army won the battle. As soon as the Dangxiang people entered Qingshui Valley, they were beaten to the ground by Mr. Jean. You won. Qing Zhong's face was full of surprise. Tai Linjun was badly tricked by the eldest son of the He family this time and was tied up tightly in Qingshui Valley. The situation was extremely dangerous, not to mention that Qing Huai was injured and unconscious. In her opinion, once the Dangxiang people attacked, the Tielin army would definitely be doomed, and the flag bearer returned to Bianliang to seek help. But the other party told him that he won. How is this possible? You really won. Qing Zhong suspected that she had heard wrongly and asked again. Of course, this time we directly killed more than 1,000 Tangut cavalrymen and captured more than 1,000 people. We have almost no place to pen the captured war horses, so we can only put them on the hillside. The lie was told so many times that the flag bearer himself began to believe it. It is clear that only a few hundred people were killed and a few hundred were captured, but now it is directly said that more than 1,000 people were killed and more than 1,000 were captured. He turned a serious battle into a fiction, which left Qing Zhong and the maid stunned. By the way, Jin Feng was portrayed as a reclusive master who, after being invited out of seclusion by Qing Huai, turned the tide and killed everyone in his way. When I meet Mr. Jin in the future, I must thank him well. After listening to this, Qing Zhong sighed sincerely. When she first heard about Mr. Jin, she thought he was a general of the Tielin army or one of Qing Huai's staff members. If that is the case, then it is Mr. Jin's duty to help Qing Huai. But Jin Feng is not Qing Huai's subordinate, he helps only out of moral obligation, and this is the biggest favor he can do. Half an hour later, the flag bearer happily left the Duke Qing's mansion. When Qing Zhong learned that Qing Huai was fine, she was extremely happy and directly took out her own private money to reward him with 200 taels. Together with the rewards from the palace and Duke Qing, his worth was almost more than 1,000 taels. This trip back to Bianjing was totally worth it. Just as he was about to find a bank to deposit the banknotes, a luxurious carriage came towards him. The flag bearer took one look at the flag with the cloud pattern of the word Zhao hanging on the carriage and knew that it was the carriage of the Duke of Zhao's family, so he quickly stepped aside to make way. However, the carriage stopped beside him. A young nobleman opened the curtain and asked, "Are you the red feather envoy who came back from Qingshui Valley?" Yes. The flag bearer nodded. Come with me, there is a reward. The young master said this calmly, and immediately a butler came with a fine horse. Yes. The flag bearer was delighted and quickly agreed. There is another reward. On this day, the flag bearer entered 6 large houses, and his net worth exceeded 1,000 taels. For the noble families, the reward money given to Hong Ling's envoy was not worth mentioning. They needed more detailed intelligence. After sending the flag bearer away, Duke Zhao found other red-feathered messengers and asked them one by one to verify whether the news was accurate. The same is true for other nobles. So not only did the flag bearer make a fortune, but so did the other red-feathered envoys, each of them reaped a great deal of rewards. By the way, Jin Feng's reputation was completely established in Bianjing and he officially entered the vision of all the nobles. Not only that, during the morning court session the next day, Chen Ji actually mentioned Jin Feng at the meeting. My dear friends, I am very relieved that the Tielin army has achieved a complete victory this time, and I am prepared to reward you heavily. What do you think, dear sirs? Chen Ji glanced down with interest. When Qing Huai wanted to ask Jin Feng to take charge of the Tielin army, Duke Qin firmly opposed it and repeatedly asked the emperor to change his order. As a result, Duke Tongguan of Chu and his group opposed Tielin's army desperately, fearing that Tielin's army would escape. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be self-defeating. Jin Feng not only escaped with the Tielin army, but also won a great victory. Duke Qing felt relieved when he saw Tongguan looking like he had eaten shit. But now is not the time to laugh at Tongguan, it is more important to reap the benefits. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the Duke of Qin came out with the Chow hut in his arms. Your Majesty is wise, the Tielin army fights bravely. Once the formation created by Jin Feng is popularized, our dakong soldiers will no longer be afraid of cavalry. This will be the future of the ages. Your merits should be greatly rewarded. Your Majesty, I think it is too early to talk about rewards now since the war is not over yet and the Tanguts have not retreated. If you have done a good deed, you should be rewarded handsomely. Otherwise, wouldn't it discourage the soldiers? Duke Qing said, with such a generous reward at this time, the Tielin army will be grateful to the emperor and fight bravely to repel the enemy. One battle does not represent the final outcome. As the saying goes, an arrogant army will be defeated. If the Iron Forest army is defeated, how will your Majesty end it? Tongguan also refused to give in. Old thief, are you cursing my dakong soldiers? Duke Qin glared at him and said, Your Majesty, Tongguan has evil intentions and is misleading the court. Please give the order to execute this villain. Okay, stop arguing. Chen Ji stopped the two and looked at the left Prime Minister Li Gang. Li Qing, what do you think? Your Majesty, I think the Iron Forest army deserves a generous reward for their great achievements. Li Gang replied calmly. Duke Qin couldn't help but show joy on his face. Tongguan frowned slightly. However, Li Gang continued, but what Duke Chu said makes sense. The battle is not over yet, so it is not appropriate to reward them too early. Your Majesty should first order the Ministry of War to record the merits of this battle and then reward them together after the battle. Li Gang's words make sense. Then let's do as Prime Minister Li says. Chen Ji pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. In his mind, the most important job of an emperor is to maintain a balance among his ministers. Duke Qing and Duke Chu were both powerful officials of the dynasty. The two of them can't be together. Therefore, Chen Ji had not originally intended to reward the Tielin army heavily now. He said this only to sow discord between the Duke of Qing and the Duke of Chu. It seems that the effect is quite good now. After the court meeting, the ministers left the palace in groups of 3 or 4. The people who talked about the most on the road were Tai Linjun and Jin Feng. The ministers did not know that Jin Feng and Tai Linjun were facing a difficult choice at this time. The Dangxiang people drove the Han slaves several miles away from Qingshui Valley, and the scouts passed the news back to the Tielin army camp. Mr. Jin, the Tanguts are trying to use Han slaves to force us. Mr. Zhao immediately guessed the Dangxiang people's plan. What are you going to do? What else is there to plan for? Of course we have to kill him. Zhong Wu said, there must be many Tangut spies among these Han slaves. If we don't kill them, what will happen if spies sneak in? It's easy for you to say that. The scouts said that there were at least 1,000 Han slaves driven here. How many spies could there be? Most of them are Han slaves, our fellow tribesmen. Elder Zhao glared at Zhong Wu and said, "Do you know what crime it is to slaughter thousands of your own people? Damn you Tanguts, so despicable." Zhong Wu stamped his feet in annoyance and stopped talking. "Sir, the enemy is already several miles away." Elder Zhao looked at Jin Feng. "If you hesitate, you will suffer the consequences. Whether to kill or not, you must make a decision quickly." "Yes, it's time to make a decision. But should I kill or not?" Jin Feng was also undecided. When facing the Tangut cavalry head-on, Jin Feng will never show mercy. Because he knew very well that this was a war of life and death. Since he had picked up a scimitar to invade the Central Plains, he had to be prepared to be killed by the people of the Central Plains. However, Jin Feng really couldn't make up his mind to kill the unarmed Han slaves. "But if we don't kill them, do we have to let these Han slaves in?" "Sir, please allow me to overstep my bounds once." Elder Zhao thought for a moment, then said word by word, "I suggest that you kill him, my lord." Jin Feng took a deep look at Mr. Zhao and instantly understood the old man's plan. He smiled and shook his head. "Even if I have to kill you, it's my decision. I won't let you take the blame for me. Sir, I am already old and don't care about anything. But you are still young and proficient in military tactics. You are 10,000 times more useful than an old man like me. You are destined to go down in history and cannot have any stain on your name. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your kindness, but things haven't come to that point yet." Jin Feng turned around and said, "Su Shao, order the phalanx to get into formation to receive the prisoners and get ready." "Yes, sir." Su Shao turned and left. "Zhong Wu, go inform Zhang Qiwei and ask him to bring people here immediately to prepare to receive the Han slaves." Jin Feng continued, "Tell him to bring more people with him. Every Han slave must be carefully identified. Once a spy is found, he must be killed on the spot." "Yes." Zhong Wu also ran out of the tent quickly. "Why didn't I think of taking in prisoners of war as a solution?" Mr. Zhao clapped his hands and laughed. "Sir, you are really quick-witted." Even though he says he doesn't care about anything, what he cares about most is his reputation. Letting him bear the reputation of a butcher is more painful than killing him. I just wanted to protect Jin Feng because I admire his talent. Mr. Zhao, let's go and see what other tricks the Dangxiang people have up their sleeves. Jin Feng smiled and took Mr. Zhao to the higher ground. At this time, Su Shao had already led several phalanxes to block the middle of the canyon, ready for battle. On the south side of the canyon, Zhang Qiwei also arrived with 2,000 Daning soldiers and rolls of hemp ropes, ready to receive the troops. Half an hour later, the Dangxiang people appeared in the northern part of the canyon, suppressing the Han people. As a time traveler, Jin Feng was not used to killing. The previous massacre of the Tangut cavalry was only due to the situation, not his own intention. But at this moment, Jin Feng was filled with anger and murderous intent. These Han slaves are so miserable. Regardless of gender, age or status, they were all naked and skinny. They all looked like zombies, with lifeless eyes, moving forward numbly. Jin Feng saw an old man in the middle of the team stagger and fall to the ground. The escorting Tangut cavalry immediately rode forward and whipped the old man hard. Even from such a distance, Jin Feng could clearly see a blood mark on the old man's back. The old man was too hungry and too tired. He struggled for a few times but ultimately failed to stand up again. A hideous smile flashed across the face of the Tangut cavalryman, and then he raised his horse's front legs and stepped on the old man's head. Bang! The old man's head was like a watermelon, it was crushed by the pressure. The surrounding Tangut cavalrymen laughed excitedly. Two of them seemed to be too excited and actually rushed into the group of Han slaves on horseback, slashing at them with their swords. In just a short moment, more than a dozen Han slaves died. Among them were two children who looked only 11 or 12 years old. There was also a young Han woman who was holding a child who could not yet walk in her arms. When she saw the Dangxiang people coming, she quickly hid aside with the child. As a result, the Tanguts pierced him and the child with a spear, and then lifted him up high to show off his strength to the other cavalrymen. The other cavalrymen joined in the applause. The atmosphere was so lively that it didn't seem like two people were being killed, but rather like two sheep were being killed at a bonfire party. Jin Feng's eyes turned red from the excitement of this scene, and he punched the railing. They are not human beings, they are beasts. I want them to die, leaving no one alive. Remember these cavalrymen, tell the crossbowmen not to leave any alive. Jin Feng turned around and gave orders. Yes. The messenger immediately rushed out with the order. The Tielin army had heavy crossbows before, but there were very few of them, only a few, and their efficiency was too low. It took a long time to string and reload each arrow, so they had little impact on the battle situation. A few days ago, the Dangxiang people were busy gathering Han slaves from the city and did not harass them. Jin Feng had nothing to do, so he modified the gun and installed it on the mountain, ready to use it to behead the enemy's generals when the Dangxiang people attacked next time. Mr. Zhao felt it was not worth it to expose his trump card for a few insignificant soldiers. However, for the sake of Jin Feng's prestige, he just frowned and did not question him. Under the escort of the Dangxiang people, the Han slaves gradually approached the square formation. At this time, the phalanx adopted a formation for receiving prisoners, which was generally in the shape of a T. The Han slaves needed to pass through a passage more than 100 meters long. The passage is lined with sharp bamboos like a forest. If someone passes by with bad intentions, they will definitely be pricked like a hornet's nest. The Han slaves had never seen such a scene before and were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. Don't be afraid, we are all Han Chinese. We won't hurt you. Just go over there bravely and be careful not to get too close to the shield. Su Xiao shouted loudly. Behind them, the Dangxiang people also began to drive them away with whips. Let's go. The worst that can happen is death. I've had enough of this kind of life. It's better to die at the hands of the Han people than to be tortured to death by the Tangut beasts. An old Han slave walking in front took the lead and walked into the passage. This old man was once highly respected in the village. As soon as he entered, someone followed him. With someone taking the lead, things will go much more smoothly. The Han slaves lined up and entered the passage one after another. Originally there was some order, but when a Tangut soldier following behind waved his scimitar as if to chop someone, the team suddenly became chaotic. The most terrifying thing in life is not despair, but after experiencing a long period of despair, you finally see a glimmer of hope and are about to escape, but your hope is shattered. The Han slaves were treated worse than pigs and dogs during their time in the Tangut region, and many of them had become disheartened and no longer feared death. But now they finally saw hope of returning to the Central Plains, and their desire for survival was rekindled. They rushed forward, fearing that if they ran too slowly they would be hacked to death by the Dangxiang people on the last step home. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The flag bearer next to Jin Feng raised the command flag and waved it a few times, and the crossbowman on the opposite mountain who had been prepared immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A heavy arrow as thick as an egg flew out with a sharp whistling sound, covering a distance of hundreds of meters. The Tangut cavalry that were hit were like being hit by a galloping horse and flew off the horse. The arrow continued to pierce through the Tangut cavalryman, and then pierced through the horse of the cavalry behind him before hitting the cliff with a bang. A large piece of rock was smashed off. This is the power of the heavy crossbow. But this is just the beginning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more arrows flew over. Each arrow took away at least one Tangut cavalryman. One of them had a better angle and killed 4 people in succession before stopping. The remaining Tangut cavalry had northwest time to drive away the Han slaves and they all spurred their horses to flee. The crossbowmen on the mountain immediately turned their bases and gave chase. Mr. Jin said that none of these cavalrymen should be left alive. Then let them all die. How can a war horse outrun an arrow? Before the cavalrymen could escape from the canyon, they were all shot to death. The crossbowmen on the mountain were all still unsatisfied. The heavy crossbow that used to require 5 people to operate can now be operated by 2 people. Moreover, the winding speed is faster and more labor-saving, it can fire continuously, and it can change direction flexibly. The heavy crossbow modified by Mr. Jin is so useful. Unfortunately, there were too few cavalrymen escorting the Han slaves, only a dozen or so, and they all died before they could even have enough fun fighting. Li Jikue drove the Han slaves into Qingshui Valley just to fill the horse trap and test the reaction of the Tielin army to see if there was a chance to take advantage of the chaos to break through Qingshui Valley. Unfortunately, the Tielin army was well prepared and had no flaws. Facing the Dangxiang cavalry, the phalanx always maintained an attacking posture. Li Jikue sighed helplessly and withdrew the cavalry that was about to launch a surprise attack behind the Han slaves. Being able to force the Tielin army to use the heavy crossbow as their trump card, it wasn't a wasted trip. There must be spies among these Hanu. Mr. Zhao reminded him, "Sir, Zhang Qiwei is good at scheming, but not good at commanding troops. You'd better remind him again." "Good." Jin Feng nodded and prepared to go to the prisoner of war camp. As a result, as soon as I walked down the high ground, I saw Zhang Qiwei and his men coming. Congratulations to General Jin for his great victory and for saving thousands of suffering dakong people. Your merits are immeasurable. Zhang Qiwei said with a cupped hand. There was a sincere smile on his face, as well as a look of envy that he tried hard to hide but couldn't. Over the years, the Dangxiang people would plunder large numbers of people from border areas every year and bring them back as slaves. In the battles between Dakong and Dangxiang, Dakong would occasionally win 1 or 2 victories, but there had never been a case of returning the slaves to the Han dynasty. Jin Feng's rescue of so many Han slaves at once can be said to have created a historical precedent. When it comes to judging the achievements in the future, this will be another significant contribution, and it is estimated that it will not be inferior to the previous battles. You're welcome, General Zhang. Jin Feng nodded and said, "These people have suffered a lot in Tangut, and I hope General Zhang can settle them well. However, there might be Tangut spies among these people, so General Zhang must be careful in dealing with them. General Jin, rest assured, I will have someone carefully distinguish them." "Thank you, General Zhang." Jin Feng asked, "By the way, General Zhang is not in the prisoner of war camp to receive civilians. Is there anything he wants to talk to me about?" General Jin is indeed very discerning, Zhang Qiwei flattered him, and then said, "I do have a small matter to trouble you, General." "General Zhang, please speak." "It's like this. The Tangut captives and these civilians add up to several thousand people. We, the Daning army, can't afford the food and necessities for them." Zhang Qiwei said, "I hope General Jin can help me write a military statement to prove that I have taken over the prisoners of the Tielin army and the returning civilians, so that I can also go to the armament department to collect food. I'm sorry, I was so busy these days that I forgot about it." Jin Feng patted his head and said, "General Zhang, please wait a moment. I will get it done right away." "Thank you for your help," Zhang Qiwei said with a cupped hand. Jin Feng returned to the big tent, and Zhao Lao immediately followed him in and reminded him. "Sir, this military petition means that the Daning army assisted the Tielin army. This is clearly taking advantage of the Tielin army. When the Tielin army eats meat, they always leave some soup for others to drink. It's not good to eat alone." Jin Feng smiled and said, "Besides, this bargain is not so easy to take." "What do you mean?" Mr. Zhao asked curiously. Jin Feng smiled and did not answer. He happily wrote the military statement and handed it to Zhang Qiwei. "Have all the spies been found out?" "Don't worry, General. The Tangut speak in a different tone than a Central Plains people. It will be easy to find them." The Deputy General said, "A total of 26 spies were found, 2 of whom tried to get away with it by pretending to be dumb, and I killed them both." In fact, the Deputy General was not sure whether these 2 people were spies or really dumb. "I don't care. Anyway, there are so many Han slaves, so the death of 2 is nothing. We still have to be careful. We'll double the number of people on duty at night." The prisoners and Han slaves ate, drank, defecated and urinated in the prisoner camp, so the smell nearby was very bad. Zhang Qiwei gave some instructions and left, covering his nose. Behind me, the Han slaves had long been accustomed to the smell, and the prisoner camp was still bustling with activity. Some people laughed out loud because they were about to return to their hometown, while others cried quietly because their relatives died in Dangxiang. It was not until the second half of the night that the prisoner of war camp finally quieted down. The Han slaves were tired of crying and laughing, and they lay on the ground in groups of 3 or 5 and fell asleep. The soldiers of the Daning army who were in charge of guarding were all yawning, and some of them were already dozing off leaning against the pillars. 4 or 5 in the morning is the darkest time of the day and also the time when people are most likely to feel sleepy. The Daning army was not a strict and iron-blooded force. Most of the soldiers on guard had fallen asleep leaning against the pillars. Only 2 people were awake and were playing the game of wolf eats baby chess under the torches. Even the torches were mostly extinguished, and no one went to refuel and light them again. In a corner of the fence where there was no fire, the young Han slave who was missing an ear opened his eyes slightly. He looked around carefully and slowly stood up. The Han slave slept too crowdedly, and Duer inevitably bumped into the person next to him. A kid about 12 or 13 rubbed his eyes and asked, "Brother Black Dog, do you want to go to the toilet?" The black dog could only nod. "Then I'll go with you." The child climbed up, and the 2 of them walked into the makeshift dry toilet in the corner. After peeing, the child was about to go out when the black dog suddenly grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. The child struggled violently and kept kicking and hitting the black dog. Unfortunately, he was still a child after all, and was malnourished. He was no match for the black dog and was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Gradually, the child stopped struggling, his face turned crimson, his eyes bulged out, and he stared at the black dog. "Naiden, don't blame me. I can't do anything about it. The Tanguts have held my wife and daughter hostage. If I don't take action tonight, they won't be alive tomorrow." The black dog sat down on the ground, whimpering softly and closing the child's eyes. But as soon as he took his hand away, the child's eyes opened again, still staring at him. The black dog tried a few more times, but the result was the same every time, so he just gave up. "Naiden, if you really hate me, I'll admit it. I'll come over to keep you company tomorrow. If you want to kill me or chop me up, I'll do whatever you want." The black dog hid the child's body in the deepest corner of the dry toilet and then walked out. He did not return to his previous sleeping place, but stood in the middle of the open space, coughed twice, then raised his head and yawned. This was the secret code the Dangxiang people told him to contact him. Sure enough, as soon as the black dog closed its mouth, more than a dozen people in the camp sat up quietly. Like Haigu, they all have relatives detained by the Dangxiang. For the sake of their loved ones, they had no choice but to take the risk and betray their companions. A group of people bypassed the 2 soldiers playing chess, hid in a relatively dark and spacious place, untied the ropes on each other's hands and feet, and crawled out of the fence. 10 minutes later, Haigo, based on his memory from the day, led his men to the tent where the weapons of the Daning army were stored. After getting rid of the guard soldiers who were sleeping like dead pigs, each of them carried a bundle of sabers and quietly moved towards the place where the Tangut prisoners were held. Although Zhang Qiwei was a dandy, he was not foolish enough to look down on the Tangut captives. This open space is tied with rows of pillars, with a beam running across every 2 pillars, about 2 meters from the ground. The Tangut captives had their hands tied and were hung on beams. Those who are taller can barely touch the ground with their feet, while those who are shorter can only be hung in the air. In the past few days, dozens of Tangut prisoners have been hanged alive. As for going to the toilet, sorry, just fall into your pants. The guarding here is obviously much stricter than that where the Han slaves were imprisoned. There was still a small number of guards who had not slept, and there were even 2 teams of new recruits who were still patrolling. Haigu and his group hid in the dark and waited for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a tent close to the Tangut captives caught fire. The wind was strong that night, and soon the 2 tents around this tent were also set on fire. "Oh no! There's a fire!" The soldiers on patrol were the first to discover the fire. They shouted and ran towards the fire quickly. The fire was getting more and more intense, and all the soldiers' attention was attracted by the fire. No one noticed that Black Dog had led his men into the fence where the Tangut captives were. "Everyone hurry up, if we are lucky, we can still get back to the Hanu camp in time." Haigo gave some instructions and rushed to the nearest beam, cutting the rope of the Dangxiang captives with a knife. Then he threw a saber to the ground and rushed towards the next Tangut prisoner. The released Tangut captives immediately picked up their sabers and released their companions. By the time the soldiers of the Daning army discovered the situation here, more than half of the Tangut captives had been released. 2. Someone come quickly, the prisoner is about to escape. A soldier of the Denning army roared wildly. The guards of the prisoner of war camp were so busy putting out the fire that they didn't even know where their swords had gone. By the time they had hurriedly found their swords, all the Dangxiang people had been put down, and 100 or 200 of them had received the weapons brought by Haigu and others. Ajwa, take your battalion to grab the horses, and the rest of you follow me. We will gather outside the armory tent. A Tangut officer immediately commanded the Tanguts to enter combat status. As for the Daning army, it was still in complete chaos at this time. The Dangxiang people were a nomadic people who admired brave warriors. Their combat skills and awareness were not comparable to those of the Daning army, which was made up of many spoiled young soldiers. With just one charge, more than 100 Dangxiang soldiers who had been hung and starved for several days defeated more than 300 Denning defenders, who fled in panic. At this time, Zhang Qiwei in the central military tent had just put on his pants. Rushing out of the tent, he happened to meet a few Daning officers who came to report the situation. What's going on? Zhang Qiwei asked anxiously while picking up his shoes. General, the reserve camp was hit by a fire, and the Tangut prisoners took advantage of the chaos to escape. The deputy general answered the questions while his hands were still tying his belt. He also climbed out of the bed like Zhang Qiwei. How so? Zhang Qiwei's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. The fire is not scary, what is scary is that the Tangut captives ran away. Then what are you doing here? Hurry up and bring people to suppress it. Zhang Qiwei wanted to slap the deputy general twice. Yes. The deputy general ran away with his trousers lifted up. However, the Daning army reacted too slowly. Not only Zhang Qiwei and the deputy general, but most of the soldiers still didn't know what had happened. Many of them were standing barefoot at the entrance of the tent watching the excitement outside. By the time the deputy general had finally gathered the soldiers of the two battalions, the Dangxiang people had already captured the equipment depot and the war horse camp. The Tangut captives were hung for several days, but the war horses that were captured with them were well taken care of. Zhang Qiwei also plans to use these war horses to form a cavalry. When the Dangxiang people mounted their horses, their fighting power immediately increased to a higher level. With just a collective charge, they dispersed the more than 1,000 people that the Daning army had gathered with great difficulty. The deputy general in charge of the command was beheaded on the spot. Without a commander, the morale of the Daning army was in chaos. When faced with the Dangxiang people who turned around and charged again, no one resisted and they all turned around and ran. Choosing to escape on the battlefield is equivalent to leaving your back to the enemy, and life and death are only a moment away. The Dangxiang people had seen such scenes too many times, and they excitedly waved their swords and harvested frantically. However, in just a few minutes, more than half of the more than 1,000 Denning soldiers were killed, and the rest had no fighting spirit anymore. They scattered into the woods and other places that were difficult for cavalry to enter. It was not until this time that the remaining more than 1,000 Danin troops realized what was happening. But the equipment depot had been occupied by the Dangxiang people. They didn't even have weapons or armor. How could they resist? So, these people chose to escape without hesitation. For a time, the prisoner of war camp was in chaos. The Tanguts galloping and killing on horseback, the Denning soldiers running away in panic, the panicked Han slaves. Stop right there. Zhang Qiwei grabbed a fleeing soldier and shouted, "Where's your knife? Pick it up and fight." The soldier was in a hurry to escape, so he pushed his general away and ran into the woods. Where are the law enforcement teams? Bring this bastard back. I'm going to skin him alive. Zhang Qiwei roared angrily. Unfortunately, only his staff were left by his side at this time, and the law enforcement team had long since disappeared. General, hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you don't leave now. The staff brought a war horse, put Zhang Qiwei on it, and whipped the horses but hard. The war horse galloped away. The commander's escape meant that the Daning army was completely defeated. Zhang Qiwei turned his head and glanced at the camp, all kinds of feelings flooded his mind at once. The Tielin army is the foundation of Qing Huai's life, and the Denning army is also the foundation of his life. Originally, I came to Qingshui Valley thinking of fighting a favorable battle with the Tielin army and gaining some credit. but who knew that I didn't gain any benefits and instead lost all my capital. The 3,000-strong Da Ning army was actually slaughtered by hundreds of Tangut cavalrymen who had been hungry for several days. The more Zhang Qiwei thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Why was it so easy for the Tielin army to kill the Dangxiang people like chopping melons and vegetables, but the situation was reversed when his Dening army encountered the Dangxiang people? By the way, it's all because of that guy named Jin Feng. Before, when Qing Huai was in charge of the Tielin army, he did not dare to confront the Dangxiang cavalry head-on. It was not until Jin Feng took control of the Tielin army that the subsequent great victory was achieved. Being defeated by the Dangxiang cavalry was not shameful, because there were many generals in the court of Dakong who had been defeated by the Dangxiang people, so no one should laugh at anyone else. But now with Jin Feng, things are different. Jin Feng won the battle and captured prisoners, but he couldn't even look down on a prisoner. In comparison, he became a good-for-nothing. How am I going to explain this to General Fan when I get back? How to explain this to my family? How to explain to the emperor? At this moment, Zhang Qiwei actually hated Tai Linjun and Jin Feng in his heart. I prayed silently in my heart that the Dangxiang people would destroy the Tielin army and kill Jin Feng. In fact, at this time, the Dangxiang captives had already rushed into the Tielin army camp. The main defensive forces of the Tielin army were all guarding against the direction of Qingshui Valley. They never expected that the enemy would attack from behind and were caught off guard by the Dangxiang prisoners. Infantry is naturally at a disadvantage against cavalry, and the defenders of the Tielin army's rear camp did not hold out for long before their defense line was broken by the Dangxiang prisoners. Rushing into the Tielin military camp, the Dangxiang commander shouted excitedly, because he saw a large pile of sharpened bamboos piled in front of him. Many bamboos still had traces of dried blood on their tips. Next to the bamboo, there are piles of huge shields. The Dangxiang commander immediately realized that this was the Tielin army's equipment depot. Why were they captured? Wasn't it because the Tielin army suddenly created a strange square formation? Without bamboo and shields, there is no way to form a phalanx. How can the Tielin army fight them? Ashuo, quickly take people to set fire to these bamboos and shields. The Tangut commander roared with excitement. Ashuo immediately took his men and picked up some hay and threw it onto the bamboo pile, then set it on fire. Jin Feng's reaction was much faster than Zhang Qiwei's. When he heard the noise coming from the rear camp, he rushed out of the tent without even putting on his clothes. Zhong Wu, Zhao Lao, Su Xiao and others also arrived one after another. General, the Tanguts launched a surprise attack and have occupied our rear camp. Su Xiao reported the situation immediately. Why did the Tanguts get behind us? Zhong Wu asked doubtfully. Why else? It must be that the Da Ning army didn't take good care of the prisoners. Mr. Zhao said angrily, I already knew that Zhang Qiwei was a fool, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid that he couldn't even keep an eye on the person after we tied him up and handed him over to him. 3. It has already happened, there is no point in saying anything else. Jin Feng calmly gave the order, beat the drums, form a square formation as quickly as possible, go to the rear camp and kill them. General, it's too late. Su Xiao said, they have occupied the equipment warehouse. The shields and bamboos are all there. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a big fire in the direction of the rear camp, and the sound of crackling was endless. Bamboo itself is flammable, and the fire grew bigger and bigger, lighting up half of the night sky. Are there any other places? Jin Feng's face looked a little ugly. There is another one over in Qingshui Valley. Su Xiao replied. It was early morning, and the Tielin army had only left a few teams to monitor the high ground near Qingshui Valley, while the rest were resting. However, there is a rapid reaction force stationed at this end of the canyon. If the Tanguts attack, they can form a phalanx to resist immediately. Should we transfer them back? Su Xiao asked. Jin Feng thought about it and made a decision. Send them back immediately and deal with the prisoners in the rear camp first. But have the scouts pay attention to the north. If there is any unusual movement in the Tangut camp, report back immediately. Yes. Su Xiao ran out immediately. In the rear camp, the Tangut captives and the Tielin army have begun fighting. It has to be said that the Tielin army is much stronger than the Denning army in terms of military discipline and combat awareness. Although they were no match for the cavalry and were also caught off guard, not a single soldier of the Tielin army fled. Instead, they gathered together spontaneously and fought while retreating. At the same time, on the other side of the canyon, the Dangxiang scouts also saw the fire in the Tielin military camp and quickly returned to the Dangxiang camp. Li Jikue and a group of Dangxiang generals were all waiting in the big tent. When the scouts reported that a fire had broken out in the Tielin army camp, everyone knew that Mr. Mushi's plan had succeeded. The spies mixed in with the Han slaves rescued the captured cavalry. Brothers, the battles of the past few days are the greatest shame of our lives. Only the blood of the Iron Forest army can wash away this shame. Li Jikue slammed the table and stood up. Brothers, go and destroy the Tielin army. Destroy the Tielin army. The Dangxiang generals stood up one after another. When you pass through the canyon, remember not to attack the general's flag, and try not to command the battle, so as not to be targeted by the crossbows. Do you understand? Li Jikue's staff quickly reminded him. No. All the generals nodded quickly. They have already seen the power of the dakong heavy crossbow, and no one wants to try it for themselves. But they didn't take the heavy crossbow too seriously. Because everyone knows that the manufacturing process of heavy crossbows is very demanding, and the Tielin army does not have many of them. It's night time now. How many people can be killed if a few heavy crossbows are used to shoot at will? There are always casualties in war. Whoever is shot to death is just unlucky. Once I defeat the Tielin army, I will definitely go to the mountain and dismantle this broken thing. Li Jikue cursed and led the way out of the tent. Outside the big tent, the Dangxiang cavalry was already ready for battle. As soon as the generals arrived, the troops set out immediately. When they arrived at Qingshui Valley, the infantrymen quickly filled the horse traps under the heavy crossbow arrows. I originally thought that I would encounter an obstruction from the phalanx, but it turned out that all the horse traps were filled up and I didn't see a single Iron Forest army soldier. Haha, it seems that the Tielin army has been called back. We are so lucky. Li Jikue laughed and ordered the cavalry to charge into the valley. In the Tielin army camp, the soldiers in the rear camp were forced to retreat step by step by the Dangxiang captives. More than half of the entire camp had fallen into the hands of these prisoners. Seeing that the prisoners were about to approach the central army tent, Su Xiao finally arrived with the rapid response force stationed outside Qingshui Valley. They quickly formed a battle formation on the open ground and blocked the Dangxiang captives. The hedgehog-like formation is still very intimidating. The unstoppable momentum of the Dangxiang captives was finally suppressed and the situation was temporarily under control. Just when everyone was secretly relieved, the scout came galloping on horseback. General, the Tangut army is coming and has entered Qingshui Valley. Damn it, we just called them back and they called us. Zhongwu clasped his fists and said, Sir, I will lead my men to fight these prisoners. Let Su Xiao move the square formation back to defend Qingshui Valley. It's too late. Jin Feng shook his head. What should we do then? Zhongwu asked anxiously. There is only one phalanx. No matter what, we are attacked from both sides. At this point, we only have one way to go. Jin Feng raised his head and glanced at the hill on the left side of Qingshui Valley. Su Xiao, follow the plan, I will cover you. Yes. Su Xiao nodded heavily, turned around, and ran out. There were fewer and fewer Tielin army soldiers around Jin Feng, and finally only a square formation was left. They blocked the Tangut captives while approaching the hill on the left. The sound of horse hooves from Qingshui Valley was getting closer and closer, and the square formation had reached the foot of the hill. Seeing that the square formation was about to be surrounded by the Dangxiang cavalry that followed, Jin Feng gave an order and the soldiers immediately threw away their bamboo poles, turned around and ran into the hill. Although the hill is not high, it is full of trees and cliffs, and the war horses cannot climb up at all. The Dangxiang captives were afraid that the Tielin army would cheat, so they stopped at the foot of the mountain. Zhuoban, I'm so glad you're okay. Li Jikue arrived with his men, and when he saw the captured Dangxiang commander, he excitedly gave him a hug. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There were political struggles in the court of Dakong and in the court of Dangxiang. Zhuoban is one of Li Jikui's most capable men. The last battle was the first battle of the Dongxiang Southern Expedition this year, and it was also a good opportunity to gain merit. Li Jikui originally wanted to arrange Zhuoban as the commander, but unfortunately the Yeli family had connections with the Dangxiang Minister of War, so the commander became Yeli Xiong. But who knew that Yeli Xiong was shot and killed by the Tielin army because of commanding the battle, while Zhuoban survived? Marshal, Zhuoban is useless. He has brought shame to you and the Tangut cavalry. Zhuoban knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said, "Please cut me down." The last failure was not caused by war. Anyone who encountered the same situation would suffer a bitter defeat. Li Jikui recalled the method of winning people's hearts that his staff had given him, patted Zhuoban's shoulder heavily, and consoled him. "Besides, didn't you take down the Tielin army's camp? Victory will eventually belong to us." But the main force of the Tielin army fled into the mountains. "I was afraid of a trick, so I didn't chase them and destroy them," Zhuosaka said regretfully while looking at the hill in front of him. "You did the right thing. The Iron Forest army is as cunning as a fox. It's so dark now. Our cavalry is not suitable for going up the mountain. There's no need to chase them." Li Jikui said, "I have arranged people to surround this hill, they can't escape. You have suffered these past few days, go and have some rest, and we will deal with them in the morning." Yes. Zhuoban was indeed hungry and tired at this time, so he didn't force himself and went to find a place to rest. He needs to have a good sleep because he has a tough battle to fight tomorrow. Hurry up and check to see how much food and grass the Tielin army has left. Qingshui Mountain is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and the war horses cannot go up the mountain, so Li Jikui did not prepare for a strong attack, but planned to surround the mountain. Hunger is a very powerful force. If the Tielin army has nothing to eat in the mountains, they will go down the mountain on their own. All he had to do was wait at the foot of the mountain with his cavalry. The armament officer quickly ran back and said, "Report to the commander-in-chief, the Tielin army's grain camp has been burned down." Burned. Li Jikui frowned slightly. However, it is understandable that if he were the commander of the Tielin army, when he found that there was no time to transfer the food and grass, he would not leave it to the enemy. Burning it when retreating would be the best option. "Can you tell how much food was burned?" the staff asked. "Judging from the amount of ashes, it should be enough for the Iron Forest army to eat for 25 days to a month," the armament officer replied. "The Iron Forest army's standard ration is 1 month's worth of food. It seems like they didn't bring much food with them when they fled to the mountains. They probably won't be able to hold out for a few days." The aide nodded slightly. "Marshal, sir, are we going to wait here for the Tielin army instead of marching south?" the deputy general standing nearby asked. The Tangut army that marched south had encountered this situation before, but they usually sent a cavalry team to guard the foot of the mountain while the main force continued southward to plunder. But from what Li Jikui and his staff said, it seemed that they had to deal with the Tielin army before continuing to move south. "General Zhou, the Tielin army is different from other dakong armies. Their combat power should not be underestimated." The staff explained, "If we go south and they break out, our main force will be easily caught in a situation where we are attacked from both sides. Can those rabble of dakong stop us?" The deputy general was somewhat disdainful. "It was impossible before, but don't forget that the Tielin army created that weird formation. If other armies in dakong imitate this method, it will be very difficult to deal with them." The staff member said, "The one stationed in Weizhou City now is Fan Wenyuan. This old man is as difficult to deal with as Qing Huai. He started to fortify the city and clear the countryside a few months ago. If we are blocked from advancing southwards, and the Tielin army behind us breaks through and captures Qingshui Valley, we will be blocked outside Weizhou City, and we won't even have a way to go back. In this case, we should indeed defeat the Tielin army before continuing our march southwards." The deputy general said, "Then I will arrange personnel to clean up the camps of the Tielin army and the Denning army, arrange 2 cavalry battalions, and prepare for long-term stationing." "Can." The staff nodded in agreement. "Oh, sir, just now we received a report that there are still a dozen Han slaves who have not escaped and are staying in the Denning army camp. They said that the commander promised them that if they make meritorious contributions, they can go to the Tanguts to bring back their parents, wives, and children. What should we do with them? Once we Tanguts have spoken, our words are like water spilled on the ground. Since the commander-in-chief has made a promise, let them go and pick them up. Yes. The deputy general bowed and left. On Qingshui Mountain, the Tianlin army has safely retreated to the top of the mountain and is setting up a temporary camp. Sir, have you counted the number of people? Why are there only so few? Did the team get dispersed? Mr. Zhao found Jin Feng and asked, also, where is Su Xiao? Why haven't I seen him? Su Xiao has taken people to perform other tasks. Jin Feng replied with a smile. What mission was it, and how many people were taken away? Mr. Zhao asked quickly. Took away 7 battalions. Jin Feng said casually. But Mr. Zhao was shocked. There are 500 people in 1 battalion of the Tianlin army. After the great battle between Qinghua and the Dangxiang people last year, they lost nearly 2 battalions of troops. Although some new soldiers were added later, there are still less than 9 battalions. Su Xiao took away 7 battalions, which means that there are less than 1,000 people on the mountain now. When Mr. Zhao saw the number of heads and torches just now, he felt something was wrong and thought there were not enough people. He didn't expect there were so many fewer. How can you defend Qingshui Mountain with only 600 people? Mr. Zhao became anxious. I must not only defend Qingshui Mountain but also Qingshui Valley, so that the Tanguts will never return. Jin Feng said confidently. Old Zhao turned his head and looked at Jin Feng as if he were a madman. The Dangxiang army had already assembled. Looking down from Qingshui Mountain, the torches of the Dangxiang camp were as far as the eye could see. Jin Feng, with only 600 men at a time, 600 men who were forced to flee to the mountains, actually made such a bold statement that he would make sure the Dangxiang people would never return. The first thought that flashed through Mr. Zhao's mind was that Jin Feng was crazy. But thinking about Jin Feng's style and his current expression, Mr. Zhao felt a little unsure again. Did you prepare food in the mountains in advance? Mr. Zhao asked tentatively. He had seen Zhong Wu and his men leaving the camp carrying food a few days ago, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Now he thought that they must have delivered the food to the mountain. If this is the case, it means that Jin Feng had already prepared to retreat to Qingshui Mountain. Yes. Jin Feng did not deny it. How long will it last? Eat sparingly. It's enough for 600 of us to eat for 2 months. It seems you are well prepared. Mr. Zhao suddenly remembered something and asked, you also deliberately let the Tanguts burn the bamboo poles and shields, right? Jin Feng smiled and did not deny it. So, you knew that the Tangut captives were going to attack the camp, and it wasn't that you couldn't stop the Tangut main force, but you deliberately let them into Qingshui Valley, right? Mr. Zhao suddenly understood a lot of things. I don't know what your plan is, and I don't know why you speak so confidently, but I suggest you light more torches on the mountain, so that you can use them to confuse the Dangxiang people. That makes sense. It turns out that old ginger is still spicy. How could I have forgotten this? Jin Feng immediately arranged for people to light more torches to create the illusion that the Tianlin army was trapped in Qingshui Mountain. When it was daybreak, Zhang Qiwei returned to the city of Weizhou with his staff and the remnants of the defeated troops he had gathered on the way. What did you say? Qingshui Valley was lost and the Tianlin army retreated to Qingshui Mountain. General Fan was eating breakfast when he heard the news and almost choked to death. Where's Zhang Qiwei? Tell him to come over and see me. The originally good situation took a sharp turn for the worse because of this guy. General Fan was really going crazy this time. Reporting to the marshal, Zhang Qiwei said he was injured and did not enter the city. He took his men directly back to Bianjing. Zhang Qiwei is running away in fear of the battle. When General Fan heard that Zhang Qiwei had run away, he became furious. Then a feeling of helplessness welled up in my heart. If he were an ordinary general, he would send people to chase the deserters and behead them just for this reason. However, Zhang Qiwei was the eldest son of the Zhang family, and his sister was one of the emperor's most beloved concubines. Even if General Fan was angry, he did not dare to kill him. At most I can go back and report him. Forget it. Zhang Qiwei is a guy who is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Just let him go. General Fan rubbed his brows and said, send out more scouts to keep an eye on the movements of the Tanguts. Also notify the Fan family army to strengthen patrol forces and be prepared for the Tanguts to attack the city. Soon, a large number of scouts quietly left the city, and before noon, the news was reported back. According to past practice, after the Dangxiang people passed through Qingshui Valley, they would immediately lead their troops to besiege Weizhou City. However, the news brought back by the scouts was that the main force of the Dangxiang had set up camp near Qingshui Valley. It seems that they are planning to completely surround and destroy the Tielin army. I don't know if Mr. Jean can hold on. General Fan sighed and asked, by the way, what's the situation with Qing Huai? Is he still in a coma? Reporting to the marshal, General Qing Huai woke up last night, but he probably doesn't know what happened in Qingshui Valley yet. The deputy general replied. Qing Huai just woke up. It's best not to tell him the news for now. General Fan arranged. Now the whole city is discussing when the Tanguts will attack us. I'm afraid we can't hide it anymore. The deputy general said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the housekeeper came in and reported that Qing Huai had arrived at the door. General Fan sighed and said to the butler, let him in. General, you should go out and take a look. The butler hesitated for a moment and said, Marquis Qing is quite scary. Scary. General Fan frowned and walked out of the conference room with his deputy general. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Qing Huai standing outside with disheveled hair and a pale face. He was still holding a saber in his hand, staring at General Fan with red eyes and asked, where is Zhang Qiwei? After waking up, Qing Huai asked about Tai Linjun's situation first. Upon learning that Jin Feng had commanded the Macedonian phalanx to defeat the Tangut cavalry, Qing Huai laughed heartily and drank 2 large bowls of porridge in a row. As a result, just after dawn, news came that the Daning army had failed to properly guard the prisoners, resulting in the Tai Lin army being surrounded in Qingshui Mountain. Qing Huai was so angry that he fainted again and only woke up just now. Then she went to find Zhang Qiwei without even tidying her hair and putting on her shoes. Qing Huai, you are still seriously injured, how can you move around? Come in quickly. General Fan signaled his deputy general and the housekeeper to go and help Qing Huai. Don't touch me. Qing Huai waved his saber and asked through gritted teeth, where's Zhang Qiwei? Zhang Qiwei was afraid of being punished, so he didn't dare to enter the city. He took his men back to Bianjing this morning. General Fan said helplessly. Damn it. Qing Huai was so angry that he chopped the stone lion at the door with a knife. Perhaps he used too much force and the wound was pulled, leaving a blood stain on the white clothes. My lord, please don't get excited. The personal guard Lu Qiong quickly stepped forward to support Qing Huai and said, the Tielin army has been surrounded at Qingshui Mountain. We are counting on you to find a way to save them. If anything happens to you, what will happen to the brothers? Yes, and brothers. Qing Huai was so angry just now that he wanted to settle the score with Zhang Qiwei. Now after Lu Qiong's reminder, they finally understood that, yes, the Tielin army was only surrounded by the Dangxiang people, but they were not dead. Isn't it enough to just find someone to rescue? Thinking of this, Qing Huai knelt on one knee in front of General Fan and said, Marshal, please send troops immediately to rescue the Tielin army. Qing Huai, I also want to save the Tielin army, but you also know how terrifying the Tangut cavalry is. Our best option now is to hold the city firmly. General Fan said with embarrassment. That was in the past. Now Mr. Jean has invented the square formation and the horse trap, both of which can restrain cavalry. Our Zhenxi army has tens of thousands of people, so why can't we fight? Qing Huai asked back, and when General Fan didn't answer, he added, if anyone is willing to help the Tielin army, I am willing to provide barbed wire. Within 2 days after Jin Feng left, the porcelain kiln and iron smelting furnace were all renovated. During this period, Zhang Mansang and the people from the general's camp made a lot of wire. Most of the barbed wire was sent to the Tielin army, and the rest was still in the warehouse of the general's camp. Really? General Fan and his deputy general asked in unison. Certainly. Qing Huai nodded without hesitation. Immediately call all the generals to come to my place for a meeting. General Fan immediately ordered the messenger to notify the various dandy generals. Ever since the Tielin army won a great victory in Qingshui Valley, the dandy generals began to train their troops to form phalanxes. In fact, the principle of the Macedonian phalanx is very simple. The shield soldiers hold shields and lead the way in front, while the spearmen just follow behind and poke people with long bamboos. The training results of the dandy generals were very good. The soldiers advanced and retreated in an orderly manner on the playground and looked more powerful than the Tielin army. In their opinion, the biggest reason why the Tielin army was able to win the battle was because of the phalanx and the horse traps. If they were in their place, they would be able to do the same. Just when he was worrying about how to go into the battlefield to kill the enemy and gain merit, and to suppress the Tielin army in Qinghai, General Fan's messenger arrived. Isn't this like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy? Especially when they learned that Qinghai was willing to donate the barbed wire, the playboys rushed to the marshal's mansion, fearing that they would be late and the credit would be snatched away by others. As soon as they entered the marshal's mansion, the playboys pulled General Fan and Qinghai, patting their chests and promising that they would rescue the Tielin army. This was the first time General Fan had seen such a high level of enthusiasm for fighting since he joined the army. But he was not happy in his heart. The military meeting, which was originally extremely serious, was turned into a vegetable market by these dandy generals. If all the generals are like this, you can imagine the soldiers they lead. In the end, it was Qinghai who made the final decision and asked the Ansu army and the Yong'an army to take action. This was a decision he made after considering all aspects. The commander of the Ansu army was Ding Yunfei, the second son of Ding Zhaochuan, the vice minister of war. Ding Yunfei comes from a family of generals, and there are many veterans in the Ansu army who have experienced many battles. Relatively speaking, their combat effectiveness is stronger than that of other warlords. Chengpeng, the general of the Yong'an army, was already in his 40s and a more stable person. He had experience in confronting the Dangxiang people head-on. He was not like Zhang Qiwei, who took the lead in running away as soon as he saw that the situation was not right. The other generals who were not selected left the mansion dejectedly. Chengpeng and Ding Yunfei stayed behind to discuss the battle plan with General Fan and Qinghai. General Fan, Marquis Qing, rest assured that our Ansu army will live up to your trust, defeat the Tangut cavalry, and rescue our brothers in the Tielin army. Ding Yunfei accepted the military order and patted his chest excitedly to make the promise. Chengpeng didn't make any promises, but just nodded to Qinghai. Then I'll leave it to General Ding and General Cheng. Qinghai cupped his hands and said, if you can rescue the Tielin army, I will definitely reward you handsomely. We have been fighting dakong for so many years. They either fled or stayed in the city. Now finally a tough guy has emerged. Li Jikue laughed and said, it just so happens that a lot of Han slaves were released, so we don't have to go to the Central Plains to capture them again. Most of the Han slaves captured from the Central Plains were old, weak, sick and disabled, and half of them would die on the way before they were escorted to the Dangxiang. The prisoners of war were all young and strong laborers, and were deeply loved by the Dangxiang nobles. Dakong's prisoners of war were also an important source of Tangut slaves. Dakong is no longer what it used to be. Marshal, please don't be careless. The staff asked, how many of them came? About 5,000 men, flying the flags of the Ansu army and the Yong'an army. The scout replied, in addition, about 500 people secretly left the city through the south gate before dawn. General, there is a fork in the road 3 miles south of Weizhou City that leads to Qingshui Mountain. These 500 people probably want to raid Qingshui Mountain. Li Jikue's staff had long been familiar with the terrain in the Qingshui Valley area and were also experienced in leading troops. They immediately guessed the coalition's intentions. After thinking for a while, he asked again, did the Dakong people bring bamboo and shields? The main force that came out of the north gate brought dozens of large carts, but the 500 people that went out of the south gate didn't. They all traveled lightly. They really want to use the phalanx against us. The staff said, General, it takes time to form a phalanx. I suggest that you send troops immediately and catch them off guard. Li Jikue was also quite afraid of the Tielin army's square formation. After thinking for a while, he nodded and shouted to the outside. Pass the order down, have Zhuoban assemble the 1st and 2nd divisions immediately. Being captured was a thorn in Zhuoban's heart. He asked for permission several times yesterday to lead the troops to attack Qingshui Mountain, but was rejected by Li Jikue every time. I was holding my breath now, but when I heard that there was going to be a war, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. The Tangut Cavalry Division has 2,000 men. Both the 1st and 2nd Divisions belong to the Rapid Reaction Force on duty today. They all eat in armor and carry swords. By the time Li Jikue put on his armor and rushed to the parade ground, all 4,000 men from the 1st and 2nd Divisions had already mounted their horses. General Zhuoban, I think you have already experienced the fear of the Iron Forest Army's phalanx. You must be careful in this battle. It is best to fight quickly and not give them the opportunity to form a phalanx. The staff ran over and reminded, but the other side should have sent scouts to explore the way ahead. If we really can't stop them in time, then we can attack the flank of the phalanx. I have observed that although the phalanx has great lethality, it moves slowly and its lethality is concentrated on the front. We suffered a great loss last time, mainly because of the special terrain of Qingshui Valley, with a cliff on one side and a river on the other, which meant that we could only face the front of the phalanx. But in this battle, the terrain is open. If you can go around to the left or right sides or behind them, the phalanx will collapse without any attack. It seems so. Zhuoban's eyes lit up, he dismounted and saluted to his staff. Thank you for your guidance, sir. He was already prepared to fight hard to wash away his previous shame with blood, but when he heard the reminder from his staff, a new battle plan immediately came to his mind. Okay, let's go. The staff patted Zhuoban's shoulder and said, I wish the general a triumphant return. Marshal, sir, just wait. Zhuoban jumped on his horse and galloped away with his cavalry. The staff guessed correctly that the Tangut cavalry's big movement could not be hidden from the scouts of Ansu's army. But this time, the Tanguts sent out only cavalry, and their speed was too fast. Although the overall speed of a large army is certainly not as fast as that of a single scout, it is not much different. By the time the scout ran back to Ansu's army to report the news, Zhuoban had already led a brigade of cavalry 5 miles away. How come it's so fast? Ding Yunfei was a playboy after all, and this was his first time to confront the Tangut cavalry head-on. Although they were full of fighting spirit when they marched, they were still nervous and panicked when the Tangut cavalry really came. Quick, set up a large formation, and have the auxiliary soldiers go ahead and dig a pit to trap the horses 100 steps away. Cheng Peng was older and had experienced more wars, so he immediately ordered the messenger to beat the drum and ordered the brigade to stop. After training for a while, as Cheng Peng gave the order, the team immediately divided into small blocks according to the exercise. The logistics soldiers pushed carts of shields and long bamboos and rushed towards each phalanx. There were also hundreds of auxiliary soldiers, carrying shovels, hoes and other tools, rushing forward. When he was 100 steps away, he immediately began to dig the ground. Unfortunately, the cavalry was too fast. The auxiliary soldiers had only dug a few times when they heard the sound of dense horse hooves. The dust raised by the galloping Dangxiang cavalry was clearly visible. Many auxiliary soldiers were so frightened that their legs and hands began to tremble. They all knew what they would face when the cavalry came. The so-called auxiliary troops are a type of auxiliary army, generally composed of poor peasants and prisoners who have no connections. They not only have to do the hardest and most tiring work, but are also responsible for tasks with extremely high mortality rates, such as charging and sieges. Therefore, many auxiliary soldiers have already let it go and are ready to die in battle at any time. But being open-minded and not being afraid are two different things. The fear of death is the instinct of all living things, but what is more terrifying than death is the time when the knife hangs on your neck but is not cut off. The sound of horse hooves became louder and louder, like thunder, bombarding the hearts of the auxiliary soldiers. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore, dropped his hoe and ran away. He would rather be hacked to death by the law enforcement team than be trampled into a pulp by the Tangut cavalry. However, he was not the only one who was afraid, all the auxiliary soldiers were afraid. Now that someone is taking the lead, the other auxiliary soldiers immediately follow suit. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of auxiliary soldiers dropped their tools and ran away. The law enforcement team only has a dozen people, how can they stop so many people? In the end, even the law enforcement team ran back. A few hundred meters behind them, the cavalry had already turned around the foot of the mountain and appeared in the sight of the Ansu army and the Yong'an army. Fortunately, several phalanxes had already been assembled at this time. Ding Yunfei was so nervous that he could not speak. Cheng Peng immediately took over the command and ordered the assembled square formation to move to the front. Success or failure depends on this one move. Cheng Peng couldn't help but clench his fists. His family was not very powerful, and he was able to gain a foothold in the court by clinging to the Minister of War, so he worked harder than other dissolute generals. If he wins this battle, his family will be able to move to the next level. Cheng Peng was an ambitious man. Staring at the approaching Tangut cavalry, he felt no fear, only excitement. Without the cushion of the horse traps, the Dangxiang cavalry continued to move at full speed, sweeping in like a dark cloud pushed by a strong wind. Defensive formation, ready. Following the roar of the messenger, several phalanxes immediately placed the ends of their bamboos on the ground, with the tips facing forward, ready to meet the charge of the cavalry. But who knew that the Dangxiang cavalry suddenly dispersed, forming teams of hundreds of people, avoiding the front of the square formation and galloping past from both sides. Oh no! They are going to attack the flank of the phalanx. Cheng Peng immediately discovered the problem and shouted angrily, "Quick, pass the order down, change the formation, and guard the four directions." He was also considered a veteran on the battlefield. After obtaining the phalanx, he studied it for several nights and knew very well that the flanks and back of the phalanx were fatal areas. So he not only learned the offensive and defensive formations demonstrated by the Tielin army, but also creatively developed another new formation to deal with defensive problems in open areas. As the order was conveyed, the two adjacent phalanxes of the Yong'an army immediately merged into one phalanx with their backs against each other. Although this made it impossible to move, it was a good way to avoid being attacked from behind. In fact, in addition to guarding the four-sided formation, there is also a formation on each side to defend against possible dangers on the left and right wings. But the cavalry was too fast, and the phalanxes on the left and right sides were separated and could not get closer. Cheng Peng's Yong'an army was in such a state, and Ding Yunfei's Ansu army was even worse. The Yong'an army had already assembled 6 square formations, while the Ansu army had only assembled 2. However, these formations were all made up of veterans, and their reaction speed was quite fast. As soon as they saw the Dangxiang people circling around from both sides, the commanders of 2 of the phalanxes did not wait for Ding Yunfei's order, but immediately imitated the Yong'an army and hugged each other back to back. The last one was far away from the other 2, so it simply moved closer to the left wing of the Yong'an army formation, forming a V-shaped formation. As for those soldiers who had not had time to form a formation, they were in a miserable situation. The Tangut cavalry roared past and rushed into the crowd. When a war horse gallops, the impact force it creates is no weaker than that of a car. It was like a group of huskies breaking into a flock of chickens. The Dangxiang cavalry didn't even need to swing their swords to kill them. They just charged collectively, and hundreds of Ansu and Yong'an soldiers who had not yet formed a battle formation were knocked to death or trampled to death by warhorses. It was not easy for a large group of cavalry to turn around. After the cavalry team killed their way through the Ansu and Yong'an coalition forces, they did not stop immediately, but continued to run forward, preparing to make a detour in the distance and kill their way back. This also gave the coalition forces time to reorganize. However, the coalition forces' formation had been broken up, with the Ansu army sandwiched between the Yong'an army and the Yong'an army sandwiched between the Ansu army. The training patterns of each other are different, so it is impossible to form a formation. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and hold the bamboo sticks and face the back. Cheng Peng yelled in panic. Unfortunately, the battlefield was filled with the sound of horse hooves, howling, and all kinds of noise. The messengers were also scattered, and no one could hear his orders. When Cheng Peng saw this, he had no time to care about these scattered soldiers. He pulled the frightened Ding Yunfei onto his horse and galloped towards the assembled square formation. At this time, the Dangxiang cavalry had turned around and charged again. Although they could not hear Cheng Peng's orders, some veterans had already reacted. Driven by the instinct for survival, some veterans near the carts picked up bamboos, and formed a small square formation of 3 to 5 people, or a dozen people, and placed the ends of the bamboos on the ground, facing the Dangxiang cavalry. But the soldiers who were close to the cart were only a minority after all, and there were more soldiers whose brains were in a mess and they were running around like headless flies. Groups of cavalrymen did not dare to turn at will, otherwise it would easily cause collisions, and even large-scale stampedes. So the cavalry facing the bamboo had no choice but to charge into the bamboo. The result is predictable. Those who are lucky enough will only knock the bamboo crooked and escape with their lives, while those who are unlucky will be stabbed to death at the time. The cavalry rushed past, taking away hundreds of dakong soldiers. But when they walked through the scattered crowd, they were dumbfounded. Chengpeng took advantage of the opportunity to rush to the rear and quickly adjusted the 8 square formations into 2 larger square formations, all of which were guarding the 4 directions. The 2 formations were arranged in a row, more than 300 meters long, with dense bamboo poles facing the front, blocking most of the Dangxiang cavalry's way. At this time, the speed of the Dangxiang cavalry was too fast and the distance between the 2 sides was too close. Many cavalrymen had no time to turn and crashed into them. As a result, more than 200 Dangxiang cavalry were killed or wounded. Including those who were stabbed to death by scattered small square formations, the number exceeded 300. This was something Zhuosaka had never expected. Moreover, Dakong's generals reacted very quickly and found a way to make up for the weakness so quickly. The advice given by the staff officer is of no use. However, Zhuoban was not discouraged. He turned to the deputy general and said, "The 2 square formations have been formed. Don't worry about them for now. Ashua, let's split up into 2 groups and bypass the square formations. Let's first clean up the scattered dakong soldiers behind them." Yes. Ashu agreed and led half of the cavalry to bypass the phalanx from the left. Just like the first time, the cavalry broke up into small groups, bypassed the phalanx, and attacked the scattered soldiers in the rear. Most of these soldiers were new recruits and had lost their fighting spirit. How could they be a match for the Tangut cavalry? Thus, the unilateral massacre began. The scene immediately turned bloody, with at least several dakong soldiers being killed every second. The battlefield was littered with corpses and broken arms, like a Shura field. The blood dyed the earth red, as well as the horses of the Dangxiang cavalry. Ding Yunfei and Chengpeng were heartbroken, but there was nothing they could do. The phalanxes guarding the 4 square formations completely lost the ability to move. No matter how heartbroken they were, they had no way to rescue them. At this moment, Ding Yunfei's mood was exactly the same as Zhang Qiwei's a few days ago. He was filled with regret and realized the horror of the Dangxiang cavalry and the gap between the Ansu army and the Tielin army. Although Chengpeng did not regret it, he felt hopeless. He knew that the Yong'an army, which his family had built with great difficulty by emptying its savings, might be doomed this time. In just a dozen minutes, more than 2,000 allied soldiers, who had no time to form a battle formation, as well as hundreds of auxiliary and logistics soldiers, were all killed by the Dangxiang cavalry. Now that we have finished the appetizers, it's time for the main course. Zhuoban sneered and ordered the cavalry to disperse and surround the 2 large formations. The Yong'an army had high hopes, hoping that they could rescue the trapped Tielin army with the help of the Macedonian phalanx. Who would have thought that before the coalition forces reached Qingshui Valley, more than half of them had been killed or wounded, and the rest were surrounded by the Dangxiang cavalry? Aren't they familiar with the square formation? And the barbed wire given by Qing? Why are they so vulnerable? General Fan was anxious and angry. Reporting to the commander, the Tangut cavalry arrived too quickly. By the time our brothers passed the news to General Ding and General Cheng, they were already several miles away. Half of the brothers did not have time to form a battle formation before they were dispersed by the cavalry. The scout said with a bitter face, "As for the barbed wire given by Lord Qing, we didn't even have a chance to open it while it was still on the car, and the auxiliary soldiers were all killed. They dispatched troops so quickly this time?" General Fen asked with a cold face. Speed has always been one of the main advantages of cavalry, but a large army is definitely not as fast as a single scout. According to the normal marching speed of the Dangxiang cavalry, Ensu's army had enough time to deploy their troops after receiving the notification from the scouts. But the facts slapped them hard in the face. Replying to the commander, "I don't know either. The Tanguts are like crazy. They are all lightly equipped and galloping away as soon as they leave the camp. Their speed is only slightly slower than ours." The scout still felt a lingering fear when he said this. At that time, he was racing against death. If he was slower, he would be doomed. It seems that the Tangut cavalry had some expert guidance, and they didn't give the Ansu army a chance to form a square formation. Qing Huai looked out the window and said, "I hope the 500 men on the south route won't run into the Tangut cavalry." The reason why half of the people on the northern route survived was because they carried bamboo and shields that could form a large formation. The team that set out from the south gate had to take a mountain road to get close to Qingshui Valley. In order to facilitate the march, they only brought 2 days' worth of rations and weapons. Once you encounter the Tangut cavalry, you will be in great danger. But what you fear will come true. As soon as Qing Huai finished speaking, a scout covered in blood was carried in. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, General Lu was ambushed by the Tanguts at Jinfangling, and his entire army was wiped out. The scout said this in a halting manner and then fainted. General Fan's face turned slightly pale and he waved his hand to have the soldiers carry the scout away. Qing Huai also staggered and almost fell. Both the reinforcements from the south and the north failed, and he was full of worries about the future of the Tielin army. Even more anxious than Qing Huai were the Ding and Qing family staff who remained in Weizhou City. The Tielin army is currently only trapped on the mountain and is not in too much danger for the time being, but the Ansu army and Yong'an army of their two families have lost more than half of their troops, and the remaining ones are in danger of destruction at any time. Even if the Dangxiang people did nothing and just surrounded them, these two phalanxes would not be able to withstand it. After all, they formed the battle formation in a hurry, and all their food and supplies fell into the hands of the Dangxiang people. Not to mention eating, even drinking water and sleeping became a luxury. How long can they hold out? The Dangxiang people could get a steady supply of supplies and could take turns to rest. The two aides rushed into the commander's mansion, crying and begging General Fan to send troops out to rescue their own troops. The Yong'an army and the Ansu army are considered to be the two more capable teams in the Jinshi army. The more than 2,000 people who have survived to this day are the elite of these two teams. General Fan cannot abandon them at will, so he quickly convened a meeting of the generals. The playboys were still regretting that they had not been able to send troops to rescue the Tielin army yesterday, and they rushed into the marshal's mansion excitedly. However, after learning about the fate of Ansu's army and Yong'an's army, they were all dumbfounded, and no one was willing to suggest sending troops to rescue them. The staff of the Ding and Qing families knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the dandy generals, begging them to send troops. However, none of the dandy generals responded. They all lowered their heads and pretended to be deaf and dumb. Qing Huai was so angry that he started cursing, and General Fan was also extremely disappointed with the dissolute generals. The meeting ended in a bad mood. "General Zheng, when we were drinking last night, didn't you say that if you had the chance, you would definitely go and meet the Tanguts? Why are you silent today? Old Lu, you still have the nerve to say that about old Zheng. Didn't you say yesterday that General Fan was biased and refused to let you leave the city? You had the chance today, why didn't you go? You must be joking. Among our Jinshi army, apart from the Fan family army under General Fan, the most capable ones are the Tielin army, the Ansu army, and the Yong'an army. They were all defeated by the Dangxiang people. What am I going to do there? Am I going to die? It seems that we have to practice the square formation well in the future. If it weren't for the square formation this time, I'm afraid the Yong'an army and the Ansu army would be doomed. What a pity. The Iron Forest army that created the square formation is doomed this time. That's hard to say. What if General Fan sends out the Fan family army to rescue us? The Fan family army still has to defend Weizhou City. How can they be dispatched? If General Fan is also trapped, Weizhou City will be destroyed, and General Fan cannot bear this responsibility. Come on, let's place our bets. Let's bet on whether General Fan will send out the Fan family army. I bet he won't. I bet against it. Hey, keep your voice down, Qing Huai is still behind us. What's going on behind you? Bite me. Qing Huai had always been at odds with these dissolute generals, and he had just cursed them at the meeting. These dissolute generals were afraid of being ordered to send troops by General Fan, so no one dared to say a word. Now that they have left the marshal's mansion, with the character of these playboys, how can they bear it anymore? They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and joked with each other. They did not shy away from Qing Huai who was following behind them. There were even a few playboys who deliberately spoke loudly for Qing Huai to hear. In their opinion, the Tielin army was doomed this time. Without the Tielin army, what would Qing Huai be? He is just a bastard of the Duke of Qing's mansion and is not worthy of associating with them. Qing Huai was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire, and was dragged away by Lu Qiong. In the past, Qing Huai was only disappointed with these generals, but at this moment, he felt extremely heartbroken and even confused about the future. As soldiers of the Dakong army, these dandy generals could actually say such shameful words. Can such a person defend the northwestern border? Inside the headquarters, General Fan was indeed in a dilemma as to whether to dispatch the Fan family army, while the Dangxiang camp had already begun to take action. Li Jikue sent out another team, but this time it was only composed of a small number of cavalry, and the rest were all infantry and logistics soldiers. Not only did they carry a large amount of food and fodder, but they also had 3 huge siege vehicles. Ding Yunfei and his 2 phalanxes had been confronting the Dangxiang cavalry for several hours. Everyone was thirsty and hungry. But they are all persisting and waiting. Waiting for General Fan in Weizhou City to send reinforcements to rescue them. It was as if they were going to rescue the Tielin army. However, they waited until the evening and did not receive their own reinforcements, but instead received enemy reinforcements. Dozens of war horses, pulling siege vehicles, rumbled into the battlefield. "Brother Cheng, they have brought the siege vehicle. What should we do?" Ding Yunfei, who had finally calmed down, panicked again. He pulled Qing Peng's sleeve and trembled with nervousness. "Brother Ding, now that things have come to this, we can only give it a try." Qing Peng also looked serious. "I hope we can stop the siege vehicle. Why didn't General Fan send anyone to rescue us?" Ding Yunfei was about to cry, "And that Qing Huai, we were trapped here to rescue his Tielin army, why doesn't he care about us?" "How should I know?" Qing Peng threw away his sleeves in annoyance, and began to understand why Qing Huai was unwilling to pay attention to those dandy generals. Zhuoban had long been impatient to wait, and as soon as the siege vehicle arrived, he immediately launched an attack on the phalanx. 3 siege vehicles were lined up in a row, more than 10 meters wide, aimed at the square where Qing Peng and Ding Yunfei were. The sharp blades on both sides of the giant tree glowed coldly. "Everyone cheer up, if we can't make it, everyone will die." Qing Peng immediately arranged 2 more rows of shield soldiers and concentrated them opposite the siege vehicle. Following Zhuoban's order, dozens of Tangut men shouted slogans and pushed the siege vehicle slowly into motion. "Hold on!" Qing Peng roared to encourage the soldiers. Unfortunately, the power gap between the 2 sides is too big. The siege vehicle was getting faster and faster, and it crashed into the square formation with a loud bang. The huge logs, carrying inertia, easily tore through the shield soldiers' defense and penetrated into the phalanx. The shield soldiers and spearmen on both sides were all killed by the blades on both sides of the log. The siege vehicle rushed all the way to the center of the square before stopping when it was exhausted. "Quick, fill the gap for me immediately." Qing Peng roared and commanded his soldiers, trying to fill the gap. But how could Zhuoban give him this opportunity? Hundreds of cavalrymen followed the siege vehicles and rushed into the phalanx through the gaps. The spearmen inside the square formation only had long and thick bamboos in their hands, which could not even be lifted by one person. How could they fight against the cavalry? After the Tangut cavalry rushed into the phalanx, they began to kill indiscriminately. Fortunately, the bamboo was thick and blocked the movement of the war horses to a certain extent, slowing down the chopping process. Qing Peng was extremely anxious and his brain was working rapidly to think of a solution. But the Macedonian phalanx is like a durian. Once the hard, thorny shell is broken, what remains inside is the soft flesh. Once someone breaks into the interior, there is basically no solution. Seeing that more and more people were dying, Qing Peng had no choice but to order the messenger to ring the gong. This is the signal to disband the formation. Ever since the siege vehicle appeared, Qing Peng knew that the formation could not save them. If they still insist on staying together, they will be killed slowly. It would be better for them to escape on their own, as many as possible shall survive. The veterans had obviously figured this out. The gong only sounded once, and the 2 large formations were disbanded, with the soldiers fleeing in all directions. The Dangxiang cavalry would naturally not let them escape, and immediately tightened the encirclement, especially focusing on intercepting them on the official road returning to Weizhou City. The dakong soldiers who are still alive are basically veterans, and they are much more experienced than the auxiliary soldiers and recruits who died in the morning. After dispersing, they did not rely on instinct to run back to Weizhou City along the original route, but instead formed groups of several people and rushed towards the nearest woods carrying bamboos. Some veterans even took advantage of the chaos to stab one or two cavalrymen to death. The scene suddenly became chaotic. But the chaos did not last long. The dakong soldiers either fled into the woods or died here. The setting sun dyed the sky red. But what is redder than the sky is the blood on the ground. Zhuosaka wiped the blood off his face and laughed heartily. After this battle, the shame of his being captured was half washed away. In fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to surround Weizhou City, but his staff sent people to severely stop him. According to reports from scouts, the Fan family army defending the city had dug many camouflaged horse traps in the open space outside Weizhou City, and it would be easy to fall into them if you approached rashly. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the Fan family army is even stronger than that of the Tielin army. It is impossible for Zhuoban to break through Weizhou City with the manpower he has. On the contrary, there is a possibility of being ambushed by Fan's army. Zhuoban had no choice but to order a retreat. After nightfall, veterans began to appear outside Weizhou City. According to statistics, out of the more than 5,000 Ansu and Yong'an coalition forces, only less than 700 returned. The Ansu army and the Yong'an army were completely defeated. General Fan's hair turned white overnight. Qing Huai also did not sleep all night. At dawn, he called his personal guard Lu Qiong and asked, "How many garrison troops do we have in the general's camp?" These were the only Tielin troops left in his hands. "Lu Qiong, take this letter to Longyou Prefecture to find Commander Zhao of the Linghuai army and ask him to send troops to rescue us." Qing Huai took out a letter and handed it to Lu Qiong. "Yes." Lu Qiong took the letter and knelt on one knee. "I will deliver the letter even if I die." "Lu Yang, you were also my personal guard, so you should know about that cave, right?" Qing Huai asked. "I know." Lu Yang nodded quickly. "What about the path on the west side of Qingshui Mountain?" "I also know that." "Very good. Then you take your brothers to Qingshui Mountain and give this letter to Mr. Jin. Tell him not to worry and to hold on. I will find a way to save them outside." Qing Huai took out another letter and handed it to Lu Yang. "Yes." Lu Yang also knelt on one knee and took the envelope. "Okay then, Lu Qiong, take the brothers out." Qing Huai waved his hand, signaling Lu Qiong and others to leave. "Take care, sir." Lu Qiong bowed to Qing Huai and took Lu Yang and others into the backyard. Not only were the garrison troops of the Jiangzuiying camp taken away, but also the few remaining guards around Qing Huai were taken away. In the huge conference hall, only Qing Huai and the injured Jing Fang were left. Nowadays, there are Dangxiang spies everywhere outside Weizhou City. It is almost impossible to escape from their eyes and ears and leave the city. However, since Qing Huai joined the army, he has been fighting against the Dangxiang and has spent much more time in Weizhou City than in his fiefdom Jinchuan Prefecture. Having been here for so many years, there must be a way out. This mansion was specially selected by Qing Huai because it was close enough to the city wall. There is a secret passage in the backyard of the mansion, which leads directly to the outside of Weizhou City. The group of people parted ways after leaving Weizhou City through a secret passage. Lu Qiong went south alone to deliver a letter to Longyou Prefecture, while Lu Yang took the rest of the people and went into the mountains west of Weizhou City. After climbing over 2 hills, we found a secret cave covered by thorn bushes. The cave is not big, and you have to bend down when entering. But after walking a dozen steps inside, the view suddenly opened up to a huge space that was more than 10 meters high and covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters. A small stream flows through the cave and gathers into a clear pond in the low-lying area. At the edge of the cave, there were bags of food and bundles of swords. This is also one of Qing Huai's secret bases. Once Weizhou City is captured, it will be easy to hide hundreds of people in this cave without having to worry about them being hungry or thirsty. After resting for a few minutes in the cave, Lu Yang led his men to set out again. But this time, everyone had a large sack on their backs. On Qingshui Mountain, Jin Feng sat cross-legged on a large rock, looking silently to the south. The Tielin army soldiers coming and going were initially curious about what Mr. Jin was doing sitting here, but after a few days of this, no one was curious anymore. Only Mr. Zhao vaguely guessed that Mr. Jin might be waiting for a signal. But Mr. Zhao didn't know what specific signal he was waiting for. He did not ask any questions, but tried his best to use his expertise to keep the Tielin army's temporary camp in order. That morning, after Jin Feng had breakfast, he sat on the stone again. But not long after he sat down, Zhong Wu came running over in a hurry. "Sir, Lu Yang is here." "Lu Yang? Which Lu Yang?" Jin Feng was stunned for a moment and couldn't remember who Lu Yang was. "He is the captain of the commander's camp," Zhong Wu explained. "Isn't he in Weizhou City? Why is he here?" Jin Feng finally remembered who Lu Yang was and asked in surprise, "Besides, Qingshui Mountain has been surrounded by the Dangxiang people. How did he get up here?" "Sir, you may not know that there is a secret path to the west that leads up the mountain," Zhong Wu said. "This path was discovered by Marquis Qing when he was hunting. All of us guards know about it. Qingshui Mountain is surrounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides, with only one side having a slightly gentler terrain. The Dangxiang people's encirclement was mainly aimed at that slope, and only some scouts were arranged to patrol the remaining 3 sides. It is difficult for a large force to avoid being discovered, but Lu Yang and his men only have a few dozen people and can easily find any loophole to sneak in." "So that's how it is," Jin Feng nodded and asked, "Is this path blocked now? Will the Tanguts come up from there?" "Don't worry, sir. That trail is very remote and some sections are very steep. Not to mention a large group of people, even those with poor skills can't climb up." Zhong Wu smiled and said, "Half of the people Lu Yang brought didn't make it up, so I had to find someone to pull them up. We can't be careless. Starting today, we will increase the defense over there," Jin Feng reminded. "Yes, I'll arrange it later." Zhong Wu saw that Jin Feng was serious and quickly took it to heart. "Let's go and see what Lu Yang is doing here." Jin Feng followed Zhong Wu to the west side of the camp and entered a small forest. At the edge of the mountain top, Lu Yang and his group were sitting on the ground gasping for breath. There was a pile of cloth bags on the ground. There were a few Tielin army soldiers nearby who were collecting ropes. "Hello, sir." Seeing Jin Feng, Lu Yang quickly stood up and saluted. He must be very tired, he couldn't even finish a sentence. "Old Lu, you are exhausted. It's just climbing a mountain, but you are so tired that you are almost out of breath." Zhong Wu laughed at his former companions without any hesitation. "If you have the guts, crawl one up for me to see, if you can do it without blushing or panting. I'll take your last name." Lu Yang kicked Zhong Wu in annoyance. "Okay, sit down and take a rest." Jin Feng leaned over and glanced down. Most of the so-called small paths have slopes of over 60 degrees. There is a place that is almost straight up and down. It is indeed not easy to climb up the mountain from such a place. What's more, Lu Yang and others were carrying cloth bags. "What are you carrying?" Jin Feng kicked the cloth bag. "Food." Lu Yang said, my lord is worried that everyone can't find anything to eat in the mountains, so he asked me to bring some food for everyone to use as an emergency measure." "You came from Weizhou City carrying food?" Jin Feng looked at the pile of cloth bags, then at Lu Yang and others, and his heart ached. Each of these cloth bags weighs nearly 100 kilograms. Lu Yang and his friends definitely couldn't come here via the main road, so they could only take the mountain road. One can imagine how hard it is to cross mountains and hills carrying a cloth bag weighing nearly 100 kilograms. The straw sandals of several soldiers were worn out and their feet were covered in blood. "You've worked hard." Zhong Wu arranged a few people to move the food back. "It's not hard, it's what I should do." Lu Yang smiled innocently, and suddenly took out an envelope carefully wrapped in oil paper from his arms. "Sir, the Marquis brought you a letter." "When did the Marquis wake up, and how is his recovery going?" Jin Feng took the envelope but did not open it immediately. He could probably guess what Qing Huai would say. "The Marquis has been awake for a few days and can get out of bed, but I think he doesn't look very well." Lu Yang said, I heard that the Marquis went to the Marshal's mansion to ask for help a few days ago, and he was so angry that his wound burst open. After saying that, he added, actually, the Marquis wanted to come to see you personally this time, but Lu Qiong and I stopped him. The latter sentence is purely speaking well of Qing Huai. But Jin Feng chose to believe it. Because he knew too well the position of Tielin Jun in Qing Huai's mind. If he hadn't been injured, the person leading the team to Qingshui Mountain this time would definitely not be Lu Yang, but Qing Huai himself. Did the Marquis ask General Fan for help? Jin Feng asked, is anyone willing to send troops? Yes, the Ansu army and the Yong'an army were dispatched, but unfortunately they were intercepted by the Dangxiang people before they reached Qingshui Valley. Of the more than 5,000 people, only a few hundred escaped. Lu Yang sighed. They were breached by siege engines, right? Jin Feng asked. How did you know, sir? Lu Yang asked curiously. Jin Feng smiled and didn't answer. From the top of Qingshui Mountain, one can overlook the entire Dangxiang army camp. When the Dangxiang people were making siege vehicles, Jin Feng guessed their intentions. Zhuoban led his troops away a few days ago, and Jin Feng also saw it. I just made a rough guess at that time. I just didn't expect the rescue team to be so weak. Back in the tent, Jin Feng opened the envelope. Just as he guessed, Qing Huai believed that the Tielin army was forced to retreat to Qingshui Mountain, so he repeatedly emphasized in the letter that Jin Feng should hold on, and he would find a way to send someone to rescue him as soon as possible. The words were extremely sincere. Jin Feng thought for a while, picked up his pen and wrote a reply letter to Qing Huai, then asked Zhong Wu to find Lu Yang. You just came here, and I should have let you rest for a few days, but this letter is quite urgent. Please take the trouble to deliver it to the Marquis as soon as possible. Don't worry, sir. I will deliver the letter to the Marquis as quickly as possible. Lu Yang took the envelope and ran away without saying a word. They went down the mountain without stopping and returned to Qing Huai's residence through the secret passage that afternoon. Why did you come back so soon? Has the food been delivered? Dozens of people went out, but only Lu Yang came back, and so quickly. Qing Huai looked at Lu Yang with some worry, afraid to hear bad news from him. My lord, I have accomplished my mission and the food has been delivered. Lu Yang wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile, but when I arrived at Qingshui Mountain, I found out that Mr. Jin had Su Xiao move all the food to the mountain before the war, so there was no shortage of food. When we were retreating, you had the tents in the rear camp set on fire, so that the Tanguts thought that all the food and grass had been burned. Now they are foolishly surrounding the mountain, hoping to starve our brothers down. Sir, you are indeed an expert. When Qing Huai heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qingshui Mountain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as there is food, Qing Huai believes that Jin Feng will be able to hold it. In this way, Qing Huai doesn't have to be so anxious and can slowly think of ways to find reinforcements. Did the sir tell you how long the food in the mountains would last? The master didn't say that, but when I was delivering the grain to the granary, I heard Zhong Wu say that it would be enough to last for 3 months, and if we save the grain, we can eat it for even longer. 3 months. Qing Huai frowned slightly. Before he fell into a coma, the remaining food in Tielin's army would be enough to last for more than a month. How is it possible to eat more and more? The only possibility is that the Tielin army suffered heavy casualties on the night of the Dangxiang attack. Thinking of this, Qing Huai hurriedly asked, did Zhong Wu tell us how many brothers we lost that night when the Tanguts attacked? I told you that we lost more than a dozen men, and more than 30 of our brothers were injured. Lu Yang replied, but I looked at the brothers training on the mountain, and it seems that there are fewer of them. Could it be that Lao Zhong lied to me? Probably not. Qing Huai shook his head, and suddenly remembered that Jin Feng had delivered the food to the mountain ahead of time. His eyes lit up. Did the gentleman tell you if he had any plans? No. Lu Yang shook his head, suddenly slapped his head, and took out the letter from his arms. By the way, the gentleman asked me to bring you a letter. Why didn't you take out the letter earlier? Qing Huai kicked Lu Yang and snatched the envelope. I have been answering your questions. Lu Yang muttered softly. Qing Huai actually heard his mumbling but was too lazy to pay attention to him and quickly opened the envelope. Knowing that Qing Huai must be extremely anxious now, Jin Feng did not hide it from him and told him the plan in the letter. Qing Huai read the letter in one breath, and the worries that had accumulated in his heart for several days were swept away, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. As a result, the laughter hurt the wound and he started coughing violently. Lu Yang hurried over to help but was pushed away by Qing Huai. "Get ready, let's go to Grey Wolf Mountain immediately," Qing Huai said excitedly. Jin Feng said in the letter that Su Shao was hiding in Grey Wolf Mountain with the main force of the Tielin army to carry out a mission. Although Qing Huai was not asked to take command, how could he bear it? "My lord, if you have anything to say, just tell me and I'll do it," Lu Yang said. "If you leave too, what will happen if General Fen comes to find you? Besides, Grey Wolf Mountain is not close, and your health." Before he could finish, Qing Huai interrupted him. "Does it mean that now that you have gone to the general's camp, my words will no longer work?" "My lord, that's not what I meant." "Then obey orders and follow me to Grey Wolf Mountain." "Yes." Lu Yang had no choice but to bow and obey the order. "If General Fen comes to see me, you will give him this letter." Qing Huai left a letter to the old doorman and left through the secret passage with Lu Yang. It was already dark at this time, so the two of them took advantage of the cover of darkness and rushed to Grey Wolf Mountain overnight. Because of injuries, Qing Huai walked slowly and did not walk until dawn before he finally reached his destination. At this time, Jin Feng sat on the big rock on the top of Qingshui Mountain as he did in the past, looking silently to the south. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, two columns of smoke suddenly appeared 6 miles to the south. Jin Feng, who had been expressionless all the time, suddenly stood up with a captivating gleam in his eyes. This was the signal he and Su Shao agreed upon. "Zhongwu, Zhongwu." Jin Feng jumped down from the big rock and said, "Go and call all the heavy crossbowmen over here and tell them to come to work." "Yes." Although Zhongwu didn't understand what Jin Feng meant, he went to call for help immediately. In Qingshui Valley, a Tangut grain transport team was passing by, escorting carts of grain. They were escorted by a cavalry of 100 men. When we reached the middle of the canyon, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from above our heads. The centurion leading the team just raised his head and saw a huge arrow flying towards him. Before I could react, I felt my body lighten and I flew up. The Tielin army attacked the grain transport team. Li Jikue suspected that he had heard it wrong. If the Dangxiang people wanted to enter Dakong, they had to pass through Qingshui Valley. The main force that attacked Qingshui Valley that night was the combat troops. In the days after occupying Qingshui Valley, the Dangxiang side had been transporting supplies to the camp. The Tielin army had been keeping their tails down and staying quietly in the mountains, never daring to attack any troops passing through the canyon. Many Dangxiang soldiers almost forgot that there was the Tielin army on the mountain above their heads. Even Li Jikue thought that the Tielin army had given in. Who knew that something unexpected would happen today? "What is the damage?" Li Jikue asked with a dark face. "More than 20 people died, and the food is still in the canyon," the subordinate reported. "The Tielin army is seeking death." Li Jikue slammed the table and said, "Go and call Zhuoban over to me." "Yes." The men turned around and went out to look for Zhuoban. "Marshal, are you ready to attack Qingshui Mountain?" the staff asked. "Yes, I want to chop off Qing Huai's head and make it into a wine glass." Until now, Li Jikue still believed that it was Qing Huai who was commanding the Tielin army. But Qingshui Mountain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The cost of a strong attack is too high. The staff said, "The Tielin army launched an attack today because they must have run out of food and are making a last-ditch effort. Marshal, if you wait a few more days, they will be defeated without a fight. The wheat in the Central Plains should be ripe soon. It's no use keeping it here." Li Jikue said, "The Tielin army has been hungry for so many days, it shouldn't be difficult to capture Qingshui Mountain." "Marshal, just now there were 2 columns of smoke rising into the sky from the south, and then the Iron Forest army attacked our grain transport team. I always feel that something is fishy." The aide frowned and said. Ever since he saw the column of smoke, he had been feeling somewhat uneasy. "Is it a smoke signal?" Li Jikue asked. Since ancient times, the Central Plains has used smoke signals to convey urgent military information. Judging from the color of the smoke column, it's not a signal smoke. Then what are you worried about, sir? I have sent someone to check it out. The marshal will make a decision after the person who checked it out comes back. All right then. It wouldn't take long to check the situation anyway, so waiting a little longer wouldn't be a big deal. When Zhuoban arrived at the general's tent, the scout who had gone out to gather information had just returned. Well, what are those 2 columns of smoke? The staff asked. Sir, the smoke column in the east is from refugees from Dakong who were roasting beans and set last year's dry grass on fire. The smoke column in the west is from farmers hiding in the mountains who were cooking and burning their huts. The scout replied. Are you sure? The staff asked, have you found any traces of the Tielin army or other Dakong soldiers? No, it can basically be confirmed that it was an accident. That's what I told you. It's not a signal fire. You're being too cautious, sir. Li Jikue drove away the scouts and said with a smile, there is going to be a war. Many people in Dakong have taken refuge in the mountains. It is normal to start a fire. There is nothing to be surprised about. This is also the reason why Jin Feng and Su Xiao agreed to set fire at 2 places. There are too many Dakong people hiding in the mountains to avoid the war now, and there might be a fire somewhere. But the possibility of 2 fires happening at the same time is extremely small. A fire in one place may be an accident, but a fire in 2 places at the same time must be suspicious. The staff frowned and said, Marshal, I think this matter is still related to the Tielin army. Then we should attack Qingshui Mountain. Once we defeat the Tielin army, won't we know the answer by asking them? Zhuoban was already getting impatient. No, I think I should think twice. The staff looked at Li Jikue and said, Marshal, please give me some more time. I will definitely be able to figure it out. Sir, I'll give you another day then. Li Jikue thought about it and agreed to his staff's request. On Qingshui Mountain, ever since Jin Feng ordered an attack on the Dangxiang people's grain transport team, all the Tielin army soldiers had been prepared for the Dangxiang people's attack on the mountain. Who would have thought that after waiting for more than an hour, without seeing the Dangxiang people attacking the mountain, they heard someone in the canyon shouting to persuade them to surrender? This was also the idea of the staff, who wanted to use shouting to test the reaction of the Tielin army and thus infer the current status of the Tielin army. If any of the Tielin army responded, or came down the mountain to surrender, it would mean that the situation on the mountain had become very bad. But to his disappointment, the Tielin army did not surrender. Instead, the Dangxiang cavalry he sent to call on them were shot to death by heavy crossbows. The staff did not give up and sent another cavalryman to continue shouting. As a result, he was shot dead before he could finish his sentence. This is embarrassing. If you get too close you will be shot, and if you get too far you won't be heard when you shout. It seems that the Tielin army is not in chaos. The aide sighed, gave up shouting for surrender, and returned to the tent with his hands behind his back. In fact, he was not quite sure whether the smoke column was really related to the Tielin army. If the smoke column is really related to the Tielin army, it would not be just a simple shooting of a grain transport team, there would definitely be further actions. So he is waiting. The staff can wait, but Jin Feng can't. The 2 columns of smoke were the signal agreed upon by him and Su Xiao. The rising of 2 columns of smoke indicated that Su Xiao needed his cooperation. How far can our heavy crossbow shoot? Jin Feng rushed to the heavy crossbow position, found the most experienced crossbowman, pointed to the grain and grass depot of the Dangxiang camp, and asked, is that okay? The crossbowman took a look with his hands on his shoulders and said in embarrassment. Sir, it's almost 2 miles from there to here. Even if an arrow can fly over there, it will become very light and basically have no killing power. It doesn't matter whether it can kill people or not, as long as the arrow can fly past. If you don't care about accuracy and lethality, the 2 most powerful heavy crossbows should be able to shoot about that far. The crossbowman thought for a moment and replied. That's good, Jin Feng said with a cold look in his eyes, we have to burn the Tangut's food supplies. How? The crossbowman asked doubtfully. Then why not let the arrows create fire? Jin Feng smiled slightly, go find some jars of lamp oil and some rolls of hemp rope. I see. The crossbowman's eyes lit up and he ran to get the hemp rope and lamp oil. Jin Feng commanded the crossbowman to wrap the hemp rope around the top of the arrow, and then soak it in the jar of lamp oil, and a rocket was freshly fired. Rockets are not difficult to make, and soon there was a large bundle of them on the ground. However, Jin Feng did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited until nightfall, when the Dangxiang soldiers went into their tents and fell asleep, before giving the order to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 fiery red arrows streaked across the night sky and landed in the Dangxiang people's grain depot. The cavalry was the main combat force in the Dangxiang army, and the large number of war horses required a huge amount of fodder to feed. Therefore, in the granary of the Dangxiang camp, all kinds of fodder were piled up like mountains. These grasses have been dried and can be ignited easily. The Dangxiang people never dreamed that the enemy could directly attack the grain and forage camp in the heart of the camp from the top of Qingshui Mountain. By the time they reacted, the grain and forage warehouse was already on fire and could not be extinguished. Have you confirmed that the drainage channel below is blocked? Qing Huai asked. Don't worry, my lord. It's blocked tightly. Su Xiao patted his chest and assured, as long as we divert the water down, the Dangxiang people will definitely not be able to get through. We must not make any mistakes and waste the master's painstaking efforts. Qing Huai looked at the flames in the north and said, such a big fire, no matter where it burns, will cause great losses to the Tanguts. The Tanguts will definitely attack the mountain. I hope you can hold on. Sir, you are extremely wise and brave. Nothing will happen to you. Su Zhao's eyes were full of admiration. My lord, you don't know, when I first heard you talk about this plan, I was shocked. I thought you were crazy. You actually wanted to use a few thousand people from our Tielin army to stop tens of thousands of Dangxiang troops. Later, the teacher told me about Grey Wolf Mountain and the canal, and I had to believe it. That's right, if a person like you dares